pass for this. Just the pass. Penny's there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that
Close combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Chopper Cross gets the knockout. Defeats Ultula.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Get the leg down. Can you look down the whiz cash when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know it's over.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Welcome, everybody. We are here for the 2025 Pokémon Stuttgart Regional Championships. A bit of a frosty day, a bit of a frosty reception, but the crowd turnout as well as the players has been absolutely fire. Huge numbers as well. I, myself, am Costa, joined by the ever so lovely crew of Zoe Lou at Josh Cromie, as well as Lee Provost. And of course, we are going to be starting day one here in Germany, Stuttgart, to what is going to be such an exciting event, of course, coming straight off the bat from Sacramento last weekend. So, generally speaking, how are we feeling, folks?
Oh, so excited.
You can tell the awe.
Starstruck.
How about yourself, Lee? Are you good?
Yeah, really excited. I'm good this morning. Of course, just as always, looking forward to getting into the action today, seeing our players, see if there's any changes from LAIC, Sacramento, those results, and those teams that are performing so well at the minute. I feel like we're really kind of defining the format now and getting to the point where players are either really comfortable with their teams or they're going to bring out those big surprise picks that they've maybe been sitting on for a little while and thinking last chance here this weekend to try those out. So it's going to be great. We know it is, and it's just going to be exciting to see the action as it unfolds. Who will be that champion at the end of the weekend?
Oh, yeah, exactly that. And I think right now, like you mentioned, this is going to be the last European regulation set H tournament. So this is the moment for you to actually go ahead and get all of the spice out in order to be able to try to get those coveted prizes, CP points, etc. But let's just talk a bit about the season schedule itself. Right now, we are essentially at the precipice of the halfway stage of the season. Of course, we did mention we went through Sao Paulo, Brazil in the Latin American International Championships, coming off the back from Sacramento, but which is not on the graphic. However, we are here in Stuttgart, and what a day it is.
Yeah, as you can see, we are here at the Stuttgart Regionals just this weekend, which will be the final Regulation H tournament in Europe. We do know that there is another Regulation H tournament in North America and a few more in Asia, Latin America. But following on from that, in the new year, we will be having a Birmingham Regionals, which will be the next regulation. And after that, we will have EUIC, of course, and then just a lot more regionals going on before the road to Worlds.
Yeah, exactly. It's such a great opportunity to be able to try to get all of those points in. Of course, we know that the travel awards have now ended for EUIC. Any points you will be getting will be going straight through to the North American International Championships. EUIC, Lou, I know it's one of your favorites. You very excited with it?
Honestly, it's the highlight of my calendar, right? And taking a look at this graphic, you can really see that the season for Europe is underway already. We've got a couple of these events already locked down, but EUIC just around the corner in the new year as well, the next international championship on the list. I think coming out of LAIC, everybody's so excited to see what these trainers can bring to an international level where you're battling against players you wouldn't normally get to battle against at your regionals, for example. So the internationals are always super exciting, and to be back in London for EUIC, that's so amazing. It's always a joy.
Yeah, it truly, truly is. Of course, no bias here whatsoever. But yeah, I think generally speaking, then obviously we're going to enter the sort of later stage of the season schedule, that being towards the NAIC, which is going to be held in New Orleans. But yeah, I think generally speaking, speaking, how do we go ahead and try to take advantage of those great tournaments we've got ahead of us? We want to try to go ahead and nab up as many championship points as we can. So we're going to go ahead and have a bit of a breakdown and reminder for everybody, you lovely folks at home, how you can go ahead and qualify.
Yeah, I know. We know the drill by now, but a lot of you might be tuning in for the first time, so you can get a lot of championship points from this event, regional level. First place, obviously, with that 350, and it guarantees you a place at the World Championships later on next year in Anaheim, which is amazing. Then further down, you can see the points increment down. And then you've got the championship point qualifications as well for juniors, seniors, and masters as well. What you need to accumulate as many points as you can so you're in those brackets for those World Championships at the end of the season. Yeah, exactly. And I do want to add as well, we've got the new inclusion of the Middle East and South Africa regions at the bottom right there, which is really exciting to see. You know, even more regions being able to join our lovely circuit is just so exciting, knowing that we're opening up more doors, more opportunities for everybody around the globe as best as we can. So yeah, a lot of CP prizes, of course, which are up for stake as well. We know that there are some, let's say, non-EU regional trainers as well that have decided to fly over in order to try and nab up all those placements and points. But let's talk a bit about the prizes and, generally speaking, what we've got at stake here regarding all three divisions, of course.
Yeah, as you can see, there's a lot of prizes on the line for all of our players competing in this tournament. If you come in the first place, there is $6,000 on the line. And not to mention, you also get all these booster packs, which if you're a TCG fan or if you just like collecting the artworks, it's an amazing and really fun experience to be opening all of those booster boxes. And all the way up to the top 16, you will be getting a cash prize as well as all these booster boxes.
Yeah, and I think the booster boxes and packs generally are a really nice touch because, you know, you're able to get such great value out of them, but also it's just fun. It's just fun to be able to just get given even more. So, you know, this is a great season to want to go ahead and get involved as well. And monetary prizes, of course, nothing to shrug at, Lou. You know, it's just great incentive as well to capitalize off of the glory.
Oh, definitely. I mean, getting the glory to become a champion at a regional is already such an amazing achievement and something nobody can ever take away from you. But the prize money as well might enable you to be able to, I don't know, get some new kind of swag or gear or something so you can rock up to your next event being like, oh yeah, I am the champion, and having kind of the fit to match, as well as maybe those booster boxes. The one thing I always like to see was when regional champions would maybe try and collect all of their 6 Pokemon from their winning team in like in a card and then frame it or something. And I always thought that was such a beautiful thing.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think there's just so many great experiences for you to be able to go ahead and, you know, undergo when you sign up for one of these tournaments. But talking a bit about the tournament, you know, we're talking about prizes, CPs. Let's go ahead and have a bit of a more breakdown in regards to the tournament structure. We know that there's been some changes this season with asymmetrical top cut, of course, which is really exciting. A lot of trainers have expressed great delight in that situation. And I think being able to make it a bit more, how should I put it, rewarding when it comes to reaching those nitty-gritty late stages of Day 2 Swiss rounds.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I think it really lends itself to as well with our players is it takes a lot of pressure off that day 1 where we know we're only going to have those 8 rounds. We're not going to be going into round 9 on day 1 at least, because it's a pretty hectic day to start with, and I think it makes it a little bit easier, a bit more digestible for our players coming into day 2, and they perform a lot better on the back of it, I think, as well.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think what we do have, of course, in store for you is a great little surmised video to break that down in a bit more context and visual context as well, which I very much enjoy. So we're going to go ahead, get a bit of a preview, and we'll be back.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This 2-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On day 2, the competition ramps up as trainers continue through more Swiss rounds until the top cut is determined. Then the battle reaches its peak in a single elimination bracket, where only one trainer will emerge as the regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend, and who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim. Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
Thank you very much, Charlie, for that very informative video. But yeah, I think it's a great way to be able to break everything down. There's so much to this tournament structure and generally the circuit itself. So it's a really great opportunity to be able to dive yourself into the action. Maybe you go ahead and get a ticket. Join even as a spectator as well if you want to go ahead and observe. But I think what we do want to talk a bit about is the storylines of the meta, where we're going through. And we had some very crucial major events over the past several weeks that did undergo. First, LAIC, of course, which was huge because not only in terms of the influence of the meta, but also the action. It was one of the most stacked ICs I have ever observed in the entirety of ICs. And of course, we did have Marco Silva versus Victor Medina in the finals, which was absolutely hype. It was fire versus rain, or should I say sun versus rain, but the set itself was absolutely fire because everything just burned to the ground.
Yeah, that set was just explosive indeed, and Marco Silva becoming the first player in history to be a 3-time winner of an IC. So just such a phenomenal achievement, and you know, cementing himself as just one of the best players of all time. And Victor Medina, just also a player who is now #1 on the, it's global or European?
Both.
Global, yes.
It's
so
both, yeah.
#1 in the championship point leaderboard. So just showcasing Victor as such a successful player. And as you said, sun versus rain. And Marco Silva also ran the exact same team at the Gdansk Regional Championships just 2 weeks before LAIC, and also did phenomenally well, coming in 2nd place. So just showcasing what a stacked tournament that was, and the finals ready to, really great.
Yeah, 100%. And it wasn't only Marco that got success, it was his younger brother in the seniors division, right, Lou?
I love to see that kind of dynasty from the Silva family there as well. Pietro, a phenomenal player in seniors, has won ICs previously as well, but being able to get the LAIC champion title, and then kind of, as I suppose Marco, watching that happen and then being like, okay, it's my time now. I've also got to bring a trophy home, or else I'm bringing home 2nd place and my little brother brought home 1st place. Like, that would be a bit of a funny plane ride home, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely would be, and I would be dismayed if you didn't bring that point up as well, Lou. But yeah, I think that wasn't the only major event we did have. We did have one just the other weekend, which was held in the NA, and of course in Sacramento, where the finals was also very tense there. We had, of course, Carson Confa versus Joseph Ugarte, and what a finals that was, Lee.
Yeah, an incredible showing from both players again. You know, Carson's a very decorated player, extremely talented, and being able to get that first regional win after all this time is really nice to see. And with a really strong team as well, very hyper-offensive, but the way that Carson piloted it through and understood how the team functioned in that tournament against the rest of the field was just great to see. And there's not really much more I need to say about Joe, you know. He's doing so well. He's the CP leader in NA this season so far, and he's just having such a consistent season. And the treat that we've got for you all is a little sneak peek. Joe is actually here in Stuttgart competing this weekend, so we'll hopefully get to see some of Joseph Ugarte later on in the show today.
Yeah, definitely feeling in form, let's say, since the last weekend. So it's great to actually see him wanting to carry that on forwards now in the EU region. But I think there was a lot more teams that came out from Sacramento. Of course, we do have a lovely little graphic of the top 8 to break down a couple of more interesting archetypes and team compositions. We saw, of course, Marcus Dion rock the pretty much same team as Carson. Of course, they were team building together, and they did come in with the same idea. So being able to see that team reach such great success was absolutely phenomenal. But Akhil actually in 4th place, Zoe, bringing a very interesting team composition as well.
Yeah, look at that Corviknight and Archaludon without the Pelipper. So Archaludon just showcasing that it doesn't actually need the rain to survive. And actually, Corviknight did win the Lille Regionals piloted by Niels Dunlop. So it is a Pokemon that's really good against the most popular Pokemon in the format, which is currently Sneasel. And one thing I want to call out is there's no Rillaboom in the top 8 of the Sacramento Regionals.
No, there definitely isn't. I feel like this is a great opportunity to see Male and Didi absolutely come out on top and dominate in terms of terrain. But yeah, I think anything else calling out to yourself there, Lou? Maybe the Palafin, perhaps?
I mean, to kind of build on what Zoe was saying, okay, but before I pick up on that, Costa, you're right, there's no Rillaboom, but there's actually kind of a total abandonment of the Fire Water Grass core. When you look at a lot of these teams, you know, Aaron there as well, even Carson's team, when you kind of look at all the different pieces, you almost wonder how they fit together, where that synergy is. But when you watch him pilot it and the way that he's able to actually move and counter move around teams that maybe are a little bit more composed, let's say, it gives him so much flexibility on the field. But I think in all previous formats, we've kind of banged on about this Fire Water Grass core being so integral to having flexibility on the field, but the trainers don't need it yet. And I know terrestrialization is a thing, so maybe you can kind of play around that a little bit more, but it's still uncommon to not see those Pokemon types on the team.
Yeah, and I think that's a very valid point, given obviously how popular that is and how centralized in that core is as well, because it's just got so much movement of flexibility when it comes to being able to get those pivot actions going, re-board positioning, and, you know, just being able to see it reach the point now at the end of the format where it's just starting to tail and peter off is actually maybe a red herring of it being reintroduced now in Stuttgart, perhaps.
Yeah, the one thing I do feel this weekend in particular off the back of Sacramento is the increase we'll see, hopefully, or maybe in Rillaboom coming back, because it's got such good utility in preventing that Indeedee male from being able to act, you know, the way it wants to with that psychic terrain on the field. Those really strong expanding forces. So I think Rillaboom's a great Pokemon to pivot in those situations, kind of override the terrain and the utility outside of that. I mean, we saw Federico a couple of regionals back being able to utilize Rillaboom to really good effect, loaded dice, that bullet seed. So maybe we see our players kind of look back at those results and say, it's time for it once again to come in. But I got to point out the Palafin there. Always stuck out to me. David Hunt out there in 5th place, I believe. And just an incredible result. And whether or not that'll have any influence, because it was used as a pseudo haze user as well as that big attacker under the rain as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think just being able to see the importance for going to your topic of Male and Didi as well.
There we go, the Solo Surger.
There
we go.
Well synced. But yeah, I think just being able to see it come out on top, it sort of invites, let's say, the Rillabooms of the world to come back and want to claim their spots as well. But that's not the sort of other Pokemon perhaps that we're hoping to see. There might be another one, Lou, you've got in mind as well as on your leg there.
I mean, let's be honest, it's the same old record I'm going to sing at every event. It's about this little man here. It's about Gastrodon, okay? I know I want to talk about him, but there is some kind of method in my madness
here.
Okay,
come on.
Gastrodon, as we know, has been a very prestigious Pokemon. It's won multiple World Championships. It is the most given away Pokemon, with 4 times being the green variant, showing its supremacy.
Or bias.
He's here, okay? We have to be polite in front of him.
Okay.
But the other good thing about Gastrodon is it has been relevant. Hasn't necessarily had the success in this particular regulation, but it has been in some of those top 8 placements. It has been out there in the field. We know it's out there today. But as kind of, I suppose, your cross-game correspondent as well, in Pokemon Go, it's making a lot of waves at the moment. So I'm kind of hoping that it's going to seek inspiration from that side of the broadcast and bring it back to video game this event.
Well, I mean, I would say, okay, there's validity in your points, but there's a lot of bias as well.
If Jumpluff can do it, because Jumpluff just took away LAIC in Pokemon Go, and obviously we've seen Joey Garte doing incredibly well with it. I'm going to say Gastrodon in Pokemon Go came off a 2nd place finish. It's now going to get a 1st place finish here in Stuttgart.
Also, if we do see the continued downfall of Rillaboom, it's an opportunity for, and we see Jumpluff a lot as well, but there's a lot of those Jumpluff sets out there that don't have any attacking moves. So again, Gastrodon going to be a really good call. It's great into things like Archaludon,
Basculegion,
right? Basculegion, Pelipper. If it's piloting that weather ball, it's bad news for you, Mr. Pella.
Okay, so clearly there's bias on this side of the couch.
We're just speaking truth.
We're just right.
Just truth. Come on.
All right.
I'm just neutral.
Well, we're going to have to check that out because, I mean, I appreciate the neutrality. But, yeah, I guess from your side, Zoe, are there any thoughts and particular Pokemon that you're expecting to come into the fray?
I think what we're seeing as the metagame develops and matures is that a lot of players are opting to become more defensive in their teams, and with that comes a lot of redirection Pokemon. Regulation H is a format where I believe we've seen the most diverse variety of redirection users. We've got Electabuzz, Magmar, the favorite Among Us.
Yep.
Everyone's seen it, but now we've got also Sinister, Jumpluff,
True.
Volcarona. There's just so many to count, and which redirection user you use just depends solely on your team and what kind of niche and what uses you want that redirection user to have.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, out of most formats we've ever seen, this is probably the one that has the most redirection availability, you know, in the pool of Pokemon that are available to you. So it is quite fascinating to see how we started off with the Clefable, with the Unawares, and then we started progressing over to the Vital Spirit, Electabuzz, and Magmars, and of course now we've just come to the point where just chuck a Rage Powder on anything, you know. Jumpluff, sure, yeah, that gets it. Let's just do it. Casually wins an LAIC as well on top of it, Master Division. But anywho, right.
Storm Drain's also kind of a pseudo redirect as well. So
okay.
Another reason why
There's lots of options.
Gastrodon's also a good shout.
It's not really
pseudo redirection though. It is.
Here we go. Okay. Do you see what I have to deal with? Like, and this is just the beginning of the show.
Everyone, see what we have to deal with.
Okay.
We're going to have to draw a line.
Yeah, there already is a line.
There's a reason Zoe's in the middle.
Okay, so I'm going to go on to my topic because no one's asked me so far.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. Costa,
Oh, yeah, okay.
have you got a topic?
I do actually.
Oh, excellent.
Thank you. The Blood Moon rises again.
Oh.
That being obvious.
Lovely title.
Thank you. Ursaluna Blood Moon. It just came off a regional win. It is starting to really increase in usage. I think there's a good chance it's probably going to surpass the regular Ursaluna in stats maybe later on today. But regardless, it's just got so much immediate offense. And the general archetype derived from, I believe, the Nielsen brothers, Frederick Hoy Nielsen. We've got Nikolai as well. And then I believe Oliver Eskelin was able to take that next step with it, make adaptations, go LAIC, get that top 8, lose against LAIC champion. It feels like a really strong archetype that's just been brewing over time and it's reached the precipice to the point where it's starting to make the big impact onto the format. So yeah, Blood Moon Ursaluna, I think it's just such a devious Pokemon to have to handle, and you really need to respect it.
It's just terrifying to look at on the field. That
True.
is true. One
Rude, but true. Very, very true.
It is. It's horrifying, but it does bring that intimidating presence without needing to use its ability to do it onto the field. So I quite like that.
Yeah, and I think for good reason, obviously, because, you know, it's just a very powerful Pokemon. Anywho, no bias anymore from me. But yeah, generally speaking, I think there's a lot, of course, that we have got in store for everybody over the event. Generally speaking, I think we've seen a lot of different adaptations, the meta Pokemon and such. But yeah, going on to the next topic, of course, we've got a plethora of opportunities for us to be able to showcase more of the action. So we do need to make sure that, you know, we tune in to any sort of opportunities that we've got, channels, such. But before then, I guess we've talked a bit about which Pokemon we kind of are looking forward to. Let's go and actually see it on a graphic with the cast of predictions, because I think we're going to probably see a couple of familiar Pokemon. Where's the Gastrodon? Okay, there's the Gastrodon. Cool. But it also it is there, and it's also on the couch as well. But
You're eating your words when it wins this weekend, Costa.
Okay, all right. I'm looking forward to it. Wins in VG. Or are you talking about Go
Across
and you're
the
trying
board.
to trick
Across the
question?
board.
Even in TCG. Okay. I don't even know if it's even in TCG.
Okay.
Somehow will be.
It could be.
We believe.
It probably is. Okay, well, talking about believe, Lee, we've got that Cantonian Arcanine.
Yeah.
Please, give me your initial thoughts with that, because everything else is viable that you picked, except of that.
It's a bit harsh. No, Arcanine, I think it had success in LAIC. We saw Justin Tang have very good success, and that that building group, and I think it's a really smart pick because if you look at this format in a lot of ways, and it's been said before, but the speeds in this format aren't the highest, well, you know, and I think Arcanine's at that level where it can outspeed a good majority of those things like Dragonite, get that Will-O-Wisp off, it can Flare Blitz into a Goldingo, can Will-O-Wisp, Annihilate. All these Pokemon that are popular picks can be really disruptive to your floor, but it can just come in, drop an Intimidate if it needs to. The Mirror Herb item's great there to kind of play on that Defiant ability. Yep. It's just got a lot of tools, and it has access to a lot of moves as well, like close combat that you can really take use of, how good fighting type is in this format. So I really like it, and I think it's something that we could maybe see a little bit more usage of, but we'll have to see what our players decide on, of course.
I think pretty strong points, in all honesty.
Thanks. That's probably the nicest thing you've said to me all day.
And it probably will be for the rest of the weekend.
Set the bar now.
I haven't.
All downhill from here.
It definitely is. But I guess, in all seriousness, Lou, you do have some other good picks aside from the Gastrodon. We've got the Alolan, Ninetales, Kingambit, and Jumpluff. Talk to me a bit about those three.
I honestly think Costa's microphone is cracking up there a little bit. Although I do think, again, Lee made some great points for Arcanine.
Okay.
One thing that Arcanine doesn't want to face is a Gastrodon, in all fairness.
Yes, that's very true.
So I feel like, you know, Gastrodon does have a little bit of credibility on that list, but also I'm a big supporter of Gabriella Garti's Alolan Ninetales team. That's why it's up there as #1, because weather has been so dominant in this regulation. I'd like to see it come back. And then, honestly, the Kingambit and Jumpluff, it's almost like I'm a secret Joe Ugarte fan, being like, these are the two Pokemon that he does really well with, but also I'm seeing them everywhere, and I really think that they have the potential to do very well this weekend.
Yeah, and I guess very quickly from yourself, Zoe, we've lost the graphic. Call out to one of your Pokemon.
I would like to pick Dondozo. It's a solo one because it's still really good. Without the Tatsugiri, you're not forced to stay on the field and you can switch out. And unaware means you just completely ignore your opponent's boosting. But Costa, I feel like Lee picked sand. Yes. Lou picked snow.
Yes.
I picked a Pelipper, right? Yes. So you should have picked sun. Why didn't you?
Because there's no reason.
Come on.
We already know it's going to be there. Like, why put an expected Pokemon? You know, I had to put Ceruledge because that's the answer to sun, which is the Flash Fire.
You know what's good against Ceruledge?
What?
Gastrodon.
Here we go. Okay, all right. We're going to skip to the next topic because I think I've had enough of this. Anyway, so moving on.
Like Gastrodon's good against all of your picks, actually.
Okay.
Good coverage.
Things are getting out of hand here. Now we have two of them. So, moving on, I think, Zoe, you spoke a bit about Dondozo and its unaware ability. If everyone at home is unaware of the options in order to go ahead and make sure you are keeping in tune with all of the action going on, we have a lovely little website, which, of course, is available on the screen down below in the graphic. And you can actually go ahead and access all sorts. We've got all of our links. We've got all of our socials there. It's a great opportunity to be able to go ahead and actually make sure you truly do not miss out on anything, as we obviously do have these streams live right now. If you're not watching, which obviously I would be very surprised if you're not right now if you're listening to me. We've got YouTube, we've got Twitch, and of course, we've got all of the socials there, just in case you don't want to use our beautiful website. So yes, please make sure you are tuning in. And it's a great opportunity to go ahead and also get any posts that you want to share. You know, make sure you use the hashtag #PlayPokemon in order to have the opportunity to potentially get featured on stream. But I think we have dilly-dallied quite a bit in this segment. It might just be
Gastrodon.
Yeah, I agree. Very much so. But I think it's time for us to actually get into the action. So, swift break. We'll be right back as we slush rush straight over to the caster desk.
More than 500 trainers gathered together on the windy coasts of Gdansk for the third major European tournament of the 2025 season. There was a fantastic variety of teams, and all four weathers got their time to shine on stage. Sun, in particular, was the blazing star, with players Marco Silva and Andreas Stefanczyk piloting identical Sun teams to scorch their opponents on day one. But overnight, storm clouds gathered and darkened the sun, with many teams on day 2 running hyper-offensive rain. Ultimately, the finals culminated in a classic weather war, with Marco Silva's blistering sun team against Federico Camporesi's torrential rain team, with 2 two hyper-offensive weather teams, there was no room for mistakes, and the match between these two powerhouse trainers was tight right down to the very end. In Game 1, Marco made a fantastic read against his opponent and punished Federico's Basque Legion on the switch-in by knocking it out in one hit. This proved to be too much for Federico, and Marco took Game 1 commandingly. In Game 2, just as Marco was on the cusp of victory, Federico landed a crucial Hurricane Confusion onto Porygon 2, which then hurt itself in confusion. This small window was all Federico needed, and he swiftly used this advantage to sweep through Marco's team. Game 3 was an explosive set. Federico seized an early advantage by getting a turn 1 one-hit knockout onto Marco's Charizard. But this was far from over. Marco retaliated by removing Electabuzz with another one-hit knockout and set up the Trick Room. After a blistering turn where Ursaluna and Kingambit both got knocked out in one hit, our players were down to their final two Pokémon. And here, ultimately, Marco's Trick Room ended up helping Federico, for Federico's Pelipper on the Trick Room summoned the rain and stormed through the field, crowning him as the 2025 Gdansk Regional Champion. But the story doesn't end here. Come join us at our next event, and maybe you could be our next champion.
Absolutely phenomenal here from Luca. He had it all planned out from the start.
My favorite Pokemon type, it's Ghost. I don't know. It just feels right. It's a great type.
We jump into the very first game of the Masters Finals.
I don't think I changed my strategy throughout the tournament. In general, I think it's just a hunch of how you should play. It really just comes down to the plays you're gonna make and how you're gonna adapt to your opponents. My strategy was using Miraidons and Ogerpon Fire and Ushi for Rapid Strikes to run through my opponents.
Fantastic play by Luca, the one-hit KO.
While having Iron Hands and Farigiraf to slow down the pace. Miraidon has been the best Pokemon in the tournament.
That is a massive turn here from Luca.
All the players I faced this tournament have been a challenge on their own. In general, I was worried about some supporter Pokemons, such as Landorus or Rock Ogerpon, when coupled together with other strong Pokemons like Calyrex Ice, Calyrex Shadow, or Terrapagos were really difficult to deal with. I think my strategy to beat those Pokemon was pretty straightforward. I just hoped that I was able to hit them harder than they could withstand.
And that is going to be Luca one step closer to becoming the world champion.
This was my 5th World Championships. I've never gotten this far. I was happy enough with just making it to Top Cut, but I started to realize there was an opportunity to do something even bigger, something that I never even dreamed of. The moment I knew that I was going to win was when I was able to knock out the Calyrex Shadow with Farigiraf.
And he's done it. This is his first major win, and what a one to have.
It was unexpected, but I'm extremely lucky and happy to be where I'm at right now. I want to shout out my family for always supporting me ever since I started playing when I was just 14. My group of friends, they've been phenomenal, and I thank all of them for being there with me.
Welcome back, everybody. That was a
bit of a lift.
That was we're rising to the occasion. Yeah, of course, welcome. We are here. We have definitely slush rushed our way through, obviously, to the caster desk. We've got lovely Pokemon here looking at you with the slush rush. But yeah, no, not you. You. Sorry, I just need to clarify. I am Costa Didymos, joined by, I would say lovely, but after that couch segment.
Oh, don't let it come between.
Oh, mate. Okay, well, regardless, by the lovely for now, Lee Provo. of us, and we are here very excited with day one here at Pokémon Stuttgart Regional Championships of 2025. My lord, what a delight it is, especially coming off of the past weekend, or past 2 weekends, obviously, where we've had Sacramento, and then we've had the Latin America International Championships.
Yeah, 2 really big events to come into this one to kind of cap off our EU regional for the 2024 year, because it's the 2025 season, of course, will be back in the new year, but this one is going to be the last Regulation H event, which is very exciting in its own right. We've got an absolutely stacked field of players out there as well today. We just had the little bit of a preview video of Luca Cerabelli, and Luca Cerabelli is here this weekend as well. So, I mean, it's just the list of players that are accomplished, the accolades goes on and on out in the field. It's going to be an amazing event. I always say it feels electric out there.
It does.
It's very exciting, and I'm just really looking forward to getting into the thick of it today.
Oh, 100%. And I think being able to go ahead and actually see the progression of all these trainers reaching this point of the season where we're just behind the halfway point. This is the final EU event, is such a great thing. Obviously, looking at the leaderboards where we've got the representation from the EU side of things, we saw Victor Medina come out on top, not only in EU, also globally, and he's not the only EU representative to do that. We've got Marco Silva, second EU and global, third Federico Camporesi, EU and global.
It's incredible to see the strength of our EU players in particular, how well they've kind of went to further afield from our European regionals and had so much success in these big events and just racking up those points very early on. You think the amount of points that they have at this stage of the season is just unprecedented. It's remarkable. And you think, wow, we've got so much of the season left to go before we get to the World Championships. And one way, in respect to these players, they're probably at the point where they could maybe say, okay, well, I want to just take a little bit of time off, take a bit of time to, in retrospect, kind of have a break, a breather, and then come back into it maybe in that run up to the World Championships. And I think the performances early on in the season always allow you that kind of ability to do that, you know, that a lot of players maybe choose to take a break at the first part of the season because they know they're going to be able to kind of rack up those points later on. But I think, getting the job done early on is exactly what you really want to be doing, you know?
Yeah, exactly that. And I think just to call out, Victor is on 1,572 CP.
Wow.
That is a lot of CP. That normally would be able to give, like, what, 5 equivalent Worlds qualifications in previous seasons. But yeah, talking about, obviously, Victor, we've got him as one of the players to watch. But he's not the only one. We've got a lot of fire and action with all of these trainers confirmed to be here this weekend.
Yeah, Luca Cerabelli, we've already talked about, our current reigning world champion. We saw that incredible performance in Honolulu earlier this year, and this will be the first major, I believe, that Luca will be attending. So it's going to be great to see how he adapts from that Regulation G into Regulation H, and if he has as much success and can kind of come into this event and do what he normally does and perform pretty well on these stages. Then you've got Joseph Ugarte. We touched upon Joe being here at the couch section, and you know what I've said about Joe, his consistency this season has just been remarkable, and it's going to be really interesting to see how he kind of adapts from that US regional where coming off the back of Sacramento, second place, can he translate that into this event this weekend in such a tough field?
Yeah, and I think not to add any more oil into the fire between the NA versus EU debate, but Joe is out, obviously, to pick up this title. He wants it very bad. He hasn't been able to do it in previous EU events, but this is potentially going to be the event he's looking to do so in. And obviously, he's on great form right now. So I'm quite excited to see if he's brought the same team. He most likely has, of course, brought the same team. He feels so fluid with it. We've got the sun variation of it, but it's not exactly on par as Marco's. It does have the really nice adaptations of the Garchomp. You've got the Jumpluff still, but you do have other Pokemon such as Kingambit in order to sort of answer the call to any of those highly threatening ghost type, the Pokemon such as, you know, the Golden Goes, the Basculegions. You're able to get that immediate sucker punch offensive threat on the board with them.
Yeah, and I think if you do allow it to kind of sit on the field and get into the correct positions that you wanted to. As an opponent, it's a very awkward Pokemon to play against. Like you say, with that Sucker Punch, and then if you're trying to play around the Sucker Punch, you can get caught out with that Kowtow Cleave, and yeah, it's a very strong Pokemon. It does have a harder time in this format, of course, with the rise in particular of Sneasler, which gives it a very hard time, of course. So you have to probably go with that more defensive Terrestrialization, whereas I think optimally you would want to go for that Dark type if you could, but you still have that weakness, although you are taking that Steel type away, so you lose a little bit of that super effective damage.
A bit of a trade-off.
Slightly, yeah.
I was going to say.
But like you say, with the jump fluff, and I love how Joe's piloted the jump fluff, like we mentioned on the couch as well, how we've seen a lot of success with jump fluff where it's not had any attacking moves, where Joe really hasn't opted for that, not comfortable with that, and going for an attacking option on that Pokemon as well. So it'll depend whether or not Joe's changed up anything coming into this weekend. Of course, that's something we'll have to see if he is featured later on the broadcast. But I do like the ability to have every Pokemon being able to kind of give their own distribution in a game where you haven't got an end game in certain matchups where it's sitting there and you haven't got an option to attack your opponent and you think, well, it's locked up already. It gives you the ability to kind of close things up.
Oh, but it seems like we're actually going to start getting straight into the action with our first stream match of today. Of course, do want to highlight that we are starting these stream matches on round 2 of Swiss, but regardless, this is going to be a really good point where we've got our trainers 1-0 right now going up against each other. So on the right, for me, definitely a very familiar face, Flavio Del Pidio. We've got a already previous EU IC champion on our screens, which is amazing to see, versus Aline Kleinschnitz, of course, representing the German region.
Yeah, great to see. Aline, probably not one of those players that we've had on the broadcast so often, but it's a great opportunity here to kick off in Germany with a German player. Again, going up against the former IC champion in Flavio, who is very familiar to this sort of setting. And both players having interesting teams, of course, going into this. It's always difficult coming into that first game, but like we say, we're coming into this in round 2, so these players have already had one game to kind of warm themselves up before coming into the action here on the stage in front of all of you spectating at home.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity. Like you said, I think this is sort of the point where it gives a lot of inspiration for newer trainers to be able to dabble more in, you know, having the great opportunity to go up against not only great trainers, but actually be featured on stream may initially seem to be, you know, a bit nerve-wracking. It adds another layer of stress that's sort of like untoward, and you don't necessarily profit off of it, obviously, but it's great to be able to rise to the occasion. And I think this is a great opportunity for Aline to do so, and easily, you know, go it, not easily, but like I'd say, have the opportunity to absolutely shell-shock us right now, as well as Flavio, with their performance.
Yeah, I like that, shell-shocking us. But I think one of the things about the players that come onto the stage, especially when it's maybe their debut on the stream, it's being able to shut that noise out that's around you. And I think if you can shut the noise out, you can concentrate on your game, then you've got no trouble. But it's that added pressure, like you say, that can be there. There may be expectation that, you know, people are watching at home. It is added pressure, and we see time and time again how our top players really do perform to such a good level because they're on stream so much and they can do it. But it's a great example, Eileen, here for anyone at home that might be watching and tuning in for the first time, that is hungry to maybe come to these events, interested to see how you can get on, even if it is your first time coming to an event, how you can be on the stage and you can just adapt and play your game.
Yeah, and obviously Flavio on the other side of the field, it's got a vast array of experience as well as accolades to his name. He's definitely not been able to have as strong of a shine in the current format, but you can see in all the previous formats he's done just that. So this will be such a great opportunity for himself to be able to come to the fore.
Yeah, and you can see the list of accolades for Flavio here. 2022 top 16 at Worlds, and then Milan Special Event Champion that same season, EU IC Champion 2029, and then Leipzig Regional Champion. So not shy to these sort of events.
Yeah, in this region, no doubt. So I'm going to be quite intrigued to actually see how both of the teams that these trainers have brought are actually going to pair up against each other. So a couple of really interesting picks, most notably that one on Aline's side. I'm going to have to call it out right now.
I saw it, yeah.
You know it, right? Yeah. So Sylveon is going to be on stream. My lord, where is Rose right now to see this? Oh, wait, Rose is actually playing today.
Yes.
There's that as well.
It's the Rose effect, but the Sylveon, I mean, we're going to get into the team details in a moment, but I think a really good pick here. I think you know how strong Fairy type can be into this format in general, and Sylveon's got to be one of those that hits probably harder than most other fairies that are available now. We've seen the dropout of those legendaries. Bit of a recap here of Aline's team. It is the Mousehold Annihilate. We got that combination there. Rillaboom, we saw drop off in Sacramento, and that top 8 at least is making a return here on our round 2 with Pelipper, Sylveon, and that Dragonite.
Yeah, really nice picks here. I mean, Sylveon is essentially that main source of a power hitter in terms of the fairy typing, and being able to profit off of that pixelate ability to enhance its fairy type damage, as well as a choice specs, and the defensive water terror is quite nice, because if you're able to position it to a point where you've got, let's say, a Mousehold right next to it with the friend guard ability as well, you can play a bit around the protect plays, you know, whether you're anticipating the double into the Mousehold or just go and dispatch huge damage straight off the bat.
Yeah, and it depends how it's been trained as well, because it probably is going to benefit from that Tailwind on the Pelipper. You get that Tailwind setup, it's going to be faster than most things on the field, and then it's easy to click that Hyper Voice, which is a double target attack. It's going to do huge damage. With the Pixelate ability, it turns into a Fairy type attack, and with that choice specs on top as a multiplier, it's going to make it very difficult to manage and not give as much room to Flavio in this match. Has to be very careful. You can see here on Flavio's side with that Pelipper, one Pokemon that does have access to Wide Guard that could maybe help against that spread damage, doesn't have it this time around.
No, and I've definitely seen Pelipper starting to bring Wide Guard back, but that's not the case, at least for this round. We do have Bug, Archaludon. This is giving me Shohei Kimura LAIC vibes right now, because it's just so well placed to be able to have those really critical resists to the fighting types, as well as to any sort of threatening types as well. But regardless, we've got the really cool balance score of the Amoonguss Incineroar. We've seen so much success with this Pokemon. Basculegion, late game or mid game sweeper as well. You could even bring it in the lead and go for that very powerful flip turn pivot.
Yeah, it's a very strong Pokemon when you've got it there with that choice band, especially when the Rain's active. And, you know, you're going to have to really protect things like that Sylveon if you are Eileen from that Pokemon. You do have a really good resource there in the Rillaboom, though. Something that has got that instantaneous Grassy Glide damage onto it. And if you look at the Terrestrialization type on the Basculegion, it is water, so it doesn't have a way of getting out of that weakness from the Grass-type Pokemon.
Yep.
So I think something that you have to be aware of if you're Flavio, you do have, of course, your Pelipper to help with that Rillaboom matchup. But then again, it's kind of putting your pieces in the right places, not kind of taking too many risks early on in this game, kind of feeling out how your opponent's going to approach this game, really, in a lot of ways.
Yeah, 100%. So I guess from Aline's side, we've got the case where they have to try to be able to handle that immediate offensive, let's say, Basculegion mode, where it can easily be brought with that Pelipper for maximum damage, maybe get a Tailwind set up, and then bring that Archaludon in, because it's such a good way to be able to bait out stamina boosts. And then all of a sudden, you've got the case where the Annihilate, or maybe even the Dragonite, could start having a bit more room to be able to maneuver. But then there's also the option of going for the straight sweeper potential to minimize the available resources Flavio has, whittle down those Pokemon within range, where perhaps a Rillaboom could be the main key piece here in order to have priority Grassy Glide focus and maybe even pick up a KO or two.
Yeah, that's so right. And I think when you look at both sides of the field, it's really going to go down to how both players approach this match and the skill level here to kind of master their archetype in a way, because there's answers on both sides of the field, and we're going to get straight into it here. Round 2 at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. We're going to see Flavio lead off with that Goldingo and the Basculegion, and Aline leading with the Annihilate and trusted partner Mousehold.
Yeah, I mean, the partnership between these Pokemon is absolutely unspoken, because they so work very well with each other. We've got the potential beat-up strategy that could come out, but that's at the cost of the Basculegion focus, even picking up the KO onto the Annihilate if there's no terrestrialization.
Yeah, the Annihilate's got a really nice terrestrialization type here because you go for that Water Terror type, you take away that Ghost weakness that's there on the Gholdengo and the Basque Legion, and you give yourself the resistance to those big, powerful water attacks, especially if we are going to see the Pelipper join the fray now and set up that Drizzle ability. Bring the rain. Here we go.
Oh, here we go. In the Gholdengo's stead of making it rain, but Wave Crash, no redirection, going straight into the mouse hole, does pick up the KO thanks to that rain boost right there, which is so crucial because all of a sudden Aline has lost that main redirection and friend guard support. Annihilate may well just go for the bulk up. Oh no, it actually goes for the Rage Fist, targeting that Basque Legion, but I don't think it's going to be... Oh, it's not enough!
Just survives! So close to picking up the knockout there. And you can see how useful that Rocky Helmet chip would have been there. It might have just been enough to tick it over the edge. Fortunately for Eileen, the Rage Fist hadn't had that boost to its attack, so still quite low damage at the moment. Really saving Flavio here, but really good use from Flavio to prevent that beat up potentially on the Annihilate. You've got to imagine that's what Eileen was going for, removing that friend guard as well. Big play, but now we do see that Rillaboom come in. It is going to threaten the Basque Legion, maybe forces it out, and the Pelipper's in a decent position here where it can potentially get a tailwind up or start just getting some useful damage onto Eileen's side of the field.
Yeah, it was truly great insight to be able to try to scout out if the Wave Crash recoil combo with the Rage Fist is enough to pick up the KO, but like you said, the Pelipper right now may have to force the Annihilate to go for a terrestrialization, as obviously the Basque Legion slot is marked off. So the real question is, will Aline actually cave into the pressure there, go for that terrestrialization, burn it early on, which may give the advantage to Flavio with the switch out?
Yeah, well, Flavio not wanting to give that Basque Legion up just as easy. So switching it out now for the Archaludon that comes in, and if it is into maybe one of those grass type attacks or a fake out, it's not, could activate that stamina boost, but we're just going to see the Pelipper slow down this turn here, and a bulk up coming out from the Annihilate, going to boost that attack and that defense and give it a bit more presence now going into this next turn.
Very gutsy. I absolutely love that play because you're not burning the terrestrialization straight off the bat, and you're not even getting the stamina boost on the Archaludon proc. So all of a sudden, I think right now, Aline needs to focus on getting that setup going, having that support on the side, even if the mouse hold is gone. You still got the option of having that Pelipper in the back if you are Aline yourself in order to have tailwind pressure, but Sylveon feels like it's in a good spot to be able to threaten any stamina boost on the Archaludon as long as you can position it.
Yeah, exactly. If the Sylveon is lying in wait for Eileen, it's going to be a great Pokemon to bring in later in this game. But you've got to say and take your hat off to Eileen how brave that play was in front of that Basque Legion that was locked into Wave Crash to say, I'm confident it's going to switch out because of the pressure that I got with that Rillaboom. Just phenomenal start to this game, and this is back and forward. We are seeing the terrestrialization activated on Flavio's side of the field, and it is going to be that Bug Terror type, taking away that fighting and ground weakness.
Oh, no Terror from Aline's side, not wanting to go for the bait of the Electro Shot into the Water Terror Annihilate. The Electro Shot does move first with the Archaludon focusing down on the Annihilate. Not going to be enough to pick up a KO. Barely even half HP dealt there with a Pelipper Tailwind support going in order to ensure you can outspeed this Annihilate with both Pokemon. And there's the first stamina boost.
Yeah, the Drain Punch here is really not as effective as you kind of want it to be. A really smart terrestrialization and the stamina boost giving it a defense boost. Now, the Tailwind not really benefiting as much as what you would have thought because the Archaludon was already faster than anything. We are seeing a big Wood Hammer come out from this Rillaboom, picking up the knockout on the Pelipper. But you feel like it's done its job now. It's got that Tailwind up and set up whatever is lying in wait in the back. And we know it is that Gholdengo that's going to come in now, be able to drop some big Mega Rains onto the field.
And it's so important to stress that that Pelipper has to be max speed in order to outspeed most Rillabooms with their general training in the meta, because if you don't get that Tailwind set up and you succumb to the Woodhammer first, then the Gholdengo is in a very awkward spot with that Rage Fist proc on the Annihilate at +1. So it's so important and maybe a key piece in the subsequent matches ahead.
Yeah, and it makes it so difficult now, Aline, if they do have that Sylveon in the back.
Yep.
You're sitting in front of two steel types. I mean, a pseudo-steel type at the moment. Archaludon is a bug type, terrestrialized. But again, you're going to be really threatened by those attacks, those Make It Rains. And do you have a way to remove the Archaludon with your Annihilate that's going to be pretty threatened this next turn? And it can't really terrestrialize because of the threat of that Electro Shot. And all we're going to see is Flavio in stamp more authority into this with that nasty plot.
Yeah, going for the very risky play there, not wanting to sort of say, right, I don't want to play defensive right now. I want to have to force you to focus into either of the slots, unless the electric shot can pick up the KO for this range. It does not. 9 hit points remaining and a citrus berry proc, and all of a sudden we've got a double proc Rage Fist +1 Annihilate, which doesn't even target the Golden Go. It goes for the Archaludon. It knows what the threat is, and it's able to put it in a really respectable range.
Yeah, that's good damage there and really useful here as a knockout comes out from the Rillaboom, taking away what is the life orb on that Goldingo, going to make sure that it's not getting any increased damage after that nasty plot. There was the opportunity there to get the Rage Fist into the Goldingo. You think remove that from the field, because then Basculegion's forced in, and then you have that Grassy Glide onto the Basculegion from the Rillaboom, and then you can concentrate all your efforts onto that one, Archaludon. But at the same time, that Rage Fist damage really useful. You can see how much it did. If you get another one off, it's going to be enough to probably pick up the knockup, but can you do it with the Tailwind up and this Goldingo already set up?
Exactly, and I think the real key thing here is Aline to try to identify to stall out the turns of both Tailwind as well as Rain to not allow this Archaludon to get even more offensive momentum on its side. But most importantly, you want to be able to start focusing down on one of these slots. You need to pick up a KO. Now, you should be able to have enough support with an Assault Vest Rillaboom knockoff if you switch out, but no switch outs here. Aline just going straight ahead with the terrestrialization of the Rilla.
Yeah, and it's going to be into that Fire Terra type, getting that Fire type Terra crown. Looks great on the but a really good play here. The big question is, are you going to protect that Annihilate this turn? We don't see the Protect coming out. Big Make It Rain enough to take the Annihilate, and the Rillaboom taking it pretty comfortably.
Yeah, and the Dragon Pulse is probably going to be coming out right now. The question is it enough to pick up the KO at +2 of special attack on an AV Rilla at around 60-70%? It might just be... it is survival! 2 hit points! Golden Go out for the count right now, and all of a sudden allowing Aline that final free switch in to the 4th slot.
That is a massive survive here, and it all comes down to what Aline's got in the back. Is it that Sylveon, or is it another option here? It isn't. As you can see, it is going to be the Pelipper, and there is the option here for the Tailwind to be there. You've still got the Grassy Terrain on effect. Is it going to last this next turn, though, to allow the Grassy Glide to pick up the knockout on the Basculegion, or is it going to run out? This is the big question. The Drizzle is activated on the field once again. Grassy Terrain for one more turn. That Grassy Glide going to be easily able to pick up the Basculegion here. The big question is, though, is the Basculegion going to be able to get the Aqua Jet off and pick up the knockout on the Rillaboom before the Aqua Jet, before the Grassy Glide goes into the Basculegion? And you've got to say, probably at this stage, yes.
Yeah, and I think it's so close, because it's really based around the priority speed brackets right now. They're both at +1, but like we said, we've got this Swift Swim Basculegion in the rain. So even though it's a great bring to have Pelipper endgame versus Bug Terra Archaludon for the sweep, that's the problem. You've allowed this Basculegion to go first, picks up the Rilla. So the question right now is, does this Pelipper outspeed? Does it go and pick up the KO with the Hurricane and then pick up that Basculegion on its own?
Yeah, we're going to find out. It's not, unfortunately. The Electro Shot coming out from the Archaludon. It is boosted up and going to be more than enough to pick up the knockout. But there is the Focus Sash, of course, on this Pelipper, so it is going to be able to take at least one of these attacks. But unfortunately, with that Basculegion already locked into the Aqua Jet with the Choice Band held out, and there it looks like it's going to be an uphill struggle, and maybe a game that Flyvo is going to be able to easily lock up this next turn. The Hurricane, of course, is going to be strong, super effective into that Bug-type Archaludon, taking it down, but it's done so much work in this game, and the Basculegion looks like it's going to be able to lock this one up.
So close, yet so far. And it really does come down to the training. There was a bit of a call out there. The Tailwind was still up, so even if Swift Swim wasn't in play because of the rain, that Basculegion would have always still outsped. So, and that is actually an indication for the Pelipper as well, right?
Yeah.
Because we really needed, if Aline was trying to go for the win condition there, the Pelipper to outspeed. If there was no Tailwind, maybe it would have, but I know Shohei's Archaludon at least is very speedy. So I think Flavio may have gotten a bit of inspiration from that Pokemon, even if the Tailwind was in play.
Yeah, and I think it's testament to how the players do train their Pokemon and how these intricate details can play a huge factor in these moments in games. Really, yeah, having the ability to kind of keep that Basculegion as well would have been so easy for Flavio to say, okay, well, I'm just going to let it go down when it was after that first turn, the Rillaboom's come onto the field, and it gives me a free switch in the next turn. But no, I'm not going to give up my resources for free. I'm going to keep it because it can come down to these really key timings at the end of games. And this is what it's all about. A really good example for everyone at home to not give up things for free, even if it feels like maybe sometimes it's a better situation to do.
Yeah, and it's so tough because Aline had to try to consider bringing the Pelipper into a rain team for the end game, but being able to have that foresight of the Bud Terra being so important with the Archaludon as a key piece for Flavio really goes to pay dividends to Aline's really good processing and matchup comprehension there, as of course we see Flavio is able to go ahead, wrap up business for game 1, going with an advantage into game 2. So Lee, what are we thinking about this game 2? You feel there was any bad or not so positive of a bring from Aline, or do you think we're probably going to stick with the same 4?
I think there might be a switch up. I think the one thing you would say is if you are Aline, and you know, you can argue the point here, but I think the mouse holders give up way too easy in that game. And yes, it did enable the Annihilate to kind of further be a bit more effective in that game, but I think the mouse hold is the bring there. You kind of want to have it around on the field a little longer than that to give you that friend guard boost and give you that redirection as well, and maybe getting a bit, you know, it's a brave call going for the beat up in front of that Basque Legion there. Turn 1, and you're playing a bit of a mind game when you probably didn't necessarily need to, and you can see how close it was coming down to that end game. But I do like the inclusion of things like that Sylveon because it's so hard to bring, right? But you need to get it in a position where you're taking advantage of maybe your own Pelipper, getting that Tailwind up and kind of getting your Tailwind up after Flavio goes for that Tailwind, if that's the route Flavio goes down. And then your Sylveon at that end game, if you can preserve it till that end point of the game, the Tailwind runs out on your opponent's end and you've still got yours active, then you can really take advantage of the Sylveon, that Hyper Voice, that choice specs, and not have to worry about things like the Goldingo and the Archaludon that have those big threatening attacks.
And you're quite right, because that turn 1 really swung the momentum in Flavio's favor. You're able to pick up that mouse hold, which acts as such a key piece there. So Aline was probably between 2 minds there. You either go for the protect on the mouse hold and then the offensive read of, okay, Annihilate's not going to get targeted here. I'm going to go ahead and either get a bulk up setup or go for the Rage Fist to deal at least some damage onto the Basque Legion. But it's sort of tough as well, because I think Aline may have considered going for the taunt onto that Pelipper as well at the same time. So it's really split between a crosshair there of being able to gain as much momentum, but at what cost? That trade was too great, even though Aline did a really good job in trying to bring it back later.
Yeah, exactly that. And maybe it's a case of, do I lead with the Rillaboom instead, keep the mouse hold in the back, and then you've got that nice switch in if you need to activate that friend guard at any point, but you do have a way to threaten that Basque Legion from the start of the game. You're going to see Flavio not change it up. It is going to be that Pelipper and the Basque Legion, but a change it from Aline. It is going to be the Sylveon coming onto the field alongside that mouse hold, and we love this change.
Genuinely. Unfortunately, mouse hold is probably going to be going down here if it goes for the redirection, but the key piece here is the fact that the Pelipper does not have wide guard. This is most likely going to be a free Hyper Voice. There is the consideration of the Pelipper going for the damage if the mouse hold does go down, but then that gives Aline incentive to go for that mouse hold protect. Very risky play going for the offensive with the Sylveon.
Yeah, and you've got the choice there where we've seen Aline lock into this Terrestrialization, where you go for that Terrestrialization on the Sylveon, you get the resistance to those big, powerful water type attacks that would normally pick up the knockout, and you do have the ability to then protect the mouse hold here. We are seeing Flavio react to this lead, taking the Pelipper out of the frame, maybe keeping it around for later, and a really good adjustment here, bringing in that Among Us. It's not going to mind taking those Hyper Voices with that poison type resistance that it does have.
Yeah, really nice adaptation from Flavio there, sort of identifying Sylveon could really be a thorn in his matchup side, especially with this water terrestrialization. So yeah, most likely, like we were talking about, Lee, go for the defensive mouse hold protect play, have friend guard available to be able to really sponge up the damage, but the Wave Crash doesn't even go into the Sylveon, so no chip damage to be done. However, in the inverse, Hyper Voice, 2-hit KO onto the Basque Legion. That is a lot of damage.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage, and really great adjustment here from Aline, and putting that Basque Legion in a position now where if you are Flavio, you almost want to switch it out, but what have you got in the back to bring in for it? Because you've got your Amoonguss you've already brought onto the field, and yes, you do threaten with a Spore now, but the Mousehold in a position where it has just protected. It could go for that redirection. The issue is, if the Basque Legion does stay on the field and go for that wave crash, it will, of course, go before anything else because of the rain, the swift swim there. It will pick up the knockout onto the Mousehold, remove it, and then you've got the situation where the Amoonguss can then Spore into the Sylveon. You kind of want to avoid that if you can. Maybe we see an adjustment where Rillaboom does enter the field now, and that would be probably something that benefits the Mousehold, that wave crash into the Mousehold play a lot better, and that's exactly what we're going to see.
Oh, as of course Rillaboom now brings not only its drums as well as the grassy terrain on the field. It'll be able to also be a great spot to be able to take the damages. The focus is in there. It does. Wow. Take the damage. Sorry, it took a lot of damage to hit KO on that slot. Hyper Voice will pick up the Basque Legion. Amoonguss most likely going for the Spore, even though it is Amoonguss the sleepy. It is probably going to be putting this Sylveon straight to sleep, and it does.
Yeah, you get a little bit of return from this play from Flavio, where you're covering bases, you're not locking into that Spore into that Mousehold slot, smartly going to the Sylveon, so there has to be redirection there, not to get any utility out of it. You do lose the Basque Legion, but again, you get a lot of return from it. Into a resisted Rillaboom, you're getting over 50% damage with that Wave Crash, so powerful. But one piece down for Flavio. Alcaladon coming onto the field now. Sylveon's asleep. It makes things a little bit more awkward for Aline. Can you get through these turns of sleep effectively before this Alcaladon does start to set up? And now, because of that terrestrialization, you're weak to the Electro Shot, which is such an easy target now. And the Rillaboom does have an active fake out this turn, of course, so you can slow things down, try and get that Sylveon woken up, and I think that's what you've got to try and do as quick as possible if you are. You need these Hyper Voices to be back in play.
And that's sort of the trade that you have to accept when you're going for the defensive Terra Water on that Sylveon. It's sort of, as long as you pick up the Basque Legion, that's great. But then obviously our Chalodon Electro Shot doesn't feel the best, and that's why the fake out's gone into the Chalodon, even at the cost of the +1 in stamina. Pollen Puff not enough to pick up the KO at that range. Grass terrain recovery really coming in quite nicely there, even though I don't think it was enough regardless to pick up the KO unless there's any sort of high roll. So Amoonguss in this slot where it can't go for Spores right now. Maybe you can risk to go for the Spore into the Sylveon, but if Aline needs to try to go for an advantage, this Sylveon needs to wake up, and you need to, of course, go for the Hyper Voice.
Yeah, and it's had that one turn of sleep, so it could wake up this next turn, and you really need it to here. The Amoonguss not in that position where it's really going to be that useful here. Of course, another Pollen Puff, probably enough to take down the Rillaboom, which is great. You take away one of those key components for Aline, but at the same time doing that, you then enable the Mousehold to come on the field, because Sylveon likely going to be able to take a 1 Electro Shot, but is it going to be able to take a boosted Electro Shot? Probably not. And you could see Flavio get quite cute here, where maybe the Pollen Puff isn't the play and go for another Spore into that Sylveon. So if it does wake up, you can put it straight back. We are seeing that Electro Shot, though, from the Alcaladon, Costa.
Yeah, going, of course, into the Sylveon slot. Is it enough to pick up the KO? Oh, it is! Wow!
Huge knockout. Critical hit.
Critical hit. We know how specially defensive bulk this Sylveon has. I'm not sure about the couch there, but that feels like it may have actually really cinched it off to the point where it ruled out any roll situations going. Stamina +2 our Chalodon right now. It does forego its Assault Vest in return, and there's a safe Spore, like you mentioned, Lee, trying to target down that Sylveon, and obviously being met with an immune Rilla.
Yeah, and that's really unfortunate, that critical hit, because you've got to think at that stage, even though it's super effective, it's not boosted the Electro Shot. There's got to be a chance with how especially defensive Sylveon is that it does survive that attack, at least one of them. And I think the fact that Aline stayed in there, kind of testament to the fact that, yes, I'm going to get the knockoff onto that Alcaladon. Such a smart play, because you remove that special defensive bulk that the Alcaladon's got. Then the Hyper Voice is going to be hitting so hard. Unfortunately, the critical hit coming out there, really putting the spanner in the works. And now the Mousehold coming back onto the field, and I think Aline's going to have to adapt that game plan. Really smart play from Flavio, of course, with that Spore we talked about. It just trying to catch out the Sylveon if it does wake up, but not really needing to come into play at all in that turn.
Yeah, and I think right now Aline needs to probably try to put all of the win condition oh my lordy, the Pelipper into the win condition basket, because it needs to be able to pick up a KO on the Amoonguss, as well as the Chalodon if there's any sort of terrestrialization on that side of the field. Body press Zolonis trying to target down that mouse hold, being met, of course, with a protect. Aline identifying the correct sort of play is to make sure you have that mouse hold on the field as long as possible. You've got the redirection available and maybe have the late game Pelipper in order to make something about this and try to bring this back.
Yeah, and you can see the rain stopping now, so this means the Electro Shot not going to be that one-turn attack, but Flavio does have that Pelipper in the back to switch in, and the Amoonguss at the point now where it's taking enough damage, so if you switch it out, you'll get that Regenerator activated. The body press is such a threat, though, into this mouse hold, and you've not really got a way to get around it. Mouse hold going to be able to get some attack off of some sort, but really isn't going to be any use into this Alcalidon. The Rillaboom's putting in the work at the minute, and it is being ignored, and I think Aline taking full advantage of that. Can you take advantage of it this next turn, though, when the Amoonguss is likely to switch out for that Pelipper?
And I don't see a clear line that Aline could go for in order to get rid of this Archaludon. You don't even have high horsepower on Rilla. You've got knockoff instead. And this Archaludon, of course, is, I believe, +1, maybe even +2 of its defensive stats. There's nothing aside from either Hurricanes or the Weather Balls that can try to pick up any respectable damage on it.
Yeah, and the Taunt coming out, a really smart play. You know the mouse hold's not really going to get much utility, but being able to stop that Spore is a huge play. The Rocky Helmet chip going to be useful, of course, in this situation.
Yep.
And the fact that now you've switched the Rillaboom out, it's going to be nice to be able to bring it back onto the field. You've got that active fake out, and you can support the Pelipper for at least one turn to get the Tailwind up. Yep. And then if that Archaludon does decide to go for the Terrestrialization, it's going to be really threatened by the Hurricane. So Aline really doing everything they can after that unfortunate critical hit, taking the Sylveon down a few turns earlier.
Yeah, but Flavio's playing exceptionally well in identifying all of the appropriate win conditions and key pieces that he needs to be able to remove over on the lead side of the field. Hasn't even revealed the fourth Pokemon, most likely going to be the Golden Go for a late sweep up. As long as you're able to pick up one of the pieces from Aline's side. Like you said, fake out pressure is available. The Amoonguss is now taunted. May even want to switch out or just try to break a Focus Sash realistically on the Pelipper.
Yeah, the Focus Sash getting broke would be very useful for Aline, especially on this turn coming in. I think this is a really good play here from Aline, being able to set up this end game, because the Archaludon's lost the Assault Vest. It's going to take big damage from these Hurricanes, these Weather Balls, regardless of its resistances or not. And have you got enough, once that Tailwind is set up, to be able to kind of double into it this next turn with the Rillaboom? Maybe you have to commit to a Woodhammer and then the Weather Ball, and then everything comes down to that Pelipper. Can it close out from this point? The Archaludon, the only thing is it's got so much health, though, over on Flavio's side of the field, and all of these stamina boosts are really helping it, in particular against that Rillaboom.
Yeah, we saw the fake out. Tailwind now being set up from Aline's side. Going to be able to outspeed both of Flavio's Pokemon right now, so this is sort of the big opportunity to be able to try to deal as much damage as you can. Apologies before I misspoke. There is no Golden Go. Of course, we had the Pelipper waiting in the back. I've been absolutely swept up by this matchup because obviously there's a lot of rain. It's very slippery outside, so be wary and careful, everybody. But I think Flavio is really set up to the point where this Archaludon is just able to sit on the field and do so much without being dealt a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think one thing that you could look at Aline as a win con is maybe getting that Hurricane into the Archaludon and getting the confusion there, and then relying on that RNG to maybe help pull you back into this game slightly, because if you can get that, it does give you a bit of a foothold. Of course, the Rillaboom going to be able to hit the Pelipper for decent damage this turn. We're not seeing the Hurricane, we're just going to see the Weather Ball into Archaludon, doing respectable damage nonetheless.
Yeah, maybe trying to fish for a crit there as well, as a bit of a form of payback. Woodhammer will be bringing Flavio's Pelipper down to its Focus Sash, but we haven't seen the return and the comeuppance right now from the Archaludon, which does go for the Electroshock. It will most likely be going ahead, trying to focus down on this Pelipper, as the Rillaboom isn't as much of a threat. The main damage dealer is this Pelipper. It will be brought down to its Focus Sash, and probably going to have a double up of the Pelipper over on Flavio's side, picking up the KO.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. Does it return with the Tailwind? Well, no, it doesn't need to, because you're going to be able to take these attacks, following up with a Hurricane onto that Rillaboom. After doing so much work in this game, it is down to this lowly Pelipper with 1 HP, and it's not looking great.
No, it it is not, unfortunately. But I think Aline really putting out all of the stops to be able to try to navigate this very treacherous end game scenario, find that win condition. Weather ball not even enough to pick up the KO there. Still, like we mentioned, because the Assault Vest has been knocked off, dealing very respectable damage, but Flavio is lining up, gonna go ahead and take the Electro shot in order to propel himself with a 2-0 advantage into round 3.
And there it is, the final blow, the Electro shot taking down the Pelipper. Flavio taking this round 2, 2-0 in remarkable fashion.
And what a way to go about it. Of course, we saw how powerful this rain composition has been throughout the entirety of this format. Really, actually forcing Aline to go for some really, I would say, not unorthodox plays, but risky plays. You need to be able to, if you're at a sort of slight matchup disadvantage, capitalize off of the immediate pressure that you can. Go for those reads in order to be able to better position yourself in terms of board position.
Yeah, and I mean, that really showed through in Game 2 in particular when you saw the kind of workings on that turn 1 and having the Sylveon out on the field, terastallizing, switching the mouse hold out as well when they did, to be able to kind of really get the Rillaboom in and then put so much pressure on. It's just very unfortunate. And I mean, you can't, it's very unfortunate about the critical hits, because it would have been nice to see how things played out from that point without it. It's part of the game, of course. But the thing that you got to give Flavio credit for was being able to position that Amoonguss onto the field, because that was really the turning point for his game. That, where it was becoming very difficult. The Basque Legion under a big threat from that Hyper Voice coming out, and then things not looking that great. Bringing the Amoonguss in, soaking up those Hyper Voices so well, and that key turn of being able to put the Sylveon to sleep and not kind of getting distracted by the mouse hold as well, kind of doubling into that slot, thinking, well, the Rillaboom could come in there, so risk versus reward. If it stays on the field, I put it to sleep, which is great. I stopped that support, but if it does switch out, I'm really not in a great place. I lose my Basque Legion. Things go downhill quite quickly from there, so making sure that if the Rage Powder or the Follow Me redirection doesn't come out, then I punish Aline's play, and that's exactly what happened. Flavio shown his experience exactly why he's got so many accolades under his belt.
Definitely, of course. But I think I want to touch on very quick. You mentioned the Amoonguss there in Game 2. We didn't see it come out in Game 1.
No.
We saw the Golden go instead. So maybe trying to peer a bit into Flavio's mind, maybe considering that there's a really good reason to be able to focus down, have that Maker Red available. But of course, we have the Wave Crash, Game 1, Turn 1, picking up the KO, getting rid of the redirection availability. Rage Fist not enough to pick up the KO onto recoil-based Basque Legion.
Yeah, of course, and that was a big turn in that first game, in the way that was preserved by Flavio until that end game, and how pivotal it was in being able to close that very close first game up. You know, it would have been maybe a bit closer the Game 2, of course, but you can see the damage here. The Hurricane coming out, super effective onto that Alcaladon, but again, just coming down to the Basque Legion here in these replays.
So close, though.
So close. And you've got to think, if you've got a little bit more value out of that mouse hold, I said it between games, you can get more value out of the mouse hold in this game. It might pay dividends, but fortunately we didn't see it. It did enough of be a deterrent. It shut down the Amoonguss for a couple of turns with the taunt, but it wasn't really as disruptive or as impactful as you maybe would have liked to have been from the side of the field. And I don't know, looking back retrospectively, it's always good to do that. Was something like the Dragonite maybe a better option to bring in this game, where you had that immediate physical pressure with that scale shot, etc., things like that. You had the haze as well to remove those stamina boosts if you needed, which supported a few other things, but of course it's all ifs, buts and maybes, and what is said is done, because Flavio Del Pedo is our winner from round 2.
Yeah, definitely is. And of course, I think we do have to showcase the Sylveon. It was genuinely a really cool bring.
Brilliant. It was brilliant.
The problem is Flavio recognized that and said, hold up, I'm going to bring my Amoonguss because you're looking for immediate damage output. So best way to do it, bring a Mushroom, which is quite spongy, to be able to redirect and get those very threatening spores onto the other side of the field, because all of a sudden you start slowing down that offensive pressure in such a great way. And obviously Amoonguss, we've seen it win multiple major titles. It's so well placed, and it does incredibly well in every single format it is available in.
Yeah, I'm a big advocate of Amoonguss, and for these exact exact reasons, and it gives you really good mode if your opponent's gone Trick Room, but it also gives such good support to anything beside it, and options and disruption. It's just a great Pokemon all around, and why we do see it time and time again. And I think the adaptation from Game 1 to Game 2 for Flavio in particular, you've got to give huge credit for, because kind of foreseeing that the Sylveon might be a bring because of how good it could be against those potential picks that he had in Game 1. And it worked out exactly that. So again, more testament to Flavio as being that experienced player, and why they do have such good results to their name. And hopefully, I'm sure Flavio will be rooting and gunning for that #1 place this weekend as well.
100%. But of course, that doesn't mean it's all over at all for Aline. Aline, even though not having a lot of accolades right now, this is a great opportunity. This is already an accolade. Being on stream right now at 1-0 for our first round is a really good way to be able to start your day off. 1-1 right now, but that's not probably going to be the case. Well, factually, it's not going to be the case. Next round, it has to change, whether it's a win or a loss. But of course, I think Aline being able to represent the local, regional representation, and that's essentially what we sort of want to see. You know, growing, aspiring trainers coming to the fore, wanting to take their shots, their opportunities, as it's so motivating to actually see your fellow regional-based players, you know, doing such a good job about it. And like we're talking a bit about regional representation, what's the best way for you to be able to go ahead and get involved? Your locals. That's what it is. You need to go ahead and get more involved. There's going to be local events most likely in your region available. We've got the newly changed now VG Challenges. We've got the Cups as well, previously known as the PCs and the MSSs. So definitely go ahead and check out our website to try to look for those events, generally speaking, because it's such a great opportunity, and I think it's the first way that most people get involved with.
Yeah, the locals is your first step, regionals, and then internationals. And it's, if you're interested and you want to get up on stage and showcase your skills, then get involved in your local scene. It's the best place to start, and you're going to meet a lot of friends, great people along the way, and then hopefully one day you'll get up here on the stage and showcase your talents to the rest of the globe, which is amazing. I just want to say how brave some of those plays as well that Aline was making, because it's not easy when you've got such a tough matchup, and to be in that position where you think, oh, this is already tough, I've got a really tough opponent, but to make those plays and to nearly get it to pull off is just incredible to see. So hopefully it isn't the last we see of Aline this weekend.
No, hopefully it is not. But if you're interested in the locals, of course, we've got a very informative video ready for you to go ahead and have a bit of a preview for. So take it away.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Oh, hello. What's going on here?
Well, we've just had a little recap of locals getting involved. I had my phone out because it's for a good reason. You need to get your phones out as well, because we do have a QR code you can scan now, and it's going to take you to a page that will give you all the information you need to know about at home, about locals near you. And that's exactly why I was just getting some lovely shots of you in the meantime, because I had my phone. So yeah, get your phones out.
I was wondering, it's like, Lee, we're live. Do you realize? But no, I think that's a really good shout out. Of course, the QR code is so easily accessible. You want to be able to get involved and check out, then definitely go and review that. So I think we're talking a bit about locals. My first local was back in Manchester. I think it was my first ever event in 2016.
Back in my day.
Back in my day. I mean, that you could definitely say that though, right? Like, I mean, when was your first local, Lee?
Well,
what do you mean? It's been that long. It's been 3,000 years.
That was my first local. I think my first local was probably, I want to say it was a Bristol local. And it was a long time ago.
Yeah?
But no, it wasn't actually.
Oh, okay.
It was Yeovil.
Yeovil, okay.
Yes, big shout out to Susie and the TOs down there for organising those. Great times, great memories. So yeah, Get involved.
Get involved. Definitely get involved. But I think we've got an opportunity to go ahead and hear from our Swiss round number 2 stream match victor, who is, of course, Flavio. So, gonna go ahead and take it away.
Hello, trainers. I am here with Flavio Del Pidio, the winner of our Swiss round 2 of the Stuttgart Regionals. How are you feeling after that?
I'm feeling good because I worked so hard for this tournament and the other tournament. So feeling good for the tournament. Yeah.
That's a great start to the day. Now, you're a veteran of the scene, and in fact, at EOIC last year, you were running a Terabug Gastrodon, and today we're seeing a Terabug Archaludon.
Probably I have a problem with the Terabug because in UIC, I played Terabug Gastrodon and Terabug Baxcalibur. Two Terabugs.
You like bugs?
And now, I love bugs. And now Terabug Archaludon, because Terabug Archaludon is better respectively to the Terra Grass against the Sneasler for their claw, against the Ninetale Salora for Blizzard. Okay. The only problem is Among Us of the Terabug respective to Terra Grass,
Yeah, that makes so much sense. And you had such a dominant game in both those two. You just read your opponent perfectly and made all the great plays. So what were your thoughts when you saw that matchup?
The matchup was tricky because playing against Mousehold and Ihlep is always hard. But she the Mousehold without the safety goggles, so is a little more easy for me. And the Agnale Penrillaboom was slower respected to my Archaludon and Pelipper. So this is very good for me.
Yeah, it's really great. Also, just watching the two Pelipers and your opponent having that Pelipper really helped you as well.
Yeah.
And also, I wanted to kind of get your thoughts on the rest of the season playing out. Are you planning on going to Worlds?
Yeah. I want to go. I started the season with Dortmund Regional, but I didn't play Lille and Danzig. So now I want to play this, Stuttgart and Birmingham, the UIC, obviously, and maybe the NAC. Okay.
That's great. I'm sure we'll be seeing great things from you. Now, very fun question. Is Bug your favorite type then?
Bug? No, it isn't Bug. Probably water and grass.
Okay.
Probably water,
Do you have a favorite Pokemon?
My favorite Pokemon? Politoed.
Ooh, okay. And
my second favorite Pokemon is Quagsire.
Oh, okay. So I'm seeing a bit of a rain theme over here. Did you have any shout-outs?
Yeah, obviously. The first shout-out is for my big friend, Francesco Piopero, Cicciotto, because we work together for a lot of tournaments. We worked very, very, very hard, always time. So he's a very big partner. And other shout-out is for the GGX94, my big friend also. And obviously for my competitive team, Underdogs and ePower's team.
Ooh, very nice. Yes. Well, thank you very much for your wise words. And we're going to cut to a very short break, but we will be back with the Swiss round 3 of the Stuttgart Regional Championships.
I started playing Pokemon back in 2015. I had just moved to Los Angeles, and I was kind of looking for a way to make friends. And I figured, well, I like playing Pokemon. Maybe this would be a good way for me to meet people because I'm a little bit shy. So yeah, I've been playing ever since. My favorite Pokemon, without a doubt, is Dragonite. It is a Pokemon that's been with me ever since the original Red, Blue, and Yellow. And because it made one of the craziest comebacks in VGC history with Dragonite. So I really love that Pokemon. Right now, one of my daily goals is to study Japanese. I'm moving to Japan in December, so I want to make sure that once I'm there, I know the language a good amount so that I can, be able to communicate with people. After going to Worlds in 2023, I really fell in love with the country, so I'm really excited to be moving there. For me, definitely Wolf is one of the people I look up to. He not only is a fantastic player, but also a really good friend and just an amazing person. He's someone that, he has all the accolades in the world, but it doesn't really get to his head. And I think it's really cool to have someone like that in the community that is a good player, but also humble about it. And I look up to that. My goal at playing Pokemon, it varies by the season, but most of the time is always to try and win Worlds. I did Top Cut Worlds in 2016 when I had just started playing. And ever since then, I kind of been failing to reach that same height. So the goal is to always win Worlds, but every year it gets more and more difficult. The players these days are insanely good. So it makes the competition, you know, that much more fierce, but also makes your wins feel much more deserved. My favorite meal of during events is always breakfast. Breakfast is just my favorite meal because I really like having coffee. And for some reason, coffee always tastes better in the morning than it does later in the day. I don't know why. I don't know the science, but it's just the way it works. Probably New York style cheesecake. Pretty bland, but I like it. My favorite city that I've been to, without a doubt, has been Vancouver. I think it's a beautiful city. You can take a train right from the airport to the downtown area. There's great food in there. There's really good nature as well. It's very clean. Every year, whenever I can, I try to always go to Vancouver because I know I'll have a good time there. My friends always tell me I have really bad music taste, and that's fair. I do enjoy a little bit of rock and roll. I do enjoy a little bit more classical music. Video game music is some of my favorite as well. So a little bit of everything, but I definitely don't listen to the more popular songs, and I constantly get made fun of because of that. Maybe Team Brock, because I feel like he's actually one of the more difficult gym leaders because right at the beginning, and if you chose Charmander, you're gonna in for a rough time. But Brock is cool, and you know he's really big part in the anime. He's kind of like the father figure for Ash and Misty. So yeah, I like him.
So I think what makes the difference between a great trainer and other trainers is consistency and persistence. I think the amount of time you put into the game makes a lot of difference. And actually today that's reflecting on my score. So I didn't put as much time as needed. So now I'm out of the day 2. So persistence throughout the years, and sometimes there's some setbacks that will happen, and we will feel pretty down. But to keep at it and to not give up, I think that's the way, and that's what makes a difference.
I would say that making a great Pokemon trainer would be someone who practice with friends, help build and everything. Just practice, practice, practice.
I think the good Pokemon trainer is someone who really knows their Pokemon, really gets around with them. He's also in VGC. Just by practicing a lot with my Pokemon, I know them through and through, and that's how I win the games.
Para ser un buen entrenador tienes que estudiar mucho, mantenerte constante en el meta y divertirte con tus amigos, que es lo principal.
I think the most important thing is practice, because without practice you cannot go anywhere. And of course, I think second comes passion, because even though you're the best player, if you don't have passion for the game, if you don't train every day, you will not win. So that's what it takes for winning.
Yo pienso que para ser un buen entrenador, la habilidad de adaptarse a cualquier situación es muy importante.
Para ser un buen entrenador Pokémon, considero que es importante la resiliencia y ser constante. Aunque hayan días malos, días buenos, seguir intentándolo, nunca rendirse. Solamente así se consigue el éxito.
I think if you just play with the things that you like, play with the friends that you like, use strategies that work for you and you think is the best, no matter what anyone tells you. I think that's what makes you a good Pokemon trainer.
Para ser bom treinador, precisa treinar seu Pokémon e pegar muitos Pokémons muito raros, até os míticos, e cuidar de Pokémon muito bem.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championship History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2017 North American International Championships. This was the final event before Worlds, so it was the last chance for trainers to earn an invite. We turn our focus to round 3 of day 1. Giovanni Costa is a West Coast VGC trainer that had one simple phrase, "Believe in Eevee." For the entire 2017 season, Gio played a team revolving around Eevee and its exclusive Z-move, Extreme Evo Boost. But at the start of Game 3, Gio's Eevee plans fell through as Tobias gets a perfectly timed poison.
Will knock out the Eevee.
And it would only get worse for Gio, because after Whimsicott and Incineroar were knocked out, he was now in a 4-1 Pokemon disadvantage. A situation so dire, even 3-time world champion Ray Rizzo didn't believe in a comeback.
So that is going to be game having 4 against 1.
With the whole world counting him out and facing impossible odds, Gio had to place his faith into one Pokemon, Dragonite, his favorite Pokemon of all time. Dragonite was added to his Eevee team just in time for NAIC, and now it was time for Gio to show the world that anything is possible as long as you believe.
So Smeargle maybe fake out Spore.
But after being put to sleep by Tobias' Smeargle,
Put it to sleep. And Tobias now completely free to just relax, play out the last few minutes of this game.
And taking a huge amount of damage from Nihiligo, things were looking dire for Geo.
Not a one-hit knockout, though.
Then the unthinkable happened.
Dragonite wakes up and goes for an Earthquake, targeting down this Nihiligo and this Hariyama. It gets the knockout on Nihiligo. It gets the knockout on Hariyama after the burn damage. What just happened?
Wow.
Dragonite miraculously woke up and knocked out 2 of Tobias's Pokemon with a powerful Earthquake.
The Life Orb, Hidden Power Ice from the Nihiligo, waking up using Earthquake.
Tobias was down to his last Pokemon, Smeargle, who still couldn't knock out Geo's bulky Dragonite. The tides had turned, and Tobias could see the writing on the wall.
Wow.
I don't think Smeargle's able to pick up that victory, so wow, what a comeback there.
Oh my man, okay, Geo defying all the odds, he believing in Dragonite.
And with that, Giovanni Costa's Dragonite delivers one of the greatest comebacks in VGC history. Geo proved that truly skilled trainers can win with their favorite Pokemon. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in competitive Pokemon history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. The action here in Stuttgart will keep rolling, of course. And Zoe, what an incredible kind of throwback to that moment of Giovanni Costa from that recap video, because I believe we actually watched that live together.
Yes, it was such a great... I remember everyone there was going, nah.
It's over.
One Dragonite, what can I do? It's fast asleep. But then woke up, got the KO. And we've had such a wet and wild start to the day as well. That on getting to what looked like, what, +4 with those Electro Shots and just taking all the KOs.
I think that's the thing, though. You can always think stranger things have happened in Pokemon, and I always think back to that iconic match with Giovanni Costa, as well as so many other matches where a trainer really does look down and out and then pulls some kind of surprise out of their back pocket, a Pokemon that's maybe not been revealed in the back, and they can then sweep through and gain victory.
There's been so many instances where me behind desk going, nah, there's no way they can come back from this. But all of a sudden it's like, oh, actually, I stand corrected. They found a way back, and maybe that's why I'm standing here behind the desk and not sitting out there playing.
I mean, you are an international champion, so there's definitely credibility there. But we are in the 2025 season, which is very different to how previous seasons have been as well. Having these kind of rotating formats, having the new structure with Worlds qualification, it's a new experience for a lot of these trainers.
Yeah, the rotating formats is really interesting and keeps things really fresh, because a lot of players, maybe they might not want to run the same team over and over again, but now this allows us to have so much diversity. And just for our next round of Round 3 Swiss, we are going to give you the chance to vote for who you want to see up on the stage.
Yes, you guys at home have the power with the community choice. There will be 4 matches you can select from, and make sure you are engaging with the broadcast and voting. These are your options, trainers. I mean, taking a quick dive already, the names that are jumping out to me are incredible. Simone Sanvito, an international champion, as well as a World's runner-up and World's top 4 player, Michael Kelch. And there's some spicy teams in there as well, Zoe.
Oh, yeah, look at that. There's, oh, that's, I was going to say Nemanja, because Nemanja is a player known for running some spicy teams. Not quite as spicy.
But there's a Cleavor.
That is, yes, spicy. I was looking at the others going, that's quite normal. But yeah, Cleavor, and then there's a Weezing. Galarian Weezing's actually quite good in this format, because its ability just completely shuts down all of the abilities on the field. And then you've got also Matt Maynard, a UK player who's come to a lot of my locals, running that Sand team. That's a little similar to what Niels Dunlop ran, but there's no Corviknight, but there is a Killer Watchful and a Como-O.
And then Ferdinand Kramer running that classic Dondozo Tatsugiri combination with a blast from the past of that Glimmora as well, a Pokemon that kind of, I think, rose to dominance in the North American circuit back in the day, and is now starting to pick up again, having that Poison Rock type coverage, as well with, I think, traditionally Terra Grass to give you that kind of defensive coverage, as well as immunity to spores and sleep powders that are running around everywhere at the moment, is probably why Glimmora is making a comeback.
Yeah, you could almost say Ferdinand's team, that's a Regulation A team. He could just run that team. Oh, and besides the Sneasler, that is true. But no, Sneasler was not viable. It was not legal back then. But, you know, a really nice, diverse mix of teams, and good mix of weathers as well. That City Badiane running that Alolan Ninetales, which was on your cast to pick. That's a favorite Pokemon, I think, of yours.
Definitely, and you've got the Alolan Vulpix pin on, so I feel like we're definitely Team Alolan Ninetales behind the desk here. And it's had so much success as well, particularly at the beginning of this regulation, the beginning of the 2025 season in Latin America, in Europe, and I believe in North America as well. It did have a lot of success, but then sand came along, and sun and rain have really been so dominant as well, and the weather wars have been so strong, I think, from event to event. And it's nice, as you said, to see a mix of it all up there.
Yeah, I love the fact that all the weathers are so viable in this format, and we just got a really nice glimpse of maybe what our meta will be like this weekend with the double rain from both Aline and from Flavio. So maybe that's, you know, what future to come. But I think I also saw a glimpse of Michael running a normal Weezing, just a Cantonian Weezing. It's very unusual and a very different team to what he has been piloting throughout most of the regionals with that balanced Primarina, Rillaboom core.
And he's someone who comes very prepared into these events, but I was hearing literally kind of 24 hours before the tournament, all of the kind of confidence was going out of the team a little bit. He was, I think, second-guessing himself, wondering whether it's the right call, but so far, great success, doing well in the competition, and definitely a name to keep your eye on, particularly being in Germany. I think Michelle wants to kind of get that home victory.
Yes, wants to defend that home regional. Yes. One thing I do have to say is a lot of players, right before winning a regionals, will feel that lack of confidence in the team. So that is sometimes actually a sign that they might have the winning source.
Yeah, sometimes it maybe is that kind of, I want to say, the lack of confidence that doesn't then put the pressure on your shoulders, maybe, that can sometimes then push it through. Me, for example, I always just go in assuming that I'm going to lose a match, and then when I win one, I'm like, wow, okay, this is a little bit interesting, and then it goes downhill from there.
The results for our community choices are ready, so let's take a look at what you voted for, trainers.
Yes, I'm looking forward to seeing it, and the match that's been locked in is indeed Michelle Kales versus Aldrich David. So, okay, that not Galarian Weezing, just the normal Weezing going to come to the forefront, but again, Blood Moon Ursaluna, one of the top choices we were talking about in the opening.
Yeah, Michelle, with the exception of the Weezing, is running a fairly standard team. Now, his opponent, Aldrich David, on the other side, is going to be running a Volcarona, a favorite of mine, and Basculegion, Caesar, Rillaboom, Electabuzz, and Dragonite. So a little bit more standard, and it's a really cool team matchup, and I'm really curious to see who's going to take the win.
And interestingly enough, there's no weather on either of these teams. You know, a Pokemon like Basculegion, we often see being paired with Pelipper because it can benefit from not only the rain for its water type moves, but if it is that swift swim variant, then it can get the speed boost as well. And also other Pokemon like the Garchomp, for example, we've in the past maybe seen a Sand Veil paired with Sand, and that can give it the evasiveness that it needs. But other than that, I mean, there's no other synergies, I guess, for that kind of weather type to be on the team, maybe showing that it's not as necessary as we might have thought.
Yeah, and with that Weezing, Cantonian Weezing on the field, it shuts down really useful abilities like the Flame Body from the Volcarona, the Grassy Surge from the Rillaboom. So Aldrich might have to really consider how he leads and, you know, how he can get that Weezing off the field, or just accept that he's going to have no abilities playing into this game if Michael chooses to bring that Weezing into the battle.
It can be a catch-22 though, because it will also affect the abilities of your Pokemon as well. And Pokemon, for example, like the Blood Moon Ursaluna, wants to have that Mind's Eye ability. If there are any pesky ghost types, there might be some Terra Ghosts out there, for example, that it can then still hit with those normal type moves. And if unfortunately your Mind's Eye is being suppressed by the Weezing, then it's going to be detrimental.
Yeah, and no accuracy drops from the Mind's Eye. Of course, Aldrich does not carry any accuracy reducing moves. I don't think there was any Muddy Waters available, obviously, so that's not going to be, you know, as useful. But the ability to shut down Mind's Eye and be completely then immune to the normal type of moves from the Ursaluna could become really, really handy.
Yes, and I want to talk about Garchomp as well, because a lot of the Dragon types have really kind of risen to the forefront. We're seeing Dragonite everywhere, and it's been so dominant with that loaded dice and the Scale Shot, for example. But Garchomp has kind of been the OG staple Pokemon when it comes to top VG metas of all time. And trainers like Alberto Laro have seen using it with great success. I mean, do you think it's going to be the #1 Dragon, or is Dragonite still in that spot, Zoe?
I do like Dragonite because it's just so bulky in this format, and it has the edge against Garchomp because it's immune to the Earthquakes. The multi-scale allows it to survive a Dragon Claw, which, you know, Garchomp, actually, even without the multi-scale, cannot knock out a Dragonite with the Dragon Claw, because Dragon Claw is not a very high base power, whereas Dragonite can get the Scale Shot off, provided it hits. That's the one caveat. But we can see Garchomp, just it's a pseudo-legendary for a reason. Ground and Dragon typing, just so useful. And two very nice abilities. Sandbell, not as useful without Tyranitar, but that rough skin can be very helpful.
Yes, definitely, and particularly when it holds something like the Life Orb, I think as well, giving it that extra pack to the punch. You could see how high the attack stat was, for example. It can really do a lot of damage. I think the one Garchomp I've seen that's been so devastating is the one that's that Terra Ground as well, and then can kind of deal extra damage to something like a powerful Earthquake.
Yeah, that's just something we're going to have to see whether or not it will be brought into the battle. But speaking of, whether it'll be the most popular dragons, let's take a look at the statistics of day one. And has Garchomp and Dragonite managed to sneak their way into the top 12?
Yes, who is going to be the top dragon in our usage stats here for Stuttgart? Of course, this is the last regional in Europe with this particular regulation, so it's going to be interesting to see how we're closing it out. Previously, it has always been Sneasler pretty much in that number one spot, and it's not going to change. It has been such a force to be reckoned with. That Diaclaw with the shenanigans of being able to have the secondary effect, putting Pokemon to sleep most detrimentally, or also paralyze or poison, has just given players so much flexibility on the field.
Yeah, so Dragonite has made it to the top 12 of most popular Pokemon. Not quite Garchomp, but there's another dragon, that Archaludon, a Pokemon that is so strong in and outside of rain. We've also got the double bear combination, the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and the normal Hisuian Ursaluna. But a lot of these Pokemon are quite consistent across a lot of different regionals. Among Us, not quite high up in the usage, but number 12 is still a great accomplishment.
Yes, and it's good to see the grass types kind of staying in this format at the moment. We've talked a lot about Rillaboom. I think in the opening we were saying that actually a lot of the teams in Sacramento were not running it, but it's interesting to see that around, a third are still putting that Pokemon into their team and having success and faith within it here in Stuttgart. Among Us just sneaking in there, literally just by a spore or two, manages to make it onto the graphic, because I think Jumpluff's really coming for its crown at the moment as the sleep setter.
Oh, it has. And well, if you thought you were getting rid of Among Us that easily, it is not going. It's bulky and it is here to stay. And Among Us, it's kind of like Jumpluff. It's got those pom-poms or mushrooms on its hands. But I do think Jumpluff a little bit more niche, but very annoying.
Similar aesthetic. Now you've pointed that out. I'm not going to lie. I mean, the grass type maybe is the little cheerleader on the team. Often it is playing that supportive role, to be honest. So it is allowing its partner Pokemon to be able to get the big damage on the field, but it facilitates that. It enables it with either redirection or, again, sleep.
Yeah, and speaking of redirection, we've got one other redirection user on the field, and that is the Electabuzz. So it's a really good Pokemon. The access to having Eviolite boosting up its defenses, then having Vital Spirit means that you can just sit right in front of the Among Us and keep going for the Follow Me's. Follow Me is a stronger version of Rage Powder because grass types are not immune to it. So it's a really nice counter to the Among Us.
Yes, again, showing off its kind of supportive flexibility. And there are other Pokemon that can provide this support as well. We've seen Pokemon like Pelipper there being able to set up not only the rain through its ability, but also the Tailwind to be able to give you some speed advantage on the field. And speed control is so critical. Out there are indeed going to be some of those hard Trick Room teams that are going to be really trying to double down on making sure that the speeds are reversed. But at the same time, when you have teams that are maybe not that Trick Room variant, you need to find an edge, whether it's the way that you train your Pokemon to speed creep up against an opposing one of the same type, or to have something like Icy Wind or Tailwind on the field can be what is the key to victory.
There's a lot of Pokemon here on this graphic that besides the Sneasler, that's sitting in the middling speed statistics with a bit of speed boost. They can move first in any, during the turn. So speed control is just so useful in this format against all these really bulky Pokemon.
And I think that's where we see Ursaluna really play a great piece to that puzzle, because depending on how you want to maybe speed run your team, it can have a role on either composition. For example, in Trick Room, we've seen so many times Ursaluna coming in once Trick Room has been set up and then just destroying through the competition. But at the same time, Blood Moon Ursaluna can also, I guess, work relatively well. But both of them have the option, if you want to train them fast and then put them on with a Tailwind, that they can have that flexibility. I believe we saw Nils Dunlop do that actually when he won EUIC in the different regulation, just have that more flexible hybrid version of Ursaluna.
Yes, a lot of these Ursalunas are trained to function on both Trick Room and Tailwind, and a lot of them are paired with a Dragonite that's also running Tailwind. And if you've got the regular Hisuian Ursaluna, you can just freely Earthquake right next to your own Dragonite, and it is such a strong combination because Dragonite's middling speed, you can be trained to get tail went up relatively quickly. And with the dynamic speed, it means that all of a sudden, in the same turn, you've got double speed, and your Ursaluna will suddenly be moving first as well.
And Scale Shot helps out with that as well too, right? Because, you know, it throws some scales. That means it's weakened, it's defensive a little bit, so you get the defense drop, but then it's a little bit lighter, so it can move a bit quicker. And that's kind of where the idea comes from with Scale Shot. And we've seen Dragonite time and time again not only get some good damage off in the turn, but then set itself up to be faster in the next one, again applying that pressure.
That's why it's one of the a really great counter against his Sneasler, because Sneasler is a little frail. It does not appreciate taking any hits. It's very good at dealing out damage, but because Sneasler is unable to knock out a full health Dragonite in one hit, unless it gets a bit lucky with maybe a sleep or paralysis, it might be eating a Scale Shot, provided it lands.
That's the thing.
And then it gets knocked out.
And that can always be the dangerous moment, right? And you can see why a lot of trainers opt to run loaded dice on that Dragonite to guarantee that it's going to hit 4 times, and I believe it's a 50-50 chance on whether it will get that 5th and final shot. But I mean, it can be risky because Dragonite is one of those Pokemon that has so many different items that it can utilize as well. But at the minute, I think players don't want to play with any chances, so they're going for that loaded dice.
Yeah, it's really interesting just watching the evolution of Dragonite. At the start of the format, we saw a lot of Dragonites run Lumberry against a lot of status like Among Us, which I would think, you know, that might be very helpful against the Sneasler with the Diaclaw.
Yes.
But I think a lot of trainers are now recognizing that got the 50% chance of a status, and then it's a 1/3 chance of each of the statuses. So the odds are, you know, they're not the lowest, but they're still not that high to be shut down, and you're better off more consistent to get the damage from the Scale Shot.
And I think regardless of the odds, it's just outside of your control, right?
Yes.
Unless you have something on your team like a Safeguard or a Misty Terrain or something just to stop those kind of secondary effects coming into play, it is completely out of your control, and you can play the most phenomenal game, and we've seen it time and time again where it's been lost due to a freeze or paralysis or something like that. So I think the trainers, yes, the odds are not necessarily the worst, but they're still not in your favor when you just want to play a nice, clean game.
No, and the other Pokemon that I think we've occasionally seen Scale Shot coming off is the Garchomp, which I'm just going to have a quick look to see, is Michael's Garchomp going to have Scale Shot? No, it does not. It's not going to be something we're going to be seeing just for this round at least. It's going to be a bit more of a standard Garchomp, but it is also another Pokemon that, you know, makes use of the speed boost. But of course, Garchomp, one of the reasons why it's probably the Scale Shot is not that common is because it's already a really fast dragon. I believe it is the fastest dragon in Regulation H. Oh, no, Dragapult. I forgot
there's Dragapult as well.
And Michael is one of his favorites.
That's actually true. He's not running the Dragapult this time. He's shaken it up a little bit, and Dragapult was a Pokemon he used to great success to get 2nd place at the World Championships when they were held in Japan. So it's amazing to see that, you know, maybe it's benched for a little bit. I think he's really showcased it excellently, but now he's picked up Garchomp for a change.
He has, and I'm sure he has his reasons for picking it up. Our trainers are getting ready, so we're going to cut to a very short break whilst to get ready, but we'll be back with the Swiss Round 3 of the Stuttgart Regional Championships.
Hello and welcome to the Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion, Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon Championship?
Well, kind of stressed if you're doing a battle and have to tell me that you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you going to win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
I'm a little nervous because I don't know what to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. I just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch. And they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
All right, there you go. That's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it. Watch it 10. Watch it 10. I think the toughest thing will be getting in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like, you're good to go.
Hello trainers, welcome back to the Swiss round 3 of the Stuttgart Regional Championships. We are almost ready with our trainers, Michael Kelsch versus Aldrich David, up on the stage, and we're gonna get a look at them very, very soon.
Yes, I needed that break to go and get a cup of tea, and I really hope you guys at home have got that as well, because it is gonna be an epic match. You don't wanna miss any of it. You don't wanna maybe have to go and get a biscuit and a tea break. You wanna be able to be here front and center, ready for the action.
Yeah, there's just so much at play here. We're round 3, so it's still relatively early during the day, but this is the time where a lot of trainers are going to try and get as much of an advantage as possible, because going on later on during the rounds, if you maybe go in X and 2, the later on you're at X and 2, the higher your resistance and the higher of your odds of getting into the top cut.
And it's that pressure as well. I mean, every single match is important. You want to make sure you win as many as possible. But as you said, if you can go into the later stages of the day with the pressure a little bit less on your shoulders, it can help with that clarity of thinking as you approach the match. But both our trainers ready and waiting on the stage. Oh, this is going to be a good one. I just know it.
Oh, look at our two trainers. Michael, no stranger to the big stage. Aldrich, maybe not quite as well known, but still a player that's been in the circuit for some time and is also quite experienced. So this is going to be a really good match, and the matchup-wise itself is also just really great. But we're going to take a look at the accomplishments of our player, Michael, as we said, needs no introductions, but we're going to give you one anyway. Gdansk Regionals top 8, World's top 4, Stockholm Regional Champion, and World's finalist. So a lot of World's performances.
Yeah, so many incredible results here on recent years as well. You know, this is definitely someone who's, I think, come from the online sphere of Pokemon competitive play and then has just brought it into these real-life tournaments. Aldrich as well, most recently, has got a lot of top finishes as well. You know, making sure that you've got these accolades on here means you've got the experience to bring to a stream game, because I feel like the stream side of things as well does give that added pressure as well. I know when I was up on the stage at the Birmingham Regionals once upon a time, I struggled with that kind of spotlight, and I feel like that's something that if you are experienced, you can bring and be a little bit more resilient to.
Yes, and we can see now Michael's team is going to be that Golden Go, Incineroar, Garchomp, Dragonite. It's a double dragon with the normal Cantonian Weezing and the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Exactly. Really like seeing this composition of team. Again, you've got Golden Go, a Pokemon that's been so strong in the moment, that good as gold, stopping you from getting hit by any of those status afflictions as well, giving it a little bit of a shield on the field. And the Nasty Plot. I mean, you've already got the Life Orb. Your damage is already going to be dealt even more additionally, but being able to have that Nasty Plot to boost it up by 2 stages and kind of negate any of these Make It Raindrops as well means that Golden Go can be so formidable. It can absolutely steamroll through your team if you let it.
It can, and it just doesn't even need that Nasty Plot. It can just straight up get up and get ready and go. And oh, look at that sportsmanship from our players, that fist pump. And Aldrich on the other side going to be running Volcarona, Basculegion, Sneasler, Rillaboom, Electabuzz, and Dragonite. Actually, a team fairly similar to what Michael has been running in the past, but this time, you know, that Terra Blast, Quiver Dance, and Heatwave, Volcarona, Terra Fairy. So a Pokemon that's been rising in usage and has kind of cemented itself as a staple, because it's just Fairy is a really good typing in this format. And of course, it's going to be that adaptability and choice Scarf Basculegion. So this Basculegion does not need the rain to function. It can just get up and go and maybe flip turn out of there.
Exactly. It has all the tools to have a lot more flexibility on the field. And as you've said, doesn't need the rain to be able to rain on its opponent's parade. Pokemon as well I want to focus on are examples like that Dragonite, Dragonite. It's got Haze. Again, a move that can be used to negate any of those status boosts that are on the field. Also the drops as well. It just resets everything to normal. That can be very helpful if, you know, you are in a match against something like a Dondozo or something that can set up like, you know, opposing Pokemon.
Yeah, and I can see the wheezing could be something that could be brought into this game, but at the same time, Aldrich's Pokemon, the Electabuzz won't care about having its ability removed. Probably not Sneasler, so maybe Aldrich won't be as set back by, you know, if the wheezing does choose to come out onto the field.
I wonder if we're going to see it. I really do. Rocking something like Taunt and Will-O-Wisp, I mean, if there's anything to shut down, there's not too much on the opposing side. Yes, maybe you can stop a coaching on Sneasler's side, but the Will-O-Wisp, I think, is going to be the critical thing. If you can get some burns on these physical attackers, you will slow down their offensive pressure. It's going to be the Volcarona and the Rillaboom out front and center, and that Weezing is there, paired up with the Incineroar. So the neutralizing gas hits the field, meaning all these abilities, the Intimidate, the Grassy Surge, is not going to be in play, except there's an ability shield. What perfect synergy there, Zoe. I love that.
Yeah, fantastic Intimidate dropped onto this Rillaboom, a physical attacker, and now this Rillaboom, although up against a Poison type and a Fire type, it's probably not really in the best position anyway, but now because that Weezing has shut down all the abilities on the field, there's even no Grassy terrain. Volcarona probably doesn't care as much. Its Flame Body won't be affecting the Fire type Incineroar, and Weezing is a special attacker, so it won't really mind. So a really nice start for both players. I think Volcarona might want to start looking at setting up some Quiver Dances, and the Rillaboom, which is typically faster than an Incineroar, might want to go for a Fake Out onto the Incineroar, block that Fake Out, allow a Quiver Dance to be set up.
Well, the Fake Out's coming through from the Rillaboom first of all into the imposing Incineroar that is flinching and couldn't move, probably going for a Fake Out of its very own there as the Quiver Dance is indeed being set up. So this will give Volcarona the special attack, special defense, and speed boost as well, enabling it to have all the potential going into the next turn. But the Weezing, I love its German name, Smogmog, always makes me smile, does try and get a dent into the opposing Volcarona's armor there.
Yeah, that Gunk Shot does a decent amount of damage onto the Volcarona, and it is, I stand corrected, it is a physical attacker, but Gunk Shot is not a physical move, so it will be unaffected even if Flame Body was present on the field, which it isn't. But now, in this turn, Volcarona up against both physical attackers won't really make use of that Quiver Dance, which means Incineroar can just go for a knockoff onto the Volcarona, and paired with a Gunk Shot, if it manages to connect on the Volcarona, will knock it out. So maybe Aldrich will want to try and protect that Volcarona and allow it to get some more recovery back up.
It's not like the Terra type can even help it out. It's running that Terra Fairy, and with the Gunk Shot being revealed obviously on that Weezing, you do not want to be taking that super effective damage. So a nice defensive play as Aldrich changes up his board position, brings the supportive Electabuzz onto the field. That's going to have to take a parting shot. This isn't too bad though, considering Electabuzz isn't really an offensive pressure. It's running things like Electro Web to get that speed control, Follow Me and Taunt, so it doesn't matter that it's had its offensive pressures dropped.
Yeah, this is a fantastic switch-in for Aldrich here. Electabuzz can now go for the Follow Me's, and there's no spread move so far on the field on Michael's side. We do get a glimpse of the Golden Go, which does have Make a Rain, but Make a Rain is not going to enjoy against the Taunt now coming off, shutting down any more Follow Me shenanigans.
Do you know what I love here? Michelle has double down into that slot that was the protect on the Volcarona that now kind of has been wasted. So going down for that Taunt, which potentially could have gone into Volcarona to try and stop the Quiver Dance come up, has actually caught the Electabuzz on the switch-in, completely shutting it down.
Yeah, that was actually a really fantastic Taunt, because it doesn't make sense to taunt an Assault Vest of Rillaboom, but Michael knew that the Rillaboom does not want to stay in right now and just taunts that slot, expecting, and now there is no more Follow Me, shuts down, and with two physical attackers on the field, the Volcarona, it will be faster, so it can get a move off, but if it does get hit with any physical moves, it might go down this turn.
Yes, it's in a little bit of a vulnerable spot. I think a double up from something like the Gunk Shot or anything from the Dragonite there is going to be able to get the knockout. But you're right, it's the speediest thing on the field, goes for that Heat Wave, able to do a significant chunk to the opposing Weezing and forces it to use its Citrus Berry as well. The multi-scale is now broken on Michael's Dragonite, but it's going to go for the Scale Shot. It is going to be that loaded dice variant, so we know it's going to hit 4 times, but will it get that 5th and get the knockout?
Ooh, critical hit! That could be the... that looks like 4 hits and doesn't need the 5th hit. Dragonite's got plenty of scales to go around. It's got multi-scale, so, you know, extra layer of scales. It's still ready to rock and allows this Electabuzz to probably go for its only attack, which is going to be, I believe, an Electro Web. So it will make both the Pokemon on Michael's side faster. And, you know, at this stage, Michael's Dragonite is now at neutral speed, so it is still going to be, you know, not the souls, and we're still on the field, so it's not going to allow it really going. But Basque Legion now coming in, the final Pokemon revealed for Audric. There's no adaptability, however, but the Basque Legion, with one Pokemon down, the Last Respect, will have 100 base power. And I can see Michael wanting to switch in that Incineroar against the Basque Legion. That's going to be a really nice Pokemon. With that ability shield, it will allow the Intimidate to come off.
I agree, and also the Basque Legion is still rocking that Choice Scarf, so it's still going to be very fast. As you said, the Dragonites are neutral here, but the defense drop will stay. So it could be a wise idea to swap that out, to reset that defense drop from the Scale Shot, bring in the Intimidate, as you mentioned, to apply that pressure. But first of all, it's actually going to be the Basque Legion getting out of here, returning a critical hit. It's a bit of retaliation for the crit from the Scale Shot earlier, and it will just be able to force Audric to go for another board adaptation.
Yeah, it's going to be that Rillaboom coming back in, but with the Weezing still on the field, there is going to be no Grassy Surge active, and now Dragonite goes for the Tailwind, doubling the speed of Michael's Pokemon for 3 turns, which means that this Electro Web, which fails to knock out either the Dragonite or the Weezing, and it's going to take another to knock out, but you know, the Rillaboom is now coming off onto the Rillaboom, so Rillaboom is very, very heavily nerfed.
I love the bravery of this Weezing as well. It already missed the Gunk Shot in the previous turn. Now it's going for the Will-O-Wisp, a move that we know has historically always had accuracy problems, as the Electabuzz is able to shake off that taunt. Of course, the Weezing still on the field could potentially try and get that taunted down again, but the Rillaboom joining, even though it is burnt, it can go for a Fake Out.
Yeah, the Fake Out, it's really nice. Going to be able to buy Audric a turn to maybe get a Pokemon to switch in. The Basque Legion at this point is going to be one of Audric's heavy hitters. The Burn, Rillaboom, and an Electabuzz with only Electro Whip, which actually could probably knock out this Weezing at this stage, but then you're also staring down 2 very healthy Pokemon from Michael in the back. So Michael has piloted this game very, very perfectly, and Audric is in a bit of a difficult position here.
And now the Tailwind's been set up as well. I feel like if you're Michael, you're kind of happy if the Weezing goes down. It's applied a lot of pressure, it's done a good job, but you want to utilize those Tailwind turns while they are in effect, possibly bringing in something like the Golden Go from the back to capitalize on them. It is finally time for the Incineroar to rejoin the field and Intimidate, using that ability patch to bypass the detrimental effects of the Weezing that's actually just going to get out of there. It's going to be preserved in the back, as I believe the Golden Go will join.
Yeah, and now the grassy terrain is finally going to be activated. But at this stage, Weezing has done its job. The Golden Go is coming in, and it is really ready to spread a lot of damage out. The Electro Web is going to come off and drop that Golden Go speed. With the Tailwind active, it's still going to go first with the high horsepower. Coming off a Burn, Rillaboom does very sad damage for what looks like super effective hit, and it's going to allow this Golden Go to start going for the Nasty Plus, because Incineroar has also switched in, so there is that Fake Out option, and Michael just in a really safe space to go for a Fake Out plus a Nasty Plot.
There was so much cushioning and cotton wool put around that Golden Go to switch in here. The Tailwind being set up so that the speed drop from the Electro Web wasn't going to be as detrimental, making sure that the Rillaboom had previously been burned, and you have obviously the Intimidate Flare from the Incineroar as well, meaning that any damage, if that high horsepower was called through, for example, I mean, it would have done some good damage into the Weezing as well, just enables the Golden Go to get in safely. The Follow Me is going to come into play, though. This has enabled the Basque Legion to maybe join the field in the same safety aspect.
Yeah, Electabuzz being now the center of attention, but of course, Golden Go is just plotting away over there, thinking of all the ways you could nastily get an attack off, and then knock off, coming off into this Electabuzz. So it has lost the EVO Light, which means it will no longer be as bulky, and it's going to make it so much easier for this Life Orb Golden Go at +2 stages of special attack to do a lot of damage. But there is, of course, the Basque Legion now on the field, and that can deal super effective damage to this Golden Go and to the Incineroar. Maybe Michael might want to scout out what this Choice Scarf Basque Legion is going to lock into before making the next move.
It was so underwhelming, that damage as well from the knockoff. You can see how important the EV Light is on these Pokemon to really bring their bulk up to the forefront, but now it is gone, and as you said, that Nasty Plot Golden Go with something like a Make It Rain is going to be doing some devastating damage. The issue you've got to contend with, I think, is the Choice Scarf on this Basque Legion. Yes, you've got Tailwind up, but you've taken the Electro Web drop, and that is still running a Choice Scarf. So I think looking at this turn, how the speed interactions are going to play could determine the end of the match.
This Incineroar is going to withdraw from the field and allow this Weezing to come in, probably a bit of a sacrifice at this point, just to get a free switch in so that the Incineroar can come out back again and drop 1 stage of Intimidate. But it looks like a Terrassalization going to come off on Michael's side onto the Golden Go, so looking nice and watery for this Golden Go there and allowing it to survive potentially a super effective blasting space from this Basque Legion.
You know what I kind of forgot about terrestrialization is it's rare to see it this late in the game, actually, and it's a really good defensive one to have in play here. The Golden Go is going to go for the Shadow Ball here, so not going to be reducing its special attack thanks to Make It Rain, instead just getting the knockout on that opposing Electabuzz. Even though the Electrowebs wouldn't have been dealing too much damage, now you're a water type, it would be dealing more, and you do not want those pesky speed drops. So a really nice knockout there as Basque Legion is able to go for the Wave Crash and get a knockout in return on that opposing Weezing.
Wave Crash was more than plenty to take out 12 hit points of health from that Weezing, but more importantly, it allows Michael to bring his Incineroar back in, drop that one stage of Intimidate onto the Basque Legion and make those Wave Crashes even weaker. Against this Golden Go, that's now Terra Water, it's going to be taking that really, really well. And also against the Burn Rillaboom in the back, which can now hit this Golden Go with super effective grass moves, but if it's been intimidated and it's been burned, I would expect this Golden Go to survive at this range, but even not. Maybe the Fake Out come out onto this Rillaboom and just buy it a turn.
And Audric as well is down to his last 2 remaining Pokemon, so the Basque Legion is going to have to remain intimidated. The grassy terrain will run out eventually. There's no way to be able to reset these kind of deficits. And I think when you're looking at it now, the Golden Go as well can apply pressure with something like the Shadow Ball into that opposing Ghost type of the Basque Legion. There is the option for terrestrialization, though, still on Audric's side.
Oh, there is. And I just want to say, the play from Michael sending in the Dragonite first is really clever because the Rillaboom outspeeds the Incineroar, so now he can bring in the Incineroar and he's got the Fake Out option. So this turn, Michael could potentially just protect his Golden Go, bring in the Incineroar, and then next turn Fake Out and attack onto that Rillaboom.
Nice. You can even have the Protect on that Dragonite, for example, as well, or it could just be there trying to get some damage off and, as you say, almost kind of being the little bit of bait in the Fake Out wars.
Yes, now, as we said, the Dragonite going to be recalled. It's going to be the Incineroar coming back in a fantastic Intimidate up against both of these physical attackers, and Golden Go playing it safe this turn, going for a little Protect.
I like this, though, because even though they are intimidated, I think a double up from both of them is going to hurt, particularly considering you're now the water type, you're going to be susceptible to the grass type moves from Rillaboom. So just making sure that you can move in the turn where Incineroar can Fake Out, can shut down that opposing Rillaboom, means you only have to contend with the Basque Legion. It's Choice Scarf as well, so you know it can't protect. It's going to be the target for the Golden Go.
Oh, it will be indeed. And now it looks like Rillaboom going to take 1 turn of burn damage, so I didn't quite catch actually all the speed amidst all the excitement, but now that Tailwind has expired, Golden Go is going to be slower than the Rillaboom, but Incineroar free to go for that Fake Out onto the Rillaboom, and with the Basque Legion locked into Wave Crash, he can pick off the Basque Legion this turn, and then next turn he will have both the Dragonite and the Golden Go, Dragonite and Golden Go up against the Rillaboom. So there we go, the Fake Out onto the Rillaboom and the Wave Crash coming out probably onto the Golden Go.
Yeah, still does a significant chunk of damage, but that defensive terror really coming through as well. Of course, the flinch is going to happen thanks to the Fake Out, as Golden Go can go for this Shadow Ball into the opposing Ghost type and get the knockout. And now it is just Rillaboom on Audric's side contending in this game 1.
Yeah, now this Rillaboom is in a really difficult position against this Incineroar and Golden Go and Dragonite in the back. Incineroar is at full health, and this Rillaboom, of course, it does have high horsepower, but we saw how much damage that burned Rillaboom did to the Golden Go back when it was a Steel type, and it was not very much. And this Incineroar at full health, even if Audric gets 4 critical hits in a row, which I don't think the Incineroar will allow because it does have access to the Flare Blitz, and I think Michael is going to be sealing up this game very nicely, and both trainers are going to have to think about their adaptations into game 2.
You can almost wonder if the Rillaboom does want to go for that fire terrestrialization, then it can work around the Flare Blitz a little bit. Something like a Make It Rain it's not going to worry about, but I think the writing's on the wall where it's just too many Pokemon to get through, particularly when you are burnt. Rillaboom would need all the luck in the world. So Michael Kelch able to take game 1.
Yeah, really nicely played there, and fantastic showcasing of his understanding of board positioning, keeping that Weezing in on the field, just denying the grassy terrain to be set up. And then later on, when he was ready for the grassy terrain to be set up, he brought his Golden Go, which then took advantage of the grassy terrain and healing back the health. And the Incineroar was just so key in that game, getting all those Intimidate drops with that ability shield.
Honestly, I love the way he played this Weezing, because I think in the past, when we see Weezing, it's often paired with a Pokemon that has a detrimental ability, something like Regigigas, for example, or Slacking. And you want to be able to suppress its ability so its full power can be recognized. But that is not the case here with this Weezing. Its job is to shut down the opponent. You have the ability shield on the Incineroar to ensure that you're not negating that incredible Intimidate ability. And at the same time, Weezing's job really primarily is there to go for the Will-O-Wisp, the Taunt. You have the Gunk Shot to kind of counter all the grass types that are running around at the moment, particularly defensive grass Terra types because of all the Spore shenanigans going around. I think it's really nice to see him playing it in that way, and that's possibly why it stayed on the field for so long.
I really enjoyed seeing that Weezing actually do meaningful damage with the Gunk Shot. That did almost 50% to the Volcarona, but critically it then allowed a lot of follow-up attacks onto the Volcarona and denies all that setup from Aldrich's side.
And I love the turn when Michael caught the Electabuzz on the switch in with the Taunt as well, just showing how in control of the game he is. But whether that's going to extend to game 2, we have yet to find out. Basculegion and Volcarona are in the leads for Aldrich, and it is once again the Weezing, but this time with the Garchomp for Michael.
Yeah, Garchomp making its way onto the field now. With Weezing on the field, it also means that if the Basculegion goes for the Wave Crash onto the Garchomp, it will not be taking a rough skin recoil. So that is something maybe Aldrich can keep in mind. But there is nothing stopping this Volcarona from going for Quick Dance. Oh, I stand corrected. The Garchomp has Rock Slide.
Oh, okay.
Volcarona has to be very, very careful here. Is it going to go for a Terrestrialization to try and dodge that ×4 super effective rock move from the Garchomp? Is Michael going to read it? And, you know, the Weezing on the field right now could also just start spreading burns and get that Will-O-Wisp onto the Basculegion.
I'd say the Basculegion has a decision to make here. Does it want to go straight away for a Wave Crash and offensive damage, or flip turn out of there? Instead, get a significant chunk down onto that opposing Garchomp. Will, of course, take some recoil. And will have to take this Rock Slide. Volcarona takes it too. Only just though, Zoe.
Oh, wow. That is a ×4 super effective, but the Gunk Shot is going to connect on this Volcarona and take it down. And that is going to be the end of any Quiver Dances, any setup. So a fantastic turn from Michael there, knocking out a really strong heavy hitter from Aldrich's side and forcing the Electabuzz to come out this turn.
I'm a little bit in shock, I'm not gonna lie. That's one way to deal with the Volcarona, and I think considering the way Aldrich really wanted to make sure that was set up in game 1, if you're Michael, you can, I think, assume maybe it's gonna have to set up again in order to get any of that weight behind its damage. Really nice to just remove it from the field, particularly knowing that you're able to take that damage from the Wave Crash. Really nice play.
Yes, and now with the Electabuzz on the field, it can redirect away any attacks. Of course, Garchomp does have spread moves in both Earthquake and Rock Slide, and it's not going to care about those redirects. Weezing can also just protect, allow this Garchomp to go for an Earthquake this turn, hit some super effective damage onto the Electabuzz, and deal fairly significant damage to the Basculegion, and it might even knock itself out from the recoil of the Wave Crash that it has now been locked into.
Yeah, and I think Garchomp not wanting to go down to another Wave Crash, knowing the speed isn't quite where Michael wants it yet. The Weezing, I keep wanting to say Smogmog, it's just such a cool name, I'm sorry, switches out here, and then you're able to bring that Incineroar back in, throwing that Intimidate down onto that opposing Basculegion, maybe making it a little bit easier for the wiggle room from Wave Crash coming through. If that is indeed going to come down to the Incineroar, at least the damage is going to be negated. That is the target.
Wave Crash onto an Incineroar. One hit knockout. No, it's just such a strong move, and with the adaptability now active on the field, it's going to basically negate the Intimidate. But now the Taunt coming off onto this Dragonite, it's going to stop any Protects and Tailwinds coming off to the future. But Dragonite still has access to Scale Shot, and it's at full health, so the Basculegion cannot protect. So if the Scale Shot does land on this Basculegion, it will be knocked out, and the Dragonite will be at +1 stage of speed.
That's such a wild interaction, right? You're able to throw the Intimidate down, but then you also give, in turn, the adaptability boost back to the opposing Basculegion. So they kind of cancelled each other out here, and it just enabled that KO to still come through in full force. Weezing doesn't look happy about it at all there.
No, it does not. Both its faces are looking a little sad. A
little forlorn.
At this stage, I think the Basculegion has done a pretty good job of knocking out that Incineroar, so no more Fake Outs. But Dragonite, how you can see, no taunts. They can only go for the Scale Shot, which isn't the worst case in this situation, or the extreme speed, but that's not going to affect the Basculegion. And it looks like, actually, Basculegion going to withdraw. Maybe Aldrich wanting to reset its moves.
Yeah, and I think as well you can get rid of that Intimidate. You know, also adaptability is being suppressed. You kind of want to get it out of there while the Scale Shot comes through, but it's actually going to miss straight out of the blocks here into that opposing Electabuzz that can retaliate with the Electro Web, not only drop the speed, but also break that multi-scale onto that opposing Dragonite. It's not in effect right now anyway, though, thanks to the Weezing, but when it comes back, it will not have the use of it.
Gunk Shot misses for the first time in both these matches, so, you know, living up to its 80% accurate move. But Weezing now in quite a nice position. That Poison-type Gunk Shot is going to do a lot of damage up to the Rillaboom. That is, if the Rillaboom does not choose to go for the Fake Out, the Dragonite cannot protect this turn. So there's a nice Fake Out into it, but Dragonite, Dragon and Flying typing is really great against the Rillaboom. And also, Electabuzz with only Electro Web isn't really going to be doing that much damage to it. And at this stage, Aldrich is probably going to be relying mostly on his Basculegion to try and take the knockout, so that's something he has to really preserve.
I feel like you almost want to get rid of the Weezing then at this stage, so you can bring the adaptability back to the field, even your Grassy Terrain, to enable the Rillaboom to deal more damage. It's going to go straight for a Terrestrialization here. I don't believe we saw Aldrich even Terrestrialize in Game 1.
No.
So in Game 2, going to be going for it on this Rillaboom, bringing the Fire type to the stage.
Yes, another Electro Web comes down, and Dragonite and Weezing are both now going to be so slow on the field with -2 stages. So high horsepower coming off, and this time does a lot more damage without the Intimidate and the Burn. But Weezing is going to hang on and munch on its berry, take a bit of a break, and get that health right back up. And Scale Shot connects this time.
It's still not a lot of damage, though. That high horsepower into that Weezing. Damage on the other hand, though, coming through from these Scale Shots is going to be able, I believe, to put the Electabuzz into the halfway mark, but it's still got plenty of energy left to be able to battle.
Yeah, look, that 5 hits of Scale Shots. So this Electabuzz, if another hit comes off, is going to get knocked out. The Rillaboom actually can't do much, but now the Gunk Shot is going to fall off. It lives on 1 HP and gets the poison, though. So Electabuzz is going to be knocked out this turn from the field.
I mean, you can see where Aldrich was trying to get rid of it, was able to go for the double up with the high horsepower and the Electro Web, but it wasn't enough. And in retaliation, Weezing saying, "You're underestimating me, you're leaving me on the field to play my game." And that's exactly what it's doing here.
Yes, and now the Basculegion forced out at such low health. Aldrich can't really lock into Wave Crash anymore, because if he does, it's going to knock itself out from the recoil. But now that there's been 2 Pokemon knocked out on Aldrich's side, that Last Respect's base power has suddenly increased to 150. So it's going to be doing a lot. Of course, there is... Oh, no, wait, the Incineroar got knocked out earlier. So actually, this Last Respect's could be doing really heavy damage to both the Dragonite and the Weezing. And the Rillaboom, high horsepower, if it connects, will knock out the Weezing. And I think, you know, maybe Basculegion might be coming in clutch here.
I think that's where Aldrich has kind of visualized this endgame as well, you know, preserving it so keenly to make sure that it can go for those Wave Crashes or the Last Respect, depending on the target. But we're going to see some more sparkles on the stage as Terrestrialization comes through for this Weezing. It's going to be the Flying type. This is a really nice way to get around those high horsepowers because it cannot take a Nuller one.
No, it cannot. But now Weezing was already floating before, but now it just wants to float even more in the sky. But Last Respect's coming off, even without the adaptability boost. Dragonite at -1 stage of defense is not going to take that, and the high horsepower is going to completely miss this Weezing that's floating in the air. But Will-O-Wisp connects, and now that Last Respects is going to be very, very weak coming off.
That was a very important Will-O-Wisp, wasn't it, Zoe? You needed to completely shut down this Basculegion, because otherwise, I mean, you saw how much the Last Respect did to that Dragonite. Your Garchomp is going to be able to come in. Anything that you throw its way is going to be able to remove it from the field. But I have to say, the health is not the strongest on that Garchomp. Possibly, I think, even a burnt Basculegion is going to be able to get the damage with something like a Wave Crash.
Yes, and even the Rillaboom with the Wood Hammer can just knock it out. And now it looks like maybe Weezing might be the last Pokemon standing on Michael's side. Both of Michael's Pokemon can go for the Protect. So Michael's smart with which he protects. Maybe there's a way to come back, but it looks like Aldrich is in good command of the game here. Weezing going for the Protect just to keep himself safe from any Last Respects.
Yes, it's not going to be going down this time, but the Last Respects are being paid by the Garchomp in this turn. Michael not happy with that. I think was really hoping that it would be going into that Protect, as is indeed the Wood Hammer being the target there. I mean, we know that the Weezing can do a lot of things, but it is incredibly slow. A double up from either of these Pokemon is going to be able to get the knockout. There is a world where you can Protect and try and stall out the burn, but I don't think there's a way around the Rillaboom still.
No, the Rillaboom, even though those Wood Hammers onto this Terra Flying, or even if it was poisoned before, it would have still being resistant to the grass moves. But Wood Hammer is a really strong base attack, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Rillaboom managed to knock out this Weezing even without the help of the Basque Legion. So it looks like Audric, having come back from a fairly tricky position, has managed to position himself really, really well. And it looks like, the question is, can this Weezing survive? Weezing attempting to go for double protect is going to fail and allow the last respects to come off. And it lives! But the Wood Hammer is gonna finish it off.
I kind of like that, though. Letting Rillaboom actually get in on the action here in this match is really nice. A bit of teamwork from the Basque Legion. But you're right, at the beginning of that game, Michael was so destructive to the Volcarona, and Audric looked to be in a detrimental position. But he pulled it back thanks to Basque Legion and has now equalized the score.
Yeah, that was a fantastic adjustment from Audric, and just the courage to stay in and not lose focus after losing that Volcarona turn 1, because that was a devastating turn for him, and it meant that he was just down 1 Pokemon from the start, and he was playing with 3 Pokemon. But that Basque Legion, recognizing that was the adjustment to make and make sure that it was on the field, can get those really strong attacks off. And I think that Basque Legion was just the start of game 2.
I think as well, a lot of trainers do compare Pokemon to chess, for example, with moves and counter moves. And I feel like Audric, leading with the Basque Legion and the Volcarona, forced Michelle to have to make a choice. And yes, you lost the Volcarona, but you were okay with that because the Basque Legion was in a prime position. It got that incredible damage onto the opposing Garchomp. It still had the speed advantage, so it could have that flexibility. And I think that turn where you kept it in, you targeted that wave crash down into when the Incineroar came in, just gave Audric the momentum that he needed. And if in that turn 1, Michelle had maybe left the Volcarona alone and had gone for the Basque Legion instead, it could have been a very different type of match.
I almost wonder if the Volcarona, is that something Audric wants to bring? Because it's really done not that much in both games. It did get a +1 heat wave off. If Audric brings that Volcarona, he might want to think about keeping it safe just a little bit better so that it gets the space to set up and then lay down those really strong heat waves. But of course, it's very difficult against Michael's double Dragon team. Both the Dragonite and Garchomp are fairly bulky Pokemon, so they're not really going to care about this Volcarona. Of course, Volcarona can go for Terastallization. Terra Fairy, Terra Blast will hit really, really hard, and that's just something that both players are going to be aware of.
And both players know they only have one more game to decide the winner of this set. And the leads coming out are going to be Volcarona once again, this time paired up with the Electabuzz front and center, possibly trying to give that redirectional support straight away, as it is the Dragonite and the Incineroar. So Michael actually leaving the Weezing possibly in the back, but it's not in the leads.
There's no Weezing on the field just yet. The Electabuzz and Volcarona at this turn are at risk of getting fake-outed from this Incineroar, so maybe a double protect could be coming off. But if Audric goes for that double protect, it does allow the Dragonite to get a tailwind off, and then following turn, Incineroar can start going for the knockoffs, which will hit the Volcarona quite hard, and Electabuzz will not appreciate getting a knockoff onto its Eviolite. But at the same time, next turn, Electabuzz can go for the Follow Me, allow the Volcarona to set up. There is no taunt available on the field, so nothing really stopping the Electabuzz to just keep spamming the Follow Me and buy the Volcarona enough time to go for the Quiver Dance.
Yeah, Electabuzz is going to have a happier time right now. Particularly, it's got its Eviolite back as well. We know that it's going to be able to have the bulk to take a lot of damage. And in contrast to games 1 and 2, we're going to see Terastallization straight away, this time onto that Volcarona. The Fake Out will lock down into it, so we're not going to be able to see any of these potential Quiver Dances in this turn, as the Dragonite capitalizes on this Fake Out support and goes for the Tailwind. So the speed is up.
Yes, the speed on Michelle's side is going to be double, but they will be knocked down to a -1 stage from this Electro Web. But because the Tailwind is up, the Incineroar and the Dragonite both are going to be outspeeding both of Audric's Pokemon. But crucially, the Dragonite's multi-scale has been broken, and now this Volcarona, it's Terra Fairy. Although it hasn't got the Quiver Dance up, you will be hitting the Dragonite really, really hard. It looks like Electabuzz just going to keep itself nice and safe from any double offs this turn.
Yes, a little bit of a defensive play there, but it's going to be all about the speed, with the extreme speed from that Dragonite going down into the opposing Volcarona as the Incineroar pivots out. I like this play. Yes, you could have gone for some damage, but considering it's that Fairy typing, it's not going to be very effective, and you could actually instead try and reduce the special attack that it might be trying to boost up through a Quiver Dance. And Zoe, there's no Weezing in the back.
There is not. and it's going to be the Golden Go now, which is going to have a fantastic time against this fairy type of Volcarona. Electabuzz cannot redirect away any Make It Rains that's coming off from this Golden Go. With a Life Orb, that +1 stage of special defense on the Volcarona is not going to be able to help it survive against a really strong Steel type attack coming from this Golden Go. So Michael getting really the best of that turn there, ignoring the protecting Electabuzz, and now he's got that Golden Go ready to go under Tailwind. It's switched, it hasn't been hit by the Electro Web, so it will be hitting first, and this Volcarona is really not in a great position, but maybe Audric could try and get a lot of Electro Webs down onto this Golden Go and slow it down and allow that Volcarona to hit a Heat Wave.
I mean, I think you make a great point that Michelle's been able to bring the Golden Go in without taking the Electro Web. It's in Tailwind, but those turns will tick away. So possibly if Audric's able to stall around them, then Golden Go will not be in the formidable presence. It also hasn't had a nasty plot boost yet, so it will not be quite as formidable, but that Fairy typing could be so detrimental to the opposing Volcarona. There's going to be some adaptations here, paired up with that Golden Go is now going to be the Incineroar, throwing down the Intimidate, but I think most crucially, having the Fake Out in the next turn.
Yeah, this is really a nice turn. And Incineroar switching in, trying to renew that Fake Out, but it looks like Audric has read Michael and brought in the Rillaboom, so getting this maybe... Oh, actually, no, with Tailwind active, this Incineroar is still going to be faster, but Golden Go going for a nasty plot, but Volcarona did not protect. Did this Volcarona go for Heat Wave? And it is not enough to knock out the Golden Go. So fantastic turn for Audric, but Golden Go quite nicely set up and can just ignore any fake outs that's coming off from this Rillaboom. So not the worst turn, but you know,
it was scary for the Golden Go for a minute there, though. We've seen Heat Wave be so damaging, and the fact that you have that Quiver Dance up means that it is going to be boosted as well. I think the parting shot from the Incineroar we have to thank if you're Golden Go for not being able to get that knockoff.
Oh yes, good call. I forgot about the earlier parting shot.
They're a good team, aren't they?
Yes, if the Volcarona had been neutral, it would have been a knockout. And now I believe there is 2 more turns of Tailwind, so Volcarona can protect this turn to try and burn 1 turn of Tailwind that's coming off, but it might have to try and get a double press because Golden Go under Tailwind, even up against a +1 speed Volcarona, I believe it will be outspeeding. It looks like now Electabuzz coming back in to keep that Volcarona nice and safe. And here we go, a protect from this Volcarona just to burn out a turn of Tailwind.
And I think Audric not wanting the Rillaboom to take any unnecessary damages. Golden Go just switches straight onto the offensive. There is the Make It Rain. It is boosted up. It's going to be able to do a significant chunk to that opposing Electabuzz, but it's Eviolite really helping out to put it into a safe spot. Of course, the fake out games in the previous turn were a little bit null and void thanks to the speed tiers, so it enables the Incineroar to go straight onto the offensive here. It does knock off that Eviolite, and I think even with the drops, the fact that the defenses are so weakened on that opposing Electabuzz, it might be able to get the KO from Golden Go now.
Yeah, Golden Go with the Life Orb is really, really scary, and I believe we do have 1 more turn of Tailwind. Tailwind actually eases out this turn, so I lost track of the Tailwind turns.
It's Stormy and Stuttgart, we're all losing track.
Really good play from Audric there. Now that the Volcarona is once again the fastest Pokemon on the field, and at this stage, you might even want to think about a Terra Blast onto that Golden Go, just in case the Heat Wave misses, because you cannot risk that miss. Incineroar, of course, has also burned that turn of Fake Out, so a really fantastic turn, but Golden Go looks like just wanting to keep itself safe this turn. Maybe Incineroar wants to go for a parting shot, but yes, that Terra Blast coming off. Audric taking 0 risks this turn.
Yes, good defensive play from Michael as well. The taunt's going to come down, and I really like this because it's going to shut down any of those supportive moves coming through from the Incineroar, like, for example, a parting shot, but instead it's going to be this Flare Blitz connecting down. It does a significant chunk of damage here. I was going to say on Michelle's side, you kind of want to protect up that Golden Go until Dragonites may be able to set another Tailwind so it can come back in and apply pressure. But that Flare Blitz did a significant chunk, definitely makes it a little bit more vulnerable.
It does. Electabuzz is still on the field, so it can go for 1 more turn of Follow Me. With the Eviolite gone, I wouldn't expect it to survive very long on the field, but now Audric is in a good position to go for a Terra Blast onto this Golden Go and just a Follow Me. Make sure that Golden Go has been knocked out, but of course, Michael still has that unrevealed Pokemon in the back to Audric. We know that's a Garchomp, but both of these Double Dragons are not going to appreciate any Terra Blast. A Fairy type Terra Blast coming off from this Volcarona. So Volcarona in a really nice position this game. Just Audric having positioned it so well.
And Michelle, wanting to switch out that Incineroar, you need to preserve it because, yes, we know there's the Rillaboom, but we also do not know the fourth and final Pokemon of Audric, and if it's that Bascu Legion, you need the Intimidate to be able to neutralize it. The Heat Wave obviously going to be able to remove the Golden Go from play and do a little bit more damage to this opposing Dragonite, but unless it's being followed up with something like an Electro Web, then Dragonite might have a good time in the next turn.
Oh, look, there is the Electro Web now. Single target onto the Dragonite does actually fairly significant damage, but critically gets that speed drop. And I think it looks like I think the Dragonite will probably survive a Heat Wave, but it will not enjoy taking any Terra Blast. So it does allow Michael to bring in an Incineroar from the back, renew that one turn of Fake Out, and also means that Incineroar can go for, say, a Fake Out plus the Tailwind. But of course, Electabuzz does have Taunt, and it can just taunt the Dragonite, prevent any Tailwind shenanigans. So I think Audric actually is in a very strong position here.
Yeah, who do you Fake Out here? That's the question, because I think if you go down into the Electabuzz, you leave the Volcarona up to go for something like that Terra Blast Fairy, or if the Dragonite even wants to go for its Terra Steel, then you could go for the Heat Wave, for example. And either way, Dragonite can be knocked out. But then again, if you go for the Fake Out into the opposing Volcarona, then we know that the Electabuzz can go for a Taunt, shut down potential Tailwind, or can just go for another Electro Web and bring the speed down even further.
It looks like Volcarona going for the Protect. Dragonite also going for a Protect. So a lot of Protects coming out this turn, but also indicating Incineroar does not go for a Fake Out. And maybe just trying to knock out this Electabuzz so that Dragonite is free to set up a Tailwind in the following turn.
I did just triple check. It is running Fake Out. It's just not using it very much in this game 3. I think that's the second time so far we've seen it switch in and not go for that priority move. Instead, just trying to capitalize on the fact that it's on the field and slow down Audric's play, because I think you made a great observation there, Zoe. The Volcarona is in a great spot, particularly with the grassy terrain, getting back all of this HP recovery. It's being faster on the field right now. The Terra Fairy Blast is going to be so detrimental into so many of the Pokemon on Michelle's side.
Yes, and now just Michelle, having now stored out also the grassy terrain, he doesn't know the final Pokemon, but it looks like a Terrastalization finally coming off from Michael's side. It is going to be that Dragonite, so it will be Terra Steel, so a fantastic Terra. But does Audric read this and go for a Heat Wave?
This is the decision, and I think Volcarona could turn the tides of this match with this particular turn. Of course, the Follow Me is coming through, going to be giving Volcarona the spotlight, but it does go for that Terra Blast Fairy. So if that's going down into the Steel type, this is the perfect defensive terrestrialization for this Dragonite.
Oh, look at that Dragonite taking it so well and getting that Tailwind back up. So now the speed of, after the Electro Wave, I believe it's still going to be fast, but the Flare Blitz coming off onto this Electabuzz easily enough to get the knockout now that its Eviolite has been removed.
Having the Tailwinds up really nice as well. You don't have to worry about any more Electro Webs coming in from Pokemon at the back and reducing their speed down. But this is the time for action now from Michelle. You need to be able to use these Tailwind turns to get the knockouts on the board. You need to remove this Volcarona from play.
Oh, but the question is, there's also a Rillaboom in the back, and it looks like now the Bascu Legion with the Choice Scarf, because both the Dragonite and I think the Incineroar has been hit with the Electro Web, the Bascu Legion might actually be faster, and it can just knock itself into a Wave Crash. It's fairly healthy, so it's not going to really knock itself out from the recoil, and both the Incineroar and the Dragonite are in range of a Wave Crash. And there is Michael's final Pokemon in the back, which under Tailwind would be very nice, but now we've got to contend with this Volcarona as well, which can just go for a Heat Wave plus a Wave Crash combination.
You could even go for the flip turn here, bring the Rillaboom in from the back, reset that grassy terrain, and then have Fake Out on the field. Of course, Garchomp's going to join, wants to use those Tailwind turns to the fullest of force as the Heat Wave comes through. Now, Wave Crash is going to be the follow-up move from Bascu Legion. We know how detrimental this can be. It could remove either Pokemon from play, and it chose the Incineroar.
And now Michael is going to be knocked down to his final two Pokemon, which we know is that Dragonite in the back. So double Dragon, or now that the Dragonite is a Steel type, but it's not really going to have the nicest time against this Volcarona, which after being knocked down to such low health early on, it has actually managed to recover so much health back with the combination of grassy terrain and leftovers. And now, there's nothing stopping, say, a Wave Crash onto this Dragonite and a Terra Blast onto this Garchomp. Of course, Dragonite is freshly back in with the Tailwind support, so it will be the fastest Pokemon on the field, but it can't really knock out this Volcarona in one hit with the Scale Shot. But it looks like now Basque Legion going to withdraw, and the Rillaboom is going to come back.
And the Rillaboom coming in as well, setting that grassy terrain, means something like the Earthquake isn't going to be dealing as much damage either going forward. I mean, you don't want to set it off next to your Steel-type Dragonite, but it just means that there's another option that Garchomp doesn't have in its full force. Instead, it goes for the Rock Slide. And as we say, Zoe, when there's a Rock Slide, there's the way, and we've seen how detrimental it can be, and whether it will now bring some flinches into the field as the Scale Shot tries its best to deal with this Rillaboom.
Yes, all the Scale Shots. Ooh, that was quite a... Ooh, 5 hits. Yes, that was 5 hits. But,
yes.
But Rillaboom does manage to hang on, but does this Volcarona flinch from that Rock Slide? It does not. And Heat Wave, yes, that's the target you want to miss, because now it means once the Tailwind has been stored out, the Volcarona can go for a 100% accurate Fairy-type Terra Blast onto this Garchomp, and there's really nothing the Garchomp can do. Rillaboom, if it goes for the Fake Out onto the Garchomp, will probably faint from that rough skin damage, but that's really not a concern at this stage. You just want that by a turn for that Volcarona to attack, and just fantastic play from Aldrich there, adapting so well. It looks like Michael recognizes that the game is lost, and Aldrich will be advancing to Swiss round 4 undefeated.
You could hear the roar from the crowd as well there, Zoe. There were so many people on the edge of their seats, us included if we had seats, to be able to watch this match. I mean, honestly, the Volcarona for me was the storyline throughout that set. In Game 2, being absolutely destroyed by Michael's Rock Slides there. And then in Game 3, it never left the field. It stayed there, got those Quiver Dances up, particularly with the Fairy Terrestrialization, was just able to apply so much pressure and get victory.
Yeah, fantastic adaptation from Aldrich there. Both Games 1 and Game 2, the Volcarona went down so early, and I was saying, oh, maybe if Aldrich might want to think about not bringing Volcarona or having to protect it really well, and that's exactly what he did. He figured out that Volcarona was the key to winning and just protected it so well in that Game 3 and did not give Michael any room to move.
I think as well, Michael opting to leave the Weezing at home for that third game possibly was a little bit detrimental, considering there was that Fairy Volcarona as well. You would have loved to have landed a Gunk Shot down onto it to be able to deal that super effective damage.
Yes, the Gunk Shot from Weezing, it was very accurate, I must say.
It only missed twice.
Yes, it hit all the times that it needed to.
Yes.
That Volcarona was really the star of Game 3, not quite the star of Game 2 where Basque Legion was, and I personally really enjoyed that Game 2, seeing Aldrich play his way out of such a tight and sticky spot. Yes. Volcarona lost turn 1 and then being forced to rely on that Basque Legion, and the rest of his Pokemon, Burn, Rillaboom, wasn't going to do much, and Electabuzz with Electro Web, but that was very supportive in reducing the speed of Michael's side.
It was a key piece for sure. Like, the speed, I think, was very important in this match, because it really came down to predicting when your speed was going to be affected and then providing a countermeasure. We saw that a lot with the Tailwind versus Electro Web. We saw it with Scale Shot versus Electro Web, for example. And then just throwing this Choice Scarf on Basque Legion, I think, was amazing, because you can't do anything about it unless you want to knock it off. I mean, then you're going to deal super effective damage and maybe get the KO anyway, but you couldn't stop it from being in play. Even Weezing and its kind of ability suppressing, neutralizing gas wasn't going to stop the Choice Scarf.
No, it wasn't. And being that water and ghost typing meant that you could not fake out the Basque Legion, so it was very free to just stay in the field. We didn't see it go for any flip turns, but that wave crash was so strong. And in that second game when Michael switched out his Weezing, the adaptability then came in and was just able to nullify that Intimidate. And the Dragonite did a lot of work in setting up a lot of Tailwinds, getting the Scale Shots, but ultimately that Terra Steel type just wasn't very great against the Volcarona, which Aldrich fully took advantage of.
It was great in that one turn.
It was.
But then unfortunately the Heat Waves coming through, it kind of is like you rid yourself of one difficulty, but you give yourself another, and this is where you can see these Heat Waves coming through, not only into the Steel type of the Golden Go, but then when that Dragonite on the screen that you see turns into the Steel Terra type, it also has to take those powerful Heat Waves.
Yes, there was actually a turn where if the Golden Go had gone for the Make It Rain, because it was under Tailwind, the Volcarona did not protect that turn. I think Michael may have gotten the edge over Aldrich and gotten the knockout. But of course, these are top players, and I'm sure Michael was attempting to read his opponent, thinking, the Volcarona might be wanting to go for a Protect this turn, stall out the Tailwind, so I'm going to take advantage of the Protect, go for my nasty plot, and then next turn go for a Make It Rain, but that didn't end up working out, and the Golden Flamingo then got knocked out.
And you could see as well, as you kind of said, that they're thinking through these turns, multiple turns ahead. You can see that with the fake-out plays as well. Every single time Incineroar joined the field, it was almost like Audrey when it came bringing in my Rillaboom, because when the speeds are neutralized, Rillaboom has the advantage. And even if the speeds are slightly different, I at least can still apply my fake-out pressure or force you to hit my Rillaboom so my partner Pokemon is able to kind of show off.
Yes, and it was actually quite funny because the Electabuzz hit all these Electro Waves, which isn't the strongest move, but it actually ended up dealing significant chip damage to allow its teammates to then get the attacks off, and also broke the multi-scale, made the opponents a lot slower.
Exactly, and I feel like instead of slowing things down, let's speed things up. I think it's time to kick it to a little bit of a break so we can get ready for the next round of Pokemon action. So do not go anywhere, grab a cup of tea and be right back.
You know, no matter the situation, it's high competition. Everyone's trying to have a good time as well. So if you can be nice to your opponent and just, you know, be courteous of their state of mind and, you know, things in the game, that's going to lead to a lot of maybe friendships and success in the games.
So an unwritten rule with Pokemon Go is that you always have to say good luck, have fun to your opponent before your battles.
An unwritten rule in Pokemon for me is if someone's having trouble setting up for a round, just help them out in any way you can.
Don't be rude. If you've ever played card games, video games, anything, you know what it's like to play against somebody who is not very gracious when playing the game. It definitely makes the match worse.
A good unwritten rule is like saying good luck to a player and giving them a good fist pump.
I think the biggest unwritten rule in Pokemon is if your opponent is on low health, you have to throw the nuke charge move and not the small charge move. So if you like return like a Carbink as a Sableye, that's goated.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important moments throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Jake Muller, and I'd love to take you back to the World Championships in 2015, the year Mega Kangaskhan claimed her biggest victory. But first, we need to go back one more year to 2014. Pokemon X and Pokemon Y introduced Mega Evolutions to competitive Pokemon, and Mega Kangaskhan dominated the metagame throughout the entire season. However, when the 2014 World Championships rolled around, Mega Kangaskhan fell to the wayside, failing to make a single appearance in top 8. Although Mega Kangaskhan surged back into the metagame as we moved into the 2015 season, its place at the top became crowded thanks to the introduction of even more Mega Evolutions from Pokemon Omega Ruby and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. As the World Championships loomed, the community wondered whether Mega Kangaskhan would once again be pushed out of the metagame by a high presence of Pokemon that could counter it. Anticipating this, many players from Europe and North America opted not to include Mega Kangaskhan on their teams, fearing history would repeat itself. Japan, however, had something else in mind. Just 2 months prior at the Japan National Championships, Shoma Honami claimed first place with an early version of a team structure that would come to be known as Chalk, which featured Cresselia, Heatran, Amoonguss, Landorus Therian, and Mega Kangaskhan. This team composition boasted an unmatched combination of power and flexibility, leading Shoma and many other Japanese players to ride the Mega Kangaskhan wave all the way to Boston. As the 2015 World Championships progressed, it became clear that Chalk was the team to beat. Even though the competition was full of teams with outside Mega Evolution picks, like Mega Mawile,
does connect with the Garchomp and does pick up the knockout.
Mega Charizard X,
we go for the Flare Blitz here on the Thundurus,
Mega Salamence,
the Hyper Voice,
and Mega Charizard Y.
We go for the Flamethrower here.
6 of the top 8 players used teams that followed the Chalk guidelines, including Shoma Honami himself. While the extraordinary success of this team composition at the biggest event of the season was astounding, even more interesting was the variation seen within Chalk, just inside this top 8. While all 6 teams had both Mega Kangaskhan and Landorus Therian, many players opted for some alternate options for the remaining Pokemon. Heatran was substituted for a different Fire-type Pokemon on 2 occasions, with one player using Entei and one choosing Volcarona. The 6th Pokemon on the team ranged from Thundurus to Aegislash to Tyranitar to Scrafty. Sylveon made an appearance in place of Cresselia in one instance, and one player even gave up Amoonguss to run both Aegislash and Thundurus. The two teams in top 8 at the World Championships that did not make use of Mega Kangaskhan were both defeated in the quarterfinals, meaning that Mega Kangaskhan was guaranteed to have her day in the sun.
Players shake hands, knowing that the game is over. Rotom Wash falls, and the crowd reacts, ladies and gentlemen. Yosuke advancing. We've seen him. This is the second time on stream, playing incredibly well.
After taking down Naoto Mizobushi in top 4, Shoma Honami would be met in the finals by fellow Japanese player Hideyuki Taida, whose Volcarona set him apart from the rest of the field.
Oh my God, he's done. We get a medic in the field.
The championship match was a back-and-forth affair. Shoma won game 1 thanks to consistent damage output from his Landorus Therian and clever use of disruptive attacks like Thunderwave and Swagger.
And here we go. Will it be able to hit through Confusion is the question. No, it hits itself. Huge. Shoma very excited.
But Hideyuki turned the tides and even the score at 1 game all after his Pokemon broke through Confusion on crucial turns.
A lot on the line for these two trainers. Almost $20,000 in prizing here as it hits through with a big Shadow Sneak, and I think that will pick up the feint here on the Thundurus. It is definitely at this point looking like Hideyuki's taking it to a game 3.
In the deciding game, Shoma made expert use of Heatran's defensive utility and offensive power, proving that the original Chalk Fire-type Pokemon was still #1.
Should do a ton here. Oh my gosh, picking up the feint on Hideyuki's Pokemon, as well as catching the burn, activating the weakness policy there, but the burn is absolutely huge, and it's only a matter of protects before this one is over.
Fittingly, Mega Kangaskhan re-entered the field right before Hideyuki conceded defeat. Shoma's decision to stay true to his run to the Japan Nationals title with the original components of the Chalk team composition paid off as he became the 2015 Pokemon World Champion.
Shoma Honami is your 2015 Pokemon Video Game World Champion.
Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, trainers, to the Stuttgart Regional. My name is Lee Provost, and I have the pleasure to be back behind the desk again with the lovely Costa Dynamos.
Oh, so lovely of you. Definitely not going to be returned to yourself.
Because that's what I have to deal with.
Because of the couch segment.
I'm nice and polite.
That's okay. Yeah. You're lovely. I'm sorry. I'm
done. The damage is done.
I'm letting my evil side out too much. Oh no, I forgot we're on stream. Sorry. Yes. Hi. We are back. Of course, we're going to be featuring Swiss round number 4, which is going to be coming up at this stage of the tournament. Our trainers definitely starting to go through the cycling of tiredness, you know, like the matchup dependencies as well that they're having to sort of review. Still a bit fresh, obviously.
I hope they're not too tired. It's very early in the tournament.
Well, right. Well,
I've got a long way to go today.
I might be projecting my thoughts. Perhaps I'm already tired. Sorry. I mean,
tired of me.
Maybe. No, I kid. I just. But no, that was a slugger of a match, of course, that we saw between Michael versus Ulrich there as well. But that wasn't just one of these spicy matches we've got. We've got a couple more notable matches going into the next round. So we're looking to try to go ahead and get things cracking, as our confirmed stream match is going to be Alexandra Schwickel versus Luca Breitling-Pols.
Great pronunciation there, Costa, better than mine. But yeah, an amazing game that we've got. And look at those teams. There's a Rotom Frost.
Oh my God, I did not see that.
I love it. So I cannot wait to get into this next one. Going to be very exciting. Both players very talented, and it's going to be a great exhibition. But look at the other games that we've got going on this round. Big hitter, Marcus Statter going up against Flavio Del Pido, who we featured earlier on the stream to kick off the show. And we know all about Marcus. Then you got Alex Gomez, another very popular player and very consistent player this season as well, going up against Christoph, and then Lorenzo versus Abraham in the bottom there. Both very exciting newer comers to the scene, I feel, but both having a very good start to the tournament. And of course, Lorenzo was our champion in Stuttgart last season.
Yes.
So Lorenzo getting off to a brilliant start again to hopefully retain that title, I'm sure this weekend is what they're aiming for.
Yeah, and rocking that Victor Medina reign that, of course, Victor was able to pilot through to second place at LAIC a couple of weeks ago. Another call out as well with Marcus. Not only is he one of our lovely colleagues behind the cast desk, he is also the 2023 Stuttgart side event champion as well. That was sort of like a preliminary phase where VG hadn't just yet come into the Stuttgart regional circuit. However, he was able to go ahead and get that title. It looks like he's actually vying to get that official title here and become one of those very few greats alongside Lorenzo to be able to have that to his accolade.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a comfortable location for Marcus as well.
Yes,
being
true.
in his home country. And yeah, I mean, you know, Marcus has got so many accolades to his name, and I'm sure he's after one of those coveted medals that from this season in particular. So see how Marcus gets on the rest of the tournament. But of course, Flavio played exceptionally well in that game earlier on to kick off the broadcast. So not going to be an easy task in the slightest.
Yeah, no, definitely not. But of course, at least that's one of the notable matches that are going to be going concurrently on the side. We are going to be featuring Alexandra versus Luca. So, I mean, generally speaking, it's really great to be able to see that representation of the different regions that we've got. Obviously, we did have the Polish region featured several weeks ago at Gdansk. So being able to see our top Polish combatants come to the fore as well is really great. Versus Luca. These two trainers, they've got a couple of strong appearances in terms of top cuts that they've been able to lock into, day twos, of course, but I don't believe any one of them have recent title-winning efforts. I think Luca, back in 2016, Eindhoven regional champion.
Yeah, Luca, like back a little way back. Very successful player, very strong player. So he has those technical abilities kind of embedded within him, and I'm sure he'll be able to showcase them now. It's really great to see Luca kind of back on this stage again and being able to showcase, but up against a very tricky team in Alexandra, and you know, not someone else that you need to kind of you need to be very respectful of in the match, because you can't underestimate any opponent, of course, at this level of tournament. I'm so excited for this game, though, when looking at the teams in the team matchup. Of course, we'll get into that in a moment. But, yeah, I think, you know, both these players, one of them more a veteran player, I would say now, in Luca, and Alexandra, more of a newer sort of face to the scene.
Well, I'd say Alexandra, I've known her quite a couple of years now. She's actually been able to make some really strong appearances in previous years as well, even pre-COVID times, I think, but hadn't actually gotten that really top-level achievement at the time. Back in Malmo Regionals 2020, I'd actually remember her having a really good run, but unfortunately wasn't able to convert that into a very high placement in that day two section. But yeah, I think this is going to be a great opportunity to be able to see multi-generational experience come out to the fore with the current format from both of our trainers, especially like you said, Luca. Like, I mean, 2016 was able to pick up a regional championship, but that was unfortunately quite a long time ago right now in retrospect, but a lot of things have changed.
It's a different feel compared to back then, but I mean, you can go back a lot further, and Luca had a lot of success, you know, on the German national scene and all of the nationals that were there before the internationals and the regionals came about. But yeah, of course, you've got to put all that aside, because none of that really matters now, because these players, all that matters to them is winning this next match. And I think, again, talking about earlier about shutting out the noise, that's one of the things that you've got to have. You've got this pressure, of course, privilege. You know, pressure is a privilege to have when you're in this position, because you're performing so well. You've earned the right to be on this stage right now. You've got to shut out everything around you and have that belief in your team, what it is capable of doing, and try and overcome what your opponent's trying to do, of course.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Alexandra's team is so fascinating to look at. You've got so much going on wherever you look, and being able to see a King Gambit life form, you know, like who normally thinks, oh yeah, King Gambit, let me try to maximize even more damage output if I can. Black glasses isn't enough. I need something more. I need to be able to get around those really niche calculations when it comes to its damage output.
Yeah, we'll take a look at those accolades that we've been talking about. Italian national champion in the seniors division back in 2012 for Luca.
Wow.
And then followed up, obviously, the German nationals, top 4 and 15. World's top 16 and 15 that year, had a great season. And then, obviously, the Eindhoven regional champion in 2016. I'll pass it over to you to take care of Alexandra's.
Yeah, and I think Alexandra, like we were talking about, being able to have a really good, notable top 4 back in 2019 Frankfurt regional. Definitely wasn't shied away from multiple consecutive events in participation. I know Alexandra did a really good job in trying to go ahead and pursue most of the EU events going on around that time. 2020 was able to go ahead and get that top 16 at Bochum regional, and then of course came back several years ago in 2023 for that top 32. So definitely trying to go ahead and get a bit more of German regional luck going for their performances.
Yeah, exactly that. And I mean, both players are very accomplished, of course, when you have a look at them and the overview. But here's the exciting thing now. We're going to take a look at Alexandra's team, which I love. And it is the Armor Rouge, King Gambit, Dragonite, the Garchomp, Alolan Ninetales, and that Rotom Frost. Let's talk through it, Costa.
Oh, well, I mean,
where do we start?
I genuinely don't know. There's a Citrus Berry Armor Rouge, which doesn't have a female Indeedee by its side. There's a King Gambit Life Orb, which is just enough said. There's the Dragonite, which is the most I would say, traditional set that we've actually seen right now, the Choice Banded Garchomp. We did see Gabriela Gachu actually pick up that regional title earlier this season with a banded one, but it has Poison Jab and Terra Poison for those fairy types.
Yeah, I love that. And then we go down, we've got that Rotom Frost that is going to have that Levitate ability, be able to sit next to that Garchomp, all importantly, if it goes for those Earthquakes, which is great. And then it's got the Blizzard to play into that, the snow if that comes onto the field, and obviously the Fire Terra typing as well. A little bit of defensive resistance with that Assault Vest as well.
Yeah, and that's going to be taking a lot of damage from, let's say, for example, Marco's Sun when it comes to the Charizards and all of the very high offensive pressure coming up from the Fire
Terra type. It gives you such an advantage there. You know, you've got that Terra type. The Thunderbolt's going to be able to hit that Charizard for super effective damage. You've got the Blizzard for the Ursaluna, so even if that, you know, the Trick Room does go up, you've got a way to get around the Ursaluna that can't hit you with those ground type attacks. You've got to worry about the Facade there, of course, but you do have that strong Trick Room call there for Luca with that Torkoal, with that Porygon, and then the Ursaluna. You've got the nice support there with the Incineroar, with that Fake Out support, the Intimidate support, and then, all importantly, the Jumpluff that loves the Sun. If that Sun can be on the field, it's going to activate that Chlorophyll ability. It's going to be able to support with things like Sleep Powder, so disruptive, and also that Tailwind as well that might come into play.
Yeah, and I think that's the beauty of being able to sort of start seeing a bit of a centralization of formats when you have such notable popular teams such as Marco's Sun, where Alexandra clearly has team built in order to have a couple of answers towards it. You've got the situation where you can force your own weather, but obviously there's a bit of a scenario where you have to take into consideration the sunny day on the Jumpluff, but Armor Rouge is clearly there for a Sun answer. We've got Wide Guard, we've got the Flash Fire, we've got Trick Room, so you've got multiple tools to play around with if you want to play around with the speed, if you want to just play around with shutting down those spread type damage moves over on Luca's side.
I love this Armor Rouge. I really do. The Wide Guard there is such great utility. It gives your opponent such a headache from the beginning. Can I bring those spread attacks to this game? How am I going to get rid of it? And especially if we look outside of this game, I'm sure Alexandra's picked the Armor Rouge for a good reason, because haven't got the Indeedee on their team, but Indeedee is going to be out in the field taking advantage of that Psychic Terrain when it is present. You can also block incoming Expanding Forces, and you've got Expanding Forces to take advantage of yourself. It's just
such a good tool.
Yeah,
like,
brilliant.
It's clearly like a tech pick when it comes to Alexandra's team.
Very, very smart.
Such a good way to be able to patch up those awkward matchups and at least force 50-50s, like you mentioned, Lee, in terms of how Luca's going to try to tackle this scenario. And we already see how he's going to do it. He brings a Charizard and that Jumpluff versus the Rotom, Frost, and the Armourouge. I did not expect to say that today.
No, we did not, but the Sun's not active on the field yet, so that Solar Power on the Charizard not activated, the Chlorophyll not, but likely that Jump Puff going to be the fastest thing on the field right now. It can threaten with that Sleep Powder. There's no resistance on Alexandra's side of the field, so something you've got to worry about here, especially if that Charizard does decide to go for a big Fire-type attack, which obviously will be not hitting the Armourouge, but will be doing super effective damage to the Rotom. Maybe it forces the hand of a Terrestrialization there on that Rotom into the Fire-type to be able to take those attacks a little bit better. Maybe even switch in the Ninetales, but it's risky doing that to get the Snow just for a Blizzard, right? The Blizzard will be able to help get rid of the Jump Bluff, but at the same time, it's very detrimental, very risky play. Going to start off with a Terrestrialization.
Yeah, and I think you sort of feel like this is going to be a matchup where you have to try to be very dynamic, very bring that immediate offensive board adaptation, and that's why we see that Water Terra Jump Bluff actually miss the Sleep Powder onto the Rotom. Overheat, focusing into the Rotom is enough to pick up the KO. No Terra from Alexandra there.
Yeah, doubling down into that slot, very smart in case that Sleep Powder does miss, identifying that is going to be a big problem if we don't get rid of it early on. The Armor Cannon now going to be followed up from the Armourouge, but really smart Terrestrialization there. The Jump Bluff now, that Water type, taking that attack so well.
Yeah, that was such a good play from Luca, and you probably think on the surface level, oh, okay, that was a clear play. It's like, no, there's multiple different mind scenarios going on in terms of, you know, like, do you go for the level 1 read, do you go for the level 2, level 3, and what happened there was the fact that you expected Alexandra to try to take advantage of the obvious scenario of, okay, I'm just going to Terra-Fire the Rotom and then just go for maybe Discharge or a Wide Guard as well. Like, there are a couple of different options there, and Alexandra unfortunately got caught out by Luca's very offensive read there.
Yeah, and, you know, Luca don't want to take any risks there, and the threat of the oncoming overheat into the Rotom is really risky from Luca, because if you go for that and the Terrestrialization comes out, you don't get any value, and then you could have the situation where the Sleep Powder misses, you go into a Terra-Fire Rotom, but Luca getting some reward for that payoff there. And, you know, the Sleep Powder, it is one of those moves that has a lot of accuracy, so it can miss. Unfortunately, it did there, but although we saw the double up into that slot, it was enough to take it down and give Luca a little bit of a lead here. Now, we're seeing the Charizard leave because resetting those attack drops that it's taken from that overheat, and now the Ursaluna coming into the fray. Going to be in a position to threaten that Armourouge going forward, but we're seeing a return of another Terrestrialization from Alexandra's side.
And it's going to be the Armourouge going for the Terra Grass, wanting to be able to essentially not fall short of being able to be put to sleep by any sort of Sleep Powders coming out from Luca's side. And the Sleep Powder doesn't even focus into that slot. It goes for the Dragonite, recognizing the scale shot threat that could be coming out. Does connect, of course, which means that the Dragonite is going to burn up its first mandatory turn of sleep. But Armourouge is free to go ahead and get that damage dealt on the Expanded Force. Is it enough? It is not enough. There is no Psychic Terrain around to be able to bolster its damage output. And all of a sudden, we're in a situation where Jump Bluff really feels good having its buddy the bear right by its side. Bro Bear, of course, being able to have Facade enabled Guts.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think when you look at Alexandra's side of the field, you look at the Dragonite, okay, it's got that ground immunity. The Rotom's now gone out of question. It was a really smart Terrestrialization from Alexandra, because you do expect maybe the Sleep Powder to come into that slot, but again, a great play from Luca, covering bases, going for that Dragonite. Has, like you said, taken a turn of sleep, so could have the chance to wake up now, and he really needed to remove that Jump Bluff, how impactful it has been in this game.
Oh, unfortunately has not been able to wake up. Their Tailwind is set up, so actually giving us a bit of a insight over the speed interactions there. Quite a bit of a speedy Dragonite there, but the Facade going into the Kingambit, such a good switch in from Alexandra's side to be able to resist that, and that still dealt a lot of damage, nearly half of a Kingambit's health.
Yeah, when you think Kingambit, great switch in here, we're not going to see a ground attack because of that the immunity that the resistance that the Armourouge has, and it takes so much damage from that Guts boost. You think, right, well, it's going to be very vulnerable this next turn, because if we do see something like the Headlong Rush into that slot, then if you leave it out on the field, it's gone. Do you switch into the Armourouge and maybe then it's just slowing you down if you're Alexandra because you're not getting any momentum here. You just see the Sleep Powder come straight out, that Tailwind setup, putting the Ursaluna into such a strong position right now.
Yeah, and at this point, it's just going for the damage, wants to break the multi-scale. Look at that. You'd think, oh my lord, that dealt so much damage for it to have been a multi-scale boosted defense, but Scale Shot does connect. Definitely not enough to pick up any sort of KO. Maybe, well, I'd say maybe if there were like 3 critical hits, perhaps, but at this point, that's sort of what Ursaluna does. It's been able to take so much damage whilst being able to retaliate with even more.
Yeah, and that's it. And you've got to think now, is it in range after this burn damage of an extreme speed? It's going to be very, very close. The King Gambit out of action now is going to be not really able to do anything. The Jump Pluff, though, has got the ability to use that Sleep Powder once again on the Dragonite. And the benefit, even though the Scale Shotters give that speed boost, you've got the Tailwind in effect, so you don't really mind that. The Jump Pluff, though, going to be susceptible to that extreme speed as well. So Dragonite has the ability now. It's woken up to remove pretty much either one of these targets on Luca's side of the field. Do we see Luca switch out now to adjust while this King Gambit's asleep? You're pretty easily able to do that.
Yeah, and I feel like at this point it's a bit of a read because within that HP range that remains, you could easily go for the Jump Pluff if you're anticipating defensive protect from the Ursaluna to be able to counter the obvious play in that scenario. So Luca really needs to be quite precise in terms of reading Alexandra's potential desperation because the board position isn't in her favor.
Well, we do see that protect come out from the Dragonite here, not wanting to lock into anything else. That Sleep Powder is the move of choice from this Jump Pluff, but the Ursaluna staying on the field, no protect from Luca's side as the Earthquake comes out, and this will catch that King Gambit, be enough to pick up the knockout, and another victim falls to the bear.
Oh yeah, and also its partner Pokemon as well.
Well, now the Terastallization, of course, once immune, now is going to be susceptible to that move, but this might pay tribute to Luca and allow something now to come in to take advantage of that Tailwind, because obviously the Jump Pluff not really an offensive threat. It has been so disruptive through this match, but it does allow Luca to bring something in. I haven't seen the 4th Pokemon that they've got. We know the Charizard's in the back, but what is coming out probably is going to be the Charizard.
Okay, all right, the Charizard in, but I think like you said and touched on there, the fact that we've got a free swap in for Luca, and now you can easily lock into an Air Slash to be able to get rid of the Armarouge. Surely it should be able to, unless this is a very bulky Armarouge. I know that we've got Citrus Berry on it, maybe a bit of an indication of bulk, but regardless, this is a choice spec, even without the Sun. So Luca does have the option of perhaps having a Torkoal in the back. It may, because of the 3 Pokemon selected, probably might be a Porygon 2 to be able to have a Trick Room mode against it if you need to be able to either reverse the Trick Room from Armarouge or be able to just slow everything down. But Alexandra is in a bit of a tough spot right now and really needs to try to see if there's any sort of win condition they can target.
Yeah, and you've got to really choose wisely here if you're Luca. What do you lock the Charizard into? Obviously, with that Flash Fire ability, you can't go into your Fire-type moves. If you've got the Torkoal in the back as well, it's only got Fire-type moves, so you're going to be really stuck if this Ursaluna goes down. Exactly what we see, utilizing that extreme speeds very well, but you've got to lock into maybe that Air Slash here to get rid of that Armarouge, but also contend with...
Oh, it connects, and it picks up a huge one-hit KO, and that already means that there's a lot going for Luca's momentum, you know, being able to outspeed this Dragonite was really good. Tailwind does expire though, and we know the Scaling Shot boost is on the field, or should I say was taken up by the Dragonite, but this Torkoal is looking to try to, you know, spice things up.
It is spicing things up. Now the Tailwind has ended on Luca's side of the field, and this Dragonite in a position where, because of that Scale Shot boost that it took earlier, is going to be faster than the Charizard now, so can't get an attack off, but against 2 powerful Pokemon in the Sun, it's not looking the easiest of situations. Of course, you're going to have to remove this Charizard with the Scale Shot, not choosing for that, maybe targeting down the Torkoal, and Torkoal's so good defensively. You're going to be able to kind of sap these up very easily, and it leaves the Charizard boosted by that Sun to close it up with that Solar Power boosted Air Slash.
Yeah, unfortunately the Dragonite doesn't have a way to be able to lock this one out against both of Luca's Pokemon with any sort of spread type damage. You see the Air Slash is going to be able able to absolutely decisively rule out any reverse sweep from Alexandra there, giving Luca that game 1 win.
Yeah, incredible game. Very fast-paced as well,
yes.
And you've got to think there's a lot of token points from there. Alexandra losing that Rotom turn 1 was a big loss there, especially how useful that would have been in the later stages of a game, especially when the Ursaluna comes in, because you almost force in the hand of it having to lock into that facade rather than the Earthquake or the Headlong Rush. But the big problem for Alexandra, I think, going into this next game is dealing with that jump puff effectively because of how disruptive it was. Sleep Powder obviously missed that turn 1, but the double up into that slot was really well done by Luca, making sure that, you got some value out of that turn if one of those low accuracy moves did miss. And then the tailwind support, we saw how valuable that was. Running out at the right time. And normally when you look at a team like this with the Porygon 2, you're saying Ursaluna's going to be primarily a Trick Room based Pokemon, but you can utilize it because of how well it's been built in both a Trick Room and a tailwind environment. We saw that exactly, Luca doing that in that last match. So a lot to think about if you're Alexandra. What would you do, Costa, if you were in those shoes right now?
Oh, I mean, first of all, I'd be a bit stressed, if I'm not going to lie. You know, having your back against the wall right now isn't the best, but this is sort of the point where you need to be able to make those hardcore reads. You need to be able to be brave and make the appropriate sort of shot factor plays in order to catch your opponent off guard and make a couple of read or two. So what I would do is I would genuinely feel like I feel a bit more comfortable leaning into the Terrafire Rotom Frost. I feel like there was a lot it could have done, but you need to be able to play around with getting that turn 1 read going, because if I'm completely honest, I expect both trainers to bring the same leads and maybe try to see where they can go from there. Maybe Luca can play into understanding what Alexandra's key moves should be in regret of how game 1 went, and to be able to readapt against it accordingly.
Yeah, and there's a part of me that says the Armor Rouge with that Grass Terastallization is such a big player in this game because of the immunity it gives you from that Sleep Powder, from the Jump Bluff. But the Jump Bluff, if it goes into that Terastallization again, then it only leaves you Expanding Forces, a move that you can really use a reasonable damage output. So then you've got to lean back on things like your Rotom in that situation, but you can't Terastallize 2 Pokemon. But we do see some change-ups as we get into game 2.
Okay, actual complete change of board from Luca's side. Does get that download boost alongside the Torkoal, wanting to opt for a potential immediate threat there. We got the option of Terra Fighting versus that Kingambit, and the Armor Rouge, especially that Kingambit, it does highly threaten it right now.
Yeah, it does. And the thing is, the Porygon 2 not threatened too heavily. It's going to take a lot of damage if the double up comes into that slot, but if you commit to the Porygon 2, you leave that Torkoal kind of open to do what it like, and that Kingambit is in a position right now where it wants to sit in front of any sort of fire type attacks that can come out, especially when they're boosted by the sun. So maybe Alexandra does reposition here, get that Kingambit, save it for later on in this match when it will be a bit more effective. We've seen some of the Pokemon that Alexandra has in the back as well that can come in to soak up those fire type attacks, but not going for that, just playing it safer, not wanting to take any risks here, just protecting this turn.
Yeah, although the Armor Cannon in the sun is going to deal a lot of damage to this Porygon, to nearly about 75% at that. Obviously at the cost of its defenses being dropped. Overheat trying to focus into the Kingambit. Really nice safe play from Alexandra to try to scout out the scenario, as we do have Trick Room now being set up. So this Kingambit is going to feel highly threatened, and it can't exactly defensively Terra out of this scenario.
No, and the awkward thing is Luca's in a position now where you're setting the Trick Room up. You're in a position where you can almost go for an Ice Beam and Overheat into that Kingambit slot, which would then catch that Garchomp on the switch in if you suspect that to be in the back. And that could be a real problem for you if you're Alexander, because you want to get the Garchomp onto the field unscathed so you can stall out this Trick Room. The Porygon 2 is a big issue. The one thing you could maybe do here is sacrifice the Kingambit and then take down that Porygon 2, and I hope that Luca does commit into that slot, because it's what do you value more? Do you value your Garchomp or do you value Kingambit more in this match? And I think that's the big question. You've got to make that decision, and whichever decision you go with, you've got to hope that it is the right one.
Yeah, it's quite tough because Alexandra may even be tempted to go for the Trick Room here, but that does easily invite a double up into that slot. Now, question is going to be enough? I mean, I say double up, the Torkoal can't even touch that side of the field. It can only go for the Garchomp slot there, which does receive that damage quite nicely there. Nearly a 2-shot, but at the cost of its eject pack, which is so good in order to be able to bring that Ursaluna in. So if Alexandra anticipates this, they go for the Armor Cannon to hope and pick up a KO and not be felled by any move coming out from the Porygon 2.
Yeah, well, the openings there, the recover coming out from the Porygon 2, not one to lose that to another Armor Cannon. And there we go! Alexandra targeting down into the Ursaluna. It's just come onto the field. Boosted by the sun and picking up a huge knockout.
Wow, that is out for the count, gents. And lovely folks there. The Ursaluna all of a sudden saying, right, I'll get the free switch in. I'll have my guts boosted at the end of this turn. It's like, no, you got far too burnt to be able to stay on the field.
Far too burnt indeed. The Ursaluna not getting any impact in this game, and the situation there was perfect for it. Alexandra really reading that situation so well, thinking, okay, the Porygon 2 is going to be a threat, but it's too easy a target here. I can go after that Torkoal. I know it's got the eject pack. I know what Luca's trying to do. Get it off the field, get that Ursaluna, reading into that situation perfectly, taking huge advantage in a really awkward situation, because I don't think Alexandra herself would like to be in this Trick Room environment, but making the most of it and making it so difficult for Luca to get any sort of foothold here. We do see the Intimidate come in from that Incineroar that's now come onto the field. Going to have that active fake out, of course, this turn, help out that Porygon 2, and the Garchomp is now threatened. Doesn't have access to protect, so it does create a situation where Luca can maybe start to get back into this match, because it's an easy Ice Beam there from the Porygon 2. If you leave the Garchomp out on the field, fake out Ice Beam into that slot, it's gone. You get no utility out of it. But then the King Gambit coming in, do you maybe scout out going for a fire type attack with your Incineroar? And if you do, then you could maybe catch that. So it's a bit back and forth here. Again, coming down to the decisions on what these players want to do. All about stalling out the Trick Room, though, for Alexandra. And can you do that? Maybe the Dragonite is the call because of that multi-skill. You can see maybe an option there to come in.
Yeah, and I think being able to stall out, like you said, the Trick Room turns is so good right now. The main threats of damage are both the Incineroar and the Porygon 2 at this moment, and there is the easy, I would say easy, very tough Terra fighting read that Luca may identify here, because he knows that Alexandra feels very threatened, wants to be able to waste out these turns of Trick Room. We've got the first stage of a potential read coming through. Terra fighting enabled on Porygon 2. Question is, has it correctly targeted the slot?
And we'll soon find out. It looks like it is. It's not. It's into the Dragonite. Great switch from Alexandra. Luca not getting the slot right. The King Gambit getting away with that one. And a great switch overall. King Gambit coming in on the knockoff. It is going to lose its life orb, but, you know, the cost of not losing a Pokemon, you'll take that every single time.
Yeah, and this scenario really works so well for Alexandra. You've stalled yet another turn of Trick Room, not at the cost of any Pokemon going down. So that was a true sort of 50-50 scenario on which slot you need to be able to focus down on. Luca could have gone for the double up in either of the slots if he felt like it would be able to give him a bit more mileage to be able to see this game out. But now we've got a scenario where we've got double protect that's live from Alexandra's side. You just want to be able to stall out to the point where you can really threaten with that late game Garchomp Bandit, of course, in order to wipe away Luca's game 2 chances.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing, preserving it. And Luca seeing through maybe the double protect potentially coming out here and repositioning, getting that Intimidate in the back to bring in later on, as well as having that fake out support for that Porygon 2. It's going to be so pivotal. Trying to get a second Trick Room up if this one does end and you don't really get the mileage out of it. We just see him protect all around the Torkoal, entering the field in place of that Incineroar. The Ice Beam, the move of choice onto that Dragonite.
Yeah, just wanting to make sure it can focus down on that slot and ignore the King Gambit, anticipating the obvious defensive protect there. But probably one more turn-ish until Trick Room does remain. So Alexandra may even want to make an aggressive switch or hope that one of their Pokemon go down here in order to allow this Garchomp free reign to go for maximum damage output. Maybe even by the side of either Amaru Rouge with the wide guard or that Dragonite with the flying typing.
Yeah, and it's good to mention the Armor Rouge now because the commit of that terrestrialization on the Porygon 2 now is weak to that expanding force. So you will be able to get super effective damage into it. So if you can double up into that Porygon 2 with the expanding force, if the sun does wear out, it looks like it will leave the field very soon. And then you can get rid of it and remove that Trick Room threat, because once the Trick Room's not in play, you're going to have a much easier time, like you've said, of enabling that Garchomp for later on. But cycling in, once again, the Incineroar coming back onto the field, dropping another Intimidate, but all importantly, onto that Kingambit now, giving that Defiant boost. And we are seeing the return of a terrestrialization from Alexandra's side of the field.
Yeah, although it is going to be paired up with a Dark Terror, you'd think, oh my lord, okay, it's ready to sweep, but it's still threatened by that Porygon 2. The real question is the Terra Blast enough to pick up now this single typing weak Pokemon to the Terra Blast? No, the Sucker Punch trying to get a read on the Torkoal, but Terra Blast with this Terra fighting type, is it enough? It does, of course, pick up the KO. This is not an Assault Vest Kingambit to be able to sponge up that damage.
That download boost coming in from the beginning of this game, showing its worth here, being able to be enough to pick up even the terrestrialized Kingambit here. The Twisted Dimension still back to normal, Trick Room gone, but you're in a position where you've got that fake out from the Incineroar, really well positioned here from Luca, and you just need to basically fake out Trick Room and you've got your field effect back in play, and then you can start to recover with the Porygon 2. You can then start to whittle down the remaining options on Alexandra's side of the field. It looks very difficult from this point, especially if that Trick Room does go up. Alexandra, what you need to do, you need to try and stop that Trick Room. Have you got anything? Have you got the ability to do that?
Yeah, I feel like Alexandra's slightly outpositioned because of Luca's good bring of that Incineroar with the switch out of the Torkoal on the past turn. As the Trick Room does expire, it means you have fake out pressure online. You can guarantee a Trick Room here, but the real question is, can you be able to dissuade Alexandra from reversing the Trick Room in the subsequent turn?
That's the big thing. And are we going to see just Alexandra make a play where the Trick Room is the inevitable thing? So I'm not going to try and prevent it. I'm going to allow it to be set up, and I'm going to try and play around it. I did all right with it the last time round. Maybe a few tweaks here or there, but at this time round, there is not a Saluna. So if I can make one of those plays again where you're forced into switching one of those Pokemon that's under pressure, even in a Trick Room environment, I can maybe get myself back into this game. It's not over, remember, with 3 and 3, both sides of the field.
Yeah, I do feel like Alexandra at this point probably needs to be able to get that Garchomp back onto the field in order to either have the scenario of I reverse Trick Room or I try to pick up a KO or deal any sort of damage I can. But awkwardly, Ice Beam is in the move pool of this Porygon 2. It is a +1 because of the download, which means these quad weak dragons will really be in an awkward spot. But the Haze comes out, able to actually bring it back down to neutral and not have as much damage output from the Porygon 2. But we're still in the same scenario. Both of these Pokemon will be felled by an Ice Beam if there's a target slot. Question is, which one's is it going to be, and can Alexandra profit off of that by being able to bring in a defensive, resisted switching of the Armor Rouge in anticipation?
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing for Alexandra was terrestrializing the Kingambit. In hindsight, you think, right, okay, well, the Garchomp is really threatened right now, but if you could terrestrialize into that poison type, you'd be in a much better position, of course. Like you've said, though, there is the switch to the Armor Rouge in the back. The problem is switching that in, you're going to have to be wary of that knockoff from the Incineroar. So it's, again, one of those situations where Luca can scout out what your opponent's trying to do under this pressure situation, double up into that slot, and really start to close things up.
Oh, and the target is going to be the Garchomp, of course. It's going to be felled, and this does allow the Incineroar to potentially get a pivot switch going here, parting shot, or actually knockoff, wanting to make sure Loaded Dice is not online, and Scale Shot does have a good chance of actually not connecting with all of its 4 to 5 hits. But we already see a second one. Critical hit may actually prove quite decisive here in picking up the KO. But even if there is a KO, it's so close yet so far. I was going to say the Torkoal is still a really good switch in here. But the fact that we've got the Armor Rouge still susceptible to a knockoff from the Incineroar is really the key thing here.
Yeah, the big thing here is now that scale shot's done enough damage to put that Incineroar on extreme speed range, so the Dragonite can pick that up. Does Lucas spot that? If he doesn't, then things could get quite dicey, because he talked about it in game 1, where that Torkoal has no way to damage this Armarouge. And the Porygon 2 going to struggle now. It's lost that download boost with the Ice Beam and a Terra Blast, its fighting type, into the Armarouge. It's going to really struggle. So there is an out here for Alexander. I just got to hope that we don't see the switch on that Incineroar and it does stay on the field and you can pick up the knockout there, because then it's all down to Armarouge closing this game out. And there we see it!
Oh, there it is! Incineroar did not switch out, and it got punished for it, as now the Porygon 2 does pick up the KO onto the Dragonite, but just like you mentioned now, Lee, the fact that the Torkoal cannot touch the Armarouge is such a big issue for Luca. Expanding Force, being able to retaliate, deal so much damage, nearly actually picked up the KO if there was a crit, I would expect, but the real question right now is, we've got the Torkoal, it does have Helping Hand. Is there a way that you can, I would even say pick up an Ice Beam Freeze, but you can't, the sun's up.
Yeah, and I think if you look back at the original Armor Cannon damage that we saw from the Armarouge in the sun, it's probably going to do enough even after a recover from the Porygon 2. We've seen Alexander lock into the Expanding Force, not wanting to take that special defense drop, which is actually really smart here, because if you did miss the knockout, then you make yourself more susceptible to losing. So doing everything right at this stage, it's going to really come down to the wire. The big thing that you can say that the Porygon 2 and Luca have on their side of the field is that recover. You don't have that on the Armarouge. You can slowly chip it down over time, but have you got enough time in being able to take this big damage that the Armarouge is going to be able to fire out? And the Citrus Berry still active for Alexander as well.
Yeah, and Trick Room turns are starting to actually end, so it's going to be quite decisive once you're outside of Trick Room. Will the Porygon 2 be at a healthy enough spot to be able to take that Expanding Force? The damage is creeping, the health points are dropping, and Luca is in a bit of a precarious situation right now.
Yeah, you can see how useful this Armarouge is and how well Alexander's done to preserve it right till the end of this game with this situation. The Terrastalization on the Porygon 2, a huge detriment now, and the Expanding Force doing more damage than you can really recover. It's only going to be a matter of time, and like you've mentioned, the Trick Room turns are not going to play out for very much longer. When that happens, it's going to be literally a sitting duck, and then the Torkoal, it's going to be lights out.
Oh, well played wordplay there, as Helping Hand is going to be trying to support the little duckling Terra Blast. Even at this range, it's still going to be resisting. How much damage does it do at neutral? Not enough is how much. And we see even with a critical hit, it's not enough. You would think normally that'd be the case, but Expanding Force does pick up the KO, and all of a sudden this little tortoise is in a very awkward situation.
Yeah, we're going to be going to a game 3, and it's exactly what we want with both of these exciting players and teams. It's going to be great to see that Torkoal has no way to do any damage to this Armarouge, and Armarouge can just take its time now just to whittle away at the turtle. And Luca's going to take as much time as he needs to maybe think about how I approach game 2. What am I going to do? And it's a really smart thing to do as well. Don't need to rush into the forfeit here, or just let the game kind of play out and just take your time here, because it does give you the breathing room to re-evaluate how you're going to approach this next game.
Yeah, and you're going to really have to, because from Luca's side, I definitely could see the strategy of wanting to change up your team mode. As we see, Marco was able to pilot so well at LAIC. It usually opts to go for the jump pluff sort of game 1, and then brings in that P2 or Saluna mode under Trick Room in game 2, because you want to be able to completely throw your opponent off balance in terms of, let's say if you get that early game 1 advantage, you expect them to be forced to make the adaptation, so you make the adaptation to the adaptation.
Yeah, that's right. If you can get your head around that, makes perfect sense.
Totally,
and
trust
there
me.
we go with the Armor Cannon into that Torkoal. But like you say, I think the jump left was a huge miss in this game from Luca. It was so impactful in that game 1, and I think Alexander maybe prepared for it a little bit more in this game, and obviously the game plan coming into it, but I still think when you look at it on paper, how the game's played out, that jump left could have been quite impactful if it was brought here. The big drawback for Luca was not being able to get any utility out of that Ursaluna, and what a great pickup from Alexandra in that situation where the overheat went off, the eject pack activated, and then the armor cannon. Wow, one-hit knockout on the Big Bear.
It was such an important play in order to be able to get rid of that main damage source that Luca has. And like you said, Torkoal just not being able to touch this Armarouge, and the Armarouge being able to be brought in after the Terra fighting weakness and baited by that Kingambit is so crucial. And of course, that has given Alexandra the breathing room to force this into a Game 3, get that Game 2 win, and all of a sudden put all of the pressure back onto Luca.
Yeah, incredible played by Alexandra, just remarkable, and what a way to do it as well after that Game 1 where you thought, oof, there is not many options. You've got that jump off is so threatening in the way that Luca's positioning the Pokemon on the board. It's making it extremely difficult. But Alexandra pulling out all stops in that last one and showing that, you know, you're not going to get this victory easy, and I am here to do well in this regional this weekend. You're going to have to really throw everything at me if you want this win.
Oh, 100%. And the fact that we saw her have a really good core 4 brought against that Trick Room mode may have even given a bit of insight on her thought process as well, anticipating a change-up of modes from Luca's team, and was able to sort of capitalize off of that, do quite well under Trick Room to be able to get some really smooth and accurate switch-ins, defensive plays, to be able to sort of either resist the Terra fighting or the fire-type move from the other slot. So what are you feeling is the sort of mindset that you need to go in with this right now? Do you bring that Ursaluna P2 Trick Room mode again if you're Luca, or do you go back to basics with Game 1?
Well, I think if we look back to Game 1 with Luca, the utility of the jump left, I would probably bring that in Game 3 because of how disruptive, how it makes your opponent have to instantly react whatever situation you're in, and it gives you the initial speed control advantage anyway. I would still bring that Porygon 2 in the Ursaluna. You just need to make sure that you're getting utility out of that Ursaluna if you're getting it under a Tailwind, if you're getting under a Trick Room environment. And I think that's the key to it, because you only need a few hits with the Ursaluna to remove targets from the opposite side of the field, and then that puts all the pressure on them to start having to kind of get a foothold in the game. The big thing for Alexandra, though, is being able to prepare not only for the Jump Bluff mode, but also that Porygon 2 mode, because I think it's two different ways of being able to deal with it, and you're going to have to be quite reactive on the spot and make sure that you've got that confidence in the 4 that you do bring to the game.
I feel like Luca may have to go for a bit of an in-between. Maybe drop the Torkoal, bring the Charizard, have the Jump Bluff, manual Sunny Day, have P2 and Ursa in the back, perhaps.
Yeah, I think that's quite a reasonable kind of sacrifice there, because the Torkoal, really outside of Bring the Sun, didn't offer very much in either of the games that it came.
No, but we do have the Jump Bluff back on the field, but paired up with that Incineroar on the side. We'll be able to get quite important attack drop on the Dragonite, whilst of course that is paired up with the Armarouge. So we've got a bit of a compromise from both of our trainers here.
Yeah, we do. I think the Jump Bluff is again forced into that Terrestrialization, where if you don't and an Armor Cannon comes out, you're going to get knocked out. So going for that Terrestrialization makes sense. It's not going to be a big risk here. Of course, you've got the Intimidate, you've got the Fake Out from the Incineroar to kind of disrupt that Dragonite even further this turn. And if you are Alexandra, do you want to switch that Dragonite out here to avoid potential sleep powders and also to reset that attack drop, so later on in the game you can bring it back in and maybe get some more utility out of it? Do you just commit? Do you just go for as much damage as early on as possible?
Yeah, but we're going to see the Armarouge. It does switch out right now, at least not committing on that side of the field. Kingambit is going to be able to be brought in here, but most crucially, we've got the Dragonite that still stayed on the field. We have got a Terrestrialization over, of course, on Luca's side. That Jump Bluff. Terra Water does not want to fall short of being KO'd by any sort of Armor Cannon.
Yeah, and it just makes so much sense for Luca. Like I said, there wasn't really much risk. Sleep Powder coming out into the Dragonite, but it does miss, unfortunately for Luca. But for Alexandra. Great, because that scale shot's going to come out, and look, hopefully it gets enough damage onto the field where it is going to be really susceptible to getting knocked out early on in this game.
Yeah, no fake out as well from Luca. 5 connects there from the Dragonite, and now it's going to be faster than the jump luff as well, and it really puts this jump luff at a very awkward spot. Knock off focus. You see that Alexandra absolutely took the momentum that Luca had at hand and said, right, let me just flip it on the head. I know what you're going to go for. Let me just change things up, and I just need to pray sleep out, it doesn't connect, and she found that good placement.
Yeah, and it's a great play here, because now that jump luff, like you say, is going to be in that position where it can be removed from the field, or it either forces Luca to switch it out, and then you coming in on a scale shot. What do you have in the back? Do you have anything that can come in, take that scale shot well? And the whole time, the Dragonite will be boosting its speed even further.
Yes.
If it gets to +3, if it gets 3 scale shots off, Tailwind, for the most part, against everything on Luca's side, maybe excluding that jump luff, it's not really going to care about. It's going to be the fastest thing on the field. Do you have that Porygon 2 in the back? That's a big question, because if you do, it's a great time to bring it in, because then enabling that Trick Room is going to be a way to get around this Dragonite.
Ooh, this may actually be a bit of a pivot play with trying to get a parting shot off, but the scale shot does connect. It does target down the Ursaluna. Sure, it is at -1 of its attack, but any sort of chip damage against a potential burnt Ursaluna is really good for your position. But yeah, Kingambit, most likely going to be slower than the Incineroar. Yes, as we do get confirmation, because the Marco Sun Incineroars tend to be trained a bit more faster. Maybe Alexandra could have been opting to go for a low kick focus into that slot, so something Luca has to take into consideration with choosing the correct Pokemon now.
Yeah, and we're going to see that 4th and final Pokemon hopefully come out from Luca. Of course, it could be that jump luff coming back into the fray, but it is not. It is the jump luff, so not really revealing that 4th Pokemon yet. Probably smart, and a really good read as well, because that low kick coming out, like you mentioned, into that slot, and really soaking that up super well.
Yeah, and for good reason as well, but we're still in a scenario where Dragonite still outspeeds.
Yeah.
It's still going to be able to, if it can connect with the scale shot, target that jump luff slot. So I'm anticipating Luca maybe to even go for a bit more of another defensive play. Maybe another Incineroar bring in right now, have fake out in the following turn, be able to damage, mitigate the Dragonite. But that's awkward, because you got Kingambit on the field to be able to benefit from Defiant.
You do, and I think that's maybe a sacrifice you have to take and allow that Ursaluna to maybe be in the position where it has to get an attack off to take down the Dragonite. With that Rage Powder support, it is going to give protection to that Ursaluna. The scale shot going to come out. It is going to hit more than 3 times. We know that because of the loaded dice. It is going to pick up the knockout on this Pokemon. And how well has Alexandra dealt with this big disruptive Pokemon early in this game?
She really has, but this Ursaluna is trained to be very speedy. I'm anticipating it to be able to outspeed the Kingambit, but it's just going to have to come down to the training right now of both of these Pokemon. Ursaluna in such a good position to pick up a headlong rush, but no,
huge low kick,
speeds, critical hit, whatever you want, just throw it to the screen. Ursaluna is out, and Incineroar is on its own alongside the 4th remaining Pokemon. And look at the resource availability. 4 versus 2 deficit Luca is facing right now.
Yeah, huge play here from Alexandra. Massive low kick into that Ursaluna. The critical hit probably not really mattering there at all. I think would have picked it up anyway. The bear is so heavy. And Kingambit, though, the big thing, though, outspeeding that Ursaluna was huge. And now the Intimidate comes in. Now that Defiant is going to activate. Kingambit becomes even more threatening, especially with that Sucker Punch into the Charizard. We know is going to have to lock into an attack. It has that Choice Specs item. It cannot go for a Protect. It cannot get around the Sucker Punch. The one thing that you do have going for you this turn, if you're Luca, is the fake out. But then you're leaving the Dragonite. It's still got its multi-scale. It's taken a bunch of defense drops. And of course, the Charizard not really going to be hitting on that physical side, going to be more special. So it leaves you in a really awkward position. Protect coming out, not wanting to take any risk.
Yeah, I mean, why should you have to take any risk? You go for double Protect here, and you just wait it out in order to not allow Luca any more momentum. Heat Wave trying to actually target down obviously both Pokemon, but we're going to see in the subsequent turn, we know Heat Wave is the locked move of choice from Luca's side. Kingambit is at +1. It will deal a lot of damage because it does have a cheeky little life orb by its side. So this may even pick up the Outroar KO if it would normally have it. I think there may have been a knockoff though.
Yeah, the knockoff earlier on did remove that from the Kingambit on the earlier turns where the knockoff from the Incineroar. That's something it has got going for it. Is the +1 going to be enough to get the Charizard? Maybe if you Terrasilize, yes.
Yes.
And that could be a big play, because then you remove that Fire-type weakness from the Incineroar, because obviously it's going to lock into the Flare Blitz. And that's exactly what we're going to see. Alexandra taking every step in the right direction with that King Gambit. Terra Dark type, is it going to lock into the Sucker Punch, and will it be enough to pick up the Charizard?
Surely it will, and Charizard, we know it is not bulky when it comes to its physical defensive side. Sucker Punch is locked in, targeted into the Charizard. It is enough to pick up the KO, and all of a sudden we've got such a very well-routed reverse sweep on our board. Scale Shot connects into the Incineroar. Just really business end side things right now, being able to deal chip damage. This Incineroar, surely it can't bring it back against 4 Pokemon.
Well, Incineroar, one of the best Pokemon in the VGC history. Can it come back against 4 Pokemon? I don't know. The knockoff doing big damage. Finally removing that loaded dice. Those defense drops really showing through, even though the multi-skill's there. But the big thing here is the Garchomp is lying in wait. The rest of the Pokemon, the Armarouge, doing its thing, pressuring from that switch in turn 1. The King Gambit doing all the work, the Dragonite doing all the work, the Flare Blitz coming out now. King Gambit able to soak that up pretty comfortably, going to be able to fire back with a low kick now. Defiant boosted, of course. Is it enough? It is!
Of course it's enough. Karate kick into the face, and Incineroar is gone. It is out of this game, and all of a sudden we got Alexandra going ahead and bringing it back, staying undefeated.
We were excited going into that match, and it did not disappoint. What an absolute show from Alexandra. A huge congratulations to not only Alexandra, both our players, for such a spectacle, but going again into this tournament undefeated for the rest of the day, and hopefully that continues on, because that team is full of spice and all things nice.
Oh my God, that's too much.
You're all day.
I've lost composure. Oh my Lord, that's so good. But no, I mean, Alexandra, it was amazing. You're amazing. You are amazing.
No, Alexandra's amazing. That was incredible. That was
really
incredible.
I mean, it genuinely was.
Yeah, just sorry, go for it.
No, I mean, I'm just the way that Alexandra was able to identify which core 4 to be able to bring from game 2 onwards, going into game 3, just showing obviously Rotom didn't do much for her. She wasn't able to get as much advantage of its resource availability. Obviously went down straight away, but then thought, okay, maybe I could tackle this matchup in a different way. Maybe I need to be able to force immediate momentum against immediate momentum. That's the only way that you got to do it, essentially, right? Especially if it's a bit of an awkward matchup that's read-based.
Yeah, exactly that. And the way that Alexandra in that game 2 was able to identify an end game with that Armarouge against the Porygon 2, as soon as that went for the Terrasalization, okay, once we get rid of this Incineroar, the game's on, because Armarouge can come in and it can really do everything I needed to do on its own. I don't need to worry about anything else. And it was so crucial getting that extreme speed off into the Incineroar. If Luca in that situation and maybe switched out into the Torkoal, it would have played out a little bit differently, because then you're keeping the Incineroar to maybe come back in once the Dragonite's down, and once that's out the picture, it makes things a bit easier. But ifs, buts, and maybes, it doesn't really matter, because Alexandra picked the key moment perfectly. This one in particular, the switch into the Ursaluna, taking it down, had no effect in that game 2 once the Trick Room went up. And the Armarouge was just the star of the show. I know we talked about the Rots and Frost at the top of the show, but identifying that wasn't the Pokemon to bring to this matchup after game 1, another testament to Alexandra as a player, just an incredible player all around. I'm really hoping we get to see more of her and the team this weekend.
Yeah, and being able to just position the Armarouge to be the main win condition at the end of that game 2, completely untouched due to its flash fire ability from the Torkoal, being able to, of course, force it into a corner, and unfortunately Torkoal not being able to fight back. And game 3, just really good adaptations. Obviously, it was a bit hinged on the Sleep Powder not connecting. That is what Alexandra needed to go through and be able to accomplish.
Definitely helped.
And it just, I mean, Sleep Powder, if it connects there, it's a really awkward spot for her, and it slows momentum, but being able to dodge that and just go for it and get all of that momentum, outspeed the jump off, be able to pick up the KOs, left, right, center, absolute overwhelming comeback from Alexandra.
Yeah, and that Sleep Powder, that's one of the drawbacks of that move, of course. It's great when it hits.
When it
hits. But when that's the key. getting it to hit. And it can be those deciding moments because the Dragonite was so important in that game. And the amount of pressure it just kept putting on, especially after that first scale shot, and then it just got the jump on the jump bluff.
Oh, very nice.
But it just made it so difficult for Luca to kind of get any foothold after that, because you switch it out, you bring it back in, you're in that same position you identified it in the match. And it was just such a hard workaround from that point on. And how many scale shots did the Dragonite get off before it was actually attacked? I think we were 6-7 turns in before that knockoff finally came out onto it. And then by that time, the Dragonite had just done its work. So, yeah.
It was great for Alexandra to be able to recognize the win conditions, go for them, and be able to obviously see the fruits of that effort and thought process come to fruition. But yeah, over on Luca's side, he played this really well. He tried his best to go for his outs. He needed scale shot misses. He needed to be able to just put his Pokemon in position for immediate offensive pressure. No Tailwind was set up. Like, if he was a bit unconfident of the Sleep Powder, surely maybe Tailwind instead, but he felt like, okay, I need to connect right now. This is one of the opportunities. I need to be able to go for the Sleep Powder, and if I do, it just slows all of the momentum from Alexandra's side, and unfortunately for himself, he wasn't able to get it.
Yeah, exactly that, and just a few unfortunate things, and a series of events that just happened there. It's not the end of the road for Luca, though. Hopefully we see more of Luca this weekend. Got a long road ahead of us in this tournament, but it's enough of our insights, of course, because we've got Alexandra waiting on the couch now for an interview, so let's hear all about that last round.
Thank you, gentlemen. What a match and what a winner. Alexandra, huge congratulations. That was an incredible match to watch. How are you feeling right now?
I'm still shocked. I was actually, I found it very difficult to concentrate game one because I was just so nervous. But I'm happy I could play on stream again, and I'm happy I could nab another win.
It was great to see you on stream again, and you gave us 3 games as well, so all the extra action. I want to talk about your team first of all, because it was really unique. We saw Rotom Frost, which was not on my bingo card, and also some interesting Pokemon like Armarouge. Can you talk us through how you team built for this event?
So I decided to team build this time around with one of my friends. We talked early on that we'll be team building together for this tournament, and I kind of threw this idea that hey, Ninetales alone with Rotom Frost and Garchomp sounds like a pretty good combo, and we could test it out. Like, it was like one of the things on our list to test. And we at first we tried to do like a hyper offense kind of thing, like with Talonflame and other things, but it didn't quite work out. And then we kind of searched for like if anyone else had a similar idea, and they had, and we found this. We found this version of Dragonite and King Gambit that we found was really good, and later on, we did one change, and that was adding Armarouge as a final Pokemon, and I think that was a great pick.
Armarouge was definitely a fan favorite out there, and I'm really glad you had the Alola Ninetales and Kingambit. They're on my caster predictions this weekend, so I was very happy to see them. But Armarouge, particularly in that game 2, was just phenomenal. The way you pinned down that end game. Can you talk us through why Armarouge?
It's actually specifically for the Sun matchup and also for the Psy-Spam matchup. As you can see, I'm running Expanding Force, which is, I mean, usually you need the Psychic terrain for it to do this spread damage. But it actually also works fine as like a single target 80 base power move.
I mean, it's pretty powerful. We saw it destroy that Porygon too.
It works great, and Armor Cannon does so much damage, especially in Sun. It's super strong, and I also really like the addition of Wide Guard on this Pokemon. I didn't use it this matchup, but it's great against things like Goldengo's Makey Train, and I'm running like double 2 Ice Pokemon, so it's quite useful, and I can also use Earthquake alongside Armarouge. So it's useful in variety of matchups, but I think Sun is where it really shines, and I'm glad I was able to show it off on stream.
Oh, definitely, and it was nice to be able to see it against the team that recently just won LAIC as well, and you've kind of got a really good counter to that. Speaking of damage as well, Armarouge was the superstar in Game 2, but I think in Game 3, King Gambit was doing so much damage, getting rid of the Blood Moon, getting rid of the Ice Luna, getting rid of just so many Pokemon. Was it the superstar for you in Game 3?
Yes, I think it was a superstar of the Game 3, definitely. I'm running a very offensive Armarouche with Life Orb. And low kick is actually the key move for this Pokemon. I can knock out Incineroar with it if I get a boost. Yeah, and I can also do things like nab the Charizard, right? With the Sucker Punch.
Yeah.
I mean, I actually don't use it that often compared to other Pokemon, but I think in this Game 3 it was definitely my MVP.
Yeah, it definitely had a good place in the matchup, and that Sucker Punch into the Charizard, that was just amazing, just removing it from the field.
Yes, just instantly.
Yeah, love to see that, particularly from King Gambit. It's such a great Pokemon. For the trainers at home who maybe don't know you so well, how's your season gone so far? Have you got plans to go to the internationals, and obviously, are we looking at the World Championships?
So far, I only attended Gdansk regionals. I didn't do that well on that, actually. I was using like kind of a very standard team, I would say. Like Sizzler, Ursana Blood Moon, Goldengo, and I actually didn't do that well. So after the tournament, I just decided that I need to do something very like unorthodox, right? Yes. Yeah. I feel like I'm not really doing that well with standard team for some reason. I mean, I feel they're very strong in the right hands, but I feel I just do better with like this unorthodox teams, like very, very hyper offensive teams. So I just decided to go for this kind of angle for Stuttgart, and I'm glad I did.
Well, it sounds like you found the secret to your success with these kind of more off-meta teams. Before we let you go and get ready for the next round, is there anyone you would like to give a shout out to or a thank you to while you're here on the stage?
I would like to give special shout outs to my team building partner, Philip. He's playing as well. He's using the same team as me.
How's he doing?
So watch out. I'm not sure. I think he was 2-1 when I headed to round 4. But yeah, I'm rooting for him as well. And shout outs to my fiancé. He's also on this tournament. And also the entire Polish VGC team, those of you who watch from home and those who are playing in the tournament.
Well, thank you so much, Alexandra. And you guys heard it here first. Watch out for that team. It is kicking up a storm here in Stuttgart. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament. Hopefully we get to see you again. And to you guys at home, don't go anywhere. Make that cup of tea, then come back for some more Pokemon action. Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Lou Akdrash Chromie here, ready to shine a spotlight on the unsung heroes of VG, the support Pokemon. While the heavy hitters often steal the show, it's these strategic partners that lay the groundwork for victory across all competitive formats. So what exactly are support Pokemon? They're the backbone of your team, providing stability, causing disruption, and they essentially help your team gain control of the match. Instead of going for knockouts, they excel at creating favorable conditions, such as controlling speed, changing the battle environment, or protecting your key attackers. They enable your offensive and defensive teammates to perform at their very best. What are the functions of support Pokemon? First up, speed control. Moves like Tailwind and Trick Room can drastically alter which Pokemon moves first. For instance, Whimsicott uses its Prankster ability to set up Tailwind early in the turn, allowing sweepers like Ursaluna Blood Moon to outspeed and overwhelm opponents. On the other hand, Porygon 2 or Farigiraf can use Trick Room to reverse the speed order, turning bulky powerhouses like Ursaluna or Torkoal into first strike threats. Next, we have Disruption. Moves like Taunt and Fake Out prevent opponents from executing their strategies. For example, Mousehold can shut down setup moves with a well-timed Taunt, which blocks status moves from being used. Incineroar uses Fake Out to flinch an opponent on the opposing side, creating a safer environment for its partner to execute its move. Damage mitigation is another vital role. Setting up a Reflect or Light Screen reduces incoming damage for 5 turns, bolstering your team's defense or special defense respectively. Alolan Ninetales excels here, setting up Aurora Veil to simultaneously protect against both physical and special attacks. You can also reduce the offensive potential your opponent can deal out, with moves such as Will-O-Wisp, Snarl, or Parting Shot, all of which reduce the attack or special attack of targeted opponents. Weather control also plays a part, with Pokemon like Pelipper bringing the rain to power up water-type moves and support teammates like Basculegion, or even Tyranitar kicking up a Sandstorm with its Sandstream ability to give a special defense boost to Rock-type Pokemon and help activate other sand-based abilities. Then there's Redirection and Healing. Moves like Follow Me and Rage Powder redirect attacks to your support Pokemon. subsequently shielding your main attackers from single target damage. Indeedee Female, for example, uses Follow Me to protect its partners, allowing for a key setup move to be performed or a damage-dealing blow to be dealt. Healing can be given in the form of a side Pollen Puff or a Heal Pulse from a partner Pokemon, both of which grant HP recovery to the target. As you can see, support Pokemon can take on various roles, adapting to the needs of your team. They might set the tempo, enabling your sweepers to hit hard and fast, or they might protect and sustain momentum, keeping your team resilient. To maximize support effectiveness, synergy is key. Pair support Pokemon with complementary attackers. For example, Amoonguss and Porygon 2 create a formidable Trick Room core, allowing slow but powerful Pokemon to get positioned to sweep through opponents. Other synergy strategies involve coordinating Pokemon types, such as the core of Incineroar and Rillaboom. Allowing Rillaboom to provide protective support and pressure against a Pokemon the Incineroar is weak to can be a winning combination, especially when they both have tricks up their sleeves to pivot in and out of play. The final step to consider when building your supportive core is item optimization. Your item choice can enhance the survivability and utility of your Pokemon. Equipping a Citrus Berry on Amoonguss restores its health when needed, enhancing its longevity on the field. A Focus Sash on more delicate Pokemon ensures it can continue to support the team even if it takes a heavy hit. Covert Cloak can be used on Whimsicott to ensure secondary effects do not disrupt its supportive plans. And Eviolite on Porygon 2 provides extra bulk, making it one of the best Trick Room setters of all time. Support Pokemon may not always be in the spotlight, but their impact is undeniable. Whether you're a veteran fine-tuning your team or a newcomer stepping into competitive play, incorporating strong support Pokemon is essential. As metas shift and new challenges arise, alternative options may bring fresh faces to the forefront to fulfill this essential role. But there will always be the tried and tested combinations from history to rely on when you need a helping hand. So trainers, as you build your teams and prepare for battle, don't overlook these unsung heroes. They might just be the key to your next victory.
My name is Simon van der Borgt, also known as Schmon, and I am a VGC player, organizer, judge, anything you want really, because I love VGC that much. But next to VGC, I also play TCG, I play a little bit of Pokemon Go as well, I dabbled in Pokken as well, but ultimately, I do prefer VGC. When people are talking to me about judging, I always try to tell them about how happy it does make you to be able to provide something for other people, because in the end, that makes me a very happy person. And you get great experiences at regionals where judges make jokes with you, you're happy to see them again, and it's fun to be able to see judges, players, and even staff again, time and time again, and say hi as if you're honestly one big Pokemon family. Typically, for judges at locals, it is a bit more fun where players come to you and tell you about their games, what went well, what went wrong, did they make a mistake, and then you can actually try and think with them and you can try and help them improve, which is a really great feeling. And even at regional level, that can also happen, where a lot of players are just do want to talk to you and want to talk about their last game, and where you're just able to provide input without having a competitive mindset, so you're just the ultimate backup to them. The reason I think I spend a lot of time on Pokemon is because I, at its core, just really love playing Pokemon. I love playing the TCG, I love playing Pokemon Go, I love playing VGC, I love all of these games, and Pokemon has been by my side since I was young, and it's still by my side, and I love absolutely being able to introduce people time and time again to Pokemon and seeing their face lit up as well with the amount of enjoyment that they have. So I just love Pokemon.
loving the Christmas vibes. For those of you that are just tuning in, this is the Stuttgart Regional Championships. My name is Lee Provost, and I have the pleasure to be joined on the desk. Finally, the band is back together by Lou Actos Chromi. How are we doing, Lou?
I'm so excited. This tournament is absolutely incredible.
Crazy.
I'm back behind the casting desk with yourself. It's Lou and Lee back together. I've been able to cast with Zoe. Costa and I were able to have some good kind of Gastrodon banter on the couch. I'm honestly having the best time.
I am too, and we can carry on the Gastrodon banter right now. I mean, we'll get rid of this one. I don't want to feel the wrath of Costa, to be honest.
I feel like Costa might have actually glued it to the desk.
Probably has, yeah.
Knowing that we were going to be here.
Staked it in there.
Yeah.
To make it removable. Knowing that we would be here.
And speaking of Gastrodon, there are 9 out there in the Masters division today. I don't know how well they're doing right now, but we can only assume they're doing fantastically.
I would imagine they will. I think that we made valid points earlier when we were discussing it, you know. I think it's good into this format. There's a lot of water threats out there. Storm Drain's great. It's a ground type. We know how good ground types are. Ursaluna, Blood Moon Ursaluna, Garchomp. Gastrodon fits that category.
And anytime anyone has some kind of remark about how this Pokemon can defeat it, for example, terrestrialization can come into play.
Yeah,
You're maybe worried about Fisher Dondozo. Well, I'm a flying Gastrodon now with my little air balloons. You cannot hit me. The same with maybe any of these fighting type moves. I remember back when Urshifu was in the format, everyone was like, you know, those fighting type moves, those close combats, they're going to take you out. Ghost Gastrodon ain't going to be touched.
Exactly, yeah. We've got all the terrestrializations to play with, and Gastrodon can get around every single one of those Pokemon. Why it is just the best Pokemon out there.
Yeah, I love how for most of the broadcasts, particularly if I've been across on Pokemon Go, it's like Lou's always the one talking about Gastrodon, but today, folks, you've got a double whammy of Gastrodon supporters behind the desk.
I feel like I'm back, I'm free again. I can talk about it without the oppression of, you know, Costa Dynamos.
This is a safe place for Gastrodon fans. And
bullying me.
Don't forget, you guys at home as well, using that hashtag #PlayPokemon can reach out, let us know which Gastrodon is the superior one of choice, but also which Pokemon you are enjoying. Alexandra was just talking to us about Armarouge. Really interesting to hear how she's brought it without the Indeedee. If that was a Pokemon that's one of your favorites or you just like to see, please do let us know. If there's any art out there or any pets watching, I do love a cheeky cat pic watching the broadcast.
A cat pic with a blue Gastrodon.
Can you imagine?
You will win.
Winning.
That is winning. I can't say winning prize because there is no prize.
It would win my heart.
You would win Lou's heart, yes. And mine as well at the same time. But yeah, like you say, getting back to the nitty-gritty of things, we can take a look at the standings so far in the tournament. We've had 4 rounds, and just incredible last game. Each round has been so exciting, and it's been different in its own way, and it's offered so much in its own unique way through the players that we've been able to feature. But you can see Thomas Schlusch at the top there with a 4-0 record. Fai's a very well-known player, also 4-0. But we've got a flurry of 4-0 players right down to the bottom, even older heads in Simone Sanvito coming into this event and doing extremely well.
Yes, as well, Joseph Ugarte there as well with an undefeated record, just coming off a second-place finish in Sacramento. And he's a player who, he has won regional championships. I remember he won back-to-back Portland regional championships over, obviously, in America. But he also is someone who has had so many second-place finishes. And I feel like he wants the scales to flip in favor of the #1 spot.
Yeah, and he's more than capable of it. You know, I think he just needs a little bit of luck along the way. Obviously, having a remarkable season so far, had a great season last year. But like you say, it's just those little steps extra that you think you are capable of doing it. You just need a little bit of and maybe it is just the development of Joe as a player, because we've seen how much he's come on from maybe 2-3 seasons ago and to the player that Joe is now, and it's incredible to see, having a great start, perfect start for Joe coming into this. I'm sure he's happy with it, but got a lot of work to do to go forward with, and as you can see, the list of names that we've got it for, and a lot of competitors still yet to defeat. And Lorenzo Silvestrini, a champion from Stuttgart last year, is having a remarkable start as well. A big shout out to Max Waterman as well, a UK player there, having an incredible start to the tournament as well. And we can have a look at what Max is playing there with that kind of Caledon Rain team, the Goldingo and the Humongous, quite familiar core that we've seen.
Oh, for sure, and particularly the fact you've got that Pelipper bringing the rain on the field that benefits the Basque Legion, as well as the Archaludon. This is a Pokemon that I honestly think can be unstoppable. When it first kind of broke out into the scene in this regulation, being able to go for the 1 charge turn Electro Shot, boosting up its special attack, throwing an Assault Vest for good measure. There was no way to get through it as a special defensive wall. I just thought was so incredible. So really nice to see Archaludon paired with that Pelipper once again.
Yeah, it's so strong, and if you don't have ways to kind of mitigate that Electro Shot, if you don't have Haze on your team or a way to kind of have that really good switch in to get around not only those electric type attacks, but the ground, you know, the steel and the body press attacks that are coming out from it. You really are looking at a Pokemon that's pretty much unstoppable.
And we can take a closer look at Simone Sanvitu as well, a player who has won the European International Championships before, has also been a regional champion before. Sometimes, I believe Arcanine's one of his favorite Pokemon, right? And Arcanine was on your cast of predictions, but unfortunately, he has not brought it to this particular tournament. But there's definitely some cool Pokemon in there. The Annihilate, really the one that jumps out at me, particularly as there is no Mousehold paired with it.
Yeah, and you don't, I guess you've got the Scale Shot to activate that Rage Fist, but you probably don't want to be hitting into the Annihilate with a Scale Shot, really. But there is that play if you're in that situation. I really like the double Intimidate. We've seen it tried and tested between the Incineroar or the Rillaboom so many times against these Pokemon that I really appreciate that support, where you've got the Protect, you've got the Fake Out, switch in, Fake Out, you nasty plot maybe with your Goldingo, you Protect, you switch in your other Fake Out user, and you've got the Intimidate to cycle as well, and then paired that with the grassy terrain. It's really beneficial for a lot of those Pokemon, and even Ursaluna, if it isn't one of those setup Pokemon we don't really commonly see Calm Mind on it anymore.
That's true.
Still appreciates the room to be able to get those Blood Moons off, and then the Hyper Voice and Blood Moon and over and over again.
I was about to say, it's a nightmare, quite literally, to look at and to play against sometimes.
I get very scared in Team Preview when I see a Blood Moon Ursaluna, which is becoming increasingly more common now, and of course with the Grand Challenge happening next week, it's probably going to be, a nightmare for me. But we'll see how we get on.
Yes, well, I believe the next pairings are ready, so we can take a closer look at some notable matches that will be kicking off around the venue and showcase the, oh my goodness,
Here we go.
Victor Medina versus Ricardo Apamea. I could not ask for a better match. Victor Medina, we were talking about Joseph Ugarte kind of being the king of second place in many ways. Victor Medina in the 2025 season got into his first Grand Finals at the Lille Regional Championships, came second, then was able to get into the Grand Finals of LAIC, came second. Is it going to be third time the charm, and is he going to take the title here in Stuttgart?
Got to think it's getting so close with how well Victor's playing, and I spoke to Victor. I had the pleasure to interview Victor in Dortmund, and I had such a confidence about him coming into this season, and it's really shown through in his performances. Like you say, a bit like Joe, just needs to get over the line. Just that final step, does everything right till that final point, and then just hasn't done it quite yet. But you can't really underestimate what Victor has achieved in the game, and you hope that maybe Stuttgart is going to be the one that does kind of brush that line aside and get the championship title from. But of course, Ricardo Apamea, another player, great player from back, has played a very long time, but Ricardo known for very unique kind of team builds, and maybe the 6 here look kind of standard on paper, but I'm sure there will be some surprises in the team itself.
I like that Ricardo's actually got a Firewater Grass core rocking on there.
We talked about that earlier, didn't we?
Yeah, literally that's kind of become not so much of a demand on teams. A lot of the time it used to be you need that triangle of offense and defense to be able to pivot around on the field, but trainers are dropping it now. Maybe there's a Trestalization to cover for it, or maybe there's just not a need, and that's kind of how this meta is shaking up. I also just want to shout out, though, the fact that there was Joseph Ugarte versus Alexandra, and she just said in the interview to me that her goal is to counter Sun teams, and Joe is running that, Sun with Jumpluff. So I wonder how that match is going to go down too.
Wish granted, I guess.
Here's another Sun team lined up for you.
It's a great shout coming into this event, though, because you've seen the success of Sun as we've been going through the format, and Sun has been one of those really powerful teams, and the higher level skilled players have really been leaning on it a lot more. So to come into this tournament, it's a brave choice, because if you run into the wrong matchups, it can go a little bit the other way. But yeah, of course, we can't concentrate too much on that match because we've got two phenomenal players. They are setting up on the stage now. We got Victor and Ricardo, both very familiar with this stage, very comfortable in this setting. I feel, we talk a lot about when newer players come onto this stage, there's always the nerves there, and of course there will be nerves.
There's always a little bit of nerves.
I think when you've done it so many times, you are able to block out the noise and just concentrate on the game in front of you, and both of these players are going to be very determined to go to 5-0 in this tournament.
That's the thing, if you already have an undefeated record at this point, you do not want it to break. You want that to be as clean as possible to try and advance into the day 2 stage of the competition and fight your way into that illustrious top cut as well. And both these trainers are more than capable. They've been there before as well. So this really is a treat for you viewers at home.
Yeah, exactly, a treat. And, it's going to be interesting to see if Ricardo can overcome the absolute tear that Victor's been on recently, because Victor is just one of those players that you probably do want to come into a tournament and avoid because of how well they have been playing. But again, Ricardo, like we said, he played a long time, going to know what he needs to do against Victor. And maybe because Victor is running quite a similar team to what we've seen Victor running in the past, it gives maybe Ricardo a little bit of an edge to say, maybe I have put this team to practice against in my preparation for Stuttgart, so I know what I need to do. But then Victor is very smart on the fly, being able to adapt his game plan. So we'll know his team inside out, which makes it such a great spectacle for us to go into.
And in case you're tuning in for the first time or just need a little refresher on who these players are, Victor Medina, top 4 EUIC, top 4 NAIC in previous formats, but most recently LAIC finalist in 2025, as well as in 2023 getting that incredible top 8 position at the World Championships.
Yeah, incredible accomplishments. Along with that, we've got Ricardo Apamea, and we got the 2019 top 8 at Bristol Regionals, very close to where I live. Yeah. 2018 World's top 32, UK national top 8 in 2016, and the regional champion back in 2016 as well, which is just amazing accomplishments across the board. So, like you can see, very decorated players from both sides of the field.
And nearly a decade of experience and wisdom to fall back on here as you approach this incredible match. I mean, one thing we were kind of talking about is the Marco Silva's Charizard team, for example. A lot of trainers are picking that up and playing with that. We saw that in our previous match, but this was the runner-up team, Victor Medina, bringing these particular Pokemon choices. It's incredible to see.
Yeah, and like we've said before, we've seen Victor pilot this team to such success. We've got the Arcaludon there with that fighting terrestrialization. It really boosts that body press. The Snarl there I really love, especially when you have got the Assault Vest. It opens up the options to get 4 attacks off instead of going for the Protect. And it really is great utility against some of these big special attackers in the format that we do see. Plays really nicely with that stamina ability if that is getting constantly activated. Of course, you've got the support with the Pelipper there, you've got the Tailwind. The Muddy Water as well is quite an interesting choice from Victor, along with the other options, the Dragonite there with the Haze to prevent any setup. Then you've got the Ursaluna as well. It's going to be supported so well by that Sinistcha that we don't see too often, but with that Machagacha, it's got that burn chance as well, the Life Dew for helping restore health with that Hospitality ability, and then the Redirection and Trick Room as well.
It's kind of got a little bit of everything. Machagacha, you've got the Life Dew, Citrus Berry, Hospitality. There's so much options for recovery here. And on the opposing side as well, there's that recovery option with the grassy terrain on the Rillaboom.
Yeah, of course, the Rillaboom going to be a big player in this team, in this matchup, of course, with that Firewater Grass Core, with that Talonflame. We've seen Talonflame have quite a bit of success so far in Regulation H. It is the enabler of the Tailwind. It gets that Gale Wings ability, so as long as it's got full health, that will activate. It'll always hit first with those flying type attacks. Then you've got the Primarina under a Trick Room as well with that Choice Specs item. So the Tailwind, that's going to be hitting very hard, especially with the Liquid Voice, those Hyper Voices. If the rain's up, they will be a water type attack, going to be doing devastating damage, and especially the Hydro Cannon there, which is kind of like your Hyper Beam version of a water type attack. Then you've got the stability here. You've got the Electabuzz with that Follow Me with the Taunt. It's very fast in its own right, so it's going to be able to shut options down, like maybe that Sinistcha on Victor's side of the field. Then the Goldingo as well. You've got that Nasty Plot once again here with that Life Orb just to boost that damage even further. And then the Garchomp's quite interesting with the loaded dice here. The
I like that,
going to be the Scale Shot user on Ricardo's side of the field, opposed to what we'd normally see in the Dragonite.
This was something Zoe was talking about earlier, actually, was Scale Shot being an option for Garchomp, but we're just not seeing it out there so much, and it wasn't in our previous match, but now we get to see it potentially on this Garchomp. As well, I think the Taunt on Electabuzz is going to be critical for Pokemon like the Pelipper and also the Dragonite, because they're both running Tailwind on Victor's side, showing that speed really is what he needs in order to gain momentum in this match. So if that gets shut down, if he's unable to be able to get the advantage and the first hits off, then it could potentially leave him very vulnerable.
Yeah, and then I think you have to lean into that Sinistcha, which then can open the door for Ricardo to kind of scout that out and really prepare against that Trick Room being set up, because I think Ricardo will struggle against the Trick Room more than the Tailwind, which you can match with your own Talonflame. We are getting straight into the game, though. We're going to see Ricardo lead out with that Primarina, the Electabuzz, and the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and, oh, sorry, the regular Ursaluna. I'm brainwashed by Blood Moon Ursaluna and the Dragonite.
It's like one of those haunted mirrors. There's an Ursaluna everywhere. And particularly in this situation, it doesn't have to worry about a potential, you know, electric move coming through from the Electabuzz and Electroware, but that could go into the Dragonite and break the multi-scale.
Yeah, it could do, and I think you've got to be wary if you are the Ursaluna as well from that Choice Specs Primarina firing out a Hyper Voice, because not only break the multi-scale on the Dragonite, but it will damage that Ursaluna heavily, and it almost forces the fact that Victor has to either switch it out or go for the Terrestrialization here to get any value going into this next turn. You don't really have to worry too much about the Electabuzz, of course, if you are the Ursaluna, but the Dragonite here in a situation where if a Moonblast comes out, it could be pretty problematic. Why we're probably seeing the Protect here, so Victor can scout out what that Primarina locks into.
Super wipe defensive plays all round here for Victor, just going for the double protect on his side of the field to see what this opposing Primarina locks into. The Electro Web coming through, of course, wouldn't really have done anything to the opposing Ursaluna, but nice to be able to have that potentially on the Dragonite and show that you're trying to reduce the speed before a potential Tailwind gets set up. It was actually opting for the Dazzling Gleam that spread damage and super effective into the opposing Dragonite.
Yeah, it's really pressuring from Ricardo's side of the field, because with that Electabuzz, it does get the speed jump on the Primarina, so initially you're going to get the Electro Web off, break that multi-scale, then the Dazzling Gleam is going to do super effective damage, and with that Choice Spec, it's going to maybe even be enough to take down the Dragonite. Depends on how it's been trained, of course. The Ursaluna not going to be pressured so much. It doesn't worry about that Electro Web like you've already mentioned with the ground typing, and with the Dazzling Gleam being the option that the Primarina's when, it gives it a lot more room now to go for those facades, for that Earthquake even, or another alternative move to try and get a foothold in this game, because Victor's in a position now where the Dragonite's threatened, but the Ursaluna really isn't.
Particularly as the Ursaluna did get the Guts boost activated now thanks to the Flame Orb activation. It's in a prime position to deal out some offensive damage, and like you said, the Dazzling Gleam, that's the option for this Primarina. It cannot now switch up things to a Hydro Cannon or Hyper Voice to provide more damage onto that opposing Ursaluna. It's going to be stuck.
Yeah, we do see the taunt come out from the Electabuzz, just wanting to prevent that Tailwind like you identified earlier, Lou. So that isn't going to be an option to support, and it's exactly what we see. The Electabuzz coming in so useful here. Dazzling Gleam breaking that multi-scale, doing some respectable damage to the Ursaluna, but the Headlong Rush going to be enough. Pick up a huge knockout and remove that big threat quite easily from Victor's side.
You called it respectable damage, and Ursaluna's like, I'll show you damage, Leaprovers. That is a solid one-hit KO against the Primarina. You can see Dragonite breathing a sigh of relief, and I quite concur with it. It wants to get rid of that opposing Fairy type.
Yeah, and now in a position where Ricardo's backs a little bit against the wall, because now what you do, yes, you prevented the Tailwind going up, but you've lost a really key member of your team to be able to deal effectively with that Ursaluna, and you are bringing the Gold Ingo onto the field, but again, are you going to be forced into going for a Terrestrialization? Because you're going to be weak to another Headlong Rush this next turn, of course, and the Electabuzz not going to be in a position to remove that Ursaluna anytime soon with anything that it's got, so it's pretty free once again to go for an attack. The only drawback is, of course, does the Gold Ingo pick up the knockout onto it with the Make It Rain, and do you want to give it up so freely if you are Victor? And probably not, so that maybe does open the door for a switch in from Victor's side of the field.
Yeah, the Gold Ingo is really pinned down. Like you said, it can take super effective damage from the Headlong Rush. Even if it terrestrialized into the Dragon typing, that leaves it vulnerable to the Scale Shot and Dragonite. And considering the fact that Dragonite has now been taunted, it cannot go for any of those support moves like Tailwind, Haze, Protect. It's going to have to go for Scale Shot.
Yeah, we are going to see the Dragonite, because of that, just remove itself from the field. It resets that taunt, it keeps it healthy and active for later on in this match. And the Arcaladon coming onto the field now. Electro Web coming out, it will activate that stamina on the Arcaladon though, and give it the defense boost, which is going to be really useful as that speed does drop though. So I think it's going to be a little bit slower. The big thing here is the Make a Ring. Can it be enough to pick up the Ursaluna?
Oh, it does. It gets the knockout. Ursaluna has been felled by the opposing Gold Ingo. Having that kind of speed advantage enabled it to get the damage out before it gets taken out by the Headlong Rush. So really nice change here of some board positions, as now Victor has the option to bring in a Pokemon from the back. Looks like it could be that Dragonite once again.
Yeah, and the Dragonite now going to be able to come into the field, but it is going to be once again susceptible to that taunt. The Gold Ingo has taken a special attack drop, so its next Make It Rain is not really going to be doing the damage that probably Ricardo would like to, but you do have the option here where you could maybe switch it out, reset that drop, or even take the opportunity to go for a nasty plot when you've got the opportunity to, because the Arcaladon not really pressuring because the Rain's not active, and Electroshot damage onto that side of the field. And I think if you are Victor, you're probably wanting to try and remove this Electabuzz as soon as possible, but you don't want to fall into the trap of doubling down into that slot and then a Protect coming out from there and leaving the Gold Ingo open to go for that free nasty plot. That's the big thing. So maybe go chase down that Gold Ingo is probably the best route for you, but you don't really have the damaging options to do that with Scale Shot, the only option on the Dragonite, and then you're going to have to use a combination of something from the Arcaladon, maybe. Well, what do? Do you go for a Snarl just to mitigate the nasty plot?
I mean, it's all you can really do. The Archaladon known for getting the stamina boost up and then going for a body press, but you can't do that into a Ghost-type Pokemon, and Gholdengo knows this. It's able to go for the Nasty Plot here, get its boost back up as the Scale Shot targets down to Electabuzz. I think you're right. This Pokemon is so disruptive. It's really what Victor needs to get off the field so that he can maybe target down more effectively with a double option into one of those Pokemon that he needs to leave the field. But Electabuzz is going to hang on. Even if there had been a 5th one there, the Scale would not have got the KO.
No, but the body press now with those 2 stamina boosts probably going to be enough, but not the option here. That Snarl coming out, just trying to keep that Gholdengo in check. Critical hit, very useful, of course. Electabuzz is going to be a little bit weaker, but that Gholdengo just going to be on neutral special attack now. Of course, it did take a drop from the Make It Rain. It used the Nasty Plot to go to +1, and the Snarl just keeps it in check and neutral. So it's going to be hitting for very hard damage, but it's not going to be hitting too hard. Maybe the Archaladon is able to kind of stick around on the field a bit longer, but not in the best position still. And that Electabuzz has been able to take that Scale Shot. Is the Dragonite going to be able to take one more Make It Rain? I don't think it will from this range.
Definitely not. The fact that you're able to get the Nasty Plot boost up and that Multiscale's been broken already, Dragonite in a very vulnerable position. I mean, look at the cheeky smile there on the Gholdengo. It knows that it has possibly got this Dragonite in its sights. I think the Archaladon does have still a little bit more wiggle room, though, in the sense that it is running that Assault Vest. It can take a lot of these special attacks really well, and the stamina boost are helping out on the physical side if that does come into play with the 4th and final Pokemon.
Yeah, and because of the threat here, we are seeing the Dragonite just retreat for later. We're seeing that Pelipper finally come onto the field. Now, that's going to enable the Drizzle ability and also that Electro Shot from a 2-turn to a 1-turn attack.
Okay, but of course an electric Pokemon isn't going to worry about that too much. Follow me, drawing in all of the attacks as Gholdengo is free to go for another Nasty Plot here.
Now taking it to +2 special attack, so no damage coming out onto Victor's side of the field, but also boosting its special attack. This 1-turn Electro Shot going to be into the Electabuzz, is going to take it pretty comfortably, but it has taken damage. Is it going to be enough to pick up the knockout? We'll wait and see. As this Electro Shot fires in, it's not quite enough. So the Gholdengo still got that protection next to the Electabuzz with that redirect now.
That is the power of the EV Light as well, keeping Electabuzz in the game. It's interesting to see Gholdengo and Archaladon both going for these special attack boosting moves. Personally, I think Archaladon has the better animation for sure, but I think the key thing here is that they're both getting ready to have to get the knockouts here. Unfortunately, Archaladon is 1 step behind. It only gets the 1 boost from the Electro Shot, whereas Nasty Plot will enable 2 to go onto Gholdengo's stats.
Yeah, and we are going to see the Pelipper try and utilize that Tailwind. I think it's imperative that Victor tries to get that Tailwind set up as soon as possible, because Make It Rain going to come out. The Pelipper will resist it. Of course, it is going to probably be able to take it along with the Archaladon. The Electabuzz not got the offensive pressure here, but the +2 Make It Rain in this spot. Even a Shadow Ball into one of these targets could be enough to pick up a knockout here. So we'll have to see what the Gholdengo decides to do as a Terrestrialization does come out, and it is going to be that Dragon type.
He's fierce, he's ferocious, he's a Dragon type on the field right now as the Electro Web comes through, connects once again. Super effective damage into that Pelipper. Of course, it doesn't have a huge base power, so it's not going to be able to get the knockout, but Pelipper going to be slowed into the remainder of this game 1 as, of course, another stamina boost comes up, but that does not help against special attackers, and Gholdengo goes for the Shadow Ball. It's going to be doing a huge chunk of damage. Is the Assault Vest enough? No, Archaladon goes down.
That is a huge knockout here. Not opting for the Make It Rain here because it's not very effective identifying. I've got the +2. I got this easy play of going for a Shadow Ball into that Archaladon and being able to pick up the knockout. The Dragonite coming in, the Tailwind's up. Yes, of course it is. But is it really going to be much use at this stage when you've only got the Scale Shot to worry about? It is going to be super effective into the Gholdengo, so you do have to worry about that. But the big thing is that Electabuzz hung on. It is going to be able to get a Follow Me. It is going to give that Gholdengo the room this turn to get around that Scale Shot and get a Make It Rain onto the field. That will be enough to pick up the Pelipper, and if it lands, enough to pick up the Dragonite.
Honestly, I think Electabuzz is the key piece in the puzzle here for Ricardo, who also has a Pokemon remaining in the back. If you can stall out and around these Tailwind turns as well, maybe that 4th and final unrevealed secret could be what is needed to be able to close out this match. But at the minute, Victor still does have that Tailwind advantage. Yes, there is still the redirection, but he does at least have 2 Pokemon, maybe in the potential to try and get a knockout, but the speed is going to play a role here.
Yeah, and you've got to think as well, the Pelipper is -1 speed, so it's only got a +1 speed boost at this stage. So is it going to have enough to be able to get rid of this Electabuzz here? Is it going to be able to outspeed? We do see a Protect from the Dragonite and the Gholdengo here just to free up maybe the Pelipper, the ability to take down that Electabuzz, because it is going for that redirection. But like you've already said, there is a Pokemon still waiting in the back. The Muddy Water is a bit risky. It has low accuracy, but boosted by the rain. Is it going to connect? It does connect and pick up that that knockout onto the Electabuzz.
Yeah, good old Pelipper there, finding its mark with the Muddy Water and now forcing Ricardo to bring in the fourth and final Pokemon in the back. Now, depending on what this is, if it's something like the Talonflame, takes the word out of my mouth, little bird, it has the priority Gale Wings at this point. Dragonite does not have extreme speed. There is no way to break that Gale Winds, meaning Tailwind can now be matched on Ricardo's side.
Yeah, perfect Pokemon to have in the back and so well preserved by Ricardo. Going to be able to just click Tailwind, make it rain, close this up, and take game one. It is as simple as that. There isn't really any way out for Victor, unfortunately, at this stage of the game. Like you said, no extreme speed here to get rid of that potential Goldingo or break that Gale Wings. There's the Tailwind, Lou. Here's the Make It Rain.
Yeah, Pelipper might have brought the literal rain onto the field, but the rain that goes on the parade is coming down from the Golden Go, felling both of Victor's last two remaining Pokemon and enabling Ricardo to take game one.
Incredible show from Ricardo, really was, really convincing, and it just felt an uphill struggle for Victor that whole match, really. The Goldingo felt like it was very difficult to deal with as soon as that Ursaluna went down, and I think not being able to... Yes, you got utility out of it because you got rid of the threat in the Primarina, but then how do you deal with that Goldingo, especially when you're relying on your Dragonite that's only got the Scale Shot and you're having to rely on it terrestrializing? Yes, it did terrestrialize in the end, but you were so far behind at that point, it wasn't really... You weren't in a position where you could make a comeback. I don't know how you would approach going into this game. The Caledon's great in a lot of respects, but it's very slow at preventing that Goldingo getting those nasty plots. It's kind of taking it down a stage, but Goldingo's putting itself up 2 stages, so it's not matching it every single turn. You don't have the ability to damage it as effectively as you maybe would like to. You've got to force the rain onto the field at the same time, so there's a lot of factors that you've got to get into play to get the Caledon set up and working, whereas the Goldingo just needs that Electabuzz next to it, really, essentially, and then that nasty plot, and then you go from there. So I think Ricardo really ideally just concentrates down if the Ursaluna comes, deal with that, and then it's almost plain sailing from there.
I also just love how Talonflame came in, basically did nothing in that match. You know,
Yeah.
The other three carried the game, but then Talonflame comes in, clicks one button, and technically does enable the victory, let's say. But it's maybe, you know, not so much a one-trick wonder, but definitely in that match didn't pull the weight of the other three, which I kind of love to see. I have to say, talking about Victor's team, I agree with you. I would almost like to see a switch of the steel types. Bench or Chaladon, bring the Goldingo. This Goldingo also has the Choice Scarf, and we saw in that match how critical it was to gain that speed momentum. The Electabuzz with the Electro Webs constantly put pressure on Victor, not only getting some damage on the board, but then the speeds were being messed around with. The taunt shutting down the Tailwinds. Yes, you got that Tailwind right at the end, but guess what? Talonflame was literally waiting in the wings, able to come in and get that set up as well. Goldingo bringing that Choice Scarf means you might have an advantage straight out of the blocks, and you could always go for something like a trick and try and get that onto a Pokemon and be disruptive.
And that's a really good point, Lee, because if you get the trick onto that Electabuzz, then you lock it into, it can't go for those Electro Webs, it can't go for the taunts to prevent your Tailwind, it can't go for the redirection, or, you know, it has to stay with whatever move it's chosen to lock into at that time, which is really, really key. And then it frees up your Goldingo to kind of be a bit more flexible throughout the match. And also by leading it, I think as well, it gives you the ability to just get that initial damage onto the field, which I think Victor really struggled with in that first game. But if there's anyone that can do it, make adjustments, we know it is Victor Medina. So this is going to be a hot, heated game 2. Can Ricardo kind of pull out all the stops and close this up, or can Victor take us to a game 3?
Well, Victor has certainly gone the distance in matches before. I'm sure he can push it to a game 3 if he wants to, but let's see if that will become a reality. Our Chaladon with Pelipper, again, a perfect combination to get those Electro Shots rolling, particularly when you're up against a water type like Primarina. But Electabuzz is there once again, the pesky little Pokemon using that Follow Me to draw in all those attacks.
Yeah, and we've got that Snarl active on the Caledon. It's going to be really useful against that Primarina, and in particular that Electabuzz that do threaten that Pelipper. You've also got the ability to potentially get that Tailwind up, but you've got to worry about the taunt from the Electabuzz as well. Primarina, you can't forget about. It is going to be threatened by those Electro Shots. It's going to be a one-turn attack on this play, but you've got that Follow Me. You need to really get rid of that Electabuzz as soon as possible. Can you do that in an effective way without taking too much damage from the Primarina? It doesn't feel like you've got the tools on the field right now of your Victor to be able to do that.
Well, Primarina can't protect either thanks to the choice spec, so if you're the Electabuzz, you have to think, what am I going to do? Go for the Follow Me and protect you from the Electro Shot, or do I go for the taunt and shut down the Tailwind? So I wonder what Electabuzz is going to opt to do. I guess it's going to be for the taunt, because it looks like the Primarina has decided to go for the defensive typing to maybe neutralize the damage it could take from this Electro Shot. It won't be super effective anymore.
Yeah, it's a really good play, but we're just seeing a protect come out from this Pelipper, and I want to risk risk that taunt early on in this game, as we are going to see that Electabuzz fired out. The Electro Web fired out from the Electabuzz. Just a lot of the speed here. Again, it's going to activate that stamina ability, but really not coming into play so much because we've got all these special attackers on Ricardo's side of the field, so really doesn't mind doing that, and the speed drop's so imperative, especially when you combine it with that Primarina now, going to be able to get that Dazzling Gleam off and do some respectable damage, hitting for neutral damage against the Orcaladon. It has got the Assault Vest in. That's decent damage.
It definitely is. The Snarl, however, will try and put a dent in that damage following turn because you're now going to be reducing that special attack a little bit more. And critically as well, Pelipper has this Focus Sash intact, so that's still going to be playable throughout the rest of this game.
Yeah, and that's the big thing, I think. And we have seen a little bit of an adjustment here from Victor with the Pokemon in the back. Whether or not they decide to switch out now is the big question, but it is that Sinistcha. We did talk about it in the team preview, how it could be quite impactful in this game. Has the resistance, of course, to the big attacks coming out from the Primarina. And the Primarina now, obviously, going for that Terrestrialization, kind of puts itself at risk of a Ghost-type attack. Of course, this Sinistcha doesn't have a Ghost-type attack, but it does have the ability to come in, heal up its partner, maybe even set up a Trick Room rather than going for the Tailwind. You can allow the Electabuzz to fire as many Electro Webs off as you want.
That's
and then
interesting.
You set the Trick Room up and you're in the best situation possible.
Oh, I kind of love that. You kind of lull your opponent into a false sense of security. Keep Electro-Webbing me, see what happens. Aha, Trick Room. Who knows if that's going to be what comes into play. The Electro-Web does land once again. Chaladon will, of course, naturally get a Nulla stamina boost here. And Sinistcha just taking a little bit of chip for its troubles, but I really don't think it minds that at all.
Yeah, the one problem about this is that there is that taunt still active on the Electabuzz. So until that Electabuzz is removed from the field, you're not really going to have an easy time getting that Trick Room set up. But at the same time, you still have access to Life Dew. You can go for that. You can keep your Orcaladon topped up that respect. So you've got that. You've got Rage Powder as well to kind of protect, although there is just spread attacks coming out from the other side of the field. So that feels a little bit unnecessary. The big thing that Orcaladon's done here is really reduce that special attack down on the Primarina and the Electabuzz by 2 stages. So it does open the door up for maybe a switch into that Ursaluna, which is one of those Pokemon that can come in now. It doesn't really care so much about the Dazzling Gleam. It's hitting at neutral damage, and it's got the resistance to that Electro Web as well, and puts it in that position where, of course, it can't hit the Primarina with the Facade, but it can go for those headlong rushes and those Earthquakes, which are going to be so important, in particular to deal with that Electabuzz.
And critically can absorb up that taunt. It's not like the Ursaluna even needs to protect it next turn. It's going to get the Guts boost from the end of this turn, having switched in, as you said, relatively safely. Our Chaladon going to go for a Snarl again, really whittling away down against this Primarina when it has not terrestrialized. Those Snarls were doing barely any damage, but now that it is a Ghost type, it is leaving itself more and more vulnerable, as well as having its special attack shredded.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. I think the Orcaladon in a really comfortable position here, quite happy to just sit and fire out these Snarls turn after turn because it's not at any risk of getting knocked out at this stage. We are seeing the Ursaluna come in. It is pressuring, but Victor kind of using it more as bait here as we do see it leave the field. He's not ready to utilize it to its full potential yet. Activating that Hospitality ability once again, getting some of that really crucial health back as the Electabuzz goes for that Protect, scouting out potential Headlong Rush or Earthquake coming into that slot.
I honestly love that. The Hospitality is keeping our Chaladon really safely in the game here. The Snarls constantly whittling away at the offensive pressure that Primarina could be capable of. I feel like Ricardo actually needs to start shifting things up in the ball position, otherwise the Pokemon are just not going to be dealing any damage. Our Chaladon tried to go for the body press. Of course, it goes down into Protect of the Electabuzz, so no damage here. But the fact that Victor has clearly started to switch things up and go on the offensive means that Ricardo needs to adapt accordingly to stay in the match.
Yeah, and you can't do that with your special attackers now because the Primarina is so far gone with the special attack drops that it's not really going to have any impact here.
True.
But those body presses, because of all those stamina boosts, are going to be hitting so incredibly hard now, enough to pick up the knockout onto the Electabuzz. And do you have a Pokemon that you can switch in from the back that's not going to be able to get knocked out? Maybe the Goldingo, maybe this is the turn where you do see it, but then it opens the door. If you think the Electabuzz is going to switch out like we're seeing, is the Trick Room going to be the option on that Sinistcha?
Well, the Goldingo comes in. Step 1 of your master plan is complete, but is Sinistcha going to be able to follow it up? Primarina goes for the Dazzling Gleam once again, gets a little bit of chip damage on both Pokemon, but Sinistcha actually saying, hey, I'm going to go on the offensive, cook up a Storm here, and throw the Machagotcha out onto the field. Again, no KOs, no secondary effects, but at least some damage is going through.
Yeah, the recovery as well is going to be very useful, but what a great play here from Ricardo to identify maybe that there is going to be a body press or body coming out of that slot, but not really gone for that at all. Another snarl, and it is enough to take down that Primarina now, really making easy work of what was a huge threat, and it eats up the terrestrialization option on Ricardo's side of the field while it's still active for Victor. Gdansk on the field now as well. I would have loved to have seen a trick room, but a master plan for Victor. That is not all the way that we're going here.
I have to say, I like the switch back to the snarl there, because you knew that if you doubled up with the Metagame, you'd get the KO onto that opposing Primarina, and then you don't run the risk of kind of going into that body press into a ghost type. The snarl, the Gdansk is not going to appreciate anyway, and if Electabuzz stayed on the field, so what? It takes another snarl. What is it going to do at this point? It's really kind of just a sitting duck.
Exactly, and I think that's the whole point of this, is how useful that Alcaladon is in this situation where now it's got the Gdansk on -1, so if it goes for a nasty plot, you can almost go for another snarl here. The big problem, of course, comes with this Garchomp entering the field, where now it is going to be able to pressure with those attacks that can do enough to pick up the knockout on the Alcaladon. Maybe not so much on the Sinistcha, though, this turn, but you are threatened by that Gdansk this whole time. You do have active terrestrialization, but do you spend it on your Sinistcha rather than something maybe a bit more useful like your Ursaluna that's still waiting in the back?
You have to watch out as well for the Sinistcha's Metagame, possibly getting that burn infliction onto something like the Garchomp as well. That could be very detrimental to its particular plans. Of course, there's the option of some terrestrialization as well to go down maybe on Victor's side. I believe he still hasn't used that option, but the Garchomp is going to have to stay in play. It's going for that scale shot. It is carrying those loaded dice, so we know it will hit 4 times, but will it get that illustrious 5th hit?
Well, it's going to be very close to picking up a knockout here, but it is only 4 times. The Sinistcha able to take those pretty comfortably as the defense does drop on the Garchomp, making it more susceptible to those body presses. If this Alcaladon can survive, the Make It Rain comes out. It does pick up the knockout. What has that Alcaladon locked into?
This Alcaladon able to hang on thanks to the Assault Vest, thanks to the resist. It's now in a prime position to try and get a knockout here. It could go for the body press down into that opposing Garchomp, and that is indeed its target. It is enough for a one-hit KO. Alcaladon biting. It's time for the perfect moment.
That is a huge knockout here from Victor, knowing all well and good that I've got these stamina boosts. Your Garchomp doesn't really threaten me too much. And yeah, resist your Make It Rain. So yeah, get rid of my Sinistcha. It's just the bait, because I'm going to get rid of your Garchomp, take away one of your biggest offensive threats, and now you're left with the Electabuzz and the Gdansk. We saw how effective, important this pairing could be in Game 2, but you have that Ursaluna now, you have the Earthquake, and you have the Pelipper that you can switch in, freely Earthquake, or even protect the Ursaluna this turn, get your Pelipper in, potentially try and set up a Tailwind, but I don't really feel like you need that one Earthquake. Should be enough to close this one up for Victor and take us to a Game 3, but it's not over yet.
It's not, but I love the foresight from Victor here, bringing in the Bear early, the Ursaluna, the name just completely deleted from my brain. Bringing in the Ursaluna earlier to get the burn boost activated already means that you don't have to protect it in this turn and risk something like a nasty plot on the opposing side. You can just go straight on the offensive here. You have the capability to go for that Earthquake. It doesn't really matter too much if your partner Pokemon goes down. You're going to bring in Pelipper that's not going to worry about those Earthquakes, or you could just go straight away for a Headlong Rush and therefore maybe keep our Chaladon in the game to get some damage as well.
Yeah, and even though we're seeing the Follow Me and the Gdansk are probably attacking first, it's -2 special attack, so this Make It Rain not going to have any potency about it.
No.
Not even enough to pick up this Alcaladon, and the Ursaluna left free to fire off whatever attack it wants.
I kind of want to see the Earthquake come through. There we go. I know our Chaladon's not going to appreciate it, but it's certainly put in some work. It probably appreciates a timeout before Game 3 as the Victor is able to get the KO on both the opposing Pokemon.
Yeah, just so well played by Victor with that Alcaladon. You know, the whole time just saying, right, well, I'm quite happy sitting on the field. I'm just going to take my time. I'm just going to get these snarls off, because you're not getting any advantage here. You're just getting worn down slowly and slowly and slowly. And yes, like you say, it allowed him to get the Ursaluna onto the field, to activate that Flame Orb, to get it straight back out of there, utilizing the hospitality the whole time. The flexibility and the kind of synergy of this team is just so good when it works like that, and it really made it impossible for Ricardo to get any sort of momentum swing there that you expect him to get with these big powerhouse Pokemon.
But I love the way that Victor was able to adapt coming into that game. You mentioned the flexibility of the team, but also the way that Victor was able to kind of take Game 1. Yes, you had the loss, but you could see how Ricardo was piloting that particular composition of a team, maybe get into his head a little bit more about the play style that was going on. And the one thing I like that Victor did was completely neutralize that potential coming through from the Gdansk and the Electabuzz. That said, Electabuzz was still on the field a long time.
Yeah.
It constantly applied pressure with Taunt. It constantly got in the way with those Electro Web drops, but Archaladon kind of saying, I'm happy to take those because you're boosting up my body press. And then at the same time, you've got Ursaluna, who literally doesn't care about them, being able to then have free reign.
Yeah, and I think if you are Ricardo, they're the two Pokemon that you've got to look at approaching slightly differently if you're wanting to bring that Electabuzz this next game, because it's great for preventing that setup on Victor's side of the field with those two options of Tailwind and the one option of Trick Room. But outside of that, it's not really providing too much value, because yes, you can follow me, but there's a lot of spread attacks here that Victor's got access to, and I think well identified by Victor, especially in that game too. The Snarl, you can sit there, do that all day long, and yeah, the Electro Webs, well, go for it, because my stamina boost is going to just mean that Garchomp isn't a threat if you've brought it in the back for later on. So yeah, I think Ricardo probably needs to approach it where you maybe have to utilize something like the Garchomp, something like the Primarina early on in this game, or maybe even bring something like the Rillaboom here that can perform quite well against that Ursaluna. At least it gives you the option to have that grassy glide into the Ursaluna, and it weakens the Earthquake as well, you know, protecting some of those targets like the Goldingo. So there are things to consider switching up. It'll be interesting to see how both players do adjust going into this one. But for Victor, I feel like the ball's in his court. Everything to do for Ricardo.
Yeah, I mean, Talonflame did even less in Game 2 than it did in Game 1 because it wasn't even brought. I wonder if it will make a return appearance in Game 3. First of all, same leads coming out for Ricardo, though. It's going to be Primarina and Electabuzz. And once again, Victor bringing that Ursaluna and the Archaladon this time as the duo at the front of the stage.
Yeah, and it's an easy protect here from the Ursaluna to activate that Guts Orb boost and also scout out what that Primarina locks into. Once again, you're in that situation where you can quite happily with the Archaladon. It can't protect it, of course, because of the Assault Vest, but it can lock into that Snarl, and that's going to be so beneficial for weakening the Primarina and taking away that boost that it's got from the choice specs, and also making sure that that Electabuzz isn't really as impactful as Ricardo would like to. But if you do expect maybe the Protect on the Ursaluna, or maybe that opens the door for you to switch things up, bring something in from the back to put a little bit of pressure on the next turn. Not going to see any switches though, just that Protect from the Ursaluna.
Yeah, this is the classic mode for Ursaluna. Out on the field, Protect, get that Guts boost activated as the Electro Web comes out once again. This time, of course, connecting down into Archaladon, going to get that chip damage, going to get the stamina boost, but I want to know what that Primarina has locked into, and this is going to be vital information for Victor to determine the course of the match.
Yeah, it is, and it is the Moonblast. Huge Moonblast, doing massive damage into the Archaladon and dropping that special attack, boosting the stamina, of course, but more importantly, not going to be as potent as it was before.
Now it's taken that drop, though, as well. Moonblast, I feel like, isn't going to be enough to be able to get the knockout, but it could be close.
It would be very close. And the one thing that you would have to say maybe forces Victor hands is to switch that Ursaluna out, which makes sense now. You've got the Guts activation with the Flame Orb. Get that Sinistcha on the field, because if you've got that in the back and you've got the Hospitality, then it does give you the ability to just be able to take that attack again. The Moonblast, a really great change-up, though, from Ricardo. And I don't think you can rest on your laurels here if you are Ricardo. I think you've got to switch things up. You've got to take that Primarina out and maybe get your Garchomp onto the field now.
You've got to start making the reads that Victor was making in Game 2, for example. There is an adaptation here, but it's going to be the Pelipper joining the field. Archaladon actually going into the back, just wants to reset everything back to neutral. But Pelipper maybe enabling this Ursaluna now some free reign onto the field. Electabuzz just going straight up for the Protect. I feel like this needs to be the opportunity. Moonblast comes through, of course it is the focus sash, but Pelipper needs the opportunity in the next turn to try and get this Tailwind up. The fact that it's this flying type means that Ursaluna can go for the Earthquake without having to hit into its partner Pokemon and try and get some damage on the board against this opposing Primarina. It doesn't get the knockout, though.
That is a huge play, though, from Victor, because I think that all the attention there, even from us, was on that Archaladon. How can we go after it? Because it potentially could be threatened from being the knockout, but all the time, Victor knows that the Moonblast is the option that the Primarina is locked into. It's -1, so it's not going to be hitting as hard. So the Ursaluna has a free time and picking the moment perfectly with that Earthquake, going for it and getting some really useful damage on to that Primarina. One step closer to knocking it out. The Pelipper coming in, of course, does offer that Tailwind. So if you don't go for the Taunt with that Electabuzz onto it, or go for an Electro Web, you could do that now, because it'll be enough to pick up the Pelipper, of course, and remove it from the field. It catches anything on the switch in as well, but that Ursaluna is the big threat. It does threaten the Electabuzz knockout, and if you leave it on the field, it is going to do nothing but go down.
But this is where things get dicey, because Ursaluna just threatens a double knockout here. You can do super effective damage with the Earthquake into the Electabuzz. I can see possibly then why it's terrestrialized into that Dragon typing, removing its weakness to the ground type, and of course Primarina in such a vulnerable position. So even if you try and target down something like this opposing Pelipper, you're leaving yourself vulnerable. It does go for the Electro Web, that does enable the KO, and we know that Primarina was free to go for the Moonblast anyway into that Ursaluna slot, but it's not going to be enough to get the KO. There is going to be an Earthquake coming out.
There is going to be an Earthquake, and will it be enough to get this Electabuzz? Probably not, but we know guaranteed it will be enough to get that Primarina. You do get some very useful damage onto this Ursaluna. Firing back with that Earthquake, though, and oh, so much damage onto that Electabuzz. The terrestrialization saving it here, but at what cost?
I mean, I still don't know what the Electabuzz can even do to the Ursaluna into that following turn. Again, you cannot hit it with your Electro-type moves. You can't follow me around a Earthquake. Taunt's doing nothing. Protect, yes, it hangs you on for one turn, but eventually you're going to be exposed to it. I think depending on what Ricardo's got in the back, this could maybe give him some more momentum, because Electabuzz is not going to cut the mustard on this one.
It's definitely not, and if you don't have that Rillaboom, then the only other option that you've got to bring in against this Ursaluna is going to be the Talonflame. It's the only thing that has the immunity to it, and yes, then you can get your Tailwind up or fire off a Brave Bird into it and maybe hopefully pick up a knockout. If the Talonflame is there, it has a nice matchup into the Sinistcha, but it is, in fact, the Rillaboom coming onto the field.
Battle of the Grass types as well, as the Sinistcha also joins, able to possibly use that Hospitality ability to regain some HP on that Ursaluna, which I think it needs in combination with the grassy terrain that's on the field, kindly set up by the opposing Rillaboom. But this is where things get detrimental. Not only is Fake Out on the field, but the priority pressure of Grassy Glide can also be frustrating for Ursaluna to deal with.
Yeah, and the other thing you've got to look at here is, right, the Rillaboom comes out. Yes, it puts a little bit of pressure onto Victor's Ursaluna. But what do you have for the Sinistcha? Yes, you've got your grass-type attacks. They're not going to be hitting super effective damage. And you've got high horsepower as a coverage. So the Archaludon does have to be wary if it does come onto the field. But you're going to struggle to really deal with something like maybe the Dragonite. If it was in the back, of course, we know it is just that Archaludon. So can you catch it with a high horsepower? But do you risk it at this stage to allow maybe that Ursaluna to get a free facade off? And that's something that you really want to try and avoid at this stage in the game. There is obviously the active Fake Out as well, which is there, and maybe you just see the Ursaluna just go for that protect this turn.
I like this adaptation, actually. The Sinistcha can come back in Hospitality up later on, as well as being something, as you identified, possibly difficult for Ricardo to deal with, and the Archaludon's kind of already had quite a big moment. The Taunt as well, absolutely going to be enjoyed by the Assault Vest wearing Archaludon. It does not even have status moves that can be restricted here, as the Woodhammer was shown to be the target going down to the Ursaluna. I think Ricardo has clearly identified you need to get rid of this Ursaluna now.
Yeah, and it's an easy switch now for Victor this next turn, just to go from the Ursaluna into that Sinistcha, get some health back on your Archaludon as well, and then maybe start stacking up those stamina boosts against the Rillaboom in particular. It's really going to thrive under that sort of environment. The rain's up as well at the moment, so the Electroshot is an option if you want to go for it. Of course, there is the body press as well. If you get one of those stamina boosts, it's going to be doing a lot of damage to the Rillaboom, and it's only then going to be on a timer before it does go away from this battle, because the Electabuzz, like you've already mentioned, doesn't really have any offensive pressure against these two behemoths on Victor's side of the field.
And honestly, the Archaludon has a lot more HP than I gave it credit for, and the fact that grassy terrain's on the field, you could even switch out the Ursaluna, for example, bring Sinistcha back to Hospitality up the Archaludon. You basically have a Pokemon that's going to be so difficult to take down. I do really wonder what the fourth and final Pokemon for Ricardo is, because if it is something like that cheeky part-timer Talonflame, it can come in and it can go for those Flare Blitzes, and that could be a way to deal with the Sinistcha going forward. But at the moment, it's still being kept a secret.
Yeah, and you know, the one thing that Victor does have access to is that terrestrialization still, and you can terrestrialize out of that ground weakness that is present now on that Rillaboom, but we're just seeing it protect. And that high horsepower coming out, but nowhere near enough damage.
This has been so underwhelming today. Zoe and I were saying earlier, high horsepower on Rillaboom is just not getting the damage down it needs.
No, it's nowhere near, because even this next turn coming out, it's just not going to be close to picking a knockout. You've got Life Dew as well on your Sinistcha, so you can go for a little bit of a top-up alongside that grassy terrain. You've had the stamina boost, so it's going to be doing even less damage this next turn. The body press is starting to threaten both of these Pokemon on Ricardo's side of the field, and you're really looking at options now. What have you got in the back if you are Ricardo? Do you have that Talonflame maybe to come in to take help take down some of these supporting Pokemon that are such a detriment to you getting any sort of flow in the match, because once you remove the Sinistcha, of course, then things become a lot easier. You take away a line of recovery that's there, and Victor's really kind of taking advantage of. But if the Garchomp's in the back, it's probably not the best thing to have right now.
That's the thing, it makes it a bit difficult towards this end game, but we've seen in game one how Ricardo just happened to pull out this trump card and was able to take through the victory. So still left to be decided, but Electabuzz doing what it can do best, going for the taunt. This time actually does find its mark on a Pokemon that is not going to appreciate that. So I wonder if Sinistcha has read into that and just gone straight for the Machigotcha. I kind of like the coverage here, maybe just trying to predict a switch coming back in. It also was actually respectable damage, I'm not going to lie, as the body press comes through and gets that little bit of damage down onto the opposing Rillaboom.
Yeah, it's a nice call, because if the Ursaluna does come in there, you pick up the knockout and you're covering that Trick Room, and even if not, like you say, you're getting respectable damage onto the field. The problem is you're ignoring that Archaludon that has had that stamina boost. The one thing about that play from Ricardo is you aren't activating stamina any further, which might be an indicator of what is lurking in the back as that fourth and final Pokemon for them. But it just feels like the game is slipping slowly out of their control, because how many body presses is this Rillaboom going to be able to take? Probably 2 more. But then the Electabuzz is in a position where if it takes 1, it will go down. So it's pretty easy for Victor now just to lock in with that body press into that Rillaboom slot. And you've got your Sinistcha. Yeah, it's taunted, but you can pretty much switch it out at this stage. If you're confident in thinking the Archaludon is enough to close this game up, you put all your eggs in one basket. You say, Sinistcha, come on, get out if you bring the Ursaluna onto the field, and then you can switch it back in the next turn if the Ursaluna isn't knocked out.
You're right as well. The fact that the Electabuzz is on a timer here, particularly if you've got Ursaluna still in the back, you know it can't touch you anyway, and it's got that burn ticking away at it. You really just need to target down that partner spot and allow Ursaluna to maybe clean up that end game. The final Pokemon is actually going to be Golden Go. Now it's on the field next to Electabuzz, but is it going to be too little too late for this dynamic duo?
That's probably the one Pokemon I think Ricardo could have had in the back that would be suitable. But Victor seeing straight through that, not going for that body press once again. Predicting maybe something else was in the back, going for another Snarl. So useful against this Gholdengo. Machigotcha coming out again, and it is going to be boosted by the grassy terrain, getting some respectable damage. Nothing special, but it will be into the Gholdengo. It'll be able to heal up even further, and it's nearly full health at the moment. -1, the Gholdengo not going to have any impact that you would like it to have at this stage of the game either.
And the burn as well to add insult to injury, you know, making sure that these Pokemon on Ricardo's side are on a timer, knowing that the timer is going to be up soon in this Swiss round 5. And I think Victor has put himself into a fantastic position with all of this recovery, not just from the Sinistcha, but also capitalizing on the fact that Rillaboom keeps setting this terrain and that you can get all of that amazing recovery, in addition to the fact that Machigotcha, as you said, gets boosted by the grassy terrain as it's a grass type move.
Yeah, and the burn really adding insult to injury, like you say, and puts that Gholdengo in such an awkward position, because you really want to be able to take advantage of the grassy terrain. You're not in any danger of getting knocked out here, so it gives you a free nasty plot almost. You have to worry about the Snarls, but you can, like I say, kind of get yourself into a position where one nasty plot will put you neutral and then start firing off those Shadow Balls. And if you can get a Shadow Ball into both of these targets, they're probably in range right now of that Shadow Ball with the Life Orb boost. So it's all about the timing. The burn makes that very difficult, because now you can just kind of, I guess, just spam the Snarl, spam the Machigotcha, or even switch in the Ursaluna in this situation to get that Sinistcha out, get the Ursaluna back onto the field. And if you see a Shadow Ball come into that Sinistcha and the Ursaluna comes out, well, you're not really going to be doing anything because of the immunity there.
And it felt like those players were taking every second of the turn to make sure that they get this critical endgame how they need it. As you can see, though, the Make It Rain does very little damage to both of Victor's Pokemon. It really looks like Victor's in the driving seat to start cleaning this up. Rillaboom does indeed come in, can apply some fake out pressure into the Archaludon in the next turn, but that's almost detrimental in a way, because you do not want to give it a null stamina boost. And these Snarls are stacking up. The Gholdengo is not going to appreciate that. You already saw how little damage it did previously. The Machigotcha might even be able to put it out of its misery and try and get the knockout with the burn stacking up.
Yeah, the burn definitely going to be enough to get rid of this big Pokemon from Ricardo's side of the field, as Victor steps one step closer to clinching this set. The Archaludon, again, such a patient game from Victor, being able to just say, I'm not going to take any unnecessary risks. I'm just going to play this out, got to grind it out and get this win and make it very difficult for Ricardo. Now the Gholdengo, you can see the damage there from that -1 make it rain. It's just having no impact. Yeah, you can switch it out here for the Electabuzz, but is it really going to make too much difference because you're going to get one turn possibly with that burn damage. Now the grassy terrain, you've switched in your Rillaboom at probably the worst time where you could have left it maybe one more turn to get that grassy terrain active. It's difficult though because it benefits you and your opponent, and you don't really want to be giving the Arcaladon, the Sinistcha, or even that Ursaluna any more health than they've already got.
I mean, the grassy terrain just kept Gholdengo in the game because it was able to get that recovery before the burn ticked away at it. But as you said, Lee, that's not going to be an option for it in this game 3. Terrestrialization is coming through from the Sinistcha, going to be turning into the Dark type now as well. Again, still going to be able to have all its move options as Taunt also wore off. So it really looks like Sinistcha is in the spotlight right now.
Yeah, and if we do see that Shadow Ball come out from the Gholdengo, going to be resisted now from that Pokemon, but not into the Sinistcha, into the Arcaladon, but because of those snarls that we've had earlier, just really being able to be shrugged off so easily, leaving the Arcaladon and this Sinistcha in a position to just get the remaining knockouts they need as the Gholdengo takes that Life Orb recoil. Not really getting the impact that you would like, and finally
there you go.
the Electabuzz not on the field to have that Taunt, setting up the Trick Room and putting in position that Ursaluna. If that Arcaladon does go down, I don't feel like Victor needs it at this stage, but if it does go down, the Ursaluna are going to be able to come in, no grassy terrain to threaten, and it'll be able to clean this one up.
I think that was a +4 defense I got to see there on the Archaladon as well. Those body presses are going to hurt, particularly as Rillaboom already has dwindled energy remaining. The battle is cancelled, and Victor Medina will be the victor of Swiss round 5.
It looked bleak from that game 1 for Victor, but in true Victor fashion, adjusting so perfectly in that game 2, taking their time, not tilting one bit, and coming back in such dominating fashion to take this game from such a strong opponent in Ricardo.
Honestly, I'm going to say that Ricardo, that game 1 was so incredibly played by both our trainers, but I did still just love Talonflame coming in at the end and being able to sweep that quite literally with the Gale Wings through for his trainer. Then you came through into games 2 and 3 and Talonflame was left at home. Maybe it exhausted itself from too much battling in one particular turn, but I feel like almost you needed that speed advantage to gain that momentum, because what to me happened in games 2 and 3 was Ricardo seemed to rely a little bit too much on the Electabuzz to go for those Electro Webs, meaning that the options of the Taunt and the Follow Me had to be choices. You had to then make the right reads. And if possibly you had a Tailwind up in play, you could have had more flexibility to target down and put the pressure on Victor instead.
Yeah, and it was a double-edged sword the whole time with that Electabuzz, because yes, it gave you the ability to stop the setup on Victor's side of the field, but every time you went for something like those Electro Webs, which were really useful, as you say, the importance of being able to outspeed your opponent, so pivotal in these games. But Victor's so smart in that, because saying, my Caledon's just going to sit here and take those quite comfortably. I can fire Snarls back at you, and yeah, I'm just getting stamina boost the whole time, because if we don't have that reliance from Ricardo, which we didn't have in game 2, and we didn't really have the impetus in game 3 on the Gholdengo, because game 1 Gholdengo was such a pivotal Pokemon. It just wasn't utilized the way that Ricardo used it in game 1. I think it made it so much easier, because then the physical attackers were the primary thing that Ricardo had to use to get rid of these big, powerful Pokemon on Victor's side of the field. And after a few stamina boosts, it's like, well, yeah.
How do I get through this wall?
Off, yeah.
Quite literally. I mean, taking a look here, this was game 1, the one where Ricardo was able to remain victorious because of this Gholdengo being set up perfectly with the nasty plots to get the big damage, helped up by the Tailwind in that last turn from the Talonflame. Just meant that Gholdengo literally rained down supreme. However, in this game 2, the Archaladon was able to get a little bit of vengeance, applying a lot of pressure in the rain with those electro shots and finding a great way through that opposing Primarina with Snarl.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. I think the Primarina, there was put such a lot of emphasis from Ricardo on that Primarina, and it just didn't get any sort of return that you would expect. It puts a lot of pressure on, of course, but I think after one Snarl, you're pretty comfortable in front of it, and you can play around it quite easily like Victor did, and it just became a bit of a kind of a sticking point for Ricardo, where it allowed Victor the momentum to kind of get that initial game plan set up, where then it was too late for Ricardo to kind of get any sort of foothold to come back in the match.
And I mean, coming into this game 3, once again, Primarina in a good spot, going for that Moonblast straight away, really applying the pressure and turning up the heat. But unfortunately for it, it was felled by these Earthquakes, by this big damage that Victor was still able to capitalize on. I have to say, the way in game 2 and 3, he played that Ursaluna, getting the Guts boost up early, but actually not using it straight away, not getting greedy with the opportunity and saying, I need this for the end game, for that win condition right at the end, did just show why he had all that utility to clean up the set.
And I think that's the difference between both our players. Is so right. You're there with the patience that Victor showed with the Ursaluna was the complete opposite with the patience that wasn't shown with that Primarina from Ricardo's side of the field. Because I think the Primarina could have played a huge role in that game because it didn't care about the stamina boosts. And if you position it right in the tailwind, the speed control, like you've already mentioned, then it's going to be really impactful. We saw how much damage that Moonblast did, but it was just out there on the field and it wasn't really, there was no adjustments made to it. And I think that maybe was a little bit of the downfall. You can see why the decisions were made from both players at certain times in the game, of course. It is very difficult, but the Victor's decisions and the patience really shone through in that one, and is the reason why Victor is our last round winner.
Exactly. I would have almost liked to have seen the Primarina maybe being utilized a little bit later on in the match, because the fact that Victor kept bringing Pelipper, bringing the Rain, that would boost up the water type moves. And if he went for something like the Hydro Cannon, oh my goodness, that would be so devastating on the field. Or even that Hyper Voice, getting that kind of water boost up then thanks to the Liquid Voice. It's going to be able to get a lot of damage out on the board and maybe start sweeping through some momentum. Yes, Sinistcha's going to be a Pokemon that's a problem to deal with, but that's what the other 3 are for, right?
Exactly, that. And it makes it difficult if you've got that Primarina in the late game for that Ursaluna to ever come back onto the field and be a problem, because it can't really freely switch into, in particular, those Hyper Voices if that's what it was locked into, especially under the Rain. So I think there's a lot of options there, and maybe the Garchomp Talonflame would have been a good thing to bring.
That's like a classic, right, from 2 generations ago.
So it instantly puts a lot of pressure on the Orcaladon, onto the Goldingo as well, and yeah, you are worried about the Ursaluna and the Pelipper. But you do have, like you've said, Pokemon in the back. Once you've got that set up with the Talonflame, then it goes down early. And if it doesn't go down, you get another turn with it. If the Garchomp goes down, you get the Primarina in. I think there is...
Dominoes just keep going.
Domino effect, all the dominoes, So, but it's very difficult. It's easy for us to sit here and be like, maybe could have done this, maybe could have done that. In the heat of the moment on the stage where the pressure is in front of such a phenomenal opponent, it's a completely different story.
Well, not only did Victor Medina give you an incredible treat of a match, his interviews are always a delight as well. So let's delay no further and kick it over to the couch to hear what he has to say.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. I am here with Victor the Victorious, winner of our Swiss Round 5 of Stuttgart Regional Championships. How are you feeling after that round?
I mean, I'm feeling amazing, honestly. Putting myself at 5-0 is a great accomplishment already. I really want to push it one more at least forward the next round to do day 2. But I'm feeling amazing. I'm feeling great so far.
Yeah, great. And watching you make fantastic adjustments, games 2 and 3, not bringing the Dragonite, using the Archaludon style. What were your thoughts to the matchup?
Well, my thoughts in the matchup at first, it was like, Primarina is difficult. Primarina really give me problems in this team. I struggle to deal real damage to Primarina if I'm not with Ursaluna. So in the first game, I said, like, I'm going to do a speed-heavy control game plan with the 2 Tailwinds, but that didn't work out as well as I thought. I thought I needed the help that Sinistcha could provide in the matchup, and played with the Snarls.
Yeah, that was fantastic. And actually, in that game 3, that Primarina got the special attack drop on the Archaludon. Did that affect your decision in switching it out?
No, not really. I thought about switching it out from the moment I saw, well, I did my lead because I was expecting him to repeat for the 3rd time. So I was expecting him to switch out. So it didn't matter at all.
Yeah, it was just so great to see. And you never really, you had Tailwind and Trick Room, and so it was like a dual speed control, but your opponent's taunt kept preventing you. So it was nice to see, were you specially trained to operate your team outside of any speed control?
Yeah, exactly. My opponent did play really well with the taunt. I couldn't put the Trick Room up, so I needed to play with my Archaludon, because Snarl was a great damage reduction, and his ability is another form of damage reduction. So
yeah, your Archaludon got to +6 defense in that game too, and that was so funny to see. Is there a favorite Pokemon on that team that you're using?
For sure, it's Sinistcha. It's Sinistcha, as you saw in the game 3. When you switch it out, switch it in, it's just so good. I think it's so underrated. but I think it's difficult to put it in a team when it really shines. But in this team, it really does
Oh
shine.
yeah, we watched in Game 3, constantly switching it out and help your teammates then get that health back up. So going into kind of looking forward up into the road to Worlds, what events will be you attending for next season?
I mean, I don't think I'm attending Birmingham, but for sure UIC, I will attend as much as possible because my main thought this season, because I'm already qualified, is that get better. Is to get better at the game, play as much as possible, and try to get better at the game at the end of the day.
Well, you are ranked #1 on the global leaderboard in the Championships Challenge, so we can see you are by far one of the top players, if not the best player right now. So do you have any shout-outs you want to give?
Yeah, for sure. Shout-outs to my esport team, Sport Maniacos. Shout-outs to Justin. Shout-outs to Len. And shout-outs to Antonio and Carlos for the help in the team. And to all my friends, all my family, all the Spanish community who is supporting me. Shout-outs to everyone.
Amazing. It's the friends that help us push forward and make the tournaments just so much more fun. And that's all the time we're going to have for now. We're going to cut to a short break, but we'll be back with Swiss Round 6 of the Stuttgart Regional Championships.
Kevin has shown us just why he is one of the most awarded junior champions in Pokemon video game history.
Let's hear it for our video game junior champion, Kevin Hahn!
My strategy was to stay calm and relaxed and overall play well, and also be completely fine with losing, but only take one game at a time. I was worried a lot about Miraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider because when you're using a Calyrex Ice Rider team, those are always your two toughest matchups. My team is very balanced-like, so you can't just lead the same Pokemon every single time and win every single game. You actually have to think through the leads and think through the Pokemon, but if you do that, you get a big reward, and it's really just nice. And my MVP would be Calyrex Ice Rider, as it's my restricted and it did the most heavy work.
There's no wide guard! Zamazetsu didn't click the wide guard, and really boom, takes the whole brunt of that hit. That's going to be a one-hit KO and an attack boost for Calyrex.
My strategy didn't really change because it got me through day 1, and I thought that if I just kept doing it, it might work.
Kevin Hahn, the reigning EUIC and NAIC champion this season. So that would be quite the trifecta if he could cap the season with the Worlds win.
My finals was the most difficult match through the entire tournament because being on stage is already stressful enough, but to be down a game right after is even more stressful.
And this is not the first time Kevin Hahn has had his back against the wall. Tatsuomi one game away from becoming the Juniors Division World Champion here in Honolulu, but Kevin Hahn, of course, might have something to say about that.
My most memorable moment on the stage was taking deep breaths after I lost game 1 and then pulling it back.
Take that high horsepower, resisting it, but the critical hit Thunderbolt means Iron Treads can't survive the turn.
As soon as one of the last turns in game 3, my Draco Meteor hit the Iron Treads, I knew I had won because it always knocks out, and I have Calyrex Ice Rider to beat the Rillaboom in the back.
But with a Calyrex Ice Rider waiting in the wings, will it have enough in the tank to take all 3 of these KOs?
That's the forfeit, and Kevin Hahn throughout the season has proved he's the best junior in the world, EUIC champion, NAIC champion, and now world champion in the Juniors Division for the Pokemon video game. Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2015 Pokemon World Championships in Boston, Massachusetts. This classic moment happened in the Seniors Division Championship match between Mark McQuillan from Great Britain and Koki Honda from Japan. VGC 2015 was a season most remembered for 2 things: Mega Kangaskhan and Japanese trainers dominating the metagame.
Japan this year came in full force. I mean,
it really did.
Yeah, they just took the junior division
Championships in the Masters division, they're pretty much guaranteed. I mean, 7 out of 8 top cut players in the Masters division were Japanese, so Japan's here to play, and you know, I'm pretty sure Koki wants to be able to try to set up a clean sweep.
This will be what decides the clean sweep. Oh my goodness.
Mega Kangaskhan was the queen of VGC in this era, as nearly 67% of all top cut teams across all 3 age divisions had Mega Kangaskhan on their team. Mark was the last trainer who could stand in the way of Japan claiming all 3 VGC titles in Boston. Mark was also aging up into the Masters division for the 2016 season, so this would be his final match in seniors and his final chance at redemption. Mark had been on the world stage before. At the 2014 World Championships, he fought through the tournament only to lose in the seniors finals match. So with the weight of the world on his shoulders and the fear of finishing second 2 years in a row, Mark had to find a solution for Kangaskhan, and his answer was Machamp. But before game 1 could start, the casters had one simple question.
Mark M, does that M stand for Machamp? Question.
Mark felt incredibly confident in this matchup. He even winked at the camera when he correctly predicted a Landorus switch-in. Cresselia disrupted much of Koki's game plan by setting up Trick Room and skill swapping away key abilities. When it was finally knocked out, it was time for the crowd favorite to join the fray.
There's the Machamp, the crowd is going wild right now.
Machamp's ability is No Guard, which disregards accuracy and ensures that all attacks hit without fail. Mark used Dynamic Punch as the main attack because without its dubious 50% accuracy, it is now 100% a problem for Kangaskhan.
That's a no guard Dynamic Punch, a move that normally has 50% accuracy, but thanks to that ability, never gonna miss.
Mark finished up game 1 in convincing fashion and was now 1 win away from fulfilling his dream of becoming world champion. The crowd was captivated by Cresselia and Machamp, realizing they were the ideal brains and brawn combination that was capable of defeating Kangaskhan in a format ultimately warped by its success.
Did you ever think that you'd see a Parental Bond Cresselia and a Machamp in the senior division final championships here?
I don't think that ever crossed my mind once.
As game 2 progressed, Mark built up momentum by making all the right plays. The will of the crowd had been determined, and Mark was eager to give them the Machamp sweep they so desperately wanted.
We're gonna see Dynamic Punch into that same slot. Ladies and gentlemen, will it pick up the knockout? It picks up the knockout. It's a crit. That is a critical hit on an incoming Mega Kangaskhan. Lost its Parental Bond and now lost its will to fight. Dynamic Punch is just gonna punch this Heatran right in the dome. Is it gonna pick up the knockout? It picks up another knockout.
Mark breathed new hope into VGC by showing that no Pokemon can exist without counters.
The match was forfeited. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello and congratulate, applaud, give a huge hand to your new Seniors Division World Champion, Mark Machampion McQuillan.
Mark and his Machamp played a flawless set in the finals and brought a title back home to Great Britain. He also redeemed himself from his 2014 loss and gave VGC trainers around the world one of the most dominant and memorable Pokemon matches of all time. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back. We are here in Stuttgart once again for Swiss round number 6. I am Costa Didymos, joined by the ever so lovely Zoe Liu in what was a very insightful, great interview with Victor there, our obviously LAIC finalist from several weeks ago.
It was such an amazing match to watch. Very balanced and very strategic, and Victor just showcasing exactly why he is #1 on the global leaderboard, because he just has such a great understanding of the board positioning and slowly chipping away at the opponents too.
Yeah, and I mean, quite modest as well, with how he was saying, you know, that there's still more room for me to be able to improve upon, and his #1 goal is to get better, but, you know, like...
he's already #1.
He's already, that's what I mean. He's like globally, EU, you name it, like finalist of LAIC, but obviously it just goes to show the drive that he's got in order to really hit that stride of accomplishment when it comes to his VG career.
Exactly, and that humility and knowing that there's always that room for improvement is what makes him such a great player, because he knows nobody is invincible. You've got to keep working, keep trying hard just to stay at the top of the leaderboard, and you have to keep working at it.
Well, exactly. It's not just like a one and done. Unless you win a regional championship, then you get straight into Worlds, obviously. But like, that's not enough for Victor, even with the Worlds qualification, even with 1,597 CP. He's like, no, it's not enough. I just want to go ahead and do the very best that I can. He's still looking for that #1 placement at a major event. But let's go ahead and have a bit of a preview of the current state of play. Those standings for Stuttgart here in day 1, round 6. Of course, we got the classic 5-0s right there, and a lot of familiar faces and names there too.
Yeah, a lot of familiar names up undefeated currently. Thomas Scholz, Matteo eyesight is failing, yes. A lot of UK players, a lot of Italian players. Our very own Jamie Boyd, known for running some very unconventional teams. Now, I didn't want to spoil the surprise for myself.
Not yet. Not yet.
To see what he's running, but I'm sure there's going to be something spicy he's cooking up.
I can confirm. I had a chat with him just now as well. But I mean, there's plenty of great trainers at the fore. I think one that calls out to myself, Eden Batchelor, we know, previous one of the best UK players, more back in the day, but actually coming back and doing a really good job from their side. We do have Joseph Ugarte, #1 NA ranked trainer, has come from abroad in order to try to chase that title, and so far doing a really good job about it. 5-0.
Yeah, coming in second place at Sacramento just last weekend, maybe wanting to better his performance and just go first place, because if anyone can do it, it's Joe.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, he's proved it time and time again. He's gone back and actually retained a title for 2 consecutive seasons in a row, so Joe is definitely one of those super consistent players. And yeah, I mean, generally speaking, all of these trainers have such a great opportunity to be able to try to start reaching that point. If they can pick up that 6th win out of 8 Swiss rounds, they guarantee day 2.
Yes, and the later you are undefeated, the higher your chances are of advancing to day 2. It looks like our notable matches, just besides all the players we've been talking about, there's going to be a lot more. So let's take a look at all of our really strong players and who they're going to be matched up against.
Oh, and we've got our confirmed team match as well. It's going to be none other than Joe Ugarte versus Fabian Braun, and a couple of other great matches as well. Really good showcases of team compositions as well.
Yeah, look at that great diversity of teams. Fazy with up against Max Waterman, a really consistent player from the UK. Andrea Ollier against Finn Schlenker. Lorenzo Silvestrini, a very familiar player, against Riccardo Minardi, whom...
Yeah, a bit of a Italian bout in that final matchup as well. Lorenzo, our current reigning Stuttgart Regional Champion from the 2024 season last year. And yeah, really putting out all the stops to make sure he can retain the title. He must have had a bit of a chat with Marco Silva and say, right, okay, you know, I can do this reigning champion, defend the title sort of thing. Like, best person to ask, probably Marco.
Exactly, and Marco, the 3-time IC champion. Of course, he's not here this weekend, probably. He's probably resting.
No, he's not.
That guarantee won't invite. But Joseph Ugarte, it's really interesting because I was following all the rankings of that round 5, and Joe defeated Alexandra, who was the winner of our Swiss round 4, who had that Armor Rouge. So, you know, that was quite a difficult matchup for Joe, but he's managed to pull it out and prove to us exactly why he's #1 on the NA leaderboard in terms of championship points.
Yeah, and it's not a first-time title that he has a claim to fame to make with being #1 NA rank, of course, in previous seasons. But he is going up against Fabian Braun, more of a local player where there's a great opportunity to be able to showcase and put maybe to rest sort of team-building compositions of the differences between regions. So let's say NA versus the EU region aspect of it. But I mean, Joe's just going to be rocking that same team, right? He's so on form, just coming straight off the heels of a finalist position last weekend with Sacramento. I feel like, sure, there's maybe some room for improvement in some matchups, but he's just come so close, one step before the title.
Yeah, Fabian Fabian is going to want to defend that European regional up against this NA Invader. And it's just really cool how we've kind of got two different Sun archetypes. There's the Joseph Ugarte Sun, and then there's the Marco Silva Sun.
Right.
You know, very different team archetypes. So really cool to see how these players are going to be piloting their teams. And now we're going to take a closer look at Joe. Very comfortable on the stage, just no stranger to being in that chair under the spotlight. Always just with that familiar jump off Torkoal Sun team that's been really, really successful for Joe. And Fabian running from, I believe it's going to be a more of a balanced team, so no weather control on Fabian's side. But let's take a look at their accomplishments. Joseph Ugarte, the Sacramento Regional finalist just last weekend. Portland Regional Champion 2-time. NAIC top 4 2-time as well, top 32. Just such an accomplished player.
Yeah, definitely is. I mean, Joe, I'm really convinced, Zoe, that he feels more comfortable on stage, on stream, than just back in the regular table structures in the venue. But obviously, Fabian, no stranger at all, being able to get some really nice placements and more of a legacy trainer with the older accomplishments. 2018 Prague Special Top 4, Milan Special Top 8 in 22, London Open Top 16, which I know was quite hype because I was involved there, and there was a lot of great trainers coming off from that day one in 2023, and then of course top 32 twice in EUIC.
Yes, that's some fantastic consistency on Fabian's side. So maybe not quite as many accomplishments as Joe, but still very, very impressive. And now we're going to have a look once again at Joe's very familiar Sun team. It's going to be that jump off. This jump off does have an attack, so it can actually do damage up against this Jetpack Torkoal. Very useful against Incineroars, and can just switch out immediately after the overheat with a double dragon in the Dragonite and Garchomp, and the Hisuian Typhlosion and King Gambit.
Yeah, being able to have immediate access to such highly offensive firepower via the means of an eject pack, whether that being with an Intimidator or any other form of stat drop onto it in order to proc it, or even a self-overheat, you know, being able to lower the special attack prowess by 2 stages. So it's such a great management sort of team composition where you can make really important turns mid-turn as well, which can absolutely upset any board state that your opponent's trying to look for.
Yes, and also that Hisuian Typhlosion is also a really strong damage dealer with the choice specs. And now let's take a look at Fabian's team. It is going to be, we'll just see that team up just a second. Players exchanging their team lists, doing little fist bumps and nice.
Yeah, they're getting ready.
Love the sportsmanship, but here we are. Fabian's team's going to be that balanced team of Rillaboom, Volcarona, Dragonite, Sneasler, Electabuzz, and King Gambit. Also King Gambit.
Also King Gambit, a bit of a different one. Obviously not an AV versus Joe's. You got the typical Dark Terror, Black Glasses set with the Swords Dance setup as well. Very, very balanced-based composition here. We've seen Victor Medina actually do really well with this back in the Lille regional finals versus Niels Dunlop, and just being able to go ahead and make sure you can best navigate some form of balance, take advantage of Volcarona as well. Tends to be a really good setup mon, but everything else is sort of like the glue, I feel. The Buzz is there for the redirection, Sneasler is there for the support of the coaching, whether that be in the Dragonite mode, and then you've got the Rillaboom, fake out pressure, grassy terrain, you get rid of other terrains, and Volcarona, setup sweeper, Quiver Dance, King Gambit, pretty much the same.
Yeah, Fabian doesn't really have a weather control on his team, so Joe is very free to just set up his Sun and get that Typhlosion, get that jump off going, and start dishing out damage. So I would expect that Fabian is going to want to bring a lot of counters to the Fire-type Pokemon on Joe's team, especially that Hisuian Typhlosion. Once it's under the Sun, that Eruption's going to hurt. But here we are, we're going to get started in Swiss round 6.
Yes, and we got the leads, of course. Fabian rocking that Volcarona Dragonite duo versus a full Sun, full firepower away, Hisuian Typhlosion and the Torkoal. So we've got Sun straight away available. This feels like a very, very offensive lead from Joe.
Yeah, the sun is shining, the heat is turned up, and this Typhlosion is really ready to throw down a super powerful eruption. Of course, Fabian has led with a lot of resist against the sun mode, and it looks like the Volcarona wanting to keep itself safe against this incoming eruption. And how much damage will this do to the Dragonite?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to probably do like 20%, oh, actually 25-ish. But of course, that's thanks to the multi-scale. Scale shot will now target down the Typhlosion. First hit, second hit right now. Don't think it's quite enough to be able to pick it up without a critical hit, I would say. But the critical hit's there. And does it hit a fifth time? It does! And it does actually pick up the KO from a point where surely Joe wasn't anticipating that. However, the Torkoal hasn't just yet moved. It will be wanting to at least deal as much damage as it can onto this Dragonite, or even try to focus down onto the Protect. So Fabian may be able to catch that out. But no, Burning Jealousy, though.
Oh, the Burning Jealousy is a spread move, so that is going to do damage to this Dragonite, but that's a very sad, but the guard does get the burn on the Dragonite and just completely nerfs the damage output of this Dragonite. But I think Fabian is probably very happy with that trade. The Typhlosion is such a strong Pokemon on Joe's team, and he lost it while trading away a burned Dragonite and the multi-scale broken. Now the Jump Off has come in, so there is the option of Sleep Powders, which we know Joe loves to put his opponents to sleep. But the Jump Off can also then go for a Tailwind or even a Rage Powder to keep that Torkoal safe. In the sun, the Torkoal, I think at this stage, we've seen a glimpse of Joe's final Pokemon, which Fabian hasn't seen. It's that King Gambit in the back. And King Gambit has a great time against the Dragonite, but not so much against the Volcarona, which has Flame Body. Yeah,
and there is the factor to take into consideration of the Protect Volcarona is now susceptible to an Encore from the Jumpluff. So I think that may be the reason why we see Fabian actually switching in out right now, not wanting to be susceptible, bringing in the Focus Sash Sneasler to be able to take any focus up there. And there's the Encore, so Fabian playing that quite nicely, not getting caught out there. Scale Shot from this Burn Dragonite is not going to threaten anywhere near the damage it normally would.
Dragonite has thrown so many scales at its opponent. It must have very smooth skin, I must say.
Surely, right?
That looks like all 5 hits, so 10 hits of Scale Shot. It's going to allow this Torkoal now to get a Burning Jealousy. Oh, but it looks like the overheat on that switch out and brings Caesar not down to his Focus Sash, but heavily in the range. But critically, this Torkoal now can switch out, bring in a fresh Pokemon for Joe. And we did see that it was that King Gambit in the back. Assault Vest up against both. You know, it's not going to have a great time against Sneasler. That does have a fighting type move, but there is Rage Powder on this Jumpluff. Actually, I'm going to check if it does have Rage Powder.
Yeah, it does. No, it does not actually. The variant of the Marco Sun tends to have it, I think. Being able to drop the Rage Powder for the Encore as well as the offensive move, the Leaf Storm, gives it a bit more flexibility depending on certain matchups. But regardless, at least right now, we know that Fabian Sneasler doesn't actually have Fake Out. It has Protect, Coaching, Close Combat, Dire Claw, but it will be really wanting to focus down on this King Gambit. So then in turn, this Jumpluff may be forced to have to try to prioritize that Sneasler slot.
Yes, this Jumpluff does have Leaf Storm, and at this range, even if Sneasler resists it with that part poison typing, it's so heavily damaged that it's going to be outsped by the Jumpluff in the sun. And looks like Sneasler is very, very scared right now, does not want to face off against this Jumpluff in the sun. It's going to be a King Gambit, so a nice switch into potentially a Extreme Speed, doing a little bit of damage to the King, but Sucker Punch now failing up against what looks like the Dragonite.
Yeah, really good trade there. I think being able to bring in that King Gambit, not allow the Sneasler to be taken off right there, and not allow the Sucker Punch, most importantly, to try to focus down on the Dragonite by bypassing it via that Extreme Speed. Really nice touch from Fabian, completely understanding the board positioning right now and what he needs to try to play towards. So, Joe, still not necessarily in a bad spot. You've got this Jumpluff. I think you may be well in tune to try to opt to go for one of the Sleep Powders, perhaps.
Yeah, Sleep Powder, if it hits, can be a huge detriment for Fabian. But critically, Joe's King Gambit has the low kick, so it can deal ×4 super effective damage onto Fabian's King Gambit, which does not have a fighting type move, but neither players have used their Terror move, so that is an option. That looks like Fabian just wants to scout out what Joe's going to do this turn and go for a protect.
Yeah, defensive play there, wanting to scout it out. Sucker Punch is enough to pick up the KO. There was a critical hit there. I'm not sure if it completely mattered because of the range and the power of this King Gambit, but it wasn't boosted by the Blood Blasters. It is the AV set. But of course, the focus and idea of that King Gambit from Joe's side is to get rid of the King Gambit on the other. But Fabian has now brought this Volcarona in Sun.
Oh, Volcarona in Sun that has been set up by Joe, so it's really going to enjoy going for those heat waves. Volcarona, of course, we actually now think the turns of Sun are slowly ticking down, but Joe has still got his talk on the Sun, so Volcarona probably does not want to set up in front of an encore jump off. Might want to just get those heat waves off, eliminate the jump off, and then start going for the quiver dance. But it looks like we're going to go for a terrestrialization this turn.
Yeah, and I think this is an opportune moment to be able to capitalize off of avoiding any heat wave weakness, which will surely be quite motivated for Fabian to go for. Like you said, wants to avoid the encore scenarios, probably more inclined to go for the heat waves here, just deal the damage, and Assault Vest King Gambit is definitely a good sponge to be able to propagate that, as we do have another terrestrialization. It is the King Gambit over on Fabian's side. You see both of these trainers, one going for defensive, one going for an offensive Terra, and the Sleep Powder connects.
Oh, Volcarona being shut down for this turn and being put to sleep is going to be so helpful for Joe and allow that King Gambit on his side to get an attack off. So Volcarona taking his first turn of sleep. The low kick coming off, still super effective, but does not get the knockout, but allows Fabian's King Gambit to get the kowtow cleave, and that does also a lot, but it's also not enough to get the knockout. But Fabian's King Gambit can go for a Sucker Punch, which is now going to be neutral on Joe's King Gambit. That being said, Joe's King Gambit looks like it's faster, so you could try to Sucker Punch of Fabian. So there's a lot of mind games, and there's also this jump off that without the Sun, it's not going to get the speed boost, but with the sleeping Volcarona, which might wake up this turn because it's had this first turn, might get another Sleep Powder off. But it looks like King Gambit's going to withdraw on Joe's side.
Yeah, Jump Bluff proving to be such a vital instrument to Joe's game plan going into this, of course, having the redirection option, having the Sleep Powder, a potential Sucker Punch. There you go. Fabian trying to catch Joe out. Joe saying no, and also the Sleep Powder from the Jump Bluff saying no. Unfortunately missing. Volcarona wakes up. Heat Wave does connect with both of Joe's Pokemon. Jump Bluff is now finally down. Torkoal takes substantial amount of chip damage too.
That is an easy KO on the Jump Bluff, but Torkoal is going to have a much nicer time resisting the Heat Wave. And now with the Encore being being removed from the field, this Volcarona on Fabian's side is very free to just go for a Heat Wave, or sorry, a Quiver Dance to dodge the Sucker Punch. And Fabian's King Gambit can actually keep Joe's King Gambit pinned with the Sucker Punch. It looks like Sucker Punch coming off.
Okay.
Not quite enough to get the knockout, but the Flame Body burns. So King Gambit also now shut down. And
yeah, I mean, it really matters at this point? No, it does not, because the Heat Wave does connect. It would have mattered if there was a bit of a miss there. No Sucker Punch from Fabian's King Gambit as well means he's wanted to lock in to the kowtow sweep. He wants to finish this game one. Is it enough? I mean, against the Torkoal at that range, it definitely is. And Fabian has already been able to run away with all of the momentum going into a game two with a game win-win.
What a fantastic game there. Fabian, I think he got a really great turn one advantage by keeping his Volcarona safe and allowing the Dragonite to knock out this really scary Typhlosion. And Dragonite tanked it so well with the resistance, with the multi-scale, took about 30% from a very strong Eruption that was boosted by Choice Specs in the Sun, and that was such a strong move. And Joe, I think once he lost his Typhlosion, he had only the King Gambit to rely on, and a bit of the Torkoal, but Torkoal is more of a supportive Pokemon, so in game choice and adjustment, I think he might want to bring maybe a Dragonite or the Garchomp for just backup damage.
I mean, we say that the Torkoal set is support, but I think offensive support is probably what it definitely feels, at least in this scenario. But like you said, being able to get the main damage outsource of Joe's team off the board with that scale shot. There was a critical hit, of course. There was a connection with the 5 hits, obviously, rather than the 4. There's, I think, about a 50% chance of either one locking in with the loaded dice, of course, as an item. So it did go in Fabian's advantage initially, but it's just more so right now how Fabian was able to identify the win conditions. Like you said, you don't need to get a Quiver Dance set up. You just need to be able to position that Volcarona to a point where you just sweep at the end game scenario with Sun Up.
Yeah, Fabian really danced around that jump off really, really well.
I like the pun.
Dodged. Dodged all of those encores. Did get hit by a sleep powder, but the Volcarona must have eaten a lot of sandwiches because it woke up. But after just one turn of sleep, Joe, he relied quite... Well, he didn't actually go for sleep powder quite that much, but I think Jumpluff was a really disruptive Pokemon, but Fabian was able to play around that, and I'm curious what kind of adjustments Joe is going to make going into this game too.
Yeah, do you feel like there's any sort of room for Joe to be able to change up the mode, maybe go for like a Garchomp, Tailwind sort of scenario perhaps?
That could be useful because Jumpluff, being part flying, doesn't care about any earthquakes coming off, and it can just enable that Garchomp to do a lot of damage. Of course, there is a Rillaboom on the other side with the grassy terrain, which might halve the damage. But we're going to see what our players are going to lead with.
Yeah, as we have the Dragonite and Volcarona run back from Fabian's side versus the Jumpluff and the Torkoal over on Joe's. So the sun is present. There is a sleep powder potential that could come out right now. But then again, it at least allows Joe to make sure that maybe if he has brought the Typhlosion back once again, it's in the back safe in order to come on to a more healthy board state for itself to sort of accomplish its role.
I really like this lead switch up from Joe, enabling the jump off immediately with that sun, and that means jump off is quite free to start going for those really disruptive moves, and Torkoal can just go for the overheat this time and get itself out of there. It looks like actually Fabian's going to recall that Dragonite for the Electabuzz. Fantastic switch, and just to keep itself safe from any sleep powders.
Yeah, really nice adaptation from Fabian there. Going for the Protect the Volcarona as well does ensure no sleep powder at least will be able to affect Fabian's side, but no sleep powder actually comes out. Tailwind does, accompanied by that overheat, which actually misses the Electabuzz. Not quite nice from Joe's side of things. Really wanted to be able to connect at least with that slot, whether it's Dragonite to break the multi-scale or deal really good damage and get that pivot going whilst Tailwind has been set up.
Looks like this Torkoal is still living in Sacramento, missing all of its overheats. No. And if it had gotten that off, it could have switched out. But now Joe has to try and get this Torkoal off the field to get that Typhlosion in. Because now the Volcarona can just go for Quiver Dance after the Follow Me from this Electabuzz.
Yeah, really need to get rid of that Electabuzz there, and has been encored into the Follow Me. But like we said, I think you want to be able to have that Typhlosion set up in Tailwind, outspeed everything, just click that Eruption button and just win. That, I think, is what Joe's probably going for. Quiver Dance has been set up from this Volcarona, and this time the overheat does finally connect. It does deal a 2-hit KO worth of damage there. But yeah, like we said, Eject Pack now activated.
This is a really good amount of damage onto this Electabuzz because it now allows the Typhlosion to come in, and Tailwind is up. Even though the Volcarona is at +1 stage of speed, it's still going to be outsped by this Typhlosion, so Joe can just start spamming these eruptions under the sun, and Volcarona, because of the +1 special defense, will survive an eruption, but it will be heavily damaged. So Fabian maybe might want to try and get some damage off on the Typhlosion just to reduce the amount that Eruption can do back to him.
Yeah, and maybe even going for a defensive protect here. If you are truly scared of that Eruption being able to pick up the KO, we know how powerful it is. Terra Fire, like you said, under the sun with the choice specs, it just deals so much damage. Jumpluff actually wanting to switch out right now and reposition itself for the end game in case the Tailwind does expire.
Yes, the Tailwind is active this turn. Electabuzz forced to go, but for the Follow Me because of the Encore, which allows an extremely powerful Eruption come off. Look at that damage on the Volcarona. That Quiver Dance paying dividends with the +1 special defense allows the Heatwave to come back and does quite a lot back to this Typhlosion and the Torkoal. But in this range, with the choice specs in the sun, I think the Volcarona can get knocked out this turn by an Eruption. And does this Torkoal carry the helping hand? I'm just going to have a quick check. It does. So that is something I've got. But now the Kingambit with those sucker punches are going to come out. And that is something that the Typhlosion, locked into the choice specs, is going to have to be very careful of.
Yeah, and I feel like the Terra Fire actually would have been able to pick up the KO into the Volcarona with that range. So just trying to test the waters from Joe's side, uncertain on whether he wants to be committing the Terra Fire to the Typhlosion in anticipation of the Kingambit being in the back in order to be able to have that mode with the Kingambit to avoid any sort of scenarios in the mid to end game scenario. But at that point, it just feels like a lost opportunity. You would have been able to finally get rid of that Volcarona and allow a 4 versus 2 deficit board to be able to take advantage of.
Yeah, this is the final turn of Tailwind as well. Looks like Torkoal is going to go for a Protect just to scout out what Fabian's going to do. Sucker Punch coming out easily enough to knock out this Ghost-type Typhlosion. So Joe has lost his first Pokemon in the game, but that does allow a free switch to Pokemon in the back. But the Heat Wave is now going to come off. This is the final turn of Tailwind, so once again, this Volcarona is going to be fast, but if the Jump-Off comes back in, the sun is still active, so it can outspeed this Volcarona under the sun, and Jump-Off is still at full HP. It's not going to care about any sucker punches. It can just go for a Sleep Powder onto this Volcarona if it hits.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of why Joe identified having Jumpluff available in the mid to end game scenario would be so good for himself to be able to reset that Tailwind, or at least have the threat of it, whilst in parallel have the potential Sleep Powders that could be launched out, because from the looks of things, there's definitely no Rillaboom. It's quite risky to be able to bring that up in this certain Sun matchup too. So Kingambit's really going to be able to have to try to dodge a Sleep Powder or two if we see Joe try to prioritize that. But yeah, I mean, Torkoal wants to focus properly down on the Volcarona, pick up a KO if he can, or easily go for the Burning Jealousy. But I think you need to get rid of one of the slots on Fabian's side now.
It looks like a Terrestrialization coming off. That, I believe, is going to be from... Oh no, it's the Kingambit. So a Terra Dark trying to dodge any super effective Fire-type moves now that this Kingambit has lost its Steel typing. So Kingambit, you know, both are defensive and... This is the Volcarona. The very inaccurate jump off there, but it's going to get knocked out by this Heat Wave. Double connect, and poor Torkoal being knocked down to 6 HP. Anything will knock it out at this stage.
Yeah, this is so tough. I mean, you didn't even need Dark Terror in this scenario. Count-out lead will clean up the Torkoal with an unnecessary critical hit there. Shame on you, Kingambit. But yeah, it does leave the Joe now down to his final Pokemon. Sun is gone. There is no Tailwind. You are in such a bad position that I'm not sure if there's any way to be able to get yourself over the hill.
Yeah, it's so difficult now for this Assault Vest Kingambit. It can't even protect it. Even if it does, what is it going to do against 3 of Fabian's Pokemon? The Volcarona is at +1. It can go for a Heat Wave. If it gets knocked out by the Sucker Punch, there's also Low Kick from... Oh, no, there's no Low Kick on Fabian's Kingambit. That is a mono Dark Kingambit. But at this stage, Kingambit on Fabian's side is just in a really nice position. And Joe's King Gambit can only hit one Pokemon at a time. Up against 3, it's going to be a very uphill climb.
Yeah, it genuinely will be. But testament to Fabian being able to identify their win conditions. Unfortunately, the sleep powders and the general...
Ooh, a low kick.
Oh, wow. Okay, it outspeeds, but it's not quite enough to be able to pick up a KO there. But Sword Stance actually adds an additional element of mind games going into the subsequent turns, given the speed, tiering, and training of both King Gambits. We've seen consistently Joe's King Gambit has been outspeeding. So is there going to be a sucker punch on sucker punch play here, or will either of these trainers just go purely for the non-priority move?
This is a really close game, actually, because now the Volcarona is in range, but no Heat Wave
No sucker punch.
Lives on 5 HP. Low kick comes off. Is going to get the knockout on Fabian's King Gambit, which is going to force that Dragonite back in, but it is still a 2 versus 1. So provided that, well, actually at this range of 5 HP, the Volcarona is probably going to want to go for a Terra Blast, which is 100% accurate. And Fabian's Dragonite also has extreme speed, so there is 0 chance of any misses. And King Gambit 5 health can resist all the extreme speeds, but it doesn't...
It's bulky, but it's not bulky enough to be able to survive that extreme speed. And Fabian has been able to push through, get that 2-0 win versus Joe, progressing undefeated.
Well done to Fabian for that fantastic game there, just piloting his team so well against Joe's hyper-offensive Sun team. He was able to completely nullify that Hisuian Typhlosion, which was one of Joe's main damage dealers, and just watching him play so defensively and be able to pilot himself into such a strong position to take the win.
I mean, it's like, it's so tough when you have to go through a couple of those misses on those vital moves. Like Sleep Powder, obviously we know, like 3 out of 4 chance to be able to connect, 75% accuracy, but then also you got the Overheat, 90% accurate. That surely, you're like, okay, come on, I can connect with the Overheat, can't I? It's like, no, the Torkoal clearly couldn't. It was not wearing the correct glasses, apparently. And yeah, it just unfortunately put Joe in a bit of a weird position where he wasn't able to maximize his turns of Tailwind with the Typhlosion in that scenario. But then also a bit of a misstep, in my opinion, would be the non-Terra Fire Typhlosion, which would have surely been able to get rid of that Volcarona.
Yeah, so Joe didn't actually go for the terrestrialization that last game. Maybe he wanted to save it, but there was actually a moment that was really critical that his King Gambit, the Sucker Punch would have actually knocked out the Volcarona in that range. So I think Joe was maybe going for some mind games, wanting to maybe kowtow cleave that Volcarona in case it went for a Quiver Dance. Because had the Joe's King Gambit knocked out the the Volcarona, it would have been facing a King Gambit on Fabian's side that only had Dark-type moves, and a Dragonite that had Dragon and Normal, and he would have been very healthy because it got knocked down to 5 HP from the Heat Wave. So it would have been healthy. It may have been able to clutch a comeback, but Joe got the read wrong in that turn, and Fabian was able to win.
But that's the sort of nature when it comes to these sort of hyper-offensive teams. You need to be able to get the reads correct, but also you need to be able to connect with those moves. We saw Marco Silva do a really good job about that, obviously at LAIC. But yeah, I think going back to game 1, Scale Shot, that was quite critical as well, right? Typhlosion, such a main damage source, going down to a critical hit, 3rd hit, Scale Shot, and connection of the 5 hits, and then obviously Sucker Punch going into that Burn Dragonite. Started trying to give a bit of hope back, but I felt like it was just too little too late.
It looked like Dragonite was really the MVP for Fabian in that match. It was able to tank all of these hits, and because of the multi-scale, he was unafraid to lead that Dragonite and just go for the attack immediately. Now, Joe did have the option of going for the Sleep Powders. He managed to hit one, but wasn't able to hit the other, and that was quite a bit of a setback for him. But we also see that was exactly why Fabian brought the Electabuzz with the Vital Spirit, and that meant you could just sit there, go for the follow-me's, enable the Volcarona to get that +1 special defense and speed, and just sweep through the game.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually a bit surprised that we didn't see Electabuzz game 1, in all honesty, from Fabian. Surely it's a really good bring in this scenario, but Sneasler was actually opted in there. But yeah, just being able to have the bit of the mind game scenario between the King Gambits and that game 2 was, you know, that'd be too tough for me to be able to handle as well. So these trainers already being put under such extensive pressure, it's already tough, and it's testament to how great they are being able to showcase their really good performance overall.
Yeah, and Joe's not out of this running yet.
No.
He's only at X1. There's 2 more rounds left for the day, so he just needs to win one more game or one more set, and he'll be guaranteed that day 2 for tomorrow. And a player of Joe's caliber, I'm sure it's not going to be that difficult. I mean, he knows how to play this game. He's so fluent in this game, and you know, I really want to see him push it ahead.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Joe, we already know he's so consistent. He's always a good bet in potential guess of who may be able to win a major event. But yeah, shout-outs obviously to Fabian as well, being able to progress through to day 2, which we're getting the interview readied up shortly, but not just yet. Obviously, it was a very intense match, so, you know, like, our trainers needed to rest up a bit. But yeah, I mean, talking about locals, Fabian is a great local representation of what the best of Germany have to offer, and what better way for you guys to be able to experiment in if you're just a spectator and you're not as familiar with you know, playing and coming to tournaments, than the awesome QR code we've got, and or should I say the video right now. So if you are interested in wanting to go ahead and check that out, stay tuned and check this out.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Yeah, and I think being able to not only experience locals for the first time is a great opportunity, great experience, but you also be able to build a bit in terms of what you would normally bring to a majors event. It's like such great testing grounds. So yeah, I think there's great and ample opportunity to be able to look out for a local near your area, of course, if you want to go ahead and get more involved. And we do have that QR code that you can scan right now to be able to check out if there are any locations near you.
Oh, it's so exciting to be able to go to a locals, and a lot of our top players also go to locals just to practice their teams, their strategies. Who knows, you might be seeing a Joseph Ugashi on some European locals.
Oh, true. Oh, that's so right. Yeah, no, I mean, I wouldn't want to see Joseph Ugarte at my local. Thank you very much. I'd be saying, Joe, are you lost? Like, what are you doing
Here's
today?
the directions.
Here's the directions to the door. Please leave right now. Thank you. I want to be able to get some CP. But no, obviously, you know, being able to get more involved is really great, and that sort of helps us be able to support the growth of our competitive scene. So what better way to be able to go ahead and experience that for yourself? Maybe even, you know, plucker up a bit of the courage, a bit of the inspiration to come to any of these major events, which we still have loads left in the remainder of the season. We are essentially at the midway point right now, and there's a lot more to come.
There is, and this is the major Regulation H last major Regulation H tournament in the European region. But there's a lot more tournaments going on. We're going to go to the next regulation very soon. But that's enough from us. I believe Lee is ready with Fabian for the interview of that last round. So let's throw it over to Lee and hear from Fabian himself.
Thank you so much, Costa and Zoe. I am here and have the pleasure to be joined by our round 6 winner, Fabian Braun. Did I pronounce that all right, Fabian?
Yes, you did.
Okay, I pass. I'm not normally that great on these, but Fabian, how are you feeling? Congratulations on that win. It was incredibly well done. You must be feeling great after that, I'm presuming.
Yeah, thank you. I feel great about day 2, honestly, because I didn't expect it. My prep has been cut a little bit short. I would have liked to prepare a little bit more. Obviously, yeah, sun matchup, bit tricky, but it's fine. I'm feeling good.
Yeah, that's great to hear, and especially against an opponent like Joe Ugarte, who is coming in of such a hot streak in LA, IC, and all the American regionals as well. So it couldn't have been easy sitting down, although you had an amazing start to the tournament. Of course, you went into that match at 5-0, but for those at home, you're not unfamiliar with that sort of tournament run. You used to play quite a lot back in older formats, but we haven't seen you around as much in recent ones. So it's still nice to see you coming back and still having that success as well.
Yeah, thank you. Regarding Joe, just gonna pick up on that. I've played Joe once before at EUIC 2022, and I felt pretty bad because I had the game basically locked if I hit a precipice plates, but I didn't go for it, and yeah, that one hurt a lot. He obviously top 4'd that tournament in the end, and I went like... I did very poorly after that, so I didn't want that to happen again, and yeah, it was good to play such a strong player and get to while beating him.
Yeah, well, with not much preparation, like you've said, you did extremely well, and you've done extremely well into this tournament so far today. I mean, what are your expectations for the weekend? Were you wanting to just make day 2? Happy with that? Or are you wanting to go all the way and claim the title?
I mean, now that I'm 6-0, I want to go all the way. Like day 2, as has been in the last couple of tournaments, was always my goal. And I'm like in a really good position now to take it one step further and maybe make it deep into the top cut. Yeah.
Yeah, well, good luck to you with that. I want to talk about your team a little bit because there's some really interesting choices in how you piloted the team against the big threats on Joe's side, because you look at that team, you think, how do I deal with the jump luff? It's got the tailwind, the sleep powder, the encore, it's got the Hisuian Typhlosion as well with those eruptions. And you've got the Volcarona, which was a key component in that game, especially in game 2. And to get around those threats the way you did and not kind of panic or kind of falter in those moments where it looked really, really... you were at risk of losing a Pokemon, and just kind of keep that composure throughout. Was there any key moments for yourself that you thought, okay, I really need to make a big decision in this turn, because if I do and I get it right, then we can go on from there?
I mean, there's not really one single turn that sticks out to me. The only one I remember that this may be applicable to is the Sucker Punch into the Hisuian Typhlosion when it was half HP. Like, I almost didn't do that, and it turned out to be pretty necessary for me to win that game. And yeah, against Sun, like Volcarona and Dragonite are both key pieces, right? You want to survive the eruption, trade with the Hisuian Typhlosion, and maybe like get around the jump luff using Calls or Electabuzz. But Joe played really well, obviously, and in game 2 it kind of came down to the sleep powder missing on Volcarona, which happens if you run 75% accurate moves.
Yeah, it's always going to be a big issue for players that do run those moves. There are going to be crucial times. We've already seen on the broadcast today in other games where those low accuracy moves can come in to be of detriment to the player. But that is the decision that you make a lot of the time. When they do hit, the reward is so worthwhile you running that move. But then you see situations like in your game where it can be at the detriment of your move decisions as well. So it is just swings and roundabouts a lot of the time. But how are you feeling going into that kind of last few turns where Joe just had the King Gambit left? There was a Sucker Punch active there onto your Volcarona, but Joe didn't go for that, maybe predicting that you would go for the Quiver Dance in that situation.
So I thought I might still be able to win. Like, Joe has to get multiple turns right there. Even I don't think it would have from the HP I was at, but I'm not sure about that. Need to calc that after the match. I mean, it was very reasonable of Joe to just go for the low kick. Yeah, he went low kick on that turn on King Gambit. Because honestly, just one more turn of leftovers, switching Volcarona out there is a very reasonable play after a protected, just to get out of Sucker Punch range for sure. I thought it was unnecessary, and like I would still win even if he crit Sucker Punch or got the high roll. Yeah, like ultimately I called it that he wouldn't go for it.
Yeah. And I think it goes testament to you as well, not only having such a great start here today, having a great last match on stream, but the in-depth knowledge that you have on these game states and positions and the choices that you make. And it's such a good example to newer players at home and maybe those players that are just beginning their adventures in the VGC scene. So it's great to get a few insights from you. So thank you so much for that, Fabian. I will let you go so you can get a breather before your next match. You're coursing today too, but I'm sure you'll want to push on a little bit further and kind of keep winning before we get into day 2 tomorrow. But a huge congratulations with that. Do you have any shout-outs for anyone here?
Yeah, shout-outs to Altensee Esports, who helped me a little bit with the team, like made the final decisions as to what moves I run, and yeah, and also to my girlfriend. I love you.
That is the sweetest shout-out I've heard in a long time. Fabian, good luck at the rest of the tournament. I am sure that it's not going to be the last we see of you this weekend, and I'm looking forward to seeing you on the broadcast at some point in the future. Good luck, and thank you once again. We'll throw it to a quick break now, and we'll be right back with round 7 very soon.
Welcome to today's Pokemon Spotlight, where we're roaring into the scene with Incineroar. I'm Lou Josh Cromie and a big Incineroar fan.
And I'm Jamie Boyd, who isn't quite convinced about the heal Pokemon just yet, which is why Lou and I are going to discuss its strengths and weaknesses with you today. The Fire Dark type from Alola first pounced onto the competitive scene when it unlocked its hidden ability, Intimidate, and has been a popular team building choice ever since, peaking at around 4/5 usage at the height of its glory. But the question is it still viable in the 2024 season?
Many trainers, like me, still fully support the credibility of Incineroar. Having the Intimidate ability and thus able to lower the physical attack stat of physical attackers like Chienpao, Ogerpon or Rillaboom gives Incineroar an advantage as soon as it switches into battle.
It might be a solid ability, but with greater use this season of Pokemon like Dragonite and Entei, with the Inner Focus ability running around, and the prevalence of the new Clear Amulet items on teams, it's not as easy as it used to be to drop those attack stats. You really need to study those team sheets to ensure Incineroar isn't going to waste and Intimidate on Pokemon it won't affect.
True, but that isn't the only trick Incineroar has tucked into its paws. It has great move utility, such as the supporting move Fake Out. Fake Out is a priority move that allows you to flinch an opponent on your first turn on the field, allowing your partner Pokemon the opportunity to deal out some big damage or set up for later in the match.
Once again though, Fake Out is not unstoppable, as new items like Covert Cloak and abilities like the aforementioned Inner Focus stop Pokemon from being flinched, again preventing Incineroar from being able to shine. Additionally, a lot of Pokemon run Ghost Terror in order to prevent Fake Out from connecting at all, so you have to be careful.
It's not the only supporting move it gets though. You've got to admit that Parting Shot, Taunt, Snarl, Will-O-Wisp and the new addition of Helping Hand to Incineroar's move pool are all incredibly useful moves for this fiery feline to have. It helps to debuff opponents and control the pace of the battle.
That's a valid point. Incineroar's move pool is solid. Alternatively, if a supportive role isn't quite your playstyle, Incineroar also has good natural attacking capabilities, so you can utilize it as a more offensive pressure on the field. Moves such as Flare Blitz, Knockoff, and Close Combat provide some great coverage options. But then the issue is that Incineroar can only run 4 moves, so deciding which moves you want to lock in for the tournament is a difficult decision.
Let's not forget Incineroar's very interesting typing that helps support it in competitive play. The Fire Water Grass core has always helped enable consistency in team building, and Incineroar can use its fire typing to be a part of this reliable core and allow it to pressure grass types like Rillaboom or defensive grass terrors. Additionally, its dark typing can prevent expanding force users from overwhelming your team, while also keeping pesky ghost Pokemon like Fluttermane or Goldengo in check.
Well, it might be able to counter Fluttermane's Ghost typing, but it's still going to take neutral damage from its Fairy-type attacks. Pure Fire-type Pokemon like Entei, or even Incineroar's pre-evolution Torracat, are able to resist these attacks with greater effect. Furthermore, Incineroar's Water, Fighting, and Ground-type weaknesses can be a challenge to navigate around, especially with Pokemon like Rapid Strike Urshifu or Landorus popping up a lot. You're forced to pivot Incineroar in and out of the battlefield to protect it consistently.
That's why Parting Shot, defensive Terra types like Grass, Water or Ghost, or even useful items like Assault Vest or Citrus Berry can give Incineroar more longevity and protection throughout the set. There are plenty of tools at your disposal as a trainer to help you support Incineroar cover its weaknesses and be a dependable ally in battle.
After all that discussion, it does seem like Incineroar still has potential in the 2024 meta, but it may not be the top cat like it used to be. That wraps up our Pokemon Spotlight on Incineroar. Remember trainers, every Pokemon has its strengths and weaknesses, but it's how you use them that truly makes the difference in competitive play.
Absolutely. Don't forget to try Incineroar out at your next event and see how awesome it can really be.
My name is Rob Akershoek, and I've been playing Pokemon VGC since 2017 now. I started playing the Pokemon games back in when Ruby and Sapphire came out. Then later I got a 3DS, and I started with Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. So you can play online, and I got into the whole community, and things kind of snowballed from there on. When I started playing VGC, I looked into really offensive teams as to how I would break other people's teams and how I would play. But as I grew as a VGC player, I started working more on not just making reads, not just being aggressive, but also looking at my positioning, only making reads when I really have the space to. So when I get into a good position and I want to really force my opponent to put themselves in a bad position, that's when I want to go for it now. It feels pretty good last year in Utrecht to finish 11th again. At least being the best Dutch player in that tournament feels good, especially because my first tournament was also in the Netherlands. And I won that one. So it's always good to be back on your home turf and to see that you still got it. And I hope I can prove that this tournament as well. For now, I don't really have a specific goal. I've been playing for so long. I come to tournaments to have fun, but in the end, I still get really competitive. And when I'm finally at the tournament, I definitely want to win. But I'm taking things a bit more chill now. I'm glad that I'm still able to perform really well at this level, and I hope I can continue that.
Hello Pokemon trainers and welcome to Master of Choice, the game where I, Charlie Merriman, as the Master of Choice, ask our two wonderful contestants, Ben Kiriakou and David Partington, to present me with two alternatives for me to choose from. And today we're going to be debating between Ursaluna and Blood Moon Ursaluna. So, who's going to be representing who?
Well, I'll be taking Ursaluna, Charlie. I'm definitely a fan of the originals.
Okay, and David, that means?
Well, it's got to be Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Okay, then.
It's very potent in its ability to do so much damage at the moment, and especially on the special attacking side as well. As opposed to Ursaluna, which is more on the physical side, which is very prone to intimidates and reflects and all the physically bulky Pokemon in the format. Ursaluna Blood Moon doesn't care about all of that, pushes straight past it.
Yes, interesting. Ben, what do you have to say?
Having the ability Guts is really my response to that, David, because, yeah, okay, it can be intimidated, but it's got its own way to power itself up with the Flame Orb and Guts ability. That gives it so much power, but also boosts the power of its Facade, which is a double boost to its offenses. And, you can intimidate it as many times as you like, but eventually it's going to knock out that Pokemon doing the Intimidate, and it's going to be able to break through any team.
Question is, David, do you have the guts to come back to that?
Well, Charlie, yes, I do. Using my little insight that I've got and Ursaluna Blood Moon's Mind's Eye, it's very useful, particularly to be able to hit ghost types with its normal moves, which is something that Ursaluna cannot do. So Flutter Mane comes in, which is on a lot of teams at the moment. Use the move Blood Moon, it's gone.
What is your mind's eye saying there, Ben? What do you have to say to that?
Well, certainly, the Flutter Mane can be switching in on something like a Facade, but because of its physical prowess and the Flutter Mane's inability to take physical attacks, it doesn't need all of that power. It doesn't need the big Blood Moon, which you can only use once in a row. You can use Facade or Headlong Rush as many times in a row as you like, and that's still going to be able to knock out a Flutter Mane very easily. Probably the most prevalent ghost type we have.
You can use Headlong Rush multiple times in a row, but then you are lowering your defensive stats, whereas Blood Moon Ursaluna doesn't so much have that problem.
Well, indeed. And speaking of stats as well, that is something Ursaluna Blood Moon can do very well, is boost them. So Calm Mind is a set actually we've seen a lot of with Blood Moon Ursaluna as well, that does boost up its already very high special attack, and its slightly lower special defense, which is on the lower side, but it can patch it up with that said Calm Mind move, which is really effective. So suddenly, its slightly lower defenses are just astronomical on both sides, and with all the damage behind it on top of that.
Ben, I'm giving you the final word here. Anything you want to respond to?
Well, I would prefer to just have the special bulk in the first place, to be able to switch it in, because, when you've switched it in, it's still going to take those moves before you get those boosts. And Ursaluna can really tank those hits and be able to do that, but it can also raise up its stats with the Sword Stance, which is much faster at putting offensive pressure on an opposing team.
Okay, well, there you have it, Pokemon trainers. Ursaluna versus Blood Moon Ursaluna. Ben and David have done all they can to convince me, and now it's down to me to make a decision. So David very well argued with Ursaluna, a range of items that it can use, and of course being a special attacker as well that can hit ghost types, that's really nice. Ben, very well argued for you as well. You know, Flame Orb, Guts, Facade is no joke, and so many Pokemon in the meta still have to fear it. So it's tough. I'm gonna crown the winner as David with Blood Moon, Ursaluna. Its Mind's Eye is such a fantastic ability, and the move Blood Moon as well, such a powerful tool. How do you feel?
Oh, incredible. Well, I mean, Charlie, I think I knew I was going to win anyway. It's Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Ben, what do you have to say to that?
I'm going to keep on with Ursaluna. It's the Pokemon that I prefer to use, and, you know, David put a great point together. It is a very viable Pokemon, but for me, tried and tested always wins.
Commiserations to Ben there, and congratulations to David. Well, trainers, thank you for joining us for Master of Choice. Now let's get back to the action.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. The action continues once again here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. We're closing towards the end of day one. Only a few more matches to go. I think this is the penultimate one of the day. What a tournament so far, Lee.
It's been incredible, hasn't it? And I can't believe we're at this stage of the tournament already. We've had absolutely banger matches every single round. It's been incredible. And I only think it's going to keep getting better throughout the rest of the weekend. So make sure you don't go anywhere, because you don't want to miss any of the action here from the Stuttgart Regional Championships.
I think it's really cool when we look back kind of at the beginning of this regulation to where we are now. Because I think at the beginning, all the teams were completely kind of like a Tetris game in a way. Like, it was all different pieces, so many different options that trainers were using. And now things have, I suppose, kind of come to a little bit more of a traditional archetype. Let's say we're seeing a lot of weather, a lot of the same Pokemon coming around. And it's just nice to kind of see where the meta has developed up to this point.
Yeah, exactly that. I think, like you say, you put it so eloquently, better than I could ever do.
I tried.
But it was figuring out what worked best in the format. There was those teams that were doing very well at the beginning, but there was bits of those teams that probably weren't as effective, and now they feel like they're really kind of rounded off, refined, and you've got these very stable and kind of common rain teams where you've got the Kaladon.
And Pelipper. My little boy Pelipper. I've got the little pin.
Oh, yeah,
I think my hair's hiding it. There we go. There we go. Had to look at the camera where I was looking then.
And then we've got those the Sun teams as well that are coming into play and being so dominant. But then you've got that kind of balanced team as well that we're seeing a lot of players have a bit more flexibility and a bit more option about how they kind of pilot those teams and how effective they can be. But you've got the big hitters that haven't really shifted away. You've got the Goldingo, you've got Dragonite that's come back in a big way in this format, and it's so effective. And then Garchomp as well had its kind of time, it kind of fell away, and it's slowly eking its way back into the format, but not really quite at the impact that you would expect it to have, and being replaced by the two bears, really.
Yeah.
The Ursaluna and the Blood Moon. Am I allowed to call them bears?
I called them bears earlier. Yeah.
They are bears.
I think they'd be grumpy if, you know, you ate their porridge. They wouldn't be happy.
I would not be going near their porridge.
Not the house of Ursaluna.
No.
That would be a little scary.
You would never see me again. I like porridge as well.
Definitely not, particularly if it's that Blood Moon variant. We'd be running screaming for the hills. I think at that point, it just wouldn't work out. But let's take a look at the day one statistics as well, so we can actually get a closer look about which Pokemon are happy to challenge and knock on the door of Ursaluna. Most popular in day one, there is Ursaluna and the Blood Moon front and center, as well as some other interesting choices. I mean, Sneasel's been this Pokemon that since it kind of got unleashed, it is all we have seen. And it reminds me so much of when Incineroar finally unlocked Intimidate.
Yeah, it is a very much like that, isn't it? With the ability that it has, it's got those abilities that it has as well. It can kind of, those abilities have been so apparent throughout the format. You know, you've got Unburden now, which is probably one of the more preferred abilities, where we either see it with the Rillaboom with the Grassy Seed, or you see it with the Psychic Seed, and then the Melon-D, which had such an impact in Sacramento, especially on Carson Comfort's team. And then you've got, obviously, the Poison Touch, which plays a massive part in the Dire Claw that's there for the secondary poison. And, yeah, it's just very, very strong. And it's got a lot of options like Coaching there, which supports its partnering Pokemon extremely well. It's got Fake Out. It's got nice Terastallization options as well with the Stellar Terra type. We're seeing Dark as an option And yeah, just that fighting coverage, and just a good speed tier in this format, which we've already kind of covered what is a little bit slower than some of the ones where we've got those legendary Pokemon accessible.
And having access, I suppose, to the Focus Sash, giving it that little bit more wiggle room on the field's really nice. But Chaladon's been the Pokemon that stood out for me so far this tournament, and honestly has been one of the superstars of the regulation. You were talking a moment ago, Lee, before we descended into Chaos, about Dragon types, and how Garchomp and Dragonite have been so dominant. We've also had Baxcalibur and Dragapult sometimes finding their way onto our broadcast, as well as our Chaladon. And I think moving into this regulation where the Paradox Pokemon were not allowed anymore, losing Pokemon like Fluttermane, for example, just meant that the Dragon types could come back to the party.
Yeah, it's nice to see that happen, because from old formats a long time ago, before fairy types were a thing, dragons were the dominant type in pretty much across the board.
Yeah.
And then fairy types came in, that all changed, and like you say, it just got harder and harder for them to really function in formats. Excluding terrestrialization, when that got introduced, we saw Dragonite really thrive under those.
With that normal Terra type, Extreme Speed Choice Band, oh my goodness.
But this format feels great for it. It feels more like a safe place, because there's not that many fairy types that are really that impactful in the format. Some of them are.
We saw Primarina earlier,
Sylveon we've had. But there's so much steel typing as well, and poison typing is so much stronger now as well. So it gives it a hard time. Another thing that Sneasler has going for it, if you bring in steel type, fairy types to deal with your dragon types, it's got the poison to help support those dragons as well, so it almost enables those Pokemon in a lot of different ways. But yeah, I agree with you completely. The Arcaladon is just the kind of mascot Pokemon, I feel, for Regulation H, because it is that Pokemon that's been a mainstay from the beginning right until the end. It's still performing extremely well, and we saw Victor pilot it so well earlier with that, the ability to just be patient with it and just say, yeah, well, just going to sit here, snarl when I need to, and then body press when I need to as well. And body press is great, not only against the majority of the format, but against the bears as well.
Yes, it is a way to fell the bears and, you know, put a thorn in their side a little bit. But I think as well, one thing that Sneasler can do very well is that coaching as well. And because setup seems to be everywhere at the moment, whether it's through Nasty Plot with Golden Go, whether it's through something like a Swords Dance here or there, or even just the Scale Shot, I have to say, that has been a really nice way to set up some speed, set up some momentum. Even the Electro Shot, for example, with the Archaladon, just getting that special attack boost. I feel like coaching has been a really nice way to not only enable the setup, but then also mean that you can deal damage in the same turn with that Pokemon that got coached.
Yeah, I love it as a move in general. I think we saw it introduced in Sword and Shield, and it's just kind of improved since then with the ability to use it on Pokemon like Sneasler.
Yeah.
Especially in this format. We've seen it the odd occasion, but never really as impactful as we've seen with the Sneasler in Regulation H, and it'd be nice to see that have a big influence on maybe future formats as well. It's so strong, and you can kind of, the ability to protect as well, and just allow that Pokemon with the Focus Sash to go for the coaching, and it gives that free boost to your partnering Pokemon. It's so useful in a lot of different situations where you find yourself against awkward opponents.
Very true, and depending on where you find yourself in the world, you might only just be waking up and tuning into the broadcast. So we can take a look at the standings so you can catch up on where we currently are at. Oh my goodness, Lee, we have got a bunch of 6-0s still reigning supreme in the competition. Some of the matches are names we've been able to feature. Victor Medina, for example, Flavio Del Pidio as well, and Feist right there at the top. That's incredible.
Yeah, that's incredible. We kicked off the show today, the broadcast with Flavio, and we saw an excellent game from Flavio. And it's had quite a hard roster. I've kind of tried to keep checks on Flavio as the tournament's progressing and not had the easiest of opponents. As you can imagine, being 6-0, you're going to play the best players along the route, and keeping that undefeated record going. And, you know, we've been talking about the Arcaladon and the Pelipper, the Goldengo, the Basculegion, all very strong Pokemon, and then you've got those two mainstay supporting Pokemon in the Amoonguss and the Incineroar. But another player, I'm going to keep mentioning Lorenzo.
Just keep going, yes.
Lorenzo Silvestrini, our reigning Stuttgart champion from last season, is still undefeated in this tournament.
Look at that team.
A very similar team to what Victor Medina is running this weekend. Whether or not they've been trained the same way, if they've got the same movesets, Terra types, there's all a lot of variation that could happen here for Lorenzo. But well, regardless of all of that, coming in 6-0 this tournament, making it into day 2. All these players, remember, that are 6-0 are guaranteed to be in day 2 of the tournament tomorrow, which is great. For all of them, a little bit of a sigh of relief, of course, but like we always talk about, you don't want to take your foot off the gas just yet. You keep going and try and win these last 2 remaining matches from day 1.
And you want to try and obviously make it into that top cut as well. And going in with the best record possible can always give you that advantage. And another trainer trying to do that is Jonathan Marston as well. A trainer who I believe we've been able to showcase in a couple of broadcasts previously. And you can see the team that's being brought here. Again, a lot of familiar faces if you've been watching the broadcast. Our Chaladon once again. Pelipper bringing the rain, which is very fitting for the weather in Germany right now, as well as the combination of Basque Legion that's been really rising in dominance in terms of these rain teams. I mean, every time we see Pelipper, it's always had some kind of partner duo. I remember in 2017, it was all about Pelipper Golduck, for example. And then we've seen sometimes Pelipper and like Pokemon like Ludicolo maybe, or something like this. But now it really is about Basque Legion.
It is all about the Basque Legion. I love its base typing, the water and the ghost. It gives it the immunity from the fake out, so it already gives you issues when you're trying to lead and prevent it from doing anything, and then it's got the terrestrialization on top of that, and also that normally we're seeing either a choice scarf if it's the adaptability set, or the choice band, which is I dread to go up against. But the one Pokemon, I'll come back to it, I'm just going to create some more chaos here that does well against Basque Legion, doesn't really care about what it's doing. It's little Gastro over here.
Little Gastrodon could be the answer to the problem. That is indeed Basque Legion. I mean, Gastrodon as well, one of these Pokemon that we were talking about Flavio Del Pirio earlier, and if you want to go back and watch his incredible match from the broadcast, he was running this bug Terra type on our Chaladon.
Yeah.
Right, and we never see bug types, and it's one of the cutest little crowns as well. I love it.
It's the greatest crown, I think. It is the best one. And it's such a good typing as well, because you look at the weaknesses that our Chaladon has. It's got the fighting weakness, it's got that ground weakness, and you take both of those away, and you gain a fire weakness, which you're kind of neutral to because you're dragon and you're steel typing. But you normally are pairing yourself with Pelipper with the rain, so you don't really need to worry about that at all. So it's only flying that you need to necessarily worry about, but you have your Electro Shot to deal with those flying types, and there isn't that many Hurricane users or flying attackers in this format.
But this was kind of the link, because Flavio Del Pirio was running this bug Terra type, and at EUIC last season he ran the bug Terra type on Gastrodon. So, you know, maybe it's a little bit of a theme in his play style. But I believe the matches are lined up and ready as our players get ready for the next round. So far the matches have not disappointed us at all so far in day 1, and I'm sure the next couple of notable matches will not disappoint either.
No pressure on these ones then, but what do we...
Oh, look at that. Something a little bit different. We were just talking about how this meta is starting to even out, starting to see the same old familiar faces, and then we're looking at these 2 combinations. Jamie Boy actually using a lot of familiar faces in a way, maybe some interesting compositions, bringing that Dondozo Tatsugiri back, but Nikolai, look, that is a Chandelure.
That is, I can't remember the last time I saw a Chandelure other than when I'm playing through the games, really. That's a big favorite of mine.
I don't remember my last time seeing that Pokemon.
It's got the Flash Fire ability, so it's great against those Fire-type teams that we're seeing commonly used at the moment. It's got Trick Room, it's got...
And it hits hard on the special attacking side.
Yeah, it's very, very strong. It's one of the strongest special attackers that we've got access to in Regulation H. And... yeah, just a phenomenal match for us to go into this next round with. We've obviously got some notable matches as well. We've got Victor going up against Fabian next. That's going to be
good.
Polka. Nils versus Fies, and Fies doing incredibly well coming into this tournament this weekend. A very strong player in their own right, but in their own home country, obviously doing extremely well. So feeling very comfortable. And then Jonathan, we did look at their team going up against their time as well, who's having an incredible run with a High Dragon.
Yeah, and look at Nils' team as well, this kind of hard Trick Room mode that we've, seen in the past. But I love that the Zoroark is there as well. We've got the Hisuian Zoroarks on either side flanking the desk here, but actually its next evolution form could potentially be taking a victory in the next round.
Yeah, Hisuian Zoroark, one of those really unique Pokemon with that ghost and normal typing.
Yeah,
so
it's cool.
It's very good Pokemon, and the ability that it has as well, it can cause all sorts of mind games for your opponent. It must be a nightmare to go up against, because if you guess wrong against it, you can get really hard punished in the wrong situation. But maybe we get to see it at some point today. Hopefully we do. Hopefully, if not today, then maybe tomorrow. But yeah, Chandelure up next. I mean, what more do we want? What more do we want? Jamie Boyd, and Jamie Boyd's not running the Chandelure.
No,
but
he's running something a little more standard. Like, yes, you got the Whimsicott, but I want to say Hisuian Typhlosion is the the spicy choice there, but actually we've seen it quite a lot over the past couple of events. A lot of trainers opting to have it on those kind of Sun format teams. I think the interesting thing about Jamie's team is the fact he's running it with this Dondozo and Tatsugiri. And Lee, Dondozo Tatsugiri has been a Pokemon that we've seen in a lot of different combinations. It's kind of evolved through different items and different synergies. But we've actually seen a trend more recently into people going solo Dozo. Why do you think Jamie's opted for the kind of synergy again with the little fish and the big fish?
I think the boosts that you get across the board are really, you can't understate them because it's so valuable, and it does create problems where, yes, you're out on the field by yourself, but I think Jamie's a smart enough player to really kind of take advantage of that and make maybe what would look like a bad situation sometimes a good situation.
Yes.
And it'll all come down to how Jamie's trained the Pokemon, of course, and the item choice in particular, Terra type as well. And it's still a very, very good Pokemon into this format. We've seen a rise of Dragonite with Haze, and it's a great way to deal with it, of course. And the Scale Shot's not bad against it as well, because the Unaware is a bit of a double-edged sword in that regard, where you ignore the defense drops on your opponent's side. So it can help you in that regard. But we can start off by taking a look at the accolades from our players. Of course, we've got Jamie Boyd, World's top 16 2019, top 16 in 2016, UK National top 8 in 2016, and then the big one, the 3-time regional champion.
And one of those regionals was won with a Cottony. My fun fact forever about Jamie Boyd. And interestingly enough, on his team, he is running a Whimsicott. So it feels a little bit like that Whimsicott has grown up. I'm sorry, that Cottony has grown up, has turned into a Whimsicott, and is now once again by Jamie's side trying to get a regional victory. But his opponent, Nikolai, again, a trainer we've been able to feature multiple times over the past couple of seasons, and someone who has a lot of these top cut finishes as well. World's top 8 in 2023, as well as turning skills to the online sphere with the Global Challenge to top 4.
Yeah, Nikolai's an incredible player and really a pioneer of that Blood Moon Ursaluna. I feel like a real signature Pokemon for them in particular, and it's going to be a hard task going up against, you know, for Jamie to go up against with someone that's had so much experience with this Pokemon, where it feels so comfortable in this format. Going to take a look at Jamie's team though. We've got the Whimsicott we've already talked about, a favorite Pokemon of Jamie's, even though he might not admit it. Hisuian Typhlosion, the Caledon, the Goldingo, Tatsugiri, and look at the item choice on that Dondozo.
Yes, that is the Assault Vest Dondozo. It is ready for battle. And the one thing I really like about this is the fact that you've got so many different utility options here. The fact that you can't go for Yawn or Protect on here enables you to open up a plethora of different attacks. We've got Wave Crash as the water type, Heavy Slam for steel types, Earthquake for the ground types, and then Order Up for those dragon types as well. There is so much flexibility that this Dondozo is capable of giving out.
Yeah, and I feel like it's just there to tank those big hits, those big special attacking hits. With the Assault Vest, it's going to be able to do that. You combine that in the right situation with that Steel Terra typing, going to be a really difficult Pokemon to take down, and then just keep attacking your opponent, try and get some leverage in those situations, remove those big targets, and then allow things like the Goldingo, the Typhlosion, the Chaladon to come in late game and clean up. We can take a look at Nikolai's team though. We've got the Talonflame, Stellar Terra type on there, very interesting of course to take advantage of the Flare Blitz and that Dual Wing Beat. Got the Chandelure, of course, it has got the Charcoal held item. No Protect there on the Chandelure. Shadow Ball, Heat Wave, Trick Room, and Haze user. So going to be useful against that Dondozo, especially if you can take advantage of that Terrestrialization type to get that Grass typing, take away the Wave Crash weakness. Then you got the Indeedee Male, you got the Sneasler, that combination there we've seen so commonly used. The Ursaluna we've seen with the Life Orb, and then the support in Electabuzz that we've seen so commonly used to success throughout Regulation H.
I feel like this Ursaluna has the choice of what it wants to do. There's double Trick Room on Nikolai's side with Chandelure and the Indeedee running it as an option. So you could go for the slow mode, or at the same time you've got Talonflame with that Tailwind. And Ursaluna is one of these Pokemon that can be trained to be middling.
Yeah.
So it can be trained to be a hybrid depending on what way you want to go. One thing on Jamie Boyd's team I also want to talk about is this Goldingo, because it's unlike any I've ever seen. It's rocking that Life Orb naturally for something like Make It Rain or Shadow Ball, but then it's running Light Screen and Reflect. It's a supportive Pokemon as well.
That's incredible that, yeah, I just scrolled past that. Of course, Jamie Boyd has a Light Screen Reflect Goldingo. That's, yeah, great support as well, because you think at the start of the match, there's a lot of times you get room with the Goldingo to get that nasty plot up where you can get some value out of it, not only being a strong attacker because it's already got that life fall, but you can support the rest of your team, and especially if you get that really critical light screen or reflect up at the start of the game, then Dondozo comes in after that, and it's going to be even more difficult to take down.
Yeah, throw in the commander boost that Tatsugiri gives it. Dondozo will be at +2 defense, +2 special defense. With the Assault Vest, it's going to be formidable, and that's really nice to be able to see that, because Goldingo then actually gets a choice if it comes out in the lead, for example. Do I go on the offensive, apply pressure with a Make It Rain, or do I start setting up to allow the sweepers in the back to come forward? I also find it very interesting that Jamie's running this Typhlosion that we see on a lot of Sun teams without Sun. There's no Sunny Day even on that Whimsicott.
No, that is interesting. Just the fake tears there, which lowers the special defense on the opposing Pokemon by 2 stages. Of course, you've got to be wary about using that on Dark types because of the Prankster ability. Dark types having that immunity to that ability and any moves coming out from a Pokemon with Prankster. But then you do have the Tailwind, the Taunt to shut down things. But that combination there is quite potent. But like you say, no Sunny Day. It is quite strange not to have that specific support. The other thing is that Archaludon, with that Power Herb, the 1-turn get around for the Electro Shot where there's no Rain Dance either on the team. So you get around that with that Power Herb, get that 1-turn move off as guaranteed early on in the battle, which might be enough.
Well, I'm excited for this match for sure. Out of the blocks for Jamie Boyd, it's that Hisuian Typhlosion paired up with the Whimsicott, and on the opposing side, Sneasler and the Indeedee. Sneasler being able to raise its special defense thanks to its item, and now also unleash Unburden.
Yeah, this is an interesting situation because it's almost a double-edged sword for Nikolai, where the Psychic Terrain's a great aspect to have, but really in this situation, you can't utilize that fake out onto anything on Jamie's side of the field. Of course, the Hisuian Typhlosion part, Ghost type as well. And the fact is, when we look at the details, the Sneasler doesn't even have the fake out there, so it really takes that out of the situation. You've got to worry, if you are Jamie, about a Trick Room being set up. But at the same time, if you're going for the Trick Room, if you're Nikolai, you're going to have to contend with taking an Eruption. Do your Pokemon want to have to deal with the Eruption? It's easy for Jamie to click something like Tailwind and then the Eruption button. And is that going to be enough to get rid of the Sneasler? It has got the Psychic Seed boost, so it is +1 in his special defense. And the Indeedee does have the Focus Sash, but the amount of damage that you get onto those Pokemon, are they going to get much return out of what turns they have remaining after that?
I think you make a good point, though. Not having a fake out on the Sneasler can sometimes be detrimental. It's such a staple on that choice, but switching up for something like Throat Chop, which you can see it's going for here with the Dark Terror, means you can apply so much damage into Ghost types. One hit KO, Typhlosion is out of there, and in addition to this damage that has been demonstrated so perfectly, you can even lock down Pokemon with moves like Hyper Voice, as it will stop those sound-based moves. We're going to see the Expanding Force come through as well. Whimsicott going to take a huge chunk of damage for its troubles. It gets the Moonblast, but at what cost, Lee?
Yeah, it takes a lot of damage. It's not knocked out from this boosted Expanding Force, but the interesting thing was the Whimsicott moved after the Indeedee mill, so very slow, and really might be indicative of how Jamie's trained this Whimsicott. Not very fast at all those training into those defense stats, not getting the return he probably wanted there, and allowing the Hisuian Typhlosion to go down so easily. You think, well, a lot of the emphasis now is going to be on this Dondozo. You've got to imagine the Tatsugiris in the back, and once that does come in, are you going to be able to start clearing and making way through Nikolai's side of the field? Because now he's taken such an early lead. This Whimsicott doesn't really have any ability to utilize that fake tears onto the opposite side of the field. There isn't a special attacker in play anywhere that would really benefit from that. Tailwind doesn't feel like it's going to be much use, although you could put your Dondozo in a position where the Tailwind is active and you can start getting those boosts and maybe take advantage that way, but then the Tatsugiri couldn't come on the field, and we are going to see it added to the field now. It is going to be gobbled up by Mr. Dondozo.
Yeah, it's a long day. Dondozo's hungry, so it's just going to take a little snack, be commanded by the Tatsugiri. It has now inhaled, and we'll be able to apply a lot of pressure onto the field. I mean, the Tailwind previously wouldn't have done much thanks to the Unburden boost that the Sneasler has got as well. It's going to be fast and formidable, but there are options for this Dondozo. Now that it's got all of these juicy boosts as well, it could always go for something like an Earthquake, try and get some spread damage out on the field, or even just destroy with a Wave Crash. The Sneasler on the opposing side isn't carrying that Focus Sash, for example, so it does not have have that extra longevity. This is also, interestingly, Steel type means you do not have to worry about Diaclaw.
No, you don't have to worry about the Diaclaw, but you do have to worry about that close combat because that is going to be super effective now. The Diaclaw coming out, a great terrestrialization from Jamie, and going to be able to utilize this Earthquake, rightly said by yourself. Is it going to be enough to take down the Sneasler? I don't think it will be, but we'll have to wait and see as it comes out into that slot, and not quite enough.
Does a lot of damage, though. Another Earthquake will be able to pick it up, but I don't think it's going to be able to pick up the Ndidi on the opposing side as well. It has a lot of health remaining, and I feel like Nikolai has a lot of potential now to just go for another Expanding Force and that close combat. And despite the defense boost that Dondozo has, it's still going to do a huge chunk of damage. It doesn't have recovery options either. It doesn't have leftovers, and that is not grassy terrain. No,
and I think that's the one aspect. Jamie will probably look back on this match quite heavily because he will say, I didn't get any value at all out of that Hisuian Typhlosion, and the Sneasler is still sitting on the field, and it's going to be able to just do what it wants as a helping hand comes out from the Ndidi. Close combat, outspeeding that Dondozo.
Oh my
huge damage.
So much damage down into that Dondozo. The helping hand boost really paying off there to put Dondozo in a vulnerable position. It can follow up, of course, with an Earthquake. This is going to be able to get the knockout onto that opposing Sneasler and on Ndidi. Ndidi's down as well.
That does get the knockout. I was quite surprised. I was in the right mind with you. I think that Ndidi might have just survived that, but no. Dondozo able to pick up the knockout after taking such a huge attack. Helping hand boosted close combat. So, Nikolai down to their last two Pokemon. It'll come down to what Nikolai has left, and Jamie able to almost flip the tables from what looked like an untenable situation into a situation that's looking pretty favorable for them now. But the big problem comes with this Blood Moon Ursaluna that's now on the field. It does have access to that power. That is going to hit for super effective damage, and also the Chandelure with the Heat Wave. Two Pokemon out for Nikolai. Both of them have super effective moves. Can the Chandelure take in Earthquake? Probably not, but can it terrestrialize?
It could. It could turn into that grass type, for example. Oh, no, it can't, because the terrestrialization's already been used on Sneasler. There is no terrestrialization option. But I think this is the unfortunate thing for Dondozo here. The steel typing was really nice for that Diaclaw, but now you kind of wish you were still a water type Pokemon, because then you wouldn't be taking the super effective damage from the Earth Power or the Heat Wave, respectively. The speeds are going to be interesting here. Dondozo is faster. It has that +2 speed boost thanks to the Commander, and it will get the knockout on the Chandelure. But of course, the Ursaluna still free to move.
Yeah, the Chandelure is an easy target. We know there's no protect there from the team sheet swap, but the Ursaluna allowed this Earth Power not even close to being able to take that just because of the Assault Vest there. The low health, just too much, and the Ursaluna, Blood Moon Ursaluna coming through and closing this one up for Nikolai. But of course, the Tatsugiri still in play, and the Whimsicott as well.
I quite like this, in a way. Little Tatsugiri, it might be small, easily underestimated, but it's holding that Focus Sash. You know it's guaranteed to take one hit. The Whimsicott's there. It could always go for something like the Fake Tears, make sure that the opposing Ursaluna is even more vulnerable to allow the special attacker of Tatsugiri to come through. You could always go for that Dragon Pulse because you don't want to risk missing a Draco Meteor, and Jamie Boy is one of those trainers who definitely does not like clicking those non-accurate moves. So I wouldn't be surprised to see something like the Fake Tears and a Dragon Pulse come through here.
The Fake Tears with the Psychic Terrain still in effect.
Won't work. That won't work.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing, and the Fake Tears would be great, but that Psychic Terrain still in effect right now, and it will mean that the Ursaluna is going to be at least avoiding that for one turn. So a double up from the Moonblast, and probably, like you say, the Dragon Pulse or Draco Meteor is going to be what we'll see. Is it going to be enough, though? There's the Moonblast, there's the Dragon Pulse. Not enough. Can the Hyper Voice deal with... Oh, it's not. And the Life Orb going to be enough to take down the Ursaluna probably after this turn.
I think it seals it up, though, here for Jamie, because naturally, obviously, Ursaluna goes down. But regardless, we saw the Tatsugiri was faster. It would be able to get that damage out on the board. So, yes, no Fake Tears coming through, but the Moonblast more than enough to help out that Tatsugiri to get the knockout.
Yeah.
Really, really nice play. Dondozo really came through in that match.
It was a weird way to kind of weave through to get to the win for Jamie, because you felt like a lot of times in that match, at least from my perspective, that it just felt like Jamie didn't have a way around the threats on Nikolai's side of the field, but the Dondozo proving it's worth there. Being able to take that helping hand close combat was huge, and then get the Earthquake knockout onto those two Pokemon. Then the Chandelure coming in, obviously being susceptible to the Wave Crash, the terrestrialization already eaten up, like you quite rightly pointed out, by the Sneasler earlier on, meant that it didn't really have a way out of that. I think if Nikolai had maybe preserved that terrestrialization and kept it for the Chandelure, could have been a way back into the game. for Nikolai at that stage, because then the Ursaluna is guaranteed to get at least one attack off, and the Chandelier probably get one attack off, maybe get a Trick Room up at that stage, and then when the Tatsugiri and the Whimsicott come onto the field, it changes things up. But at the detriment of the Ursaluna's life orb at the end, but Nikolai just wasn't able to come through. It feels very close though, this game, and I think a couple of adjustments from both players could have a huge different outcome. And like I said at the start, I think Jamie won't be happy with how he
how easily he lost the Typhlosion.
Yeah, and it had no effect in that game at all, and I think you really want to get a bit more value out of it if you are bringing it in these situations.
I wonder if the terrestrialization on the Sneasler was critical to get the KO with the Throat Chop, though, because obviously you get a boost to your Dark type moves if you are that Terra Dark. So possibly, although Typhlosion didn't do much in that game, it was kind of the bait that was needed so that Nikolai burnt through that terrestrialization, so that, as you said, later in the game, there was no utility to do it. And that kind of left Pokemon like the Chandelure incredibly vulnerable. Dondozo for me was incredibly interesting because it did get that defense boost that certainly helped it out against that close combat, but critically the speed boost when Chandelure came onto the field meant that Dondozo was able to get that heavy knockout. If in any way Chandelure was still able to be faster, it could have been a very different game, because although Dondozo, you might hear +2 speed boost, that sounds really advantageous. Its natural speed is so slow. Sometimes it's just not enough.
Yeah, it's not very... It's about the same speed as in the ballpark of a Moongus, really, if we're looking at things without getting into the actual figures.
Pretty slow.
It's pretty slow, but you can't speed it to take advantage of things like Tailwind, which Jamie does have access to. But I really love the call there with the Dark Terrestrialization and the value of that, with the Throat Chop being enough to get rid of the Typhlosion. And that was bait enough for Jamie to say, well, you've done that, that's what I needed to see, because now the rest of my game plan works out. We'll see if it works in this next game as we get into game 2. Nikolai leading out with the same lead, the Indeedee Male and the Sneasler, the Psychic Seed activating. Jamie switching it up slightly here with the Goldingo and that Whimsicott.
3 out of 4 familiar faces returning for the leads. And again, Whimsicott pinned down by that Psychic Terrain only really has the utility to go for a Tailwind to boost up the speed on Jamie's side of the field, or go on the offensive with a Moonblast. But Sneasler's going to be pretty fast thanks to that Unburden.
Yeah, and it does threaten with a Dire Claw straight into that Whimsicott. It's 4 times weak, it hasn't got a Focus Sash, so if it takes the Dire Claw here, it will instantly go down. But that would leave the Goldingo to maybe get an attack off or get screens up, which would be so useful later on in this game. I mean, to make it rain now does help out a lot. It gets some chip onto the Sneasler, it gets some chip onto the Indeedee, and the Indeedee's going to be in that position where it does struggle to hit the Goldingo for big damage, you know. But we're going to see the double up straight away, the Throat Chop into the Goldingo, and the expanding force, but hanging on by a thread.
1 HP and a dream for this Goldingo. It's able to make it rain in retaliation, get the knockout on Indeedee, and put Sneasler in such a detrimental position. Oh, I was honestly about to say that that slot was cursed on Jamie's side. All the ghost Pokemon go down in 1 hit, but no, Goldingo stays on with just 1 point.
Going down after all its trouble with that Life Orb, a recoil that it does take for its damage output there. But, you know, a really valuable way of being able to remove that Indeedee, removing that Trick Room element from Nikolai's side of the field, at least 1 Trick Room element for now. And the damage onto that Sneasler is so useful, because you've still got your Whimsicott. Potentially you can get your Dondozo in. If you can weave in a way to maybe bring the Tatsugiri out, get your Tailwind up, and then bring Dondozo in, that would give you the ability to utilize Tailwind with your Dondozo for a few turns. And in particular against this Talonflame that's now coming onto the field would be quite useful, because Talonflame, in normal situations where the Psychic Terrain isn't active, it would be able to pick up a quick knockout onto that Whimsicott, but the Psychic Terrain going to block that Gale's Wings ability, so it will be able to only go for something like a Flare Blitz, a Tailwind, or a Will-O-Wisp here. The Will-O-Wisp into the Dondozo, though, will be crucial if you can get that off.
I honestly think Dondozo has a choice to make here, because as it is right now, it's very vulnerable to a Dire Claw, and then one of those secondary status afflictions, then, you know, if it goes to sleep or something, that would be devastating. On the same time, you don't necessarily want to go into that Steel Terror, because as you've said, the options are limited for Talonflame due to the Psychic Terrain. It's most likely going to be going for something like a Flare Blitz here, or it's just going straight for the Will-O-Wisp, and regardless then of what Terror you are, that is not something Dondozo is going to appreciate. Sneasler goes straight for the close combat. No Steel Terror this time, but look how much damage it does when Dondozo does not have the Tatsugiri boosts.
That is huge damage, of course. Dondozo taking over 50% damage, and then now the Wave Crash coming in, hitting and picking up a key knockout onto that Talonflame before it can act at all from Nikolai's side of the field. How pivotal was that Tailwind?
Absolutely incredible. The glass cannon that is Talonflame is felled by a Wave Crash. Doesn't even need the boost. The same type attack bonus it gets naturally, and just the bulk that is a wave crash move was enough to fell it. And I think this is a perfect situation here for Jamie because, yes, you won't have the synergy of Dondozo Tatsugiri, but if Tatsugiri is indeed in the back with that focus sash, we know how good it can be within Tailwind.
And now if you switch in the Tatsugiri, I think you've got the ability to outspeed the Sneasler, so you can switch it in, go for an Earthquake, get some good damage onto the field, potentially pick up the knockout onto the Sneasler, get some decent damage onto the Ursaluna, and then you've got your Tatsugiri Whimsicott situation again against that Ursaluna, which worked out pretty well in that first game.
You've just got to make sure that you do not disrespect this Ursaluna on the field.
Yeah.
If it's able to get off a powerful Hyper Voice, that's going to be able to, I think, get the knockout to this range. Dondozo doesn't necessarily have the boosts from Tatsugiri at this point. Whimsicott going to switch back out, though. Could this potentially be the moment where Tatsugiri joins? Yes, it does. So those boosts could be exactly what Dondozo needs, specifically in this turn, to get around a Hyper Voice.
Yeah, the Dondozo are going to get all of those tasty, tasty boosts from a
little treat.
Tatsugiri, yeah. And it's going to be in the position, like we've mentioned, with that Tailwind boost, boosting its speed. On top of that, going to be able to get this Earthquake off, and the Ursaluna will be able to take this. You'd imagine Sneasler in that spot where it won't be. More than likely, we are going to see a terrestrialization as we get into the start of this turn. Ooh. And it is onto that Ursaluna from Nikolai's side of the field and into that Terra Normal type.
Yes, wanting to make sure that the Blood Moon or the Hyper Voice are going to be able to deal an additional pack of damage, as well as removing any potential weakness to water types. It's going to be Dondozo moving first. It's going to be able to get the knockout on that opposing Sneasler and also do a significant chunk to the opposing Ursaluna. But critically, is the boost from the Tatsugiri going to be enough to enable this Dondozo with its Assault Vest to hang on from this boosted Hyper Voice?
Yeah, and that's what we're going to see now.
Yes!
It hangs on. That is huge. That's a single target Hyper Voice, and the Dondozo takes it. It's going to be able to get another attack off, which might be enough to lock up the game, but we're not going to see it. The cancellation is locked in. Jamie Boy takes this game 2-0. Absolutely incredible, Lou. Amazing play from Jamie. And what's more to be said, it was such a workaround, but so convincing in that second game. Didn't give Nikolai a look in at all.
I'm sorry, Ursaluna, same type attack bonus, Terra Boost, Life Orb, single target Hyper Voice. Dondozo didn't have a lot of HP remaining in any other situation. That is a clean sweep back into the Pokeball. But Dondozo not only had the Assault Vest, it had the boost. It just was absolutely incredible. Huge congratulations to Jamie Boy, and it just proves you do not need the Cottony. Whimsicott is your buddy now, Jamie.
Yes, that is very true. But I mean, it's just testament to show how skilled Jamie is as a trainer to be able to train your Dondozo in such an effective way, because we saw how strong it was from an offensive perspective, where it was able to get the knockouts when it needed to. But from a defensive perspective, we hadn't really seen that yet. We had the close combat, helping hand close combat in game one. It took a lot of damage from that. And then before it terrestrialized, it also took the close combat, which it still, before the boost, took just as much damage. And you think, we're not really getting the most out of this really defensive built Dondozo. But then it all paid off in that last turn. And I think Jamie would have been all right in that end game situation anyway, with the Tatsugiri and the Whimsicott to come back in. But you kind of want to do it in style, and that's exactly how Jamie did it, with that 4 hit point survival from that Hyper Voice.
I mean, we talk a lot about Jamie Boy as one of these trainers who's well known for creating very interesting teams, right? But one thing that I think we kind of sometimes forget is, of a player of his caliber, the way that he innately trains his Pokemon and, you know, works with the speed or defenses and things like that, he's a mastermind with that kind of mathematics side of it. And I think he showcased that to perfection, as well as also showcasing Dondozo in both its solo dozo and its teamwork with Tatsugiri kind of mode, because Dondozo in that game, as you said, took that close combat. It also was able to go for the Wave Crash and KO the opposing Talonflame, showing that by itself, it's incredible, and you can see why a lot of trainers are using it. But then he brought in Tatsugiri to be like, almost like this is our basic mode of Dondozo. This is like stage 1.
Yeah.
If we're doing a little Pokemon trading card connection. That's kind of how it looked to me.
It was exactly like that, wasn't it? And I couldn't agree more with you, with really Loud and Jamie's plaudits, because he is just such a talented trainer, and I think there's such a fine balance with getting that defensive aspect right and complementing it with the offensive capabilities of your Pokemon as well, and not losing sight of some of those key things that you need to keep in mind, like your speed stat, your attack stat, so you do pick up those knockouts when it is a crucial moment in the game. And I think Jamie is probably one of the best in the world at being able to balance both of those things in battle, and this was just such a great example of it. And I'm so pleased you brought up the point of the sacrifice with that Hisuian Typhlosion, baiting out that Sneasler, so taking away the Terastallization later in the game. And I think that was really something that we should, I'm sad I didn't pick up on in the game, but please, I have you at my side.
You pick up everything else, mate. I think we're covered.
But it was so pivotal in this game, though, because if we had the Terastallization in that end game at all, and it was available in the Chandelure, I think it would have changed up a few things, because then what does the Dondozo do to knock out that Chandelure if it's got the grass Terra typing there? It would probably be able to get the Trick Room up, get the Haze off after that, and then the Ursaluna's in a pretty decent spot where it could probably get a couple of attacks off, protecting around, obviously, the other things the Chandelure's trying to do, but really well played by Jamie, baiting that in turn one and sacrificing the Hisuian Typhlosion just because of the threat that it was, you know?
And that moment we just saw with the Golden Go again was another incredible moment from Jamie, hanging on 1 HP remaining, enabling that powerful Make It Rain. And the fact that the Life Orb recoil actually KO'd it, I think was a really nice opportunity for Jamie to have that free switch into Dondozo.
Yeah.
I have to credit, though, the way Nikolai played that, there were a lot of really good kind of options that he made, capitalizing on where the most damage would be able to go, but it's almost like those little decisions that could swing the momentum of the match. If that Ursaluna, for example, had gone for Blood Moon instead of Hyper Voice, could that have been a different outcome on that Dondozo?
You would probably say yes in that situation. It would have probably been enough to pick up the knockout.
The extra 4 points.
But I think the fact that was the Tatsugiri out on the field at the time?
No, it was still in, wasn't it?
Was it?
Because otherwise, how could there be Dondozo?
Was it the Dondozo Whimsicott and then the Tatsugiri switched in that?
Yeah, so then Tatsugiri was eaten. So it was just Dondozo.
Just Dondozo, yeah. So the Blood Moon would have been the better option, yeah, in that situation. And you think, I don't know. You don't really know what goes through a trainer's mind in that situation. You think maybe the Hyper Voice, and really, with how surprised we both were that it survived, I think Nikolai would have been just as surprised, because you think, what did the Dondozo have left? Did it have around 44 hit points of health left?
There was not a lot there.
There was not much, and you think, well, yeah, you got some useful damage off, but the Hyper Voice is going to be more than enough to take you down, and somehow it survived that. Somehow, with all those multipliers that you got on the Ursaluna, the Terastallization, the Life Orb.
That's the thing, it's so powerful.
Yeah.
We were talking about Ursaluna before the match started, right? Then Ursaluna comes in, and you almost see the fact that Nikolai's got it in such a prime position to actually tilt the game back into his favor, but it just wasn't to be. Dondozo's too big, you can't get rid of it. And I think Dondozo is one of those Pokemon that actually, a lot of Pokemon trainers like to disparage Dondozo, let's say. They're not always the kindest about it. They don't like the long Dondozo matches, but it's a Pokemon you just can't get rid of. It is too good, and it's too flexible, whether it's by itself, whether it's with a synergetic partner like the Tatsugiri. There are so many options for it, and I don't think, while it is still viable, it will ever go away. And I quite like it, so I'm not complaining.
No, definitely not. And I love all of that, because I agree, Dondozo match, this one in particular, is quite short. Let's hear from the man himself.
Oh, yeah.
Jamie Boyd is waiting for an interview on our couch, so we'll throw it over. Hear all from him about that match.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. I am here with the one and only Jamie Boyd, the winner of our last round of Swiss Round 7. How are you feeling after that and guaranteeing day 2?
Yeah, I'll take that. I came here on a whim. I wasn't supposed to come to Stuttgart. I forgot to book my flights, and then they got stupid expensive. And then I happened to have a day off on Friday as a teacher, which was incredibly convenient and allowed me to come here, and here I am in day 2.
That was such a hype matchup. Now, I know at Gdansk Regionals, where you were casting, you were predicting Chandelure to win, and then you were facing that. So what were your thoughts going into that matchup?
Well, I think that there's obviously going to be the flash fire response to Marco Silva winning internationals. I think we've seen Armarouge already on stream as well. I think everyone jumped on Ceruledge as well, and yes, I did try out Chandelure as well. But then the main thing for me was, well, Charizard is it needs to be stopped. And then I just had the brainwave of, wait a minute, I've been using Assault Vest Dondozo so much. And if you look at a Choice Specs Overheat in the sun against an Assault Vest Dondozo, Charizard looks pretty sad after all. So, yeah, that Chandelure had Haze, so it could have been good against my Dondozo, but the positioning in just that first game meant that I just had a guaranteed KO because he used his Terra straight away.
Yeah, looking at the team previews, that Chandelure looks so strong against your team, but then you were able to just completely outplay. But in that game one, you know, that Typhlosion of yours went down immediately to the Sneasler, but then you were able to adapt. So he tells your mindset going after that turn.
I just needs to break the slash on the Indeedee. And if he set Trick Room, then I'm just going to bring in Dondozo, and then I'm actually slower, and now I can deal with you as well. So I was reasonably fine with just sacrificing. I was expecting sacrifice to Golden Go as well, to be fair. Getting a Make It Rain just off with 1 HP. I tend to survive on 1 HP quite a lot with my Pokemon. So yeah, like that was very nice. I think being able to actually get off a Make It Rain, whereas Typhlosion was kind of like a sacrificial lamb.
Yeah, we saw some really clutch survivals there. That 1 HP Golden Go, 4 HP Dondozo. Which of the Pokemon on your team, they're relatively common, but with uncommon moves, which is your favorite?
I've been using the Assault Vest Dondozo for a while. The issue that I've had with Dondozo when I don't have Assault Vest is, well, obviously you have Protect, and then you have 3 moves. And then I don't have the 4th coverage that I always want. And then the coverage of having like Wake Crash, Heavy Slam, Earthquake, and Order Up to get the attack boost as well, I found really, really nice. And I can't sacrifice one of them. And if I have all 4 of them, well, why am I not Assault Vest then? So yeah, it's definitely the Dondozo.
Yeah, it makes so much sense. And Assault Vest Dondozo just so bulky. And it's just really cool seeing, obviously, we were at Gdansk together and you were a caster there. So do you find it, in terms of mindset, is it any different, or what do you find more fun, competing or casting?
Oh, I've been enjoying casting a lot recently. Competing, I did well in Lille. Like, I made day 2 in Lille. But I think for this tournament, I've been a lot more relaxed. Like, I haven't been going into this tournament expecting a good finish. And in Lille, I thought, actually, oh, I've got the team. Look at this Weavile that outspeeds all the Sneaslers. That's the most common Pokemon. I've got this. No, I didn't at all. But yeah, this tournament was just like, well, this seems like a fun idea. I like Assault Vest Dondozo. Let's hope I face all the Charizards. Haven't faced a single Charizard. But let's hope I do. And actually, it's done well against what I faced so far. So.
Well, maybe you might see some tomorrow, because you're now in day 2. And we're going to be so excited to be cheering you on tomorrow. So do you have any final shout-outs you want to give to anyone watching?
Yeah, like I normally do shout out like, us EU casters, but I've been told off by my mother for not shouting out my family and my girlfriend. So there is the shout-out, and now we're sorted.
That's fantastic. And we're so excited to be seeing you tomorrow, maybe up against the Charizard with your Dondozo.
Hopefully.
Seeing how much it tickles that Dondozo. But that's all the time we're going to have for now. But don't go anywhere, trainers, because we'll be back with the final Swiss round for Stuttgart Day 1.
This was the biggest World Championships we have ever had. I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm not even in my seat.
My name is Luca Ceribelli and I'm from Bergamo in Italy.
This is a player that has worked so hard for this moment.
My starter among any generation will probably be, I think, Prigatito. I just love cats. I have been a lifelong Pokemon fan, but I never entertained the idea of playing competitive Pokemon. Just seeing all the action, all the intricacies of the play really made me fall in love with the game. I started playing VGC in 2017 after watching an Italian stream of the 2016 World Championships. The reason I keep coming back to tournaments is the fact that I'm always able to play against different players, and I can both learn from them and improve myself out of the plays I make. There's always something that you are able to learn from another player. My favorite players are Wolfiglick, Eduardo Cunha, Alex Gomez, because they just make it seem so easy, just so well thought out. You can really grasp how they feel, how they think, how they plan. My friend Marco Silva is also one of the best players in the world. He always knows what to do and what he's gonna achieve. I've never been to a World Finals before. I've been to 2 finals in regional events. Obviously, I think the difference is pretty high, bro. Just from the number of people watching you, the tension is sky high. My number 1 goal was to top cut Worlds. I guess I exceeded the expectations.
Doesn't get closer than this, and he's done it.
After winning the World Championships, I've been really kicked in how much this means for me. I don't think anybody else would really wish for something different. This game, it It's really about the friendship you make and the improvement you can all achieve together. The advice I'd give to newer Pokemon players is talk to as many people as you can, because you're gonna be able to find yourself friends that can help you and let you help them.
Luca Valley is your 2024 World Champion.
Pokemon trainers, there are so many Pokemon that are back with the Indigo Disc DLC that we can put into our battles again. So let's take a deep dive into the Pokemon that we can now use once more. Lee, kick us off.
I'll skip over Incineroar because we all know about Incineroar already. But I would like to mention Porygon 2. It's had such an impact in previous formats. It's able to set up Trick Room. It's got Recovery with Recover. And it has really good move options as well. And it's really one of the only Pokemon that has the ability to utilize Terra Blast in and out of Terastallization as well very effectively. I just feel like it's a very solid Pokemon with the Eviolite item as well, bolstering those defenses. We do see Farigiraf is a really prime candidate as a Trick Room user at the moment. You've got things like Indeedee and Cresselia as well as good options. But Porygon 2, definitely one of those new Pokemon that I think trainers should start to consider, especially with Fairy Terra type as well on there.
For me, one of the Pokemon, certainly one of the older Pokemon that used to see lots of play in VGC was Zapdos. And now with the DLCs coming out, it has access to Tailwind again, which it used to be one of the premier Tailwind users, but also has the ability to, put some damage on the field. It's got Thunderbolt, it's got access to Hurricane boosted by Rain, it's got access to Heat Wave as well, but also Recovery in Roost, and so it can form a really nice Tailwind setter that you can get Tailwind up, you can support your team, you can do a little bit of damage, make sure it sticks around on the field for getting that all-important second Tailwind up a little bit later on.
Don't forget about the static ability as well on Zapdos, because that is something opponents have to really consider if you want to hit into the Zapdos or you want to risk the chance of getting paralyzed.
Especially with that Surging Strike Urshifu.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
for sure. I want to give it a shout out to Whimsicott as well, Pokemon that's been so prevalent in previous formats. The move pool is absolutely incredible. I mean, Tailwind as well, as you were talking about, but you can also change the terrain in an instant with Misty Terrain. Of course, you can go for beat-up strategies on a Pokemon with Justified or a weakness policy or something like that. A Pokemon that has so much supportive utility. So I can't wait to see what trainers do with that as well.
There's also Fake Tears as well that it has access to, which can be really played upon alongside things like Fluttermane as well to really do huge damage.
Encore as well.
Yeah, really, really good Pokemon, but hasn't quite seen its moment yet. Another one I'd like to mention is Araquanid, and I've been talking to you guys a lot about Araquanid over the weekend, but it pairs up so nicely with the Porygon 2. It's such a strong Trick Room Pokemon. It's got access to big, strong, powerful water-type attacks with that Water Bubble ability as well, preventing it from getting burned, and it has access to Bug-type attacks. In particular, I really like the Lunge option on there because it can lower the attack on opposing Pokemon. And then you've got the alternative where it has the Recovery with that Leech Life as well, has access to Wide Guard. It's got a lot of tools in its arsenal, and I think it could be something that could pair quite nicely into this format.
Well, we've talked a lot about offensive Pokemon, we've talked about support Pokemon, but for me, there's also a Pokemon that wants to stick on the field for as long as possible, and that's Registeel. With the strategy of Iron Defense and Body Press coming into the fore in previous seasons, and Registeel having such strong natural defensive capability, it's one of those Pokemon that you see in battles come onto the field turn 1, it's still there on turn 13 when the battle is over. And normally, if it's stuck on the field for 13 turns, it's usually the one that's going to be winning the battle. So difficult to remove, and you can't drop its stats because of its clear body ability.
Yeah, I think as well, alongside that, when we saw it have that kind of rise in previous formats in previous years, with that Amnesia as well, to not only boost its defense stat, but boosting that special defense stat as well, just making it impossible for trainers to remove. And yeah, like you say, getting to turn 13, it's probably the one that's winning that match.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, there are so many other Pokemon as well. Metagross, you've got Latias, you've got Kingdra. Come on, Kingdra. I want to see you have that fantastic finish behind me here on the couch. So trainers, get involved. There are so many Pokemon for us all to explore. So I hope you have fun building, and very shortly, we'll be getting back to the action.
I train hard, go hard. I'm a real
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. I'm Lou Akjosh-Cromie, and I'm joined for the first time at the Stuttgart Regional Championships by Rosemary Nekra-Kelly, someone who I usually work with across the pond or at international events. How are you doing here in Stuttgart?
Well, fancy seeing you here.
I know, right?
Yeah, oh, it's been great, honestly. This is my second time in Germany, and it's been amazing so far, having a blast.
Oh, good. I mean, one of the nice things about this event is you get to play, and you've been able to kind of pick up a team. Talk us through that.
Okay, so a rare occasion, I get a chance to actually come out to a regional and compete because, you know, normally we get a chance to actually do a lot of stuff together, but it worked out perfectly that I could be here in Stuttgart, play a regional, and honestly, it's been so much fun. I feel like just being able to be on the floor, have that competition experience, it just reframes your mindset when you go back to. So it's been so fun. My sets today have been really fun.
Oh, that's the best part, right? Like, we talk a lot about the winning and the prizes and things like that.
Winning is nice, but
I mean, you have got some wins under your belt today. It's still been a good day, and I feel like actually kind of coming over this side, experiencing one of the European regionals, are they different to the NA ones? Is there like a different vibe?
No, they actually are so different. So I feel like the metas are different when you look at how the North America regionals go as well as the Europe regionals.
Okay.
So I feel like maybe Europe is a little bit more standard, but that's not a bad thing. I think that gives you, like, in some ways, you take a look at a team like Jamie's and you go, yeah, that's standard, but there's so many cool things about it that are different. But then you also have like those little surprises. I don't know. You definitely have to prepare differently, I think.
Lee and I were saying this though, like Jamie's 6 Pokemon by themselves weren't that surprising, but then the way he trained them with the bulk was such a Jamie Boyd thing, right?
It was so Jamie, and congratulations to him for making day 2. That is awesome.
Gave me such an exciting adrenaline-fueled match to cast as well, and you're right though, a lot of the Pokemon are really kind of standardized at the moment. Sneasler, King Gambit, Rillaboom.
I have a lot of those on my team.
Oh, I mean, okay, you're picking up the solid do-gooder kind of Pokemon.
Oh, absolutely.
But then there's some wild cards out there. Like I saw Armor Rouge today on
Alexandra's
I played a
Heracross.
Wait, how did that go?
Okay, so funny story. There's maybe 8 players from the United States that are here. I pair up into Courtney, known as Wiggly Online, round 2 of the tournament, and we're just sitting there, we're having a blast, like chatting it up, and she has this Choice Scarf Heracross on her team, and it's just so cool, because there is nothing quite like playing a game of Pokemon when you know that you are using some of your absolute favorites.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how you feel when you get a chance to compete with your blue Gastrodon buddy.
My baby.
There's just something about it that is hard to beat.
No, I completely agree. Actually, one of my first regionals was in Dortmund in 2017 season, and I brought a Pikachu. And it was during a double restricted format, and this Pikachu was trained to take down Kyogre and Groudon, and it was so cool. I didn't win many sets, but I often won games with one of my favorite Pokemon.
And that is the fun and the charm of being able to compete.
Yeah, so definitely. And you get so much experience at these events as well that, you know, players like us who maybe do a lot more of the casting side of things actually get to see that experience and understand the player perspective a bit more.
Oh, absolutely. I think, especially with the format that we have this year, where you're really looking at just that X2 record to move forward, I think there's so much less pressure on you looking at every single win. How are your opponents doing? You just get to focus on your own games, and you can take it one game at a time, which really does take the pressure off of you.
And we used to talk about the longevity of the days, right? And we have one less round on these day ones, and I think that makes a huge amount of difference. It's not as exhausting, but the stakes are still the same for trying to get into day 2.
I have so much energy right now.
It's good, right? Like, it changes a lot.
It does. And then you take a look at the next day, and it's not necessarily that it's a fresh slate for you, but you get a good night's rest, and then you get to go into day 2. And I'm hoping that other people feel similarly, but I definitely came into this event wanting to feel how the new format feels.
Yeah.
And I think it feels so much better than last season.
And it's not going to be around for long as well, this regulation. This is the last European regional with it. I think you guys have one more right across the pond?
Yes, we've got Toronto coming up in December. And so that's going to be really fun to see how the final stages of the meta actually start to shake out. Because we're getting to a point that I think we're hitting critical mass for the new Pokemon that we can see, or the different types of archetypes that are actually good in the meta right now. So can there be anybody that breaks that code just a little bit more and ekes out some surprises? I can't wait.
I feel like coming into LAIC, that's where a lot of trainers maybe showed their hand a little bit on maybe the secrets that they've been building up. And since then we've had Sacramento, and then obviously we've got Stuttgart here. So maybe, like you say, it has standardized a little bit more. But I don't know, I've loved this regulation. I'm going to miss it.
I am too, but I'm also looking forward to seeing what the other regions are going to do. I still think that there's another Latin American event that's going to be coming up in December, as well as Perth. So very cool to be able to see Oceania now get their crack at the regulation. I think it's going to be really fun.
Well, it's been very cool talking to you. It's always good to hang out and just kind of have a chat together, and hopefully you guys at home have enjoyed it as well. Rosemary, I know you've got some more games to go and win, and I think the pairings are up. So it's time to kick it to a short break. Remember, go make a cup of tea, grab some snacks. You don't want to miss any action. We'll be right back.
Hello trainers, Charlie Merriman here, and I'm joined by Ben Kiriakou and David Partington. You'll have noticed there are two main structures in which this beautiful game is played. There is closed team sheet best of one, like you might find in the global challenges or on the online ranked ladder, and then there's open team sheet best of three that you'll find at live events. So today we're going to be breaking down the differences between them, how you can approach them in the right way, that sort of thing. So David, kick us off with closed team sheet best of one.
So, closed team sheet best of one. You might be familiar with this when playing on the ranked battles, for instance, on Battle Stadium in Scarlet and Violet, but also at the global challenges as well that we've had over the last few months and may have more of later to go. So, this is where you have your team of 6, you get into battle, but you do not know what your opponent's Pokemon are going to be, or what moves they run, or what abilities they have. So, there's a lot of information finding out throughout the one game that you have.
And that makes it really, really difficult to react to what your opponent's doing, maybe different strategies. Conversely, of course, regionals, internationals, maybe premier challenges or mid-season showdowns, the locals that we can play as well. We have open team sheets, best of 3. Now, you get a little bit of information on your opponent's teams, what moves they're running, what items they're holding, of course, what the Pokemon are as well, and their abilities. So you get a lot of idea what you want to be using in your own team to be able to counteract their strategy. And then, of course, you play a best of 3. You have more than just one opportunity to get it right.
It might sound from that best of 3 open team sheet is inherently easier, but it's not. We can assure you, just knowing what your opponent can do doesn't mean you know what they're going to do. And so that throws up a whole new realm of possibilities. So David, best of 1 closed team sheet, how are players approaching that?
Okay, so you obviously want to take a team of really good 6 Pokemon, usually ones that have done very well, maybe at previous tournaments or had really good success. So you might be looking to the previous tournaments of Scarlet and Violet and taking a team from there. But obviously that's been a team where it's probably been open team sheets, best of 3. So it gives you an opportunity to, when you go into best of 1, to maybe change things up a little bit, to put some surprises on there that if somebody had your open team sheet, they would obviously know about, but this time they do not. So I really like Terra Blast, for instance, as an option, because as soon as you go for a Terra, could be a really unusual Terra that something doesn't usually go for, like a Raging Bolt going into, say, Terra Steel to be able to hit a Flutter main with a Terra Steel Terra Blast and get a one-hit KO, which is not usually what happens from a Raging Bolt. So something like that really tends to spice up a game in best of 1.
Absolutely love playing those odd little changes that really does change a matchup. But of course, in best of 3 open team sheet, where you're approaching lots of different games and you're playing against many opponents in one tournament, not just a best of 3, but many opponents as well. You really do want to have this more consistent approach to the way that you build your team and prepare for the event. Make sure you've got game plans into all of the different strategies that you come up against, because you have to maybe play a couple of Trick Room games, maybe you have to play a few matches against Tailwind, and you have to have different strategies available for each different way that you have to play against your opponent's strategies.
For sure. I think the key word in this discussion really is surprise, right? I think in open team sheet, there's far less opportunity for surprise because you see everything there. Having said that, if you run a Pokemon that people aren't necessarily expecting, let's use Kingdra as a completely random example, of course, then players aren't necessarily familiar with the stats of that Pokemon, what moves it has access to, and so in closed team sheet, you see that in team preview, you don't really know how to handle it, but then also in open team sheet, you're thinking, oh, well, I'm not sure how bulky that Pokemon is, for example. I don't know what's going to be able to knock it out.
One defining thing, friend of mine, Tommy Coolin from the North American region, region used to say, I fear what I don't understand in those sort of closed team sheet environments. That's definitely a way to approach it. So I don't know what that one's doing. Let's try and knock it out as quickly as possible.
And what a perfect note to end on there. Thank you for joining us, trainers, for this discussion of best of 1 closed team sheet versus best of 3 open team sheet. We'll be getting back to some best of 3 open team sheet action very shortly.
Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Started at the bottom and you worked your way. You showed them you were awesome and you won the day. Striving for the top spot, no room for mistakes. Yeah, you showed us the way. You showed us how to train up, how to pass the test, how to make your mark, be the very best. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push till you're the only one. Making friends all along the way, memories always here to stay. And that's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Now we have our champions. They've joined the best. To every single trainer, we give our respect. We all have a story. We pass the test. Yeah. We become legends. We learned how to train up, how to break the mold, how to build our team, how to win the gold. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push till you're the only one. Finally show the world today, legends are always here to stay. That's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Never be the same. So here's to you. Here's to you. Ones who came before. And all I know. So here's to you. Here's to you. The ones who came before.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome back to the Stuttgart Regional Championships. We are almost ready for the final round, Swiss
Yes.
Round 8. How are you feeling about this, Costa?
Excited, pumped, absolutely spiced up because we have reached that final round, of course, here at Day 1 Stuttgart. And we've already seen an incredible array of high-level matches. And we know there's probably going to be one more left in store.
Yeah, this is the stage of the tournament where players who are X and 2, they cannot afford to lose this round if they wish to advance to Day 2. And also, a lot of players at X and 3, they may not have that chance to get get to day 2, but top 256 still get championship points.
Yes.
So there is still a lot on the line for a lot of trainers here in this tournament.
Yeah, and I think even if, let's say, for example, you've locked in that day 2, you're still fighting for additional placement, or better placement, should I say, going into day 2 Swiss rounds, of course, because then you still got another 3 additional Swiss rounds in the morning you need to tackle through in order to at least guarantee that top 8, of course. I say top 8, top cut, but we know that in order to reach top cut, you need to be able to have the equal level of match points as the 8th place would.
Yes, so the more wins you have, the higher your odds of them progressing to the single elimination part of the tournament. And tomorrow there's going to be so much action, but right now, there's just so much on the line for these players, and I'm really curious. There's a lot of very good players sitting at XM2. Maybe they may not have been as lucky a little bit during the day, but this is their final chance to prove that they've got what it takes to get to day 2.
Oh, exactly. And I mean, we saw, for example, Jamie do a really good job last round, of course, being able to lock in that day 2. He's still going to be fighting for that win right now. He wants to be able to place as best as possible. That doesn't mean, of course, Nikolai isn't trying to do the exact same as well. Now, vying for that second opportunity for day 2. And it's quite tough to be able to gather up the mental energy and fortitude to force that win after being so close to locking in that day 2 going into the final round.
Yes, that was such a hype match. When I looked at the team preview, I thought, oh, this Flash Fire Chandelure with the haze is actually a really strong counter to Jamie's team. But Jamie showcased to us why he's a 3-time regional champion, just playing the team so well. And, you know, using the evolved version of that Cottony, which he has once used to win a regional, just such a nice throwback.
It is. You know, it's always a nice touch. We know that he always loves bringing the Cottony little baby plush. He always, like, every single tournament I see him at, he always brings it. So, yeah, it's a really nice touch, of course. But let's go ahead and check out, of course, the standings. Where are we right now with our trainers? We've got around 5 to 6 undefeated trainers that remain. Of course, that's not going to be the case following the end of this round, but a lot of great faces and names. Faiz Ashfaq, of course, of the German region. Eden Bachelor, UK. Francesco Rada, Italian. The second Italian following suit immediately after that. Flavio Del Pidio, EUIC previous champion. And then Jonathan Marston, which is so good to be able to see multiple representation candidates. 2 German, 2 UK, 2 Italian.
Yes, and Fabian Brown also the undefeated champion. But let's take a look at the other players who are at XM1, still guaranteed for day 2, but wanting to get into, get to remain at XN1.
Yes.
Let's take a look at, Ryan Guez's team. Yes, and Ryan's going to be running Milotic. Oh, very nice.
My lord. That is such a nice little pick, being able to capitalize off of that competitive ability that it has. Hasn't been able to see as much usage in the recent formats, of course, but maybe better placed going up against any sort of Incineroars and maybe awkward Amunduses. There's a couple of different sets you could run, right?
You could, and it's also on a team with the Tyranitar and Garchomp. So I wonder, is this a Sandvale Garchomp instead of the rough skin Garchomp? But as you mentioned earlier, that Milotic is such a hard counter to the Incineroar. Incineroar definitely does not wish to switch in to a Milotic. Give it a +2 boost to the special attack, because Milotic's competitive ability boosts its special attack instead of attack, unlike Defiant from King Gambit. And even if you carried a Mirror Herb Incineroar, which I think we may have seen some niche uses, or Mirror Herb Arcanine, that doesn't do anything, because you're not going to get any useful boosts.
Yeah, you don't get as much payoff, right? But yeah, I think that's why Pokemon like that, of course, is able to slot in quite nicely in that sort of niche capacity once, of course, there's been a bit more of centralization of the meta. I mean, talking about the centralization, we already know Incineroar is always present in every single format. It's sort of like a Mundus. But then, obviously, you see them both always at the top of the events. I swear, if I'm not mistaken, there's some sort of fact where for the past 8 or 9 major events throughout the current season, we've always had at least one Amundus or one Incineroar in the finals of that major event. Just paying testament to why there's such great tools, utility tools for any sort of team composition.
We have indeed. And if you look at all the wins that Incineroar has been able to get, I believe if you tally up all the winnings from all the players, Incineroar is the richest Pokemon in the entire Pokedex.
It's making it rain!
It has indeed.
In its own way, obviously.
Yes. And no, Golden Goat does not enjoy facing up against this Incineroar, but we saw dual screens. Was it double screens or single screen Golden Goat on Jamie's team? Dual.
Yeah, I was asking him about it because at some point we had a chat and I was like, Jamie, are you sure? Are you sure you don't want to go for like a protect or something like that? It's like, no, screens fulfills that role. It's like, okay, fair enough. That makes sense. But yeah, I mean, enough talking about the what ifs and whatnot. We are now calling to action, you lovely viewers at home. We have a great opportunity, and you know what time it is. Community choice time. You get the opportunity to go ahead and decide which stream match we are going to feature for this final Swiss round number 8.
Look at all of these phenomenal players. We've got Eden Bachelor up against FaZe Ashback, Luca Cherubelli, our current reigning world champion, up against Vincenzo Zugaro, Fevzi Oskin against Giuseppe Alario, and Yo Ramirez against Dominic Front. And the power is with you, viewers. It is your choice to vote for which trainer, which pairing you would like to see up on the big stage.
Yeah, and I think a great variety of different team compositions here. I've got to call this out, Zoe, now that we're on stream and Lou and Lee are not. There are 2 Gastrodons on my screen, and they are both pink. Just want to call that out very quickly. I believe that's the West Gastrodon, if I'm not mistaken.
It is indeed.
Yeah, I mean, clearly the most powerful one.
Well,
just putting it out there.
I wanted to be neutral. I've never cared about which Gastrodon was the superior Gastrodon, but since Lou and Lee support the blue Gastrodon, I feel like you're a bit outnumbered here. So
no, don't do it! Don't do this to me, Zoe.
No, I'm going to stand with you.
Okay, yes, okay. You really had me going there for a second.
I just wanted to make you very nervous.
Yeah, definitely had me on my toes. But thank you. Obviously, like, there are the Gastrodons, but we do also notice the Ribombi that Fevzi's brought, which is so cool. It has such a great speed tiering, especially amongst awkward interactions of, let's say, the Dragapult, Adamant, and stuff like that. It's got an ability where it allows it to be, to not be susceptible to secondary effects, so it's immune to Fake Out. It's got Tailwind support. It's got Pollen Puff, which is actually really powerful from it with that stab typing, and maybe even Struggle Bug. So that could be a good potential of a matchup that we would be able to feature, but of course, it's up to you, viewers.
Yes, Ribombi is such an annoying Pokemon to face up against. It's basically like it's holding a covered cloak with its ability. And we're looking at a lot of other really cool Pokemon. Up against, see, Giuseppe's got that Corviknight. So that's a Pokemon that's been lurking about all day today. We haven't had the chance to feature it on stream, but it is a regional winner just this year at Lille, piloted by Niels Dunlop. And we've got also that Sinistra and a Chaladon team that we've seen earlier piloted by Victor Vendina, but this time Yoel is going to be piloting it. But there's actually quite a lot of Tyranitas up on the stream now that look at it. In actual fact, every pairing has some sort of weather on it.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of a testament to the current format as well, right? It's just so weather dominant because having that immediate pressure of being able to force, let's say, either your opponent outside of their own weather or capitalize off of your own, really puts you to a point where you can have more of an immediate pressure and presence in the matchup itself, enable a partner Pokemon, let's say, for example, in Sand's case, either the Sand Rush Excadrills, the Sand Veil Garchomps, or in a case of, let's say, Snow, with the Lone Ninetales, if you've got Baxcaliburs, that could even profit off of an additional physical defensive boost because of the typing.
Yes, and Eden looks like to be the only player who's not running any sort of weather, but looks like our viewers have decided who they want to see up on the big stage. So let's take a look at who we're going to feature. This is going to be a really fun match regardless of who we're going to feature.
Oh yeah, here we go. And we have got Yoel Ramirez versus Dominic Freund. We have got Victor Medina's Team Archetype from LAIC Finals versus the Sandcore. And yes, there is a Gastrodon. I had to call it out.
Was Lou trying to get
I think Lou
definitely voted.
Yeah, she's definitely interfered with the result. But yeah, great matchup to be able to feature. Of course, Yol, really well known as a content creator as well, representative of the Spanish region. Tends to actually bring some really interesting teams and picks, but over the different events they have gone ahead and taken part in, really built up some good experience to be able to clinch their potential day 2.
Yes, it looks like a really even matchup against these two players. They're both running their own weather. The Gastrodon is going to be so annoying for Yo, because that Archaludon's Electro Shot is not going to do anything to this part ground type Gastrodon. And if Yo goes for the Weather Ball in the rain, well, this Gastrodon's just going to absorb everything and then have the Storm Drain and hit back with really strong special attacks. And there's also speed control on that Talonflame. Of course, Yo's also going to be running Tailwind on their Pelipper, and there's also Trick Room option with the Sinistra. But Dominic has an Amoonguss, which is a Pokemon that loves Trick Room.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of different pieces that sort of counter one another on both of our trainers' sides of their fields. Yoel may want to try to focus in on a perhaps Ursaluna matchup going into the Sand Core at least. You're able to sort of ignore the Gastrodon if there's any sort of yawn spam perhaps, with having the burn already procced on your Guts enabled Ursaluna. And yeah, you just want to be able to perhaps position in Trick Room. There's good potential for that, with the Sinistra also offering offensive threat towards that Gastrodon if we do see it being brought.
Yeah, I can see this Ursaluna being a really strong Pokemon for Yo, just because it doesn't care about sleep if it's been burned. And if Amoonguss tries to Rage Powder away, well, guess what? It's got an Earthquake. It's not going to care. And Amoonguss does not enjoy taking any Guts boosted facades. So, you know, that Ursaluna, I think, is going to be a key Pokemon for Yo.
Yeah, and for good reason. It's just one of those dominant Pokemon we've been talking about and seeing the rise of as well in the past couple of events. Both the physical Ursaluna, which had so much success in the early stages of the meta, even going into its counterpart, the Blood Moon variant, which has definitely just come off of a very big major event win last weekend, of course, in Sacramento. So yeah, it's just really going to show why that team composition that was originally formed by a Japanese player called Elizabeth, why Victor was able to navigate that to such great success with the amount of experience he has, maybe now going to be translated over to Yoel.
Yeah, this hyper-offensive Rain archetype, there's a good reason why it's one of the top performing teams, because you've got so much offense coming off, many different options. You could go for the Tailwind, or you could go for the Trick Room, and that Sinistra constantly switching in and out, its ability allows it to heal up its teammates upon switching, and that's a really nice thing. You cannot redirect that away. You can't taunt it away. If it switches in and your Pokemon are chipped, you're going to get healed right back up. But of course, Yoel's opponent is not going to make it easy. There's that Sand team that's going to switch off all the rain and turn on the Sand, of course. Both Tyranitar and Excadrill might not enjoy tanking a lot of the Water-type moves, but guess what enjoys tanking Water-type moves? Baxcalibur.
Yeah, it really does, and honestly, I love Baxcalibur. Such a great Pokemon ever since its introduction, and being able to have the Dragon and Ice typing is really nice, sort of like a callback to the Kyurem Whites of the past, but on the physical side this time round, and being able to capitalize off of that, a superb ability. Thermal Exchange, immune to burns, any sort of Fire-type move targets that slot, +1 in its attack. Pair that up with a Clear Amulet, with, of course, the latest item available in this generation, Magic.
Yeah, also the loaded dice. Now, I don't know what set this Baxcalibur is going to be running just yet, but we will be finding out very soon. But it looks like our players are getting ready up on the stage. And look at them, they're both so relaxed. This is the final round of the day, and it's just so nice to see that they've still kept that mental fortitude. They haven't allowed that stress to get to them, or at least that we can see.
Yeah, observable to the naked eye. But yeah, I think being able to be on stage right now, it's sort of like a lock-in mode that they need to be able to enable. Say, right, okay, ignore all the fancy lights and this and that. Let me just focus on what is in front of me. That is a Switch console, that is the game, and that is my opponent that will try to beat me. So let me go ahead and just try to bring all the four out, all of the build-up of my experience, my knowledge, my skills, in order to lock me into the day 2. And that's what both of our trainers are currently focusing on.
Yeah, it's going to be such a hype match. And the winner of this round will be advancing to day 2 of the Stuttgart Regional Championships. And I've had a look at all the players playing today, and it's a pretty stacked tournament. A lot of top players coming here, but we're going to take a look at a closer look at our players and their accomplishments. So I believe that is Dominic on the left.
Left, yep.
Yes, I'm getting my left and
all good, yep.
Mixed up.
And of course, there was Joel on the right. So yeah, it's going to be quite interesting to go ahead and observe the thought process of these trainers, especially with the matchup right now. We talked a bit about the different elements of the team compositions, the cores and the modes that obviously they have to offer, but it's just being able to recognize, right, which mode is suited best to be able to force not only a terror, but all of the pressure out of the grasp of my opponent.
Yeah, so our trainers, they haven't actually had any notable accomplishment so far, but getting to the big stage right now is already a really big accomplishment. And the player that wins this round will be advancing to day 2. So already a fantastic achievement on their CV. And I'm sure, this being the first time the players are up on the big stage, I have to say, they're doing fantastic for the fact that it's the first time, because a lot of players can get quite nervous. But let's take a look now at Dominic's team. It's going to be that Among Us, Talonflame, Baxcalibur, Gastrodon, Pink, and Excadrill and Tyranitar.
Yes, I do love that you called out the Pink there, just saying it for stands. But obviously a really interesting team. Covert Cloak, Taunt, Overheat, Talonflame, not wanting to actually lose the Gale Wings when trying to utilize a Fire-type move. You see Dominic just playing it cool and calm, wants to make sure that he's able to be quite rightly placed in this matchup. I think Baxcalibur, it's the usual loaded dice variant. No need for Clear Amulet this time round, because you want to be able to capitalize off of Icicle, Spear, and Scale Shots. Sort of like a pseudo Dragonite-esque set, but you're able to beat the opposing Dragonite.
Yeah, and actually one really cool mechanic I wonder if we'll get to see is there's rain on the other side. Talonflame could overheat its own Baxcalibur in the rain, reduce the damage, bring up the attack. Of course, that Talonflame does have to hit the overheat. We know, we saw a tour call today, piloted by Joseph Ugarte, not having the best accuracy, but if that Talonflame can get that overheat up on its own Baxcalibur, that can be a game changer. But it's going to be Yoel's team we're going to have a look at right now with the Sinistra, Incineroar, Dragonite, Ursaluna, Pelipper, and Chaludon. So a bit more of a familiar team that we've seen earlier from Victor Medina.
Yeah, and I think being able to go ahead and pilot it to this point right now is just evident that you've been able to understand the lines that you need to be able to draw going into very prominent compositions in the current meta. Of course, the Sinistra being such a utility Pokemon, redirection, healing in forms of manual use, in forms of being brought in as a switch, and then obviously Matcha Gotcha, for me personally, absolutely broken move. You're able to...
If it hits.
If it hits, that once again, you're right. If it connects with both, potential to burn, you get self-recovery from it, it's spread as well. I genuinely am surprised we haven't seen more of Sinistra.
I've seen the Sinistra we saw on stream earlier today heal itself right back to full with repeated spammings of Matcha Gotcha. So this is something that's really critical. And if you're leading a Pokemon that's weak to the Sinistra, then all of a sudden you're just giving it back a lot of health. But it's such a close matchup from both these players. I can see the Chaludon wanting to stay in just to maybe absorb those scale shots from the Baxcalibur and Icicle Spears to boost up the defenses. So this is going to be so close.
Yeah, that's a really good shout. I think Chaludon is well placed as long as you're able to get those boosts. However, it's not going to be brought just yet. We've got the Pelipper and Dragonite over on Yoel's side versus Dominic's Baxcalibur and Gastrodon. My lord, does this slug feel comfortable right now in the rain?
This Gastrodon is very happy to be absorbing and redirecting away any weather balls. Of course, Yoel is definitely not going to want to go for that weather ball right there. Baxcalibur Baxcalibur in a really fantastic position to go for Icicle Spears onto the Dragonite. The Dragonite's multi-scale is not going to be able to save it from the multi-hits. But at the same time, Dragonite also has Scale Shot, and that is going to be super effective against the Baxcalibur. Now, both Baxcalibur and Dragonite have similar speed stats, so it's a really big question. Who is faster? And we're going to have to see.
And the really nice interaction of running that Baxcalibur is most of the times it is actually faster than Adamant Dragonites that tend to be the opted in nature. So it's really well placed against this and may actually force UL to have to terrasilize in admission of that situation.
And it's the terrasalization on this Baxcalibur into the Terra Ghost, wanting to become even scarier to this Dragonite, but there's an answering terrasalization on your side to the Dragonite. So both these dragons saying, nah, no thank you, I don't want to be a dragon anymore. This Dragonite is going to enter Fairyland and become the Fairy type.
Yeah, it's going to be able to be immune to any sort of scale shots, but that is definitely not the case. An option from Dominic going for the Icicle Spear does allow the Dragonite to survive. And even though after 5 hits, it is going to be able to be brought down under half, it is still on the field. It will enable a scale shot.
Oh my goodness!
Self-scale shot, baby. We've got the stamina boost coming in right now. And with every consecutive hit, we have got less damage being incurred onto it.
What a fantastic call from Yo there. Just going for that scale shot onto the Archaludon. And that looks like 5 hits. So all 5 hits going off onto the Archaludon. This body press coming off from the Archaludon is going to be hitting so hard. And now Dragonite is definitely the fastest Pokemon on the field, but the Clear Smoke coming up does not get the KO on the Dragonite, but brings it back down to resets its stats, and it is no longer the fastest Pokemon on the field.
Well played. Clearly, both of our trainers having some sort of plan going into that. There's a lot of damage that's been accepted from Yoel's side, even though obviously that side scale shot is a really nice pick, but Clear Smog right now cannot get rid of those boosts from the Archaludon due to the steel typing. So Dragonite actually surviving there, which is quite interesting because you've got the options of going for yet another scale shot just for the damage and forcing that Baxcalibur to respect it.
Yes, and now the Dragonite has been knocked down, so Yo has lost his first Pokemon of this game. But this Archaludon is still here. It's a +5 defense, so the body presses will be coming really hard, but it goes for the Electro Shot this turn, getting a boost to its special attack, and that is going to go straight into this Baxcalibur, which will be taking neutral hit. But Baxcalibur is bulky, so it is going to hang on.
Yep.
But it won't be surviving another turn.
No, it won't, but the problem is Gastrodon is able to get a free Earth Power there. Perhaps Yoel respecting the Gastrodon a bit too much, anticipating it, going for the Protect in order to not get felled by the Body Press at +5. But Sin is just saying, hey, little buddy, I've got some hospitality to dish out right now. Gets that additional recovery supplemented straight into that Archaludon, bringing it back up above half.
Sinistcha is such a good host to this party that it also has Rage Powder and brings itself as the center of the attention, and it can now redirect away those super effective ground type moves from this Gastrodon, so helping that Archaludon stay on the field even longer. And because Archaludon is faster than the Gastrodon, at +6 defense now, this body press is going to knock out the Gastrodon in 1 hit if Dominic allows it to.
Yeah, and actually Yoel going ahead and getting that rotation in order to allow hospitality to come into effect later on in the game is a really nice touch. Pelipper being brought right now. Gastrodon absolutely respecting that very treacherous body press threat coming from the other side. Baxcalibur going for the Icicle Spear, however, into the Pelipper, looking like it's actually going to be able to pick up potentially KO if it can nab that 5th hit.
Oh, does it get the 5th hit? It does, but the Pelipper hangs on with what looks like 1 HP. So Focus Sash Pelipper, that Focus Sash didn't come inactive, but Pelipper's still living on that 1 health. And Gastrodon is going to protect itself from this +6 body press. And now Pelipper looks like it's going to be outsped by the Baxcalibur. Even if it does outspeed the Baxcalibur, there's the Ice Shard. So Baxcalibur in a nice position to get rid of this Pelipper and allows this Gastrodon to maybe get an attack off. But we do know that Gastrodon went for Protect last turn, and if it gets hit by Body Press, it will be knocked out.
Yeah, and it does allow UL to go for another defensive play with the Pelipper, actually going for the Protect rather than switching in the Sinister. You want to be able to safeguard that slot and enable the Archaludon to take advantage of the previous Protect, go for the Body Press, pick up the KO, and unfortunately, the slug is out.
Oh, that is an easy KO for Archaludon, and poor little Gastrodon now has been knocked out and forces Dominic down to his final, or not final, there's 2 more Pokemon left in the back. And we see a glimpse. It's the Excadrill and the Talonflame. Neither of these Pokemon enjoy taking water-type moves. Now that the Terrestrialization is off the table for Dominic, these Pokemon are very, very exposed. And up against this Archaludon at +6 defense, he's got only physical attackers. This Archaludon now is going to be incredibly difficult to get knocked out.
Yeah, but at least the Focus Sash from the Excadrill gives a bit more breathing room for Dominic to not be felled by that Body Press just in 1 turn. He'll have to take 2 turns. He'll have to take double targeting potentially if this Pelipper is going to be able to stay on the field, which it does not. We have got the recovery back online for this Archaludon that really wants to get rid of that Baxcalibur because of the Ghost typing in order to open up the remainder of the sweep UL is trying to identify.
And look at that, the Icicle Spear coming off into the Sinister will proc that Citrus Berry, and I believe the Sinister should be able to survive after the Citrus Berry recovery. But critically, does leave that Archaludon free to get an attack off. And unless this Excadrill gets a critical hit, this Archaludon might just be stealing the show.
Yeah, it may well be, no pun intended, because of its steel typing. Drill Run does not pick up the critical hit, unfortunately, for Dominic's efforts. Does get brought down to the Focus Sash because of the overwhelming amount of power. Body Press does bolster because of the +6. Rain does now end. It sort of invites UL's Pelipper back in order to get that rotation once again between the Pelipper Sinister. You've got the Rain back online. You're able to threaten that Baxcalibur with an Electro Shock, picking up the KO right now because of the +1 previous in the special attack, now going into +2, and you're enabling the Sinister further down the line to get additional recovery going.
Yeah, such an easy switch for Yol now to bring in that Pelipper, bring back the Rain, get those Electro Shots up, and then Sinister can then come back later again, and maybe even recover that Archaludon back to full health. And look, here is the Pelipper coming back onto the field. The storm clouds are approaching. Nice charge coming off, not really mattering, but now allows this Archaludon to get an attack off. Maybe up to the Excadrill moves first, though.
Yeah, definitely. Drill Run is going to be the target choice. It should pick up a KO if there is a crit, but there is not, alas. That was the win condition that Dominic did identify.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. Flash Cannon not actually enough to pick up the Baxcalibur, perhaps in anticipation of a Pokemon in the back. Being a bit fearful of that Tyranitar could be the case, and Flash Cannon would have been able to deal a lot of respectable damage if it was a T-Top, but no, Dominic revealing the Talonflame instead.
The Talonflame is not going to have a nice time against this Archaludon that has Electro Shot. Now, Yol probably went for that Flash Cannon in that last game, as you called out, predicting a Tyranitar, because he hasn't seen that final Pokemon. We've been able to get a little sneak peek, but Yol doesn't know this, and he wants to play it really safe. Of course, if the Tyranitar was hiding in the back, it is not going to appreciate the +6 defense, but Ice Shard coming off, knocking out the Sinister, and allows this Archaludon to take a pick of a knockout if the Excadrill does not get a critical hit first.
Is it the 3rd time lucky? It is not, unfortunately. Very little damage dealt. Body Press will finally be able to pick up the job right now. Excadrill is out for the count, and we will see Dominic bring in the Talonflame. Question, of course, is, with multi-hit moves, I guess there's a situation where you could try to get a critical hit or a combination of it, but the Talonflame has overheat, as we spoke about, but the Rain is still up, so that's a great way to be able to bypass those physical defense boosts.
Yeah, although I think you might need all 5 critical hits in a row to get this overheat coming off first. Onto this Archaludon and tickles it in the Rain.
Barely.
Talonflame is also going to get the special tap drop, which doesn't quite matter, but look at this Icicle Spear. That is doing what looks like maybe 2 HP points of damage onto this Archaludon. Archaludon takes it really easily and is going to allow the electroshock to come out. And let's have a look at which target it's going to be. Probably, I would say, into the Excalibur. That might be the bigger threat in case of the multi-hit.
Yeah.
Oops.
I would say Talonflame because, of course, we've got the overheat interaction and potential rain turns ending as well. You want to be able to minimize the damage potential, because if you're Excalibur and you go for the Icicle Spears, right, you need to get like 5 crits in a row, like you mentioned, versus that single-time crit that may be able to better place yourself. But like you said, it's just such an awkward position for Dominic.
Now let's take a look. Icicle Spear, 2 damage. Another 2 points of damage.
Not that bad.
Second, 2 points of damage.
Okay.
The third one, 3rd hit, no crits. 4th crit, yeah. Okay, no critical hit. And any move from this Archaludon will be easily enough to knock out this 1 HP Excalibur, and Yo is going to take this first game of the set.
Yeah, and to be completely honest, it was doing overtime, like, it was sort of like a battle of attrition, where you needed the accumulated amount of damage to be able to whittle down that Archaludon. And it wasn't that bad with the overheat and the Icicle Spears. Obviously, singular sort of action move isn't that great, but we saw it reached the red, if I'm not mistaken. So if we saw like a couple of 5
2
hits,
crits.
yeah, 2
crits could have done it.
That's it, and an additional 5th hit from the previous turn as well, because we saw that Excalibur only hit 4 times. Maybe it could have been enough, and clearly that was the game plan that Dominic had identified.
Yes, I think an adjustment Dominic could make going to this game too is maybe bringing the Tyranitar instead of the Gastrodon. Now, I understand why he brought the Gastrodon. He wanted it for the rain matchup, but the only rain move is Weather Ball on the Pelipper, and you can turn that off with the Tyranitar. Right. Gastrodon can be immune to the Archaludon's Electro Shots, but there's no the Electro Shot will be forced to become 2 turns with the Tyranitar. Also, you don't want the Archaludon to get to that +5 and then +6 defense, because you're slower with the Gastrodon. You can't actually get the Earth Power. It takes 2 hits of Earth Power to knock it off. So, you know, maybe I might see a Mungus possibly coming in, but I don't think Gastrodon is possibly the Pokemon to be bringing into this game.
Which is sort of like counterintuitive when you look at Yoel's team of having that rain composition, and obviously the Pelipper was brought as well, right? But I think the rain mode, essentially in this matchup, isn't necessarily, like you said, the water-type moves being used. It's enabling the Archaludon to be able to go ahead and conduct its sweep.
Yeah, Pelipper didn't actually do anything in that game except switch in and set up the rain and enable the Archaludon to get all of those Electro Shots off. And that rain also then halved the damage of the overheat, because without the rain, that Talonflame may have possibly been able to put the Archaludon in range for those Icicle Spears on the Archaludon. So maybe it's something that Dominic has to think about. Maybe the Tyranitar, it doesn't like body press, but it's going to have to be brought.
Yeah, and it sort of makes sense why Dominic identified going for the Ghost Terror as well, in order to be immune to those body presses. So, yeah, it's going to be a bit tough, but let's go ahead and find out what our trainers are going to do, any adaptations. We have got Dragonite Pelipper versus the Gastrodon and Excalibur.
Ooh, it's the same leads from both of our players. And we saw in that game 1, Dragonite going for the Scale Shot onto its own target, switching in the Archaludon. So now that we're in game 2, this is something Dominic is very aware of. Is he going to maybe Earth Power this Pelipper, predicting the switch in? So this is going to be, you know, a really crucial question. He needs to get rid of this Archaludon that's currently not on the field, but I'm sure it is hiding in the back. And Gastrodon, fantastic position here, so...
Yeah, like you said, the Pelipper, in anticipation of that, could easily just go for a Protect, not necessarily the Switch Out, and in order to be able to nullify Dominic's moves. You see, Dominic, I'm not sure what that expression was. Maybe it was a bit of stress, understanding that there may have been a double up into the slot. We do see the Archaludon actually being brought on the other side from Yoel, so recognizing the threat and the focus needs to be on that potential switch-in slot.
And once again, this Excalibur goes for the turn 1 Terrestrialization into the Ghost Type, and Icicle Spear hits the Archaludon, and it's going to get either +4 or +5 to its defenses. Fantastic adjustment from your side, allowing the Dragonite to bait out all those Icicle Spears, and Now this Archaladon is looking really set up and ready to go.
Oh yeah, 4 times though at +4, but that's nothing to boot. We see the Hurricane focus into the Batcalibur, deals 2 shots and gets the confusion. That's going to be something that Dominic's going to have to try to navigate past, and there it is, the Earth Power, like you called out, Zoe, trying to target down a potential Archaladon switch in there, but Yoel being able to pull off such a fancy bait and switch.
Wow, what a fantastic read. Yo essentially got a free turn, and actually better than a free turn. His Archaladon set up. He's now confused the Baxcalibur on Dominic's side. So now, even if Baxcalibur wants to attack with the confusion, he only has a 50% chance to get a move off. And with the Archaladon at +4 defense, the Pelipper and Archaladon can just double up into the Gastrodon.
No, as we're actually going to see whether the Batcalibur can actually move or not. No! It cannot. It's dealt so much of a blow right there. Body press into the Gastrodon. Not enough because there wasn't a +5 on that slot. Quite important because of the 4 hit rather than the 5 hit. Does get a Citrus Berry recovery going. Hurricane, however, looking to try to finish off the job. If it can, it cannot from that range. And another confusion! And another one!
Both these folk on Dominic's side are incredibly confused by Yoel's plays here. Why didn't the Pelipper switch out? It hits itself in confusion as well. These Pokemon are not having a good time on Dominic's side. No attacks being gotten off, and it's actually 2 free turns that Yoel has had now, and this is such an unfortunate turn for Dominic, and he's in such a dire position. Archaladon +4 defense. Any attack now can just knock out this Gastrodon.
Yeah, I can't stress how much of a bad situation this is. No! It's happened again, Zoe! This is not nice.
This whole Baxcalibur did not get a single attack off, and Gastrodon, unfortunately, is going to be knocked out of this game.
Oh no.
And Baxcalibur also going to be knocked out with the Hurricane and forcing Dominic down to his final Pokemon without taking any damage on his side besides the Archaladon, which wanted to take that damage. And yeah, we can see the Excadrill and Amoonguss, they are not Pokemon you really want to have facing off as your...
I thought you were going to finish it off saying they're not Pokemon. And I'm like, I'm not sure. It might just be. But I mean, the Amoonguss adaptation that you called out as well earlier, Zoe, is definitely something that Dominic identified may really be able to prove quite useful in order to slow down the momentum from Archaladon, which unfortunately, because of the multiple confusions from the multiple Hurricanes, it's just really ruled out a lot of fume left in the tank for Dominic's strategy going into this game too.
Yes, Dominic is in a really desperate situation. Excadrill now, going for the Iron Head, yeah, going for some outs here, but the Flash Cannon coming off onto this Amoonguss, not doing that much damage, but it does get the flinch, but there's gonna be, you need a 3-turn sleep on the Archaladon, and just constant flinching. It's really difficult for Dominic here, and yours in really the driver's seat, I would say.
I would say normally if there's a rock slide, there's a way. If there's a flinch, there is a way. Yes. And definitely have to try to get consecutive. Hopefully get a bit more of RNG in your favor over the past couple of turns that have accumulated. Iron Head going into the Pelipper. Yet again, does it get another flinch? Is the question. Archaladon getting its mandatory turn of sleep. Does show speed interactions have been fast.
Oh my God,
and there is the second flinch. Too many flinches. Slept up enough to pick up the KO. My lord, what is going on in this game?
You know what? Dominic might actually get the chance to pull back if the Archaladon takes full 3 turns of sleep. This Amoonguss might actually end up being the damage dealer. Dragonite does not have Terra Grass. It does not have a Lumberry. So if the Amoonguss chooses to go for the Spore on the Dragonite does not protect. It will be put to sleep, and Excadrill at full health means that it will be able to survive it. One attack coming off from this Archaladon. Now, the question is, does Archaladon stay asleep for another turn? what is the Dragonite going to do? The scale shots are not going to help against this Excadrill. That's a part Steel type, and Among Us can just put it to sleep.
Yeah, it's quite a decisive turn right now. You definitely, if you are Dominic, need to lean into the RNG in order to bring this one back. Going for the defensive protect on the Excadrill. Yoel reading straight into that, targeting the Amoonguss. Doesn't look like Amoonguss is going to be able to get felled, or I would say normally before a crit. Because of this, if there's a 5th hit, oh no 5th hit, just a 4th hit. But the question is, Archaludon, do you wake up? Do you target the Amoonguss? And do you pick up the KO? You do not wake up. It does give Dominic another out.
Archaludon is going to stay asleep another turn. Now Dragonite has been put to sleep. But the question is, Archaludon is at +4 defense, so you're going to need a critical hit to knock out the Archaludon. Dragonite will be taking this a guaranteed turn of sleep this turn, so Dominic can ignore the Dragonite, try and fish for a critical hit onto this Archaludon, and then force Yoel's final Pokemon out. Looks like Dragonite will not be taking any turns of sleep this turn. The Sinistcha is going to come in and allow this Archaludon, whilst fast asleep, to sleepwalk and drink some tea.
Very well put. And I think that's definitely the great interaction of being able to switch in that Sinistcha, as we have the Rage Powder coming out in case it wants to be able to protect its buddies. Focus that Drill Run, no crit this time round. Stamina does get yet another boost, but at this point, this Archaludon is so powerful, it wakes up from the bonds of the Spore, picks up the KO onto the Archaludon, and leaves Excadrill on its lonesome self.
Yeah, Among Us is bulky, but it's not that bulky when faced up, when at 20 or so HP, up against a +4 Archaludon. And now this Excadrill, its single target attacks could be redirected by the Rage Powder, so it's really forced to go for the Earthquake. And Sinistcha is very free to go for that Rage Powder, and Yoel hasn't actually gone for Terastallization yet, so he's going to go for it now just to make sure any critical hits are not going to be the end of this Archaludon.
Yeah, going for the Bug Terror, which we've seen really be a key type in order to be able to nullify any sort of weaknesses to fighting types, etc. But Rage Powder, of course, will be the target. The fact that it's Bug will mean that the Earthquakes at this point are going to be dealing too little, too damage, especially with all those boosts. And this is looking like it's going to be a wrap-up. Yoel just trying to finish on the business end right now. One more body press away from locking in that day 2.
Yes, Excadrill hanging on with that Focus Sash, but nothing is really going to help Dominic in this game now. And Dominic trying to go for that one final Iron Head, maybe try to get a cheeky flinch. But Sinistcha eats up its berry, and the game is just so completely in Yoel's control.
Yeah, it is, as Body Press does come out, and there we have it. Yoel Ramirez has been able to go ahead and reach day 2.
Wonderfully played from Yoel there, and look at him, so overwhelmed. He must be so proud of himself for this massive accomplishment. For not having better accomplishments before, now he can add one to his CV. He is day 2 at the Stuttgart Regional Championships, and with such a fantastic team as well.
I mean, it's a really, really oppressive team. You need to respect the duality of all the different modes and the sort of ways that they can function. Obviously, we saw Gastrodon being brought 2 games, so 2 times out of obviously each game, but then there was sort of no, I don't know, there wasn't an active role that Gastrodon was able to capitalize off of. It's at such a low speed tiering. Sure, there's a Storm Drain. Sure, you can nullify any sort of water type focus because of its ability of Storm Drain, but Pelipper didn't need that. It was just going for the Hurricanes.
And confusing everyone to boot. And
me, you, everybody, like, we were so confused.
I was really impressed by that game, Taichi. You're switching up the Pokemon that was taking that scale shot.
Doubles,
and, it showed a complete adaptation of the game 1 where he self-scale shot his Archaludon switch in, and knowing that his opponent is aware of that move, then suddenly going for a complete switch up. But Gastrodon, I think Dominic trying to catch the Archaludon on the switch in, but just didn't manage to quite get the correct slot. And of course, Dominic didn't he wasn't quite lucky in the mid-game with all those hits, but Yoel still played really, really well and didn't give him any outs.
I think that turn one was so crucial to be able to sort of portray the remainder of the story of each game. The fact that, like you said, he was able to accomplish a really good bait and switch situation of saying, okay, well, I'm going to adapt to your adaptation. It's like the classic. But then, obviously, there's an instance of saying, I'm just going to go for the same exact move, expecting you to try to react. And we just saw Yoel be able to capitalize and execute that to a high level.
Yes, just such a well-played team. And, you know, there's a good reason why this Rain hyper offense archetype is so strong. You have so many different options and you can do a complete switch up, and we can see Dominic there in that replay just shaking his head, realizing that with that turn one read wrong, the game is really, really difficult now suddenly for him to pull a comeback. And you know, I think Dominic, his team is very physically oriented, except that Gastrodon, which is very strong against our Chaladon, but then you have to take those +4, +5, maybe even +6 body presses, and Gastrodon's so slow, doesn't really enjoy that.
No, and I think it was the Gastrodon and the Amoonguss, which were sort of the special offensive Pokemon, which I definitely don't expect to would have said on a bingo card or anything like that today. But the fact that the Sludge Bomb was able to put itself in a position is great, but you're going up against an Archaladon. You kind of need a special offensive ground type, and I think that's why Dominic was insisting on being able to bring the Gastrodon.
Yeah, that makes sense, because the Gastrodon is really the only thing he had up against that Archaladon. But it's really funny also that Sludge Bomb on the Amoonguss taking the knockout on Pelipper. It is a trend that we have been seeing. Usually as the metagame progresses, a lot of your bulky Pokemon are trained to be a little bit more offensive. Amoonguss usually a bit of a sponge on the field. Not really getting that damage off, but Sludge Bomb has been used historically on Amoonguss to get that knockout on those key fairy types, and also just good neutral poison type damage.
Yeah, exactly, and I think it's utilized over the Pollen Puff slot, if I'm not mistaken, which sort of acts like both an offensive move, breaks sashes, but also as a cooperative move, being able to re-heal your partner Pokemon. But yeah, I mean, what an exciting turn of events with that game 2 especially. I do feel like there were some outs Dominic needed to go for, but like we said, because of like the speed tiering and the interactions of Hurricane being able to go first before the Gastrodon and then following up after on focusing on the Baxcalibur, getting the secondary effects, it really, really blew out all of the steam from Dominic's strategy there. I felt really bad for him, you know, like he's able to identify how he could try to bring this back if he's able to start whittling down, catching those reads. But unfortunately, Yoel just had too much pressure to be able to apply. And that turn one for both games, really, in my opinion, feel like they pretty much decided the rest of the trend, or at least gave the advantage to Yoel's side.
Yes, I agree. The turn one, getting the Archaladon set up is so critical. And a lot of these hyper-offensive Rain archetypes with the Archaladon on the field does really rely on getting those body presses once you're set up, of course. And we've all seen Archaladons, if it hasn't had that defense boost, it really doesn't do meaningful damage with the body presses. But that's also the really cool thing with the Rain archetype, because if your opponent hasn't allowed you to set up, you can set up yourself with those electro shots.
It's true, and I mean, that's sort of what we saw in game 1. Like, Electroshock pretty much didn't come out in game 2, but game 1, it just allowed the pin on the Baxcalibur and force the Baxcalibur in a point where it either has to go on the defensive with the protection and stuff like that, or it's just going to have to try to get rid of the Archaladon as quick as possible, and you just couldn't do that with that setup. It was just a tank, and that's sort of why it is one of the most dominant Pokemon we honestly have seen being able to be brought into a format.
I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot more Archaladon in day 2. There is a good reason why it is one of the best Pokemon in the format. In addition to the Sneasel, which we didn't see in that last game, but that is the #1 in usage during day 1, and I'm pretty certain it's probably going to be #1, or if not very high up there.
Oh yeah, it just came off from a regional win as well, so don't you worry, it's definitely going to be showing up tomorrow. But yeah, I mean, generally speaking, it was a great effort from both of our trainers. Like we said, it's really good and inspiring to be able to see these trainers that don't necessarily have the achievements and accolades to a very high level they've been able to obtain. But that's sort of the point. This is already such a big achievement they've been able to accomplish. Stream winning in at the end of day one, that's huge, that's big. That really makes you feel good about all of the hard work that you've been able to put in and the general performance of your day. And yeah, it's a huge testament to them to be able to reach that point, be on stream, and really put out everything that they can to be able to nab up that win.
Yes, so the regionals are just a good test of your mental fortitude as well. We are now Swiss round 8. I'm sure a few players are still finishing up their matches, but a lot of them will have finished up by now, and the ones who are X and 2 or better will be advancing to day 2, and I'm sure they'll be looking to get some well-earned rest tonight, get themselves nice and refreshed for tomorrow so that they'll be ready to tackle the new day once again and to try and get into that top cut and possibly win the whole regionals.
Exactly. I mean, we've still got 3 Swiss rounds coming up in the morning of tomorrow for our day 2. At the moment, we're still waiting to get our interviews set up, of course, and hear from Yoel himself. But yeah, I guess, was there any more reason for yourself to prove why Archelodon's an absolute beast? Do you feel like there's perhaps another Pokemon that you would have liked to be able to be brought from Dominic's side? Or I'm not sure, because I feel a bit puzzled with the understanding of why you bring Gastrodon, but maybe not being able to get as much profit from that slot.
I think one adjustment maybe Dominic could make is lead with the Amoonguss.
Okay.
And that way, it's got Rage Powder, so it'll redirect away Dragonite scale shots. Amoonguss can then all put Archelodon to sleep, and then the Gastrodons can start going for the Earth Powers. But then again, there's also that Sinistra in the back, and that can redirect away Gastrodon's Earth Power, so it was quite difficult, and I understand why the Gastrodon was brought, but Dominic should be very proud of himself for having gone this far, and losing in that final Swiss round of day 1 it's not really something to be too upset about, because he's done so well, X and 2 all the way up to Swiss round 8, and that is a great accomplishment.
Oh yeah, many of the greatest trainers have fallen at that last stage going into the day 2, but yeah, I mean, it's just part of the game. Unfortunate, of course, but huge commiserations to Dominic. However, we do have confirmation. We've got the interview prepped and ready, so we're going to go ahead and hear from Yoel himself.
I'm still recovering from that match. It was an incredible way to close out day 1. Congratulations, Yoel, on your first day 2. How are you feeling?
No hace falta que me traduzcas esto, lo entiendo, la cosa es al revés. Gracias. La verdad es que me siento increíble. Es mi primer día 2, ha sido espectacular, chicos. ¿Qué quieres que os diga? Estoy nervioso, contento a la vez, y al final el que la sigue la consigue. Era mi segundo win and in. El primero lo perdí porque el chico me jugó muy bien, y pues bueno, la verdad es que el matchup era favorable a mí, y luego encima he tenido suerte con los Hurricanes y tal, así que bueno, bien.
I feel incredible. I feel very happy. This was my second winning in. Unfortunately, the first one on a previous regional I lost because my opponent played really well. But this time I had some luck with the Hurricanes, and obviously this was a more favorable matchup. So I was able to win, and I feel very happy, a little bit nervous about going to day 2, but happy nonetheless.
I mean, it definitely wasn't just luck. You played incredibly well with that Archelodon. In game 1, you went for the self-scale shot to be able to boost up stamina, and in game 2, you switched it in. Was Archelodon the key to success in this match?
Sí, era la clave, la verdad. Era la clave el Archelodon. Sabía que la primera se tenía que comer el scale shot. El Archelodon en el turno 1, cambio a nivel Pelipper, tengo la lluvia, me ponía muy favorable. Necesitaba bustear al Archelodon porque es un juego, es un equipo muy físico. Es verdad que me hace daño el taladradora y tenía índice de crítico y he cometido un error. Pero el Archelodon era la clave, y en el Game 2 también le he visto, sabía que iba a hacer lo mismo, he dicho, venga, le cambio aquí a ver si tengo suerte, y tuve suerte, la verdad.
Yeah,
Completely. Archaludon was a really key Pokemon on this matchup. I knew my opponent's team was very physical, so I needed to get that skill shot onto the Archaludon to get those stamina defense boosts to be able to resist those physical attacks from the opponent's team. And I managed to read my opponent well. I know when to change my Pokemon so that Archaludon get those skill shot and those stamina boosts.
It really felt like you were in control with that Archaludon, but Pelipper helped out too. I'm a big Pelipper fan. I've got my little Pelipper pin. Obviously, we saw what happened with the Hurricanes, but Pelipper was still awesome. I just want to ask how your tournament run has been so far today and whether Pelipper has also hit its Hurricanes throughout the rest of the day.
Tradúceme esto que no me he enterado, ¿eh?
Te ha preguntado que si el Felipe ha sido importante a lo largo del torneo. Si ha acertado muchos Hurricanes y cómo te has sentido a lo largo del torneo.
De hecho, sí. En una partida anterior, que no se ha visto porque pues no estaba en streaming, he acertado un Hurricane clave sin estar en lluvia, que es un 70%, y es verdad que el porcentaje es favorable a mí, pero ya sabes, estos Pokémon tiene 70% y falla más que acierta, es increíble.
Yes, completely. Fortunately, on a match outside stream, I threw one of the Hurricanes from Pelipper outside rain, so it was not sure that it would hit, but fortunately, on a key moment, it hit. So I'm happy about it. And yeah, I think Pelipper has been good along the day.
I think it's been awesome. Both Pelipper and Archaludon, the way you've played it was fantastic, and it's no surprise to see you in day 2. Obviously, there's a lot of people who want to celebrate with you, but before we let you go off, is there any shout-outs you would like to give? Anyone you'd like to thank at home for cheering for you and supporting you?
¿Que hable a la cámara o...?
Que saludes.
Vale. Nada, a todos los folanos, la verdad, y a toda la gente que me ha seguido, que me ha apoyado. Sé que no soy el mejor jugador del mundo, ni mucho menos, pero yo empecé siendo muy malo, la verdad. Empecé con los loques y con todo, chicos, y la verdad es que quien la sigue la consigue, quien apuesta por algo y le da todo lo que tiene, al final llegas, y yo he llegado. O sea, cuánta gente se ha podido reír de mí por jugar tan mal, y al final estoy aquí en un día 2 de un regional con un nivel espectacular. Y bueno, mañana veremos. Y nada, chicos, muchas gracias y seguiré compitiendo, obviamente.
Huge shout-outs to all of my followers, Folanos.
Sí.
It's been incredible. This is a very difficult regional, but I mean, I played very badly on my stats, but fortunately I got better, and as I said, this was a very difficult regional, but I still managed to get day 2. It's just keep on it, keep practicing, keep playing, and you'll finally one day get it. And yeah, that's mostly it.
Well, it sounds like you're getting stronger and stronger with every match. Best of luck tomorrow in day 2. Congratulations again today. And of course, Pokemon trainers, the matches might be over, but there's still going to be some conversations on the couch that need to be had. So don't go anywhere. I'm going to bring the other casters back, and we're going to close out day 1.
Ray has been just playing since Scarlet and Violet.
Yeah, incredible to know that you've only just recently come into this game and you're already on the stage at the World Championships in a final.
ポケモンで一番楽しいところは構築を組んでいるところと対戦をしているところです。ポケモントレーナーになりたいと思っている人へ、ポケモンはとても楽しいので、ぜひ一歩踏み出してやってほしいと思います。交代を繰り返したり、また対面的に攻撃したり、両方に対応できるようなパーティーを作ることを目標としました。特徴はあまりなく強いポケモンを集めたパーティーですが、一番活躍できたと感じるのはやはり伝説枠のクロバドレックスだと思います。決勝戦の対戦相手が使っていたオーロンゲやキリンリキのようなポケモンは辛いと感じました。
Here's a foul play. It's into the Calyrex. And will it be enough? Of course it'll be enough. Huge knockout for Luke to take a step further in clawing back this match.
やはり決勝戦の試合でした。その試合には勝つことができたんですが、運が絡んでしまう対戦になりました。
One match away from becoming the world champion here in Honolulu in the seniors division.
3試合目の初手でミライドンの流星群をワドレックスが避けたところですね。
But a lot of damage into the Miraidon. The follow-up, but it's going to be a Draco Meteor miss into the Calyrex. That could have been everything, but instead, Miraidon down on the very first turn in the match. How devastating! Pokemon. And with the sport of one and the only move of choice being this foul play, does Luke have enough to close this out? Instead, the forfeit's locked in, and with that, Ray Yamanaka is going to be your Pokemon World Champion here in the Seniors Division.
世界大会を優勝できないと思っていたので、とても驚いているし、嬉しいです。
Maybe when I was like 7 or 8 on the Game Boy, you know, Fire Red, Leaf Green, that's the first games, and then start from there. Mudkip was my favorite. It's just some guy back from Knoxville. In the competitive scene, I look up a lot to Aaron Zhang. He's just a great content creator, and I think he's just a great face for the community, and he's one of the reasons why I got to. After today, the Salamence, so that'd be kind of cool with all the bird types. My favorite Pokemon is Pancham. I always bring him to every event, and he's just kind of there. It's just kind of my persona. So yeah, there he is. My favorite part of Pokemon events is meeting new people and just playing just like new players and just anyone I haven't faced before. It gets like a strong challenge, and it's always great to just meet new people overall. My go-to event snacks will be protein bars. I usually have one on me all the time. They're just very convenient, and they're easy to eat. And my Team Rocket? I am not Team Rocket.
My favorite Pokemon is Xerneas. I just really enjoyed clicking Geomancy back in 2019. I really like its design, and being a setup Pokemon with so much power and pressure, I just really enjoyed using it. My favorite generation of Pokemon, I think it's both Gen 4 and 5. I started playing Gen 4. I love the Sinnoh region, I love the Pokemon of Sinnoh, and Unova also have great games with Pokemon Black and White and Black and White 2. I learned VGC pretty much by watching better players than me on YouTube. Back in the day, we didn't have official tournaments in Brazil, so my role models were pretty much players playing Worlds. There are a lot of people that I look up to in the competitive scene of Pokemon. I think mostly it has to be Wolf and Edu. They are two of the best players, and I really like their approach of the game. And also, there's a lot of videos of them playing on the internet. So when I was younger, I was able to watch a lot of their play style and their team building. And yeah, they're just so good. My favorite city was definitely Yokohama. I had a great time in Japan. Food is great there, people are nice, and the country is just really beautiful. I think the favorite thing I did in Japan was going to Nara when I saw all the deers. It was really, really cool. They are so cute. And yeah, of course, playing Worlds there was also amazing.
There you have it. Everybody, we are here. We've made it. This is the end of day one here for the Pokemon 2025 Regional Championships of Stuttgart. I am Costa, joined, of course, by Zoe, Lou, and Lee. And yeah, what a day it has been. Zoe, I mean, we already just went through that last set, and that was very intense.
That was indeed. We had such phenomenal matches throughout the day. We were able to see a lot of well-known players, Victor Medina on stream, Joseph Ugarte on stream, and Jamie Boyd with his crazy team up against the Chandelure.
Yeah, that's true. Which you'd expect the Chandelure might have been run by Jamie as well.
Well, he was championing it
he was.
at Gdansk, so I don't know. Maybe he was like, maybe that should have been my point. But he proved that he played better than Nikolai and was able to take the win and advance to day 2.
Yeah, that sounds good. I mean, any quick comment from yourself as well, Lou?
Honestly, I've just loved the whole tournament. The fact that we've seen so many old kind of faces come forward, veterans of the competition, and then some of these Pokemon that, as we were kind of saying, have kind of ironed out the meta a little bit. It's been a little bit more consistency, I suppose, from EU this event than normal.
Yeah, I mean, anything else from your side as well, Lee?
No, just to echo what Lou said, really. Yeah, just it's nice to kind of have that stability now in the format and those kind of standard kind of teams coming to the floor. And then I think it just accelerates the skill level and really accentuates the players as how skilled they are, you know, in the format.
Yeah, and I think for good reason as well. Obviously, you're able to go ahead and have the amalgamation of all of the meta changes and influences we have seen across the couple of weekends. But yeah, obviously we've reached this point where we're at the end of day one. We want to go ahead and have a bit of a preview over how far our trainers have been able to go, forcing their way into day two, of course. We know that the round isn't completely over just yet. However, we do have a bit of a preview of the so far confirmed trainers themselves. A lot of notable trainers at that, of course. I mean, and even some that you don't necessarily recognize straight away.
Look at all these phenomenal players that have guaranteed day two. And there is the reigning champion, Lorenzo Silvestrini, also in day two. So he's definitely going to be looking to defend that title. But also a lot of fantastic players. Victor Vedina, Joseph Ugarte, proving that although he didn't get that win on stream, he's still a phenomenal player.
And there's such a range of regions here as well. You know, it is a European regional and the Europeans are coming out in full force. But then I spy a little US player over there with Joseph Ugarte coming in. But honestly, the fact that we've seen so much talent from so many different groups, and we often talk about kind of the meta maybe being different in the, you know, Team Spain group or Team Italy. And it's really nice to kind of see them all coming to the forefront and having such excellent results.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you on that. It's so nice to see the talent that is just everywhere around the globe, you know, coming to these events and just showcasing their skills as trainers up against the very best and being able just to make it through day two. It's obviously the first step in the tournament. There's still a long way to go, but it's the big accomplishment in what you wanted to achieve when you came into the tournament that you've been able to accomplish. And now you just need to put it behind you. You've done it, carry on and just keep doing what you're doing and hopefully get even further into the tournament and maybe be the champion this weekend.
Yeah, exactly that. And obviously you need to be able to be in day two to have a fighting chance to be able to go all the way through. Is
that right, Costa, is it?
Apparently
I did not know that.
That's what I've been told. I don't
That's
know.
what I'm doing wrong all this time.
So, I had no idea either.
If I only knew sooner. All these years.
Now you know. Don't worry. Now it's about putting it to action. But yeah, I think generally speaking, the fact that our trainers have been able to, you know, work so hard to be able to propel themselves forward to give them that fighting chance is, you know, truly remarkable. Definitely what we love seeing across all regional events. But yeah, talking so much about day two, you need to make sure you tune in because we're going to be starting bright and early, 9 a.m. Central Eastern Time with, of course, midnight PST, Pacific Standard Time. So yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of action tomorrow as well. Trust me, we saw a lot today, but yeah, going into tomorrow, there's going to be even more ferocious matches.
Yeah, I'm sure all of our players in day two are going to want to rest up, maybe get some dinner tonight. There's the Christmas markets in Stuttgart, so that is a fantastic opportunity to do some holiday shopping for your friends and family, the friends that support us all along this journey to become a Pokemon master.
Yeah, so a lot of rest for our trainers to be able to go ahead and undergo. But yeah, let's have a bit of a visual over where we are. We are at the halfway point of the season. We've still got a lot more events coming up. Of course, next we're going to be going into the new year with Birmingham into a new rule set as well. I'd say new. Obviously, we've seen single restricteds before. It was the world's championship tournament. But yeah, generally speaking, it's good to be able to see so many events lined up, Lou.
It's kind of funny how actually we kicked off the tournament season here in Dortmund, our other German location for the season. Right. And now fast forward a little bit, we're here in Stuttgart and the meta has evolved so much. But as you said, we're coming to the end of this regulation. I'm not going to lie, it's been one of my favorites of all time. I've really, really enjoyed seeing so much creativity and Sneasler kind of getting up to some action and things like that. So although it will be nice to go back to a format that we at least know a little bit and we've got a little bit of experience with, I'm going to miss this one.
Yeah, and I think I completely agree. Although I am a bit of a restricted buff in a way, I totally dig that format. But I mean, I have really liked the creativity. But there's been a lot of
buff.
You know, I've been with the kids. I can try to be in with the kids, Lee. Anywho,
no, we've got proof because we've seen you perform on stream and you've been amazing.
You did incredibly well.
Forgot about that.
There we go.
You.
Little shout out. big you up. See, I am nice to you.
You do know your stuff, Costa.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the love. But talking about the love, we've got more love to be shared across different games as well that we haven't necessarily featured over this weekend. Of course, going over to Pokemon Unite, we know we've got the AOS Cup Play-ins finals that will be taking place tomorrow. So, yeah, we've got multiple different finals across the various regions, and all of the times have been highlighted on the right-hand side for each and every one. So make sure you are tuning in order to not miss all of the action, because we know there's a lot going on over on Unite's side, and we know how high octane their format tends to be.
Yeah, Unite is just such a fantastic game. I really enjoy watching it. I remember at EUIC last year, well, actually this year I should say, it's last season.
Last season, this calendar year.
The Unite players were going absolutely ballistic with every move. I had no idea what was going on, but it was just so hype to watch the fans get so excited at their favorite teams doing so well on the stream.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, just being able to see so much passion and love going into the games. This is definitely what the competitive scene is all about across the vast array of games that we have available. But of course, we want to still keep you in tune with our schedule of Twitch and the upcoming streams that we've got available. Holidays today, oh my lord, together on Tuesday, 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. All times are in Pacific time, of course. Across the next week, as we're trying to build up towards the rerun of the North American International Championships of 2023, which, yeah, I mean, Lee, I would say that's like a blast of the past, but you would know much more about that with the amount of different years you've got, right?
See, I'm nice to Costa 1 minute and then he digs me out the next. This is what I'm dealing with, everyone. But no, being serious for a minute, I mean, you've got a plethora of just amazing entertainment all week. Holidays together on Tuesday. We've got NAIC rerun on Wednesday. Thursday, Pokemon Black and White Rival Destinies. That is an absolute not one to miss.
That's
and then rounding, yeah, it is, yeah. And then wrapping up the week with Pokemon the movie, Gdansk and the Cocoon of Destruction. Do you like that?
Oh my god, I love that.
Yeah,
that's
like
actually so good.
But I mean, yeah, so you've got a week filled with great entertainment. Make sure you do catch all of it over on Pokemon.com/Twitch.
Yeah, exactly. You do not want to go ahead and miss out on that, of course. But we do have our lovely website available in order for you to go ahead and utilize as a hub to not make sure you miss out on any of the action. Pokemon.com/broadcast. Yeah, we've got a lot of different links available, but we've also got our channels too. So we've already been using one of those channels if you're listening to us right now.
That's true.
That is very true. We've got, in the future perhaps, who knows, but I mean, Pokemon wise, we have got YouTube channel, we've got the Twitch channel, and generally speaking, yeah, if you want to make sure you're not missing out on anything, make sure to tune in. And finally, we've got to call out the socials. We've got X, we've got the YouTube, as we just mentioned, Facebook, Instagram, you name it, whatever the cool kids tuned into nowadays. But yeah, we got loads, and of course, make sure that you do utilize any of the tweets or any sort of posts that you make in order to try to get an opportunity via use of the hashtag #PlayedPokemon to get featured on stream. But my lordy, has this been a day full of excitement and action. Very quick last sign-offs from you guys as well. Highlight of the day. Now, here's the real test to see if they've even thought about a highlight of the day before we try to catch our fellow casters off guard. I'm going to go with Lou.
I feel validated that we just got to see a trainer who opted for Pink Gastrodon, and, you know, it didn't go so well. So this is why we go for Blue Gastrodon. That was my validation takeaway from today.
Okay, cool. Even though, like, we saw it progress really well, Pink Gastrodon?
Look, we only get to show a snippet of the Pokemon action here on the broadcast, so we just didn't get to see the blue ones.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Lee, then, yourself?
I have to give a big shout out to our fellow caster, Jamie Boy, and the Dondozo Survival, the Goldingo Survival.
Yep.
Which got overshadowed by that Dondozo Survival.
All the survivals.
All the survivals.
All the survivals.
Yep.
I could break it in the song here, I won't, but I could. No, amazing play by Jamie. Incredible. Probably my highlight of today, but obviously got more to come tomorrow.
Awesome. And very quick final point from yourself, Zoe.
Well, I was going to say what Lee said, but he nicked my highlight.
Sorry, Zoe.
So, I mean, I have to say, the highlight for me, probably the other one was Victor Medina's match, and just playing so well. Game 1, he lost, but he kept his composure and adapted and adjusted brilliantly in games 2 and 3.
All right, well, you heard it here.
What about you, Costa?
Me, it's going to be the fact that we've got a day 2 and we're going to have a lot more action.
What I'm hearing is you didn't have a...
No,
it's
all right.
That's what I'm hearing.
I'm the host right now. Sorry, I'll do it tomorrow. I promise. I trust. Right. Okay. So make sure to tune in tomorrow. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up for day 1 here at Stuttgart. So make sure get some good rest and tune in tomorrow. We'll take care.